What's wrong with evil? Should evil be eradicated? The resonant chime echoed through the clouds. Xuanshao strolled through the ethereal peaks, clutching an ancient black box. Voices emanated from a box. Evil cultivators? Do they truly deserve death? You, the disciples of Mount Shu, pride yourselves on righteousness. Why not attempt to save me? Even the Buddha, who laid down his weapon to attain enlightenment, offered us a chance for redemption. Xuanshao remained indifferent, focused solely on his path. Within the mountain flowed the three lights, divine water. Casting this box into its depths would obliterate the devouring demon lord. Do you not wish to know why your elder brother brought me back to Mount Shu instead of casting me into the three lights divine water? Xuanshao offered no response. The devouring demon lord, clearly agitated, continued. Your elder brother is a prodigy of unparalleled talent, a rarity in millennia. Do you not desire to understand why he failed to complete his mission at the last moment? Xuanshao maintained his silence, quickening his pace. Indeed, even the demon lord could not withstand such cold indifference. Very well, I shall reveal to you. I was sworn brothers with your master, bound by a vow of life and death, each entwining our fates. If I perish, your revered master shall also meet his demise. Consider your master, who raised you as his own. Could you bear to kill him? When you return, how will you face your fellow disciples, having slain your own master? The devouring demon lord nearly bellowed in desperation. Xuanshao had reached the three lights, divine water. This primordial water, embodying sun, moon, and stars, was both a treasure and a poison. The sunlight water devoured flesh and bone. The moonlight water eroded the soul. The starlight water consumed the true essence of one's being. Even celestial beings, striving for enlightenment, would suffer if tainted by it. Naturally, the devouring demon lord was filled with dread. Xuanshao's gaze was resolute. As a disciple of Mount Shu, it is my duty to subdue evil and uphold justice. You, the devouring demon lord, have slaughtered countless beings. Your continued existence is partly due to your own misdeeds and partly due to the indulgence of our master. Though our master has succumbed to personal desires, if he must perish, let be a fitting end to his past sins. The devouring demon lord, but this differs from what your fellow disciples have said. Is one devoid of emotions still human? The demon lord quickly realized, I refuse to believe you possess no wicked thoughts. Even the formidable elder brother of Mount Shu had been stirred by the demon lord's provocations. This disciple before him, however, seemed even more susceptible. Thus, the demon lord began to probe for Xuanshao's dark thoughts. The demon lord must die. Slay the devouring demon lord. Such a fate would be too lenient. 1,000 cuts, 1,000 cuts. The devouring demon lord. What a profound wicked thought. Though the wickedness was substantial, the demon lord dared not act upon it. For if he did not provoke his dark thoughts, he would perish. Yet, to unleash them would likely lead to his own swifter demise. This was a conspiracy, a trap from which there was no escape. Xuanshao formed a decisive gesture. Disciple Xuanshao requests the master to embrace death. The demon lord retorted, Do you not inquire if your master wishes to die? I know him too, while he harbors many regrets. Still yearning for immortality, even has a first love. The demon lord was genuinely frantic. This is moral coercion. You cannot sacrifice another to satiate your own desires. The demon lord began to chastise Xuanshao on ethical grounds. Yet Xuanshao merely replied with a calm demeanor, Enough of your prattle, into the water you go. The demon lord, no. The box plunged into the three lights, divine water, unleashing heart-wrenching wails. Mount Shu. The master calmly feasted on roasted lamb, perhaps in what could be his final moments, yet he remained unconcerned. Previous attempts by several disciples had ended in failure, even his most esteemed disciple succumbing to dark thoughts at the last moment. The master felt a tumult of emotions. Who truly wishes for death? Yet, if the devouring demon lord were not slain, Mount Shu's reputation would be tarnished. Alas, if that young man knew that to kill the demon lord would also mean his master's demise, Xuanshao would struggle to bear such a burden. The master vividly recalled the moment he had carried the ailing Xuanshao back from the mountain's base. Were it not for him, Xuanshao might have perished long ago. Li Xuanshao had grown up in Mount Shu, nurturing a bond not only with his master, but also with this very master. It was well known that the master held deep affection for Li Xuanshao. That young man was profoundly loyal in his eyes. The master was akin to a grandfather, kind and approachable. With this thought, the master shook his head. That young man would never be able to do it. However, as time passed, the sealing box might no longer contain the devouring demon lord. Perhaps the approach should shift. It would not be wise to place this burden upon the disciples of Mount Shu. After all, when they realized that to slay the devouring demon lord meant slaying their own master, no one would dare act. He was beloved, kind, treating every disciple as if they were his own child. At this moment, 5 disciples entered. Upon seeing the master calmly enjoying roasted lamb, they showed no surprise. Considering the time, Li Xuanshao should have reached the 3 lights divine water. Alas, Xuanshao is still so young he may not bear this heavy responsibility. Indeed, especially with his deep bond with the master. Disciple Li Xuanshao requests the master to embrace death. The 5 disciples were conversing quietly. Just then, a voice resounded from the heavens, like a rolling thunder. The master looked up, astonished. An invisible and powerful force surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping him in an instant. In that moment, the master's body began to tremble violently. Subsequently, his very soul began to dissolve under the onslaught of this mysterious force, vanishing as quickly as snow meeting fire. In mere moments, the soul of the master of Mount Shu completely dissipated from this realm, leaving only silence and the terrified gazes of those present. In the central continent, year 21 of the Great Treasure, the master of Mount Shu has passed away. Li Xuanshao, a traveler from another realm. 20 years ago, he traversed into this world, not as a fated child, nor with any system. With no other option, he could only rely on his own efforts. Fortunately, his innate talent was commendable, and he was solely devoted to the pursuit of immortality. Fortuitously, in this era of chaos filled with demons, Li Xuanshao was discovered by the master of Mount Shu. Subsequently, he became a disciple and grew up under the protection of Mount Shu. 20 years had passed. After completing his task, he returned to Mount Shu. Upon his return, the master's treasured sword emitted a resonant hum, transforming into a silver light that vanished from Li Xuanshao's sight. He gazed up at the ethereal Mount Shu. A white crane soared forth. Normally, the white cranes of Mount Shu seldom took flight. Each time they did, it signified the death of a disciple. Legends stated that the cranes could guide the souls of disciples back home. This time, an unusually high number of white cranes took to the skies. The master of Mount Shu, that shameless old rogue, had perished. On his way back, Li Xuanshao had long since prepared himself. The other disciples cast peculiar glances towards him, their expressions intricate. Li Xuanshao strode directly towards the main peak, where he beheld his master, Taoist Lingshu. Lingshu extended his broad hand, patting Li Xuanshao's shoulder. "You have done excellently." Li Xuanshao lowered his gaze slightly. The other 4 uncles also regarded him with approving eyes. He felt the weight of their stares. He had braced himself for a return to Shushan, ready to face criticism and disdain from his elders, for in a sense, he had been the one to send the sect leader on his final journey. Yet, contrary to his expectations, his master and uncles treated him with the same warmth as before, their gazes now infused with admiration. "Go and pay your respects to the sect leader after all. It was he who discovered you. Now that you have accompanied him on his last journey, it is but fate," Taoist Lingshu said. Yes, the sect leader had not yet been buried. Li Xuanshao skillfully made his way to the west side of the main hall and took the small path leading to the back mountain. The sect leader, who preferred not to linger in the main hall, often resided in a humble abode in the back mountain. Inside the cottage, the sect leader sat peacefully in a chair, eyes closed, as if in slumber. The winds of Shushan appeared to slow. Li Xuanshao suddenly recalled many years prior his 5th year since his transmigration. From the initial excitement of discovering his new reality to the ensuing despair over the past 5 years. Lacking a system, external aids, or the protection of a powerful lineage, he was stripped of all modern comforts. Even the most basic sustenance felt like a luxury. After a severe illness, Li Xuanshao believed he had become the unluckiest transmigrant in history. The frigid winters were particularly unbearable, with countless souls lost to the cold each year. He had thought he would perish in that winter, until he encountered the rather unconventional old man. This self-proclaimed #1 leader of Shushan, the shameless rogue who saved him, had tricked him away from his parents. Dressed like a beggar, with a gourd of wine in hand, he roamed the world with Xuanshao. He would shout against injustice and then flee. They galloped across the plains, lay atop mountains gazing at the starry skies, traversed famous mountains and rivers, and witnessed the ever-changing clouds and landscapes. Xuanshao closed his eyes. It was the hand of destiny, the ordinary course of events. Suddenly, he drew his sword amidst the snow. The wind howled, and the snow fell fiercely. The three talents sword technique, which Xuanshao had practiced for many years since meeting the old rogue, remained at the earthly realm, never ascending to the celestial level. The old rogue's voice echoed in his ears, recalling that year by the lake, where the rogue wielded a wooden staff, cutting through the river with the stroke of his sword. Remember, as a disciple of Shushan, our duty is to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. We shall advance despite knowing the odds, never retreating even before the great demons beyond the pass. Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, we must wield our swords to defend justice and protect all living beings. We, the disciples of Shushan, shall forge ahead, fearless of death, undeterred by the prospect of sacrifice. Xuanshao's hand brushed against the sword's body, his earlier sorrow gradually replaced by determination. With a sweep of the sword, I shall vanquish the wicked. The sword's energy surged forth, instantly tearing through the surrounding air and stirring everything in its wake. Simultaneously, the swirling snowflakes, seemingly drawn by an invisible force, began to whirl and dance in tandem with the sword's energy. The snow and sword energy intertwined, creating a breathtaking yet fiercely combative spectacle. This time, Xuanshao distinctly heard laughter. He looked up in astonishment to behold the old rogue, who was supposed to be dead, standing before him. The rogue patted his head, saying, "You haven't embarrassed me." Xuanshao plunged his sword into the ground and knelt on one knee. Disciple Xuanshao pays his respects to the sect leader. Leaving the back mountain along the small path, Xuanshao raised his eyes to see a figure perched on a tree. "Senior brother," Xueyun said, sipping wine, "what I cannot achieve, you have accomplished. You are stronger than I." Xuanshao managed a faint smile, finding some merit in Xueyun's words. His senior brother was a prodigy of ancient times, even acknowledged by the devil of the swallowing sky. Had they existed in the same era, Xuanshao would have surely been overshadowed by his brilliance. There was no contest. The senior brother was simply too radiant, so much so that Xuanshao sometimes wondered if he were the true favored child of fate, while he himself was merely a supporting character. "The old man has died, even though he was my father. I never quite liked him," Xueyun remarked, tossing a jade box to Xuanshao. "The old man intended this for me, but I am unworthy. It is yours now." Xuanshao accepted the jade box. Xueyun sighed again. "Having lost my father, the woman I love is to marry another. They say the strong can change everything. I am strong, yet I could not save my father, nor win back the heart of my beloved." "Xuanshao, do you think I am a failure? If it were you, how would you reclaim your beloved?" Xuanshao pondered for a moment. "I would devote myself to cultivation and strive to attain immortality." Xueyun clenched his fists. "Exactly. I will win her back." Xuanshao silently thought, "That is not quite what I meant." Xueyun excitedly jumped down from the tree. Yes, that is absolutely right. Thank you, Xuanshao. I cannot live without her." With that, Xueyun vanished from Xuanshao's sight. Xuanshao muttered, "Senior brother, isn't it too soon to forget your father? The mourning period is not yet over." Chapter 3. One must not encounter someone too stunning at the beginning. Esteemed senior brother, compose yourself. Xuanshao, astride his sword, rode the wind, pursuing the aura of his esteemed senior brother, Xueyun, far beyond the confines of Mount Shu. "I have already lost my father. I cannot bear to lose her as well." That saying rings true. Only in loss does one truly appreciate what they had. So it was with my father, and so it is with her. I shall not allow myself to harbor regrets again. Xuanshao, senior brother, have you forgotten the original aspirations you held when you first embarked on the path of cultivation? You are correct. I love her. Xuanshao, It seemed his senior brother was utterly deaf to reason. Shui Yun and Amp, Appo's, as cultivation far surpassed that of Xuanshao, rendering him unable to keep pace, even at full speed. Before long, he was left behind. Xuanshao halted amidst a dense forest, sighing in resignation. From afar, the voice of his senior brother echoed, "If I lose her, what is the worth of gaining the world?" Xuanshao, oh, well, lovesick senior brother, relinquishing his pursuit of his senior brother. Xuanshao prepared to return and report the matter to the sect. Just then, the sounds of combat reached him from below. Looking down, Xuanshao observed a fierce battle unfolding not far off. A figure was struck down, plummeting directly towards him. Instinctively, Xuanshao reached out to catch the falling figure. The person was clad in black robes, possessed delicate, fair legs, and a face of breathtaking beauty. Hiss, this is a predicament. Xuanshao found himself in a dilemma. How kitsch and hackneyed this plot seems. Uncertain of the woman and Appo's, this identity, whether she was righteous or wicked, he pondered whether to offer aid, risking involvement in unnecessary troubles, or to abstain, violating the tenets of a Mount Shu disciple. At that moment, Xuanshao noticed the woman's injuries, apparently inflicted by someone practicing heretical arts. Xuanshao and Appo's eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment in Appo's hesitation, he made his decision. Zhao Lu slowly opened her eyes, gazing around in bewilderment. She found herself within a mountain cave. Glancing at her body, she noticed her clothes had been removed, and her wounds had been treated. "You are awake," a clear voice sounded. "A man?" Zhao Lu's expression shifted subtly, revealing a fleeting moment of panic. In that instant, her mind conjured up the romantic novels she had secretly perused behind her father and Appo's back. The male and female protagonists often encountered each other in such a manner. Moreover, judging by the voice, it was undoubtedly a young man. Zhao Lu turned her head. "You." She was taken aback, for standing behind her was not a person, but a paper effigy. Indeed, it was a paper figure. Zhao Lu blinked. You are?" "To avoid impropriety between the sexes, I have resorted to this stratagem." "Then where are you?" Zhao Lu scanned her surroundings. Apart from the paper effigy, she found no trace of anyone else in the cave. At that moment, employing the art of earth, Xuanshao remained concealed beneath the cave, speaking through the paper effigy. "I cannot reveal myself at present. Rest here in peace. I have administered a detoxification pill. Do you know who the heretical cultivator who attacked you was?" Zhao Lu pondered for a moment. "I know not who they were. They ambushed me on my journey." "A sudden ambush?" Xuanshao recalled the woman and Appo's attire when he had bandaged her wounds, which suggested she was no ordinary person. Likely a member of the royal family. Were there 3 of them in total? "Yes." Zhao Lu nodded. Xuanshao continued. "Take a look. Are these the 3? Zhao Lu followed the direction indicated by the paper effigy's finger, noticing the 3 corpses within the cave. "It is them." Zhao Lu was slightly astonished. She had always considered herself among the most promising of the younger generation. That was why she had ventured out of the palace to explore the world, only to be ambushed and overwhelmed. Now, these 3 had been slain by the other party, attesting to their strength. Having received confirmation and ensuring that no one had escaped, Xuanshao said, "Very well. Now that the evildoers have been vanquished, rest and recuperate, my lady. I shall take my leave." "Wait," Zhao Lu hastily interjected. "Esteemed young hero, your act of salvation is a debt I can never repay. Even if you do not wish to reveal yourself, would you not at least leave your name and sect? How shall I, your humble servant, repay your kindness in the future? There is no need. To vanquish demons and exterminate evil is merely the duty of one such as I. My lady need not concern herself." With that, Xuanshao vanished into the distance, not allowing the other party to speak further. The paper effigy self-combusted before Zhao Lu, soon turning into ashes and scattering in the wind, leaving no trace. Zhao Lu watched the scene, knowing that the other party had departed. Zhao Lu gazed at the exquisitely wrapped white bandages, a testament to the other party's meticulousness. Looking further down, Zhao Lu's fair face flushed slightly, tinged with a hint of bashful ambiguity. As she noticed the bandages encircling her chest, inner thighs, and other intimate areas. The cloth seemed to have been soaked in a special medicinal solution, possessing hemostatic and detoxifying properties. Suddenly, Zhao Lu recalled something. She hastily removed a purple crystal pendant from her chest, a memory stone. The purple crystal was so exquisite that no cultivator would suspect it to be a crude device like a memory stone. Fortunately, the memory stone had not been damaged in the battle. Zhao Lu activated it. Soon, an exceedingly handsome face appeared within the memory stone. The features were refined and well-proportioned, harmonizing perfectly. A snow-white Taoist robe fluttered gently, accentuating his slender figure, making him appear as upright as a pine tree, exuding an air of refined elegance. The Taoist robe was adorned with intricate cloud patterns and crane motifs, as if these auspicious symbols had been imbued with life, dancing gracefully around him. The entire person radiated an aura of unwavering integrity and righteousness. He was the one who saved me. Zhao Lu blinked. As she watched him slowly remove her garments, she could not help but blush once more. Initially, he had intended to have the paper effigy bandage her, but it was clear that the paper effigy could not be as dexterous as a human. Zhao Lu was not the type of woman to demand death or vengeance for having her body seen. Moreover, the situation had warranted such actions. Had it not been for him, she would have perished long ago. Judging by his attire, he must be a disciple of Mount Shu. But why did he save me and yet refuse to leave his name? Vanquishing demons and exterminating evil, possessing righteousness, doing good deeds without seeking recognition, possessing extraordinary strength, and such a temperament. It is difficult not to feel admiration for him. This was Zhao Lu's first time leaving the palace. Subsequently, she realized something. Indeed, one must not encounter someone too stunning at the beginning of one's life. The leader of Mount Shu has passed away. However, Mount Shu will not descend into chaos as a result. The leader had 4 prominent disciples. The most esteemed and capable was the second disciple, Lingshu Taoist. In recent years, while the leader was in seclusion, Lingshu had managed all affairs of the sect with remarkable efficiency. Now that the leader has died, Lingshu's succession has met with unanimous approval. Xuanshao returned to Mount Shu and reported the matter of his senior brother in its entirety to his master, Lingshu Taoist. Chapter 4. The unexpected visitor. Upon hearing about the matters concerning the eldest senior brother, Taoist Lingshu let out a deep sigh, lamenting the plight of one who suffers for love. Let him be, he mused. Shall we truly let him go? Xuanshao questioned. Sensing the sorrow that had befallen Lingshu following the death of his master and the complications involving Xueyuan. Life is capricious. Sometimes one wonders why it is necessary to endure such burdens. Had I not let go in the past, perhaps we would have been together. Xuanshao interjected, Master, your resolve seems somewhat wavering. After bidding farewell to his master, he returned to the mountain peak, troubled by the thought that the most talented disciple of Shushan, the leader of the younger generation, was now ensnared in the throes of love. How could he uphold the legacy of Shushan in the future? Moreover, he noted that Lingshu, the newly appointed leader, also appeared to lack steadfastness in his convictions. This is the best of times. Achieving enlightenment and immortality is a dream cherished by many. Yet, it is also the worst of times, with a strong prey upon the weak, arbitrarily seizing their lives. Xuanshao contemplated that everyone is indeed a protagonist in their own tale, although only a select few are celebrated heroes, while the majority are merely the unfortunate leads in stories that fizzle out. Xuanshao aspired to be among the former. In his previous life, Xuanshao had succumbed to an incurable ailment at a young age, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. He was compelled to leave school and take up residence in a hospital. As his condition deteriorated, he lay bedridden for a decade, ultimately reduced to a state where only his eyes retained the power of movement. In those moments, he yearned for death, believing it to be his only liberation. Living had become an unbearable torment. As the respirator gradually ceased its function, he felt that his life was drawing to a close. Then, to his astonishment, he found himself reborn into this world. In this new life, he held only one aspiration: to live and attain enlightenment. He yearned to explore a broader world, to become the hero of his own saga. However, He soon realized that this desire would not unfold as seamlessly as he had hoped. Days later, upon receiving news of the passing of the Shushan leader, various sects came to offer their condolences. The imperial family of Daxia also made their way to Shushan, with reports indicating that Empress Changsun herself had come, accompanied by her beloved daughter, Zhao Lu. Their visit served two purposes: to mourn the late leader and to request Shushan and Appo's guidance in the upbringing of her wayward daughter. Xuanshao was tasked with welcoming the imperial guests. Soon, a magnificent procession appeared, featuring several majestic steeds adorned in gleaming silver armor. These noble horses marched proudly, their hooves resonating with a deep, sonorous rhythm. Behind them, a resplendent dragon carriage was drawn, intricately decorated with mysterious and opulent designs, exuding an air of nobility and inviolability. Flanking the dragon carriage were the royal guards clad in golden armor, brandishing sharp lances. Xuanshao performed a respectful bow. "I pay my respects to the Empress." The Taoist greeted her courteously, to which she nodded slightly, acknowledging the Shushan disciple and Appo's as courtesy. "The leader awaits in the main hall. Please follow me, Your Majesty." "Mother, it is he." Xuanshao raised his gaze to see the curtain of the palanquin lifted. Within sat the mother and daughter duo, Empress Changsun and her cherished daughter, Zhao Lu. Xuanshao was momentarily taken aback, his expression quickly returning to normal. He did not wish for the incident of saving the Daxia princess to become widely known. He preferred to think of it as aiding an ordinary person. Entangling oneself with the royal family was not a prudent course of action. In the main hall, Empress Changsun remarked, "So, you're the one who saved my daughter, Luer." Taoist Lingxiu and the other three masters turned their attention to Xuanshao. Maintaining his composure, Xuanshao replied, "Your Majesty must be mistaken. I have never met the princess." "Is that so?" "Indeed." Zhao Lu produced a purple crystal, a recording stone, and the assembly gazed at the remarkably clear image of Xuanshao displayed upon it. Xuanshao squinted slightly. Was this truly 4K clarity? No wonder he had not noticed it before, for Zhao Lu and Appo's recording stone was excessively extravagant and advanced. Taoist Lingxiu chuckled, "Your Majesty, my disciple Xuanshao is simply indifferent to fame and fortune." "Nonsense. I owe him my gratitude. Without him, my precious daughter might have been lost to me forever. He is indeed her savior." Xuanshao managed a polite smile. The Empress continued to speak, praising Lingxiu, while Xuanshao, being a junior, found little opportunity to interject. He noticed Zhao Lu casting glances in his direction, only to swiftly avert her gaze when he looked back. A foreboding feeling settled in his heart. Surely, he would not become the object of the princess and Appo's affections, would he? The thought of marrying a princess was fraught with peril, palatial intrigue, dynastic upheaval, and the treacheries of political rivalry danced through his mind. Days later, the funeral of the leader concluded. Throughout this time, Xuanshao had busied himself with receiving guests, encountering Zhao Lu on a couple of occasions, though he had hurriedly excused himself each time, akin to a mouse fleeing. Once all matters were settled, he returned to the mountain gate to resume his cultivation. The fourth senior sister arrived on her sword, bringing troubling news. The leader had consented to the Empress and Appo's request to take Princess Zhao Lu as his disciple. Xuanshao sighed silently, resigning himself to fate. "Let come. I shall face it." The fourth senior sister smiled. "I observe the princess. She is quite beautiful." "You are fortunate. Just an empty vessel," he replied. After exchanging a few more words, the fourth senior sister departed. Her name was Su Wan, a quintessential embodiment of innocence, akin to a heroine from a fantasy romance. Naive and sweet, she garnered the affection of several fellow disciples, which incited the jealousy of other female disciples, who occasionally troubled her. Nevertheless, through it all, she remained optimistic and cheerful. Chapter 5. Doubts of Life Before Long. Lingxiu led Zhao Lu back to the mountain gate. Zhao Lu looked up and beheld the towering silver sword peak, resembling a sharp, immense sword thrusting into the clouds, exuding an imposing grandeur. The mountain was adorned with lush trees and vibrant flowers, while birds sang joyfully on the branches. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the refreshing fragrance of blossoms, enveloping one in a sense of tranquility. Mist curled around the mountain, appearing and disappearing like a fleeting dream. The breathtaking scenery compelled Zhao Lu to exclaim, "This truly resembles a fairyland." Lingshu Daoist brought Zhao Lu before Li Xiandao. "Xiandao, from this day forth, she shall be your junior sister. You're no longer the youngest disciple. Remember to take good care of her. The disciple shall obey the master's command. Familiarize your junior sister with Mount Shu. I have matters to attend to," Lingshu said before vanishing. Zhao Lu shyly regarded the young man before her. He was unlike anyone she had met in the palace. "Greetings, senior brother," she said. Li Xiandao nodded. "Now that you are part of Mount Shu, there are several matters I must inform you of. Cultivation is not merely about enhancing one and Oppo's magical powers. It is about refining oneself. This is the essence of our emotionless path at Mount Shu. Unfortunately, we have an abundance of students, but a scarcity of graduates." "Emotionless path?" Zhao Lu queried, perplexed. "Does that mean severing emotions and love? And Oppo's, emotionless and Oppo's, sounds rather cold." Li Xiandao clarified. "Great love is devoid of personal attachments. It is about benefiting all living beings. True love for humanity regards all beings as equals, rather than the severance of emotions you perceive." Zhao Lu understood. "Senior brother, you are quite mature, unlike those noble scions of the palace." Li Xiandao gestured with his hand, stepping onto his flying sword. "Come aboard." Zhao Lu blinked, contemplating how to manage the flight, uncertain if she should hold onto her senior brother's waist or merely grasp the hem of his garment. After all, standing on a 3-foot sword would inevitably lead to close proximity. As Zhao Lu mounted the long sword, Li Xiandao performed a sword technique, causing the 3-foot blade to extend to several meters in length. Standing at the tip of the sword, Li Xiandao appeared to be at an insurmountable distance from Zhao Lu, who stood at the end. Li Xiandao spoke at length about the basic information of Mount Shu. "Senior brother, I can't quite hear you." Zhao Lu stepped forward. In the next moment, he cast a spell, transmitting his voice directly to her ear. "Is this clear now?" "Yes, much clearer." He continued, "One must remember that cultivation should not be driven by emotions. If you're determined to embark on this path, you must be prepared. Imagine a powerful cultivator falls in love with you and, in his obsession, chooses to oppose the world, harming countless innocent lives. What do you think of such a person? Would someone like that really exist? I find him quite devoted." "Good. Now imagine you are an ordinary citizen, living a simple yet joyful life. Your parents have arranged a good marriage for you, but on the day of your wedding, a deranged cultivator arrives, slaughtering the townsfolk, and you are the sole survivor. You witness your family's lifeless bodies and your groom still clad in red." Zhao Lu fell silent. "Remember, this is not love. It is steeped in the blood and tears of countless lives, the devastation of families, and the accumulation of bones. When the immortal becomes entangled in emotions, the world descends into chaos." I understand. Now, please close your eyes and envision this scene. A tall, handsome man, as if he has stepped out of a painting. He bravely rescued you in a moment of peril. Time seemed to freeze, and all chaos faded away, leaving only the imprint of his steadfast figure in your heart. Since that fateful encounter, your destinies have intertwined. Every accidental glance ignites ripples in your heart, and every whispered conversation feels like a gentle breeze, soothing your spirit. Gradually, an ineffable emotion begins to blossom between you. Li Xuandao's magnetic voice resonated like celestial music, guiding Zhao Lu into that dreamlike scenario with ease. She couldn't help but think of her savior, senior brother Li Xiandao. Then, Li Xiandao shifted the conversation. "But what if one day you discover he is a member of the demonic sect, the enemy of righteousness? The innocent lives he has claimed could fill mountains. What will you do?" Zhao Lu bit her lip, feeling conflicted. I should. Do not hesitate. Speak your true feelings," Li Xiandao encouraged. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Lu declared, "I should kill him." "Correct. That is the answer I seek. You must not present yourself as a naive girl, blinded by love." "Wrong." Zhao Lu was bewildered. "Should I spare him and sever ties?" waiting to confront him on the battlefield? Still wrong. The correct course of action is to feign bringing him home to meet your family and prepare a dowry. With your current strength, you cannot defeat him. The most prudent approach is to lure him to the sect, where we can strike as one. Zhao Lu remained silent. Never allow emotions to cloud your judgment. Do not naively believe that a villain will love only you forever, nor should you aid them in their wickedness. When you uncover someone's true identity, do not act impulsively. Plan your moves wisely. I understand, senior brother. Zhao Lu took a deep breath. The conversation felt as though it would influence her entire life. Now, please continue to imagine. 2 years later. Chapter 6. A sea of accusations behold. A woman named Su Wan, her spirit crushed. She kneels before the main hall, falsely accused. Eldest sister, cries Jiang Luo Shui, a beautiful maiden. Tears streaming down her face like a river bursting its banks, her delicate frame trembling. What grievance do you hold against me that you would inflict such harm? She weeps as a flower battered by wind and rain, seemingly ready to wither at any moment, invoking pity. Su Wan remains impassive, her face a mask of ice, regarding Jiang Luo Shui with disdain. It is her again, falsely accusing her once more. Weary and resigned, she has no desire to offer further explanations. The elder of discipline casts a gaze upon Jiang Luo Shui, then turns toward Su Wan. Su Wan, the wounds upon Luo Shui bear the unmistakable mark of your sword. How do you explain this? All eyes converge on Su Wan. She seeks out Murong Mo, her senior brother, hoping he will speak in her defense, but he remains silent. Despair engulfs her. This disciple is beyond defense. She exclaims, a wave of murmurs rippling through the crowd. The elder of discipline declares, Su Wan, know you that your sword nearly claimed Jiang Luoshui's life at a crucial moment in her cultivation. To harm a fellow disciple is punishable by expulsion from a sect. Furthermore, I possess evidence of your collusion with the demonic cult. What say you to this? This disciple offers no explanation and willingly accepts the punishment, Su Wan replies. Her resolve firm. Her words ignite a fresh wave of whispers. How could this be? Eldest sister consorting with the demonic cult? Su Wan has always been envious of junior sister Jiang. It is not difficult to understand that she would resort to such extremes. Indeed, junior sister Jiang surpasses Su Wan in talent, overshadowing her in every aspect. Moreover, since junior sister Jiang and Appo's arrival, senior brother Murong and Appo's affections for Su Wan have seemed to wane. Rumors spread like wildfire, each more outlandish than the last. Su Wan lets out a scornful laugh. Su Wan, for violating the sect and Appo's rules, your cultivation will be abolished, and you will be banished from a sect. Su Wan catches a glimpse of triumph in Jiang Luo Shui and Appo's eyes. Yes, she has succeeded. Years ago, it was Su Wan and Murong Mo who brought Jiang Luo Shui back to the sect, saving her life. Su Wan had been her benefactor, providing her with the best resources and guidance in her cultivation. She even risked her own life to find a life-saving elixir for Jiang Luo Shui, sustaining grave injuries in the process. Now, Jiang Luo Shui repays her kindness with treachery, even driving a wedge between her and Murong Mo. Most disheartening of all is Murong Mo's stance. Even if the entire world disbelieves her, he, above all others, should trust her. Suddenly, a voice rings out, hold. I have something to say. An hour prior, Silver Sword Peak. Xuanshao cultivates within the peak. The late sect leader in Appo's box, initially bequeathed to the eldest disciple, was bestowed upon Xuanshao before the former departed. Xuanshao opens the box, a treasure akin to a storage bag. Inside, he finds a sword case containing the 4 swords of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, along with a sword manual and 2 marrow-cleansing pills. With his current abilities, Xuanshao can only wield the spring sword, symbolizing growth and vitality. Senior brother, something terrible has happened. A stunning face bursts into Xuanshao's view. A face as exquisite as sculpted jade, its smooth skin radiating a soft glow like warm, white jade. Her eyebrows are like distant, misty mountains, her eyes like pools of autumn water, and her nose is delicate and straight. Zhao Lu reaches for Xuanshao and Appo's sleeve, but he effortlessly deflects her. State your business. Senior brother, something has happened to eldest sister. When doesn't something happen to eldest sister? Li Xuanshao replies with a sigh. As the sect's most innocent and naive member, she is easily deceived. Li Xuanshao had long suspected Jiang Luoshui, whom she brought to the sect years ago, of harboring ill intentions and had subtly cautioned Su Wan on multiple occasions, but his warnings were unheeded. Li Xuanshao recalls the female-oriented novels he had read. According to the plot, the junior sister would frame the senior sister, leading to public condemnation and accusations. She would be stripped of her cultivation, have her roots severed, and endure countless tortures, all at the hands of her beloved Murong Mo. The senior sister would then leave Mount Shu in despair, only to be reborn and reverse her fate. Since the world is against me, why should I adhere to the righteous path? She would declare, joining the demonic cult. You suspect me of colluding with the demonic cult? Then I shall truly collude with them. Ultimately, she would destroy the entire Mount Shu sect. Finally, Murong Mo would emerge to stop her, leading to a tragic love-hate relationship. As for Mount Shu and the innocent like himself, they would likely be reincarnated by then. Li Xuanshao is well-versed in such narratives, having spent his previous life confined to bed, finding solace in novels. He is intimately familiar with such plots. Even if there is only a slight chance of this happening, he must do everything in his power to prevent it. They say eldest sister attacked senior sister, Jiang Luoshui, and colluded with the demonic cult. Zhao Lu exclaims breathlessly. I know what happened, Li Xuanshao says calmly, nodding. Let's go see what's going on. This sect never ceases to cause trouble. He and Zhao Lu then head towards Tongtian Peak. I have something to say. Having heard the entire story, Li Xuanshao steps forward, drawing everyone's attention. Su Wan, who had closed her eyes, opens her watery eyes and gazes at her junior brother in bewilderment. Li Xuanshao clears his throat. Junior sister Jiang, did you personally witness Su Wan attacking you? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes, and the wounds on my body are proof. Yes, I saw it too, another female disciple adds cautiously. When were you attacked? Li Xuanshao asks. At an hour today. At an hour today, eldest sister was cultivating in her cave and did not leave, Li Xuanshao retorts. Jiang Luoshui glares at Li Xuanshao, who has unexpectedly intervened. She signals to the female disciple who spoke earlier, who then says, Can your words alone prove that she never left her cave? Besides, Su Wan herself has admitted it. Senior eldest sister, I apologize, Li Xuanshao says to Su Wan, who is puzzled by his sudden apology. Li Xuanshao raises a twin reflection stone. I have been monitoring every move in Su Wan's cave for the past 5 years. Her actions are all within my grasp. I can prove that eldest sister did not leave during an hour. Su Wan is speechless. Li Xuanxiao's words silence everyone present. Chapter 7. Why not me? Everyone present was taken aback. Surveillance initiated 5 years prior. That implies that everything the fourth sister did within her abode, including bathing and changing attire, was. A scoundrel has emerged within the ranks of Mount Shu once more. Fourth sister Su Wan swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. Her fair countenance flushed crimson with a tinge of vexation as she regarded Li Xuanshao. Zhao Lu, on the other hand, gazed upon Li Xuanshao with disappointment. Had her senior brother been snatched away by another? Was her senior brother intrigued by women? Why couldn't it oppose? It be her? Li Xuanshao, without affording the assembly time to react, continued, Esteemed colleagues, I implore you to observe the entirety of fourth sister and Oppo's activities today. Li Xuanshao activated the memory stone, projecting its contents before the onlookers. The image depicted Su Wan poised to disrobe. Li Xuanshao, maintaining an unruffled demeanor, promptly skipped past this titillating scene. Several male disciples glared at Li Xuanshao with displeasure. Couldn't you have lingered a bit longer? The footage indicated that at the hour of Een, Su Wan was immersed in cultivation within her abode, remaining there until the hour of Chun without venturing out. This, Jiang Luoshui promptly protested vehemently, but I witnessed it firsthand, and what of this wound upon my person? A female disciple nearby echoed, Indeed, I too beheld it with my own eyes, and could not be mistaken. Su Wan remained silent, casting a look of disappointment towards Jiang Luoshui. Li Xuanshao expressed utter speechlessness. A person of few words, utterly inept. Could you not utter a single syllable? Offer an explanation. When falsely accused, why not defend yourself? Thus, Xuanshao was compelled to interject. Very well. And I pose the question, why would fourth sister launch an assault upon you? Or, to phrase it differently, why would she openly attack you? Eschewing even the slightest pretense, employing her own sword? Supposing fourth sister harbored genuine animosity towards you, would she resort to such a foolish tactic? Even if successful, what advantage would accrue to her? If truly intent on exacting revenge, would it not be more efficacious to ensure your disappearance during a joint mission, leaving no trace of your existence? Jiang Luoshui was rendered speechless by the rebuttal. The remaining disciples, who had hitherto been mere spectators, nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the validity of Xuanshao and Appo's assertions. Xuan glanced at Xuanshao with a complex expression. Xuanshao continued, therefore, in summation, the assailant could not have been fourth sister. Then who do you suggest it was? Jiang Luoshui retorted, exasperated. Perhaps someone covertly sought to frame fourth sister. Xuanshao replied with composure. Consider the sequence of events, the allegations of collusion with the demonic sect and this assault. It is evident that someone is orchestrating a scheme against fourth sister. The enforcement elder nodded, acknowledging his oversight. The primary reason for his misjudgment was Jiang Luoshui and Appo's presentation of seemingly irrefutable evidence. Furthermore, Xuan remained taciturn, her countenance impassive, as if the entire world owed her recompense. Or rather, she concluded with the statement, words fail me. It appears that someone is surreptitiously attempting to sow discord among my disciples. This matter must not be dismissed lightly. Xuan, you have endured considerable injustice today. Jiang Luoshui, rest assured that the sect will apprehend the true culprit who assaulted you. It seems you have misconstrued your fourth sister's intentions. Jiang Luoshui bit her lip, harboring intense resentment towards Xuanshao, who had emerged from obscurity. She had meticulously planned everything, anticipating that Xuan would remain as uncommunicative as ever in the face of her accusations. According to her scheme, Xuan would have already been stripped of her spiritual roots and expelled from the sect, paving the way for Jiang Luoshui's ascent and the winning of senior Brother Morong's affections. Alas, however, Jiang Luoshui proved to be a consummate actress. Despite her inner turmoil, she forced a smile and addressed Xuan, fourth sister. I apologize for my misjudgment. Please do not hold it against me. The individual behind this is exceedingly cunning. Fortunately, senior brother Xuanshao testified on your behalf. I have always held faith in fourth sister's character. We should direct our resentment towards the malevolent mastermind. Xuan cast a frigid glance at Jiang Luoshui before departing. Jiang Luoshui feigned distress, tears welling in her eyes. What shall I do? It seems senior sister is displeased with me. The others consoled her, do not fret. Ultimately, you're not to blame. Indeed, junior sister, you're also a victim. Senior brother Morong, you have always enjoyed a close rapport with fourth sister. I know she is undoubtedly angered by my actions. Would you kindly convey my apologies to her? Jiang Luoshui pleaded, her gaze fixed upon Morong Mo nodded. Rest assured, Wanner is typically magnanimous. She will not hold this trivial matter against you. I shall endeavor to placate her. Thank you, senior brother. You are the best. Observing this scene, Xuanshao remarked inwardly. I merely seek to cultivate in tranquility, yet you persist in orchestrating such melodramatic affairs. This narrative clearly adheres to the tropes of a female-oriented novel. Xuanshao was about to depart when the enforcement elder's voice reverberated. As for you, Xuanshao, what punishment do you deserve for surreptitiously observing a female disciple and installing a twin memory stone within her abode? All eyes turned towards Xuanshao. Xuanshao shrugged, fully anticipating this outcome since he had clandestinely installed the memory stone in Xuan and Appo's abode 5 years prior. He was prepared to accept the consequences. 5 years ago, Jiang Luoshui had already engaged in various underhanded machinations. Furthermore, considering fourth sister Xuan's temperament and senior brother Morong Mo, Xuanshao could not help but draw parallels to the archetypal tropes of ancient romance cultivation dramas. Xuan, falsely accused by Jiang Luoshui, is expelled from the sect. subsequently undergoing a transformation into a vengeful antagonist who annihilates Mount Shu. To mitigate this potential outcome, Xuanshao had taken numerous precautions. Xuanshao lamented, "I merely aspire to cultivate in peace and survive in this world. Yet this aspiration appears to be elusive." Ultimately, his courageous intervention at the critical juncture resulted in a commutation of his sentence. Xuanshao was merely placed under house arrest for 6 months. This punishment aligned perfectly with his desires, affording him ample time for undisturbed cultivation. As Xuanshao traversed the mountain path towards his peak, he noticed the peculiar glances cast his way by fellow disciples. Evidently, news of his voyeuristic activities had already spread. However, Xuanshao remained unconcerned about his reputation. He was merely relieved that Xuan had not succumbed to darkness. Throughout the journey, junior sister Zhao Lu remained silent. Upon reaching their peak, she wordlessly departed. Xuanshao hesitated momentarily before pushing open the door to his humble dwelling. As expected, a flash of cold light materialized. A sharp sword pressed against his neck. Chapter 8. The clear distinction, a cold glimmer flashed. The sword's edge pressed against Xuanshao's throat. Just a mere inch forward, and it would pierce that vulnerable spot. Xuan and Appo's face was a blend of shame and anger. "If only you could face Jiang Luoshui with such fortitude," Xuanshao remarked calmly. Xuan replied sternly, "Is it the same? Speak. Why did you place the twin reflection stone in my cave?" Xuanshao shrugged. "Isn't the reason rather simple? You." A captivating blush, reminiscent of early spring peach blossoms, blossomed on Xuan's originally fair complexion, making her already striking features even more alluring. Regrettably, Xuanshao, being somewhat oblivious to romantic nuances, remained unfazed, his breath steady and untroubled. Xuan had thought their relationship was amicable, but she never anticipated that he harbored such feelings for her. Not a hint of it had been discernible before, even with the reflection stone secretly observing her for 5 long years without her awareness. "I certainly anticipated this day would come. From the moment my senior sister brought Jiang Luoshui to our sect, I warned her against carelessly introducing outsiders. Within a few years, I discovered Jiang Luoshui and Appo's duplicitous nature. What she professed and what she practiced were entirely at odds. Thus, to safeguard against potential harm, I resorted to this course of action." "You must be jesting," Xuan retorted coldly. Under normal circumstances, had she known someone had installed the twin reflection stone in her cave to monitor her every move for 5 years, most likely having seen her in all her vulnerability, she would have long since slain him. Yet, here he stood, defending her at a critical juncture, creating an internal conflict within her. Xuanshao remained composed, confident in his ability to subdue Xuan, even with the sword pressed to his neck. Though he appeared weak, it was merely a facade designed to mislead others into underestimating him. Despite lacking external advantages or being a prodigious talent, his relentless pursuit of cultivation and understanding of the path of detachment made him feel he was not inferior to anyone among the younger generation of Shushan. Save for his elder brother Shuiyun, who was an extraordinary talent, albeit somewhat love-stricken. Xuan's eyes revealed a flicker of surprise. She had not expected Xuanshao to maintain his composure and articulate his reasons with such conviction. "I can swear an oath upon the Tao," Xuanshao declared. "I have never once spied upon you in your cave. My actions were solely to prevent Jiang Luoshui from harming you." Hearing his earnest words, even invoking a solemn oath, softened Xuan and Appo's heart just a fraction. "Why would you do this? What? Why help me? We are fellow disciples, supporting one another. Assisting you is tantamount to aiding Shushan and, in turn, myself." Xuan and Appo's expression shifted slightly at his words. "Furthermore, I must remind you, senior sister, that in future encounters, do not merely cast a cold gaze at others. Not everyone will understand your silent explanations. You must articulate your defense. Even the slightest opportunity to clarify must be seized. Otherwise, today's events may repeat themselves." Xuan lowered her sword. Xuanshao smiled gently. "Senior sister, I hope you remain vigilant in the future. Thank you for today. You and Appo's, re-welcome. And no more installing twin reflection stones in my cave." Understood. As Xuan departed the humble abode, Xuanshao shook his head with a smile. Fourth senior sister, be wary. Murong's brother is not as you might envision. On her way away from the Silver Sword Peak, Xuan's thoughts were a tumultuous whirl. Did Xuanshao harbor feelings for her? Indeed, if he did not care for her, why would he go to such lengths? He had been plotting this for 5 years, perhaps even longer, since the moment she had brought Jiang Luoshui back to the sect. Xuanshao had warned her then, but she had not paid it much heed. Reflecting on it now, yet all previous indications suggested that Xuanshao had no romantic inclinations toward her. He was the sect's widely acknowledged introverted junior disciple, dedicating his days solely to cultivation. Later, when he saved the princess of the Daxia kingdom, Zhao Lu, she became his junior sister. The sect members remarked that Xuanshao had gained an advantage, but for 2 years, their relationship remained purely that of siblings. Even with Zhao Lu, a paragon of beauty, he remained untouched by temptation. Of course, she herself was not lacking in allure. Xuanshao's unspoken affection, quietly safeguarding her from the shadows. Such reasoning seemed entirely plausible. Moreover, the evidence thus far only reinforced this notion. As these thoughts lingered, Xuan felt a blush rise to her cheeks. What a devoted young man. Even knowing her close ties with Murong's brother, he silently protected her, content as long as she was unharmed. Unable to suppress her imagination, Xuan envisioned Xuanshao, under the moonlight in the quiet of night, releasing a howl of anguish, a lament for her. Alas, no one was privy to such sorrow. During the day, he would don a mask of normalcy, tirelessly continuing his cultivation. His diligence, perhaps, was all aimed at ensuring her safety. At this moment, a graceful figure interposed before Xuan. Murong Mo, clad in a pristine white robe, exuded an ethereal charm. His handsome visage bore a faint smile, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, radiating warmth and comfort. His smile conveyed an air of calm confidence, imbued with boundless kindness and tenderness. His eyes sparkled like stars, deep and enchanting, as if they could peer into the innermost recesses of the heart. On regular days, Murong Mo and Amp, Oppos, smile would set Xuan into Amp, Oppos, heart aflutter, but now, she regarded him with an impassive expression. Junior sister, you aren't planning to seek out Xuanshao, are you? You haven't done anything to him, have you? No, he protected me. I merely went to express my gratitude, and I was surprised that he spoke on my behalf at a crucial moment. Gone was Xuan's usual gentleness. Junior sister, are you blaming me for not speaking up for you? How could you entertain such childish thoughts? I'm quite displeased. Taking a deep breath, Xuanshao the Xuanshao. She scrutinized the man before her, contrasting him sharply with Xuanshao. One had meticulously plotted to ensure her safety, while the other remained silent when she faced accusations. The distinction was stark. Chapter 9. Rumors? Brother, I'm truly disappointed in you. Disappointed? Murong Mo furrowed his brows, feeling for the first time as though a cherished pet had slipped from his grasp. This sensation was unsettling. He fixed his gaze upon Xuan, who averted her eyes from him. Do you know? Junior brotherly Xuanshao has been silently guarding and harboring a secret affection for me. Yet he has buried these feelings deep within his heart. Brother, you have truly let me down. Xuanshao, that peculiar individual who placed a twin image stone in your cave dwelling? He is not peculiar. He loves me. He would even sacrifice his life for me. At that moment, the two had not yet left the confines of Silver Sword Peak, still under Xuanshao's watchful eye. Xuanshao thought, I save your life, and you repay me with slander? How dare you spread rumors about me? In the end, Xuan and Murong Mo parted on unfriendly terms. As Murong Mo departed, he cast a fierce glare towards Silver Sword Peak. Xuanshao felt quite helpless. Sister, I saved you. It would suffice if you did not repay me. But why must you harm me? Resigned, Xuanshao took out a small notebook to note the date when Murong Mo expressed dissatisfaction towards him. To alleviate this discontent, he devised several plans. 1. Strive to avoid further entanglements with Murong Mo and Xuan. 2. Maintain surveillance on Murong Mo, for he might harbor resentment towards Xuanshao due to Xuan and Amp. oppose, S-words, and could act with lethal intent. 3. In future missions, ensure to stay clear of Murong Mo and Jiang Luo Shui, even while undertaking tasks. 4. Gather intelligence on Murong Mo and Jiang Luo Shui and AMP, oppose, S treasures, cultivation status, and combat strategies. Should a confrontation arise, ensure his own survival. Upon reaching this point, Xuanshao shook his head. Indeed, he detested trouble the most. To prevent Sister Su Wan from potentially turning against him, he had inadvertently offended both Murong Mo and Jiang Luo Shui. With a sigh, he resolved to meet challenges as they came. The following evening, Xuanshao returned to his humble abode. He had intended to seize the opportunity to place a twin-image stone in Murong Mo and AMP, oppose, SK while the latter was away, but the chance eluded him. Through indirect inquiries, he gathered information about two of Murong Mo's commonly used treasures. As for Jiang Luo Shui, despite her inferior cultivation, one could never be too cautious. Who knew what hidden cards she might possess? The methods of chi refiners were numerous, and it was not uncommon for them to produce treasures that could level the disparity in combat strength. Xuanshao pushed open the door to his dwelling. Upon entering, he was greeted by a scene that quickened his pulse and heightened his senses. The interior was luxuriously adorned, with flickering candlelight casting an ethereal glow throughout the room. The air was thick with an alluring fragrance, intoxicating in its allure. In one corner stood an exquisite incense burner, from which wisps of delicate smoke rose like gossamer, enhancing the already enigmatic atmosphere. Following the trail of smoke, he beheld a large, soft bed positioned at the center of the room. There lay a woman, her figure graceful and curves enchanting, draped in a sheer, translucent garment that hinted at her porcelain-like skin, appearing even more alluring under the soft light. Through the fabric, one could discern her slender waist and long, elegant legs, as well as the gentle rise and fall of her bosom, each detail tantalizingly suggestive, evoking boundless imagination. The woman turned slightly. Brother, Xuanshao maintained his composure, thinking, who invited you to my bed? Sister, I think I'm poisoned. Poisoned? Xuanshao raised an eyebrow. Yes. I feel dizzy, my vision is blurred, and my body is warm, Zhao Lu said, supporting her forehead with a hand. Xuanshao calmly sat in a chair. Are there any other symptoms? I don't know. I'm so dizzy. Brother, please come closer and check my pulse. Zhao Lu exclaimed before collapsing onto the bed, feigning unconsciousness. Xuanshao nonchalantly poured himself a cup of tea. Her acting skills are commendable, he mused as he deftly flicked his fingers, sending a black pill precisely between Zhao Lu's lips. Sister, what is this? You claim to be poisoned. This is an antidote, Xuanshao explained indifferently. It will help you expel the toxins from your body. Zhao Lu's expression shifted dramatically. Brother, how could you give me such a thing? I'm doing this to save you. Before Zhao Lu could retort, her stomach rumbled audibly. Holding her belly, she exclaimed, You despicable brother, I won't speak to you again. With that, she dashed out of the humble dwelling. Xuanshao waved his hand, restoring the room to its original arrangement. The pill he had given her was not a laxative, but a beauty-enhancing elixir. Xuanshao was not oblivious to his little sister's affections, yet he believed that women could be a distraction from cultivation. While there were those in Shushan who had attempted the path of dual cultivation, like his sixth uncle and his wife, it often resulted in incessant quarrels, disrupting their training. Why must it be so? Zhao Lu fumed, venting her anger on a grand tree at Silver Sword Peak. Why can fourth senior sister do it, yet I cannot? What makes her better than me? Is my appearance lacking? After returning from the main peak, Zhao Lu scoured her residence thrice, only to be sorely disappointed to find no twin-image stone placed by her brother. Why? Why do you sneak a glance at fourth senior sister and not me? Unable to comprehend, she felt tears welling up. 2 years had passed, and she had yet to capture her brother in Dapo's heart, which now seemed to belong to another. Did fourth senior sister possess some extraordinary quality? Pondering deeply, she glanced down at herself. After all, being young, she could not compare to fourth senior sister, which was only natural. Resolute, Zhao Lu decided to visit Shushan's renowned alchemy hall, intending to procure some elixirs for enhancement. Unbeknownst to Xuanshao, His little sister had embarked upon a path from which there was no return. Chapter 10. The mission of the sword-holding pavilion. 6 months had swiftly passed. On this day, the sword-holding pavilion dispatched a message. The sword-holding pavilion serves as the task hall of Mount Shu, where disciples from various peaks must go to receive their missions. Each year, there are specific task quotas assigned to each peak. The message sent today was to inform Xuanshao that their quota for this year had not been met, largely due to the absence of the senior brother, Xueyun, who had descended the mountain. Traditionally, Xueyun was the mainstay of Silver Sword Peak, and with so few members, Xuanshao had no choice but to shoulder the burden of this task himself. Upon arriving at the sword-holding pavilion to report, Xuanshao encountered the last individuals he wished to see: Murong Mo, Zhang Luoshui, and his 4th senior sister, Suwan. He remained expressionless, having evaded them for so long. Yet fate had not allowed him to escape their presence. "I will lead this mission. Our objective is the human-faced serpent in the Wuwang Mountain at the southern border," announced Murong Mo. Xuanshao hesitated momentarily. The moment he spotted Murong Mo. and Zhang Luoshui within the team, thoughts of feigning illness crossed his mind. By consuming one of the pills he had crafted, he could easily induce symptoms of distress. However, upon learning that the mission involved venturing to the Wuwang Mountain, he abandoned that notion. Wuwang Mountain, located at the southern border, was notorious for its venomous creatures, yet it also represented a wealth of resources for cultivators. The mechanical puppets he had crafted required materials, and Wuwang Mountain was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Moreover, although Murong Mo. was leading the expedition, they would also be accompanied by a junior elder due to the destination. As the group departed from the sword-holding pavilion, Murong Mo. summoned his spirit pet, a magnificent white bird that emerged gracefully from the swirling sea of clouds, its wings effortlessly dispersing the surrounding mist. When the bird was fully revealed, its silky feathers glimmered with a soft silver light, reminiscent of moonlight cascading upon it. Only Murong Shixiang could afford such a spirit pet. Someone remarked enviously. Murong Mo. beckoned everyone to board the spirit pet. The journey to the southern region was lengthy, and flying on their swords would be exhausting. The group ascended onto the creature, though Suwan appeared reluctant to join Murong Mo's spirit pet. However, seeing everyone else board, she silently followed suit. The junior elder, named Feng Yun, was engaging in light conversation with Murong Mo. There were many junior elders like Feng Yun in Mount Shu, merely biding their time to gain experience. At Feng Yun's age, his potential seemed limited. In contrast, Murong Mo. was young, exceptionally talented, and from a distinguished lineage. He had immense prospects ahead of him. Xuanshao caught the gaze of his 4th senior sister, Suwan. She looked at him, having not seen him for quite some time. It seemed he had been intentionally avoiding her, which left her feeling uneasy. She worried that her previous actions had caused him discomfort, prompting him to withdraw. Yet, at this moment, Xuanshao maintained his composure, showing no signs of the turmoil she expected. Suwan thought to herself, "Indeed, he still presents himself as indifferent. But deep inside, speaking to him has set her heart racing." If Xuanshao could hear her thoughts, he would surely be bemused. "Shiji, you really have quite the imagination," he might have remarked. "Shiji, if you require anything in the southern region, I can assist you in searching," Suwan offered. "Thank you, Shiji. But these minor matters need not trouble you." Xuanshao politely declined her offer, still feeling nervous. Suwan mused silently. Xuanshao, however, noticed Murong Mo. glancing over in their direction while conversing with Feng Yun. Was he displeased by their exchange? "Shiji, please do not draw any unwanted attention to me," he thought, feeling a twinge of helplessness. 3 days later, they arrived above Wuwang Mountain. The group disembarked from the Great Bird and landed on a narrow forest path. The southern region was perpetually shrouded in toxic miasma. Although Wuwang Mountain was on the outskirts, it was not to be underestimated. Junior Elder Feng Yun awaited them above. Murong Mo. briefly assigned roles, entrusting the task of clearing the path to Fanjiu, Xuanshao, and 2 other disciples. Due to the miasma, cultivators seldom had the opportunity to replenish their true essence, yet they would inevitably encounter various creatures and obstacles, necessitating someone to lead the way. With Murong Mo being the most powerful, he could not waste his essence on such trivial matters. Xuanshao, be cautious. Murong Mo patted his shoulder, offering a gentle smile. Li Xuanshao nodded, his expression neutral. Xixiang, I am inexperienced. You must protect me. Jiang Luo Shui playfully remarked to Murong Mo, who affectionately ruffled her hair. Observing this interaction, Suwan let out a soft huff, turning to Li Xuanshao. Li Shidi, allow me to clear the path. Though Su Wan and Appo's intentions were good, Li Xuanshao felt an unease at the situation. Am I not also a part of your endeavor? He shook his head, opting to decline her offer. The group pressed on swiftly, with Li Xuanshao leading at the forefront. After a short while, they encountered their first obstacle, a venomous green snake that unexpectedly lunged at Li Xuanshao, catching him off guard. Be careful. Fortunately, a disciple behind him acted swiftly, drawing his sword and slicing the snake in half. Are you all right? I'm fine, thank you. As the others observed this scene, a sense of disdain arose in their hearts. The green snake possessed little cultivation. It had merely been concealed in the trees, which they had all noticed, yet Li Xuanshao had charged ahead too quickly. Suwan stepped in front of Li Xuanshao, taking over the task of clearing the path. I will lead from here. Murong Mo watched the unfolding events with a cold gaze. The journey continued, and soon they faced an attack from a slightly more formidable spider. However, with their combined efforts, the creature was dispatched with ease. They pressed on, determined to avoid attracting the attention of other beasts in the forest. At this pace, they reached the lair of the human-faced serpent within an hour. Finally, Murong Mo, who had remained still until now, sprang into action. With a flick of his wrist, the renowned thunder sword transformed into a dazzling array of light, akin to a streak of lightning illuminating the night sky. In an instant, thunderous energy surged forth, crashing towards the human-faced serpent with immense force. The serpent, clearly no ordinary foe, nimbly dodged Murong Mo and Appo's fierce initial strike. Yet before it could catch its breath, it found itself ensnared in a perilous trap. Murong Mo had already set up a cage of sword energy, eagerly awaiting its arrival. At this moment, Murong Mo gripped the thunder sword tightly, each swing igniting a brilliant trail of lightning. His left hand continuously transformed incantations as mysterious runes surged forth from his fingertips, melding into the surrounding sword aura, rendering that sword energy increasingly formidable and dominant. Before the others could intervene, the serpent-like figure had already succumbed to Murong Mo's onslaught, collapsing to the ground. The bystanders erupted in a chorus of admiration. Truly, Murong Xixiang is unparalleled. Murong Xixiang and Appo's prowess is indeed comprehensive. We find ourselves lacking in comparison. It seems we are merely accompanying Murong Xixiang on a leisurely stroll. The task was executed with exceptional ease. Naturally, upon the conclusion of this mission, it is customary for the disciples to attend to their own matters. Each must seek out the medicinal herbs or other items they require. Chapter 11. Hunting and counter-hunting. I intend to seek a spiritual herb and venture deeper into the southern wilderness, Murong Mo declared. This was customary. After completing their tasks, disciples of Mount Shu would typically separate to pursue their own quests. However, due to the perils of the southern depths, only someone of Murong Mo's caliber would dare to enter such treacherous territory. Jiang Luo Shui had initially wished to accompany Brother Murong closely, but upon hearing his intention to delve further south, she abandoned that thought. Xuanshao, what medicinal herbs do you seek? Shall we journey together? Although Wang Mountain lay on the outskirts of the southern region, it remained hazardous. One misstep could lead to an unfortunate encounter with ferocious plant spirits, resulting in grave consequences. Thank you, sister, but I prefer to hone my skills alone. Li Xuanshao politely declined Su Wan and Appo's kind offer once more. The series of rejections left Su Wan perplexed. Could he truly be so shy? After all this time, was he still brooding over past events? She had already forgiven him. Sister, you needn't Appo's stand on ceremony with me, Li Xuanshao said with a smile, though internally he felt a surge of frustration. If possible, he wished to distance himself from his fourth sister. Someone beside him suggested, Xuanshao, you should accompany Sister Su. With her assistance, you might gather all the herbs you need. Gathering herbs is secondary. The foremost priority is my own cultivation. Fellow brothers and sisters need not worry. I only ask that you proceed with caution." With that, Xuanshao took his leave, soaring eastward on his sword. In the southern region, soaring high was impractical, so he moved just above the ground, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving Xuan frowning in his wake. "What is up with Xuanshao?" Fan Jiu expressed his envy and jealousy, noting that even with Xuan at his side, he remained reluctant. "Indeed," Jiang Luoshui added. "Sister 4, do not take offense. Perhaps Brother Li has his own reasons for his reticence." Xuan cast a cold glance at Jiang Luoshui, ignoring her. Murong Mo suggested, "Sister Su, what if we journey together into the southern depths?" Xuan feigned ignorance, realizing that Xuanshao was truly unwilling to accompany her, and thus relinquished the thought of pursuing him. After a moment's hesitation, she chose a different path alone. Murong Mo gazed deeply in Xuan's direction, softly murmuring, "This was the last chance I afforded you." He then departed as well. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoshui and the remaining two formed a small team and continued onward. Xuanshao advanced swiftly, weaving through the forest. After a breath, he had traversed over 30 miles, letting out a barely audible sigh. Was it truly this dire? He hoped he was overthinking things, but it appeared otherwise. After resting briefly, he pressed on. As day turned to night, Xuanshao constructed a simple magical array on the forest floor. He drew a circle with his sword and seated himself within it, closing his eyes to meditate. The bright moon hung overhead like a silver disk, casting a cool, luminous glow that illuminated the quiet, shadowy woods. In the depths of this darkness, Xuanshao, with his eyes tightly shut as if in slumber, suddenly opened them without warning, his gaze alight with piercing intensity, as if able to unveil all secrets concealed within the night. In an instant, a cold gleam shot toward him like lightning from behind, so swift that it left little room for reaction. The gleam was a remarkably sharp, flying sword, piercing Xuanshao's body at an extraordinarily acute angle. Remarkably, despite the sword and Appo's formidable power, the released sword energy was exceptionally sharp and precise, causing no violent disturbance in the surrounding air nor wreaking havoc on the environment. The sword effortlessly sliced through the fallen leaves beneath it, akin to passing through a thin layer of paper. It then vanished silently into a nearby sturdy tree trunk, leaving behind a barely perceptible hole. Throughout this astonishingly tense attack, not a single breath of air was disturbed, nor was there the slightest sound. As if the assailant was exceedingly cautious, fearing that even the slightest noise might reveal the unusual circumstances at play. The assailant gradually revealed himself. Murong Mo regarded Xuanshao and Appo's lifeless form with cold detachment. Yet in the next moment, the corpse erupted into a cloud of poisonous mist. Murong Mo raised an eyebrow, hands clasped behind his back, displaying no signs of alarm. An impressive illusion, but a pity. Your cultivation is too weak. The poisonous mist had no effect on Murong Mo, lingering harmlessly outside his protective aura. Xuanshao materialized once more. Brother, was it truly necessary to resort to such lethal measures? You insufferable wretch. There are matters you ought not to meddle in, yet you chose to interfere, stealing my woman. Do you truly seek death? Moreover, you possess the cleansing elixir left by the sect leader. Hand it over to me. At this moment, all traces of Murong Mo's previous amiability had vanished. To the eyes of their fellow disciples, he was a refined gentleman, courteous and gracious, extending kindness even to the lowest-ranking disciples. Yet the Murong Mo before them now was a stark contrast to the one they knew. What is mine, I can forego. What you cannot take is beyond your grasp. Xuanshao silently scoffed at such domineering words. He had intended to grant a swift end to Murong Mo, but alas, the latter seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Murong Mo was acutely aware of Xuanshao and Appo's capabilities. Just recently, he had witnessed Xuanshao and Appo's performance, which could only be described as unremarkable. Even in a contest of equal cultivation, Murong Mo held absolute confidence in his ability to dispatch his opponent, particularly given that he was a level above Li Xuanshao. Your fate is to perish here. From the moment you accepted the task from the Sword Exchange Pavilion, you step into my trap. I shan't bother explaining, for you would remain ignorant until your final breath. Murong Mo stated with indifference. You are the one courting death. Had you chosen to accompany Sister Sue, I would have thought twice before acting. Yet here you are, opting for solitary venture. I offered you multiple chances. It seems fate has forsaken you. Li Xuanshao smiled slightly, offering no further explanation. He reached behind him to unfasten his sword sheath. Spring. A melodic chime resonated as a blade of cold light surged forth from the sheath. Brother, perhaps you have misunderstood. I am not in the least bit inferior to you. Li Xuanshao no longer suppressed his cultivation. Murong Mo and Oppo's expression shifted slightly. Foundation establishment. The aura he sensed had evidently reached the late stage of foundation establishment. How could this be? Murong Mo instinctively attempted to summon his precious sword back, but it was too late. The speed of Li Xuanshao and Oppo's sword was astonishingly swift. Murong Mo raised his hand to deploy his magical artifact, yet Li Xuanshao seemed to have anticipated this. Hidden in the underbrush behind Murong Mo was a trap meticulously set by Li Xuanshao. Two scorpion puppets launched their poison needles. Chapter 12. The true strong before him flew a sword, while behind lay two already ambushed puppet scorpions, ready to launch their poisonous needles. At this moment, Murong Mo was still unaware of the gravity of the situation. He had just been astounded by Li Xuanshao and Oppo's cultivation level. The stages of cultivation were Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, integration, tribulation, and great ascension. The capacity of spiritual energy storage above the third level of Qi refinement could activate low-tier spiritual artifacts and talismans, while those at the foundation establishment level could fly with swords if they reached the sixth level. Foundation establishment is further divided into early, middle, late, and full completion stages. After reaching foundation establishment, a cultivator's lifespan could extend to 200 or 300 years. Though their appearance would age, elixirs could maintain their youth. Through a process of transformation, they could absorb spiritual energy and no longer required food. They would develop spiritual awareness and a sea of consciousness, enabling them to perceive their surroundings and manipulate objects. They could wield medium-tier artifacts and talismans, and even utilize high-tier artifacts and talismans that required minimal spiritual energy. It could be said that there was a qualitative shift between the foundation establishment and Qi refinement stages. While an ordinary martial artist might still kill a Qi refiner under certain conditions, they would stand no chance against a foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, Murong Mo sensed that the opponent's aura was only slightly weaker than his own. Concealed prowess. The opponent must be equipped with some treasure that conceals their cultivation level. Otherwise, he would have detected it. As Murong Mo prepared to summon his artifact, the poison needles had already pierced him from behind. So swift, even faster than the flying sword. As he attempted to channel his true essence, his right hand fell limply. The toxin had sealed 3 crucial acupuncture points in his right arm: liquid gate, central eyelet, and yang pool. These points aligned perfectly with the flow of true essence required to activate his artifact. If one were to compare the meridians of a person to waterways, then the acupuncture points were akin to checkpoints, waiting for the surge of true essence to activate the corresponding magical power. However, at this moment, the key checkpoints were temporarily blocked, preventing the flow of true essence. Finally, panic gripped Murong Mo. The opponent had come prepared. Little did he know that he had been marked for death after failing to complete his mission set by the disciples of Silver Sword Peak, leading to the plan to eliminate Li Xuanshao in the desolate mountains of the south. He had been smugly believing himself to be the hunter, unaware that the true hunter had been on his guard for over half a year. Since the fracture of his relationship with Su Wan, when he had glared in the direction of Silver Sword Peak, Li Xuanshao had been vigilant against him. Over this period, through various means, Li Xuanshao had learned even the most trivial details about Murong Mo, including his culinary preferences and the color of his underwear. predicting that Murong Mo would most likely use a particular silver ring artifact, which was also the best defense against flying swords. Li Xiandao had prepared meticulously. The poison needles of the scorpion puppets had been modified by Li Xiandao, trading off potency and toxicity for speed, temporarily paralyzing the critical acupuncture points necessary for activating artifacts. Murong Mo's greatest error lay in his arrogance and underestimation. After initially attacking, he failed to recall his flying sword in time. The second time, faced with Li Xiandao and Appo's offensive and the latter's unmasked aura, he hesitated, missing the chance to evade, and confidently employed his artifact. Thus, he lost all opportunity. He was up against an opponent who had been preparing for 6 months, one who knew him inside and out. Spring, heralding thunder, renowned for its swiftness. The flying sword pierced Murong Mo's brainstem. His eyes dimmed momentarily before the light extinguished swiftly. The entire combat sequence, excluding Murong Mo's initial ramblings, transpired in the blink of an eye. Murong Mo fell backward with a muffled thud, the leaves on the ground scattering in the aftermath. Even in death, he likely could not comprehend how he had met such an end, still fixated on the moment his opponent revealed his true strength. Resolving the confrontation, Li Xiandao swiftly concealed his aura. The deceased sect leader had once imparted to him a simple secret to overcoming formidable foes. Appear ordinary, let the enemy underestimate you, and allow everyone to mistake you for a mere pawn. The world is rife with powerful cultivators, yet many lose their lives due to minor oversights. Misleading and defeating an opponent by exploiting their misjudgment of one's own strength is the simplest method. With a sigh, Li Xiandao exhaled softly. He returned the spring sword to its scabbard, and with a faint sound, the 2 scorpion puppets dissipated into wisps of azure smoke. As for Murong Mo's body, it certainly could not be left in plain sight. Otherwise, the discovery of the wounds caused by his sword would lead to irreparable complications. Even if he could explain it, Murong Mo and Appo's family and his allies would pose a threat. At that point, he would find himself in peril. Li Xiandao scattered powder that attracted ferocious beasts and quickly concealed himself. Soon after, a black panther appeared. He concealed his aura, observing as the panther consumed Murong Mo and Appo's remains. For these beasts, a cultivator and Appo's body was undoubtedly a great source of nourishment. Witnessing this, Li Xiandao followed the panther for 2 days before finally striking it down. In an era where love could turn dark and lead to the slaughter of countless innocents, one must exercise utmost caution in survival and cultivation. After 2 more days, Li Xiandao had collected most of the materials he sought, following his plans meticulously. On this day, he stood in a valley, habitually casting divination with 3 copper coins. As he threw them, the 5th toss unexpectedly unleashed an extremely intense wave of energy, akin to a surging tide, threatening to tear the world apart. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from a distance, reminiscent of a deafening explosion that sent chills down one's spine. Gazing outward, he beheld the energy illuminating nearly half the sky. Dazzlingly brilliant, impossible to gaze upon directly. It resembled a cloud set ablaze, spreading with unstoppable force. Such an astonishing eruption of energy and colossal sound could only signal that a powerful being was engaged in a life-and-death struggle. The true strong. Chapter 13. A Premonition of Doom. Li Xuanshao and Appo's countenance underwent a drastic transformation. The clash between such formidable adversaries was truly terrifying. Due to the disparity in cultivation levels, even the residual force generated during their combat could prove fatal to ordinary cultivators. To them, slaying him would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Li Xianshao had meticulously planned, yet he failed to anticipate encountering 2 such powerhouses engaged in a fierce battle at this juncture. Spectating? Unthinkable. That would be a blatant invitation to death. In that fleeting moment, the potent aftershocks resulting from the intense confrontation between the 2 combatants began to rapidly disseminate in all directions. Enormous, blazing fireballs, akin to meteors, streaked across the firmament, plummeting towards the earth with chilling howls. Upon a violent collision of these colossal fireballs with the ground, earth-shattering explosions erupted, as if the very world trembled in their wake. Subsequently, a cataclysmic energy shock wave, emanating from the point of impact, propagated outwards like ripples. The ground, unable to withstand such immense force, instantly yielded, leaving behind a bottomless crater, tens of meters in diameter. Dust billowed, and debris scattered, transforming the once pristine landscape into a scene of utter devastation. A cold sweat drenched Xuanshao's back. How utterly terrifying! This was a battle far beyond his capabilities. Like novices attempting to scavenge equipment amidst a clash between veteran online gamers, Xuanshao fixed his gaze upon the location of a nearby fireball. Adhering to the theory of bomb craters, it was improbable for another projectile to strike the same spot. Xuanshao darted towards that area, employing his earth-burrowing technique. Dig, dig, dig. Xuanshao affixed an earth talisman to his forehead and continued to burrow stealthily until, after a considerable time, he finally came to a halt. The cultivation world was indeed fraught with cruelty and brutality. Even so, Xuanshao remained apprehensive. The prospect of a single sword capable of moving mountains, overturning seas, plucking stars, severing rivers, shattering cities, and cleaving the heavens was too perilous. Thus, a full day and night elapsed. Though the commotion outside had ceased, Xuanshao remained concealed, suppressing his aura, unwilling to emerge. The supervising elder dispatched this time was not particularly strong, likely hiding as he was, rendering him unreliable. In such circumstances, concealment was the prudent course of action. After waiting for approximately half a day more, Xuanshao cautiously emerged from the earth, resembling a groundhog. He exposed only his head, surveying his surroundings meticulously, ensuring his safety before fully emerging. However, as he ventured forth, a figure materialized in the distance. Xuanshao avruplialta. Such misfortune? Was fate conspiring against him? It was a beautiful woman clad in crimson, resembling a blood-red rose blooming in the darkness. Blood incessantly streamed from her body. The scarlet fluid intensified the vibrancy of her already striking red attire, rendering it as incandescent as a flame. Her tightly pursed lips bore a hint of cyanosis, and strands of disheveled hair clung to her sweat-soaked brow, swaying gently in the breeze, adding to her tragic beauty. Xuanshao turned to flee. Run. Flee with haste. The overwhelming demonic aura emanating from her indicated that she was undoubtedly a demoness of extraordinary power. Unbeatable. Absolutely unbeatable. Despite her appearing on the verge of death, she could still slay him in the blink of an eye. Sword control art, thunderclap. The sword gleamed brilliantly in the air, like a bolt of lightning rending the sky. Meanwhile, Xuanshao's expression was grave as he channeled his true essence with utmost intensity, leaving no reserves. In that instant, the very air around him seemed to churn with the potent aura he exuded, hurtling towards his target with astonishing velocity. Run. Only one thought occupied his mind. Run. In the subsequent instant, Xuanshao collapsed to the ground. The crimson figure loomed before him. It was over. His life was forfeit. The red-clad woman and Appo's gaze was fixated upon the sword case on Xuanshao and Appo's back. The sword case vibrated incessantly, emitting a resonant hum. A disciple of Mount Shu? Are you that old codger and Appo's disciple? Xuanshao felt a tremor in his very soul. Merely her utterance, laced with a faint trace of energy, was enough to overwhelm him. The disparity was too great, a chasm between heaven and earth. This was beyond the capacity of flying swords, puppets, or poisoned needles to bridge. He had encountered a formidable boss before even leaving the novice village. Xuanshao lay prone, when suddenly the intense pressure dissipated. The red-clad demoness plummeted towards Xuanshao like a kite with a severed string, landing heavily upon his chest. The impact caused her to lose consciousness. Her injuries were clearly severe. Xuanshao detected a scent, a blend of delicate fragrance and pungent blood, that instantly permeated his nostrils. Simultaneously, he distinctly felt the woman and Appo's soft, almost boneless body, and the warmth transmitted through the thin fabric sent a shiver through him. Xuanshao paused, taken aback. What kind of development was this? She had fainted. In the next moment, Xuanshao leaped to his feet. Demoness, prepare to die. Xuanshao drew his sword and struck, aiming for her neck. Why show pity? Who knew what hideous visage lurked beneath that alluring exterior? With such a potent demonic aura, she had undoubtedly committed countless heinous acts. Xuanshao raised his sword, unhesitatingly bringing it down upon her head. Chop, chop, chop. Xuanshao struck again. Clang, clang, clang. Xuanshao felt a numbing sensation in his hand. He switched targets and continued to chop and stab, but to no avail. Such was the disparity in power. Even motionless, she remained impervious to his attacks. Fine, you win. Xuanshao turned to flee. If he couldn't and amp, oppose. T-killer, surely he could escape? Xuanshao and amp, oppose, S heart pounded wildly. Just then, something touched his shoulder. Xuanshao and amp, oppose. S lips twitched almost imperceptibly, and he ceased his sword flight. He caught a glimpse of the figure behind him. She was awake again. Was she going to drain him dry? Take me to a safe place, a voice came from behind. Understood. Xuanshao agreed without hesitation. At this point, to refuse was to invite a fate worse than death. Inside a secluded cave, the red-clad woman removed her inner armor. Tend to my wounds. All right. Xuanshao retrieved a collection of colorful medicine bottles, each meticulously labeled. He reached for one labeled hemostatic powder. The hemostatic powder might sting a bit. Spare me the trifles. Xuanshao pursed his lips. It was ostensibly hemostatic powder, but in reality, it was 5-poison powder. As for why the label read hemostatic powder, it was to prevent anyone who might find his storage ring from using his items freely. Chapter 14. Difficult to kill. Xuanshao poured the 5 poisons powder onto the wounds of his opponent, then tenderly inquired, "Does it hurt?" The woman in red responded with silence. He then picked up a bottle of disinfectant, the corrosive liquid sizzling as it made contact. The woman in red shuddered slightly. Was it effective? Xuanshao began to remove the inner armor from her back, feeling the residual warmth and powerful aura lingering on the surface. Her bare back was fully revealed before his eyes. If he disregarded the wounds, the contours of her back were elegantly smooth, each inch of skin radiating an alluring sheen, so delicate that he felt an irresistible urge to touch it, yet feared to tarnish such beauty. From her slender neck to her waist, the curve was just perfect. However, Xuanshao had no time to appreciate it. He was pouring a small green vial onto the wounds. The anesthetic powder, just a pinch could render an elephant unconscious. Yet, even half a bottle had yielded no result. Let me give you something stronger. He mixed several vials together. What is this? The woman in red suddenly asked. Your injuries are severe. These medicines need to be combined. The woman fell silent again. Xuanshao smeared the multicolored ointment onto her wounds, then wrapped them in gauze. I won't let you die from poison. The woman gasped softly, and after a moment, she spoke slowly ahead. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she turned around. Only then did he notice a tempting blush blooming on her cheeks. The blush resembled the delicate petals of a peach blossom in early spring, tender and glistening, gently covering her jade-like skin, enhancing her already enchanting visage with an additional allure. Xuanshao and amp, oppose. S expression remained unchanged as he thought. I refuse to believe I cannot poison you. As he continued applying the medication, the woman's brows furrowed, her exquisite face twisting slightly in apparent agony. A deep, suppressed groan involuntarily escaped her perfectly shaped nose. 30 years of crepe myrtle, 50 years of peacock gall, 60 years of heartbreak grass, and poison wine. Xuanshao combined these substances and quietly crushed a poisonous scorpion, evenly sprinkling it over the wound before wrapping it in gauze. Finally, the woman in red seemed to exhale in relief. She reclined against a stone in the cave, her gaze drifting slightly to the young man who had aided her. Difficult to kill you, Xuanshao thought bitterly. At that moment, the woman in red remembered to tug at her clothing. The wound had been treated. She needed to avoid any major movements and refrain from engaging in combat. As for the internal injuries, he could do nothing further. She would have to rely on herself for healing. You should rest now. I will take my leave. No need to see me off. In the world of martial arts, Encountering one another is a form of fate. Xuanshao rambled to himself, then lifted his foot to exit the cave. Wait. The woman in red parted her crimson lips. Xuanshao and Appo's expression remained unchanged. No need for formality. Thanks are unnecessary, it and Appo's all in the heart. Stop. Her tone grew notably colder. Xuanshao Walta. I didn't say you could leave, the woman in red stated icily. Recognizing the situation, Xuanshao obediently sat back down. May I inquire what else I can assist you with? Until I leave, you're not to go anywhere. That needs clarification. We have come to the southern wilderness for training. If I do not return for an extended period, the elders in the sect will conduct a large-scale search of the mountains, which could become quite troublesome. Xuanshao subtly reminded his companion of his background. A mere golden core elder, the woman in red replied, her tone laced with pride. Well then, she has thoroughly assessed my background, Xuanshao thought, promptly sealing his lips. I never leave debts unpaid. You need not worry, the woman in red concluded, closing her eyes. Xuanshao was unsure if she had fallen asleep or was merely testing him. For a while, he dared not make a move. Approximately a day passed before the woman in red awoke again. Her complexion significantly improved, and the bleeding had ceased. What kind of medicine did you use? The wound is healing well. Xuanshao's lips twitched slightly. He could only attribute it to the fine medicines from Shushan. Curse it. She can't possibly be a body that absorbs all poisons as nutrients. The woman in red sat up, seemingly cultivating to recover from her injuries. Xuanshao felt a headache coming on. If she was already this formidable in her severely wounded state, what would happen once she fully healed? With that thought, he stood up. I will go outside to find something to eat. After all, I am still at the foundation establishment stage and require sustenance. This excuse is perfectly reasonable. I will also gather some dew. Dew gathers spiritual energy, and cultivators like the woman in red would likely look down on it. However, given her current condition, the situation warranted reconsideration. The woman in red nodded. Having gained her consent, Xuanshao stepped out of the cave, but he had no intention of fleeing. What a joke. With such a powerful figure seated there, if he attempted to run away, she could effortlessly capture him in a day. As for seeking help from others, that was out of the question. The leading elder was merely at the golden core stage, hardly worth noting in her eyes. Xuanshao exited the cave and retrieved a blue vial from his storage ring, scattering its contents around. This powder could attract ferocious beasts and poisonous insects from the forest. Once he finished distributing it, he slipped away. After collecting the dew and waiting a while, he finally returned to the cave, feigning nonchalance. Inside the cave, Xuanshao observed the woman in red seated on the stone and several enormous, formidable beast carcasses. What happened? Did you go hunting? Xuanshao swiftly accepted the reality that his plan had failed. Her acting skills were top-notch. Almost. It's just enough to replenish my strength. The woman in red replied coolly. Thus, feeling somewhat guilty, Xuanshao voluntarily took on the tasks of dissecting the beasts and cooking. The small bottle with chili powder poured out a red powder, indistinguishable from chili, even exuding a slightly pungent aroma. In reality, it was heart-piercing powder. After a while, a pot of beef soup was ready. Under Xuanshao's culinary skills, it appeared quite appetizing. The woman in red glanced at him, surprised that today's youth could cook so well. Chapter 15. Cease your jest. The crimson-clad woman held the impression that most cultivators of this age were often presumptuous and impractical. Who among them would deign to learn the culinary arts? As her gaze returned to the simmering broth, the rich, enticing aroma wafted towards her, possessing an almost magical quality that could instantly awaken dormant taste buds. Upon closer inspection, the broth exhibited an alluring russet hue, its surface shimmering with a delicate layer of oil. The meat pieces within were uniformly sized, their textures clearly defined. Prolonged simmering had rendered them tender and succulent, practically dissolving upon contact with the palate. The accompanying vegetables were cooked to perfection, retaining their inherent texture and nutritional value while fully absorbing the savory essence of the meat juices. It and Appo's. It's worth noting that this culinary delight was crafted under exceedingly rudimentary conditions, lacking sophisticated cooking implements and a diverse array of seasonings. Yet, through the chef and Appo's masterful skill and precise understanding of the ingredients and oppos properties. This ordinary meat broth was elevated to an extraordinary level of deliciousness. The crimson-clad woman nodded, acknowledging its exquisite taste. Then partake more generously. You should partake as well. The crimson-clad woman seemed to feel it inappropriate to dine alone. It's quite all right, you partake first. I implore you to partake. Xuanshao blinked, observing the meat broth. What is it? Nothing of consequence. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and preemptively ingested the antidote. Xuanshao picked up a piece of meat and consumed it. Pray tell, what is your name? The crimson-clad woman inquired. Morong Mo, Xuanshao responded without hesitation. The crimson-clad woman nodded, paused in silence, and then queried, Do you not inquire as to my appellation? Indeed, my esteemed master has instructed me that one ought not to pose unwarranted questions when venturing abroad. Was your master that old fellow, surnamed Huang? He is my grandmaster, Xuanshao stated truthfully. The crimson-clad woman turned her gaze towards the sword box carried by Xuanshao. He entrusted the sword box to you, signifying his high regard for you. I am merely safeguarding it on behalf of my eldest brother, Xuanshao replied modestly. He harbored the fear that, in the subsequent moment, she might utter, This lad shows promise of inheriting the grand mantle. He must not be allowed to live. Why do I suddenly feel a surge of heat within my body? The crimson-clad woman suddenly exclaimed. Xuanshao. Oh. Is this line appropriate for the occasion? Where has this led me? In an instant, a blush as vivid as the evening and oppos, afterglow, as if conjured by magic, rapidly ascended upon the woman's fair and delicate countenance at a speed perceptible to the naked eye. This blush resembled a red plum blossom blooming atop a snow-capped mountain, exquisitely vibrant and radiating a captivating allure. It commenced its spread from the base of her ears, gradually enveloping her entire face, further enhancing her already captivating features with an added touch of bashfulness and charm. What ails you? Is it perhaps that this meat is excessively rich in vital energy? Xuanshao inquired tentatively. The woman shook her head. What seasonings did you employ? It was at this juncture that Xuanshao recollected that, when administering the medicinal concoction earlier, he had inadvertently included the aphrodisiac for conjugal harmony. Good heavens, so many toxins had been administered without effect. Yet a single dose of the aphrodisiac was sufficient to elicit a response. Xuanshao, without delay, administered an antidote into the woman and oppos' mouth. The crimson-clad woman and oppos' eyes had already begun to exhibit a degree of bewilderment. However, upon the antidote and oppos' entry in her mouth, the sensation of feverishness receded after a brief interval. Xuanshao breathed a sigh of relief, his pristine virility narrowly escaping compromise. Thus, 2 entire days elapsed. These 2 days proved exceedingly protracted for Xuanshao. He incessantly simulated within his mind the means by which to eliminate this woman, yet the ultimate outcome of each simulation invariably resulted in failure. In the crimson-clad woman and oppos' perception, Xuanshao had meticulously attended to her for 2 consecutive days, an experience previously unknown to her, seemingly due to the severity of her injuries. The crimson-clad woman had relinquished her former air of nobility and aloofness. Xuanshao, in turn, exhibited great concern for the wound she had sustained, even assisting her in changing the bandages on one occasion. Parasites, tetanus. I refused to believe it. Consequently, through Xuanshao and oppos' efforts, the crimson-clad woman and oppos' external injuries healed at an accelerated pace. Xuanshao restrained the impulse to slap himself across the face, lamenting his lack of competence and tendency to do more harm than good. During these past few days, Xuanshao would intentionally leave behind certain clues during his excursions. Given that the crimson-clad woman had been injured in combat, it was logical to assume that those responsible for her injuries were located in the vicinity of the southern frontier. Xuanshao harbored the hope of luring them over, with the intent of swiftly eradicating them at the root. Providence favors the diligent. On this particular day, Xuanshao, as usual, ventured out under the pretext of gathering spiritual fruits in the wilderness, seeking an opportunity. It was then that his attention was drawn to a figure amidst the waterfall. He observed a woman clad in black robes slowly lifting her head. The woman coughed up blood, muttering to herself, "Curse it, to be trapped by this scoundrel for so long." The black-robed woman and Xuanshao, situated not far apart, made eye contact. The aura of malevolence emanating from this woman was no less potent than that of the crimson-clad woman. Xuanshao, heavens! Must you continue to jest with me in this manner? Xuanshao turned and fled. In the subsequent moment, as expected, he was apprehended by the black-robed woman. Ropes imbued with magical power tightly bound Xuanshao. Subsequently, the black-robed woman escorted Xuanshao to a secluded cavern. A disciple of Mount Shu? The black-robed woman removed her garments, turning her back towards Xuanshao. "Do you possess the ability to heal? Attend to my wounds, or I shall slay you." Xuanshao expressed that this narrative bore a striking resemblance to a previous occurrence. Had this not transpired before? Xuanshao retrieved his small vial of medicine from his storage ring, employing the familiar combination of 5 venom powder and heart-piercing balm, which, as before, proved utterly ineffective. Xuanshao was currently in a state of utter helplessness. The black-robed woman, in contrast to the crimson-clad woman, possessed a more volatile temperament. Her catchphrases included, "Refrain from any surreptitious actions, or I shall slay you. Do not allow your gaze to wander, or I shall slay you. Slay you. Slay you. What are you gawking at? I shall slay you." Xuanshao mused inwardly. Could this black-robed woman be allied with the crimson-clad woman? Thus, he once again feigned the pretext of venturing out in search of dew. Xuanshao returned to the previous cavern. The crimson-clad woman, upon his return, raised an eyebrow slightly. "I had assumed you had absconded. Where have you been for such an extended duration?" "Indeed, nothing of significance. It is merely that the nearby dew had dissipated, necessitating a search in more distant locales." Xuanshao initially engaged in inconsequential chatter, subsequently broaching the topic indirectly, inquiring as to whether the crimson-clad woman had any companions in the vicinity and who had inflicted her injuries. The crimson-clad woman shook her head, stating in a grave tone, "The less you know, the safer you shall be." Xuanshao was compelled to abandon his attempts to glean information from the crimson-clad woman. Consequently, he fabricated another pretext and departed, returning to seek the cavern of the black-robed woman. As he proceeded, Xuanshao was overcome by a peculiar sensation, akin to that of a despicable man caught between his wife and his mistress. Chapter 16. The Imperial Maiden foamed within the dark and profound cavern. A woman clad in black garments leaned quietly against the stone wall. Her head was slightly bowed, and her eyes were tightly shut, unlike the woman in red. This black-clad figure exuded an intense aura of aggression. Even with her eyes closed, one could perceive the sharp brilliance contained within. Beneath her prominent nose, her lips appeared somewhat thin, yet their contours were distinctly defined, with the corners of her mouth perpetually curled in an almost imperceptible, icy smirk. This striking appearance enveloped her in an air of danger and mystery. More importantly, she was formidable. The woman in black opened her eyes and gazed at Xuanshao, who had just stepped out to gather dew. "You are quite thoughtful," she remarked. "Clever, quick-witted, and most importantly, pleasing to the eye." The woman in black nodded. "From now on, you shall be my servant." Xuanshao quickly protested, "I am unworthy, truly unworthy." "Nonsense. If I say you are worthy, then you are. This is an opportunity you could never attain in several lifetimes. Consider yourself fortunate," she replied with a light huff. Xuanshao felt speechless within. "But I have lost my storage ring. Do you have any other garments?" The black-clad woman glanced at her tattered clothes, revealing patches of skin. "Of course. But that is not the most pressing matter. The bloodstains, the mud, the odors, these are intolerable." Xuanshao lamented that had he known this, he would have brought more clothing. His outer robe had already been given to the woman in red. The black-clad woman fixed her gaze on him. "Give me your clothes, you lowly servant." With no other choice, Xuanshao reluctantly removed his inner garment, revealing a small vest of his own design. Upon seeing the vest, the woman in black gasped, "You lowly servant possess quite the taste. Remove this garment." After a moment of hesitation, Xuanshao complied, thinking this is the encounter with a female rogue, and a rather powerful one at that. The woman in black discarded her robe and donned Li Xuanshao and Amp, Oppo's, vest. Not bad, she remarked, surveying herself. By the way, what is your name, servant? Murong Mo, Li Xuanshao replied without hesitation. What a despicable name. I am called the Imperial Maiden Feng. In light of your assistance, I shall allow you to rub your head against my feet. Li Xuanshao was taken aback. Is the demonic sect truly this twisted now? Not enough. The Imperial Maiden Feng propped her chin on her hand. Greedy little creature. Very well, I shall grant you a bit more. I will tread firmly upon your head. Surely that suffices. Of course, I will be cautious not to crush your little head. That would be too messy. Li Xuanshao quickly declined. That is entirely unnecessary. It is already my honor to serve you. The Imperial Maiden Feng nodded, raising her chin slightly, her delight evident. Li Xuanshao noted how easily she could be flattered. Just a few compliments had elevated her spirits so. The name, the Imperial Maiden Feng, resonated with Li Xuanshao, for he was well aware of her identity. She was the master of the Heaven and Oppo's, Kill Palace, one of the 4 great demonic sects of the Central Plains. Heaven's Kill Palace, Nine Nether Mountain, Shura Palace, and Crimson Blood House. The Imperial Maiden Feng was said to possess unfathomable cultivation, with the righteous practitioners who had perished at her hands capable of forming a mountain of corpses, their blood flowing like a river. Li Xuanshao could not help but marvel at his own fortune. To have encountered a figure of her caliber upon venturing out was nothing short of miraculous. To be candid, I have long heard tales of your grandeur, Imperial Maiden Feng. I never imagined I would meet you here. It is indeed a stroke of fortune. Oh, I did not realize I was so renowned, she said, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth, evidently pleased with his words. Li Xuanshao silently assessed her, thinking, indeed, beauty without brains. She is less clever than the woman in red, easily manipulated with a fiery temperament. The Imperial Maiden Feng crossed her arms, her gaze lingering on the young man before her, increasingly finding him agreeable, especially since he had aided her. With a slight flick of her fingers, a pill fell into Li Xuanshao's mouth. Observing the bewildered expression on his face, she explained, "This is a life and death pill I concocted. Upon consumption, your cultivation will increase significantly, but you will fall under my control. You must return to me for the antidote annually, lest you perish." Li Xuanshao swallowed hard. Indeed, this was the nature of a demoness. Even after receiving help, she would not hesitate to impose her will. Any fantasies of forming a bond could lead to dire consequences. This is troublesome, he thought, maintaining a composed demeanor and a radiant smile. You must change your name. I dislike and Amp, Oppo's, Murong Mo and Amp, Oppo's. From now on, you shall be called Wang Kai. Wang Kai? That sounds like a dog's name. Fear not. Accompanying me will ensure your comfort, far superior to your time in Shushan. Wang Kai thanks you, your highness. Li Xuanshao swiftly accepted his new name. The Imperial Maiden Feng nodded, satisfied. Wang Kai dares to inquire, "Who injured you, your highness? Why do you wish to know?" She replied coldly, having been pricked at a sensitive spot. Li Xuanshao hurriedly clarified, "I merely wish to know who would dare harm the esteemed Imperial Maiden Feng. Such an offense cannot go unpunished. I shall see to their demise." The Imperial Maiden Feng nodded appreciatively, though she shook her head. "You're no match for her, but your sentiment is enough." It was Lu Qiushui of Shura Palace. Lu Qiushui of Shura Palace, another infamous demoness. It was said she adored the color red and often appeared in a stunning crimson ensemble. However, tales are but tales. Li Xuanshao and Oppo's. His mind raced as he cautiously asked, could it be the legendary Lu Qiushui, who was renowned for her unparalleled beauty in red? Upon hearing this, the Imperial Maiden Feng was suddenly agitated, leaping to her feet. Unparalleled beauty? Is she more beautiful than I? What makes her better? Look at her face. Now compare it to mine. The Imperial Maiden Feng straightened her posture. Now look at my legs and my waist. As she spoke, she began to remove her clothing, intent on proving her superiority in beauty. Where is she more beautiful? Tell me. Li Xuanshao quickly intervened. Chapter 17. No new tricks? Having finally pacified the imperial princess Feng with a barrage of disparaging remarks about Lu Qiushui, Li Xianshao hastily extricated himself from her presence and sought out Lu Qiushui. He had now ascertained that it was indeed the imperial princess Feng who had engaged him in conflict. It was a case of dog biting dog. There were no righteous figures seeking to eliminate either of them. Thus, if he wished to survive amidst the two, he needed to tread carefully. With this thought, Li Xianshao found himself standing at the entrance of Lu Qiushui's cave. Lu Qiushui raised her gaze slightly, her eyes clear and captivating like a tranquil autumn pool. As her eyes flickered, it was as if countless stars twinkled within them. When her gaze inadvertently brushed against Li Xianshao and Oppose, their brief connection seemed to convey 1,000 unspoken words. Li Xianshao remained composed, a smile lingering on his lips. In the next moment, a black pill was dropped into his mouth. Li Xianshao grasped his throat. This is a pill I concocted that can significantly enhance your cultivation. But it is also a poison, Lu Qiushui stated matter-of-factly. Li Xianshao was taken aback. Again? Can't you sorcerers come up with something new? Is this the only trick in your repertoire? He sensed discomfort within his body, having ingested 2 pills with side effects in quick succession. Feeling well would indeed be a rarity. Discomfort is natural. You shall feel better after a moment, Lu Qiushui replied. Do not blame me. It is not that I distrust you, but merely a precaution. Those who join my sect are treated thus. However, this pill is only for those who are intimately close to me. You saved my life, so from now on, you shall serve by my side. At this point, Li Xianshao had collapsed to the ground. He could distinctly feel the 2 pills administered by Lu Qiushui and the imperial princess Feng respectively, detonating within him like 2 bombs with lit fuses. These 2 powerful and mysterious energies, akin to well-trained and well-equipped armies, engaged in a breathtaking battle within the confines of his body. They intertwined, collided, and clawed at one another, each clash sending tremors through him. One energy was as searing as fire, threatening to incinerate everything in its path, while the other was as frigid as frost, instantly freezing anything it touched. These 2 forces engaged in a fierce struggle, neither yielding ground, rendering it difficult to determine a victor. They rampaged through his meridians and acupoints, wantonly disrupting the previously stable flow of his vital energy. Li Xianshao felt as though his internal organs were being cruelly tugged, and his bones seemed on the verge of disintegration. My life is forfeit. Li Xianshao could scarcely muster the strength to speak. Help, help, help! What is this? Li Xianshao opened his eyes, his small eyes brimming with bewilderment. What is happening? He sensed the violent energies within him rapidly calming. His cultivation had surged dramatically, yet the side effects brought on by the pills, the toxins, had seemingly canceled each other out. Oh! Li Xianshao was filled with an inexplicable joy. The heavens have not forsaken me. Not only had the 2 pills elevated his cultivation, forcibly infusing him with copious amounts of energy, but they had also conveniently nullified the adverse effects. Even someone as composed as Li Xianshao could not suppress a smile at this revelation. However, with such an influx of power, he would still require time to digest it. It was not like the tales of martial arts where a master imparts a century and Oppo's worth of energy to the protagonist, allowing them to instantly acquire such prowess. If that were the case, the protagonist would likely explode from the excess energy. In truth, even a small breakthrough necessitated ample time for him to assimilate. Thus, over the next few days, Li Xianshao oscillated between the imperial princess Feng and Lu Qiushui while digesting his newfound cultivation. The imperial princess Feng resembled a brainless leader of the underworld, easily deceived. Though Lu Qiushui adored the color red, she was far from impulsive. Rather, she was more composed. Thanks to Li Xianshao and Oppose, as attentive care, both women gradually grew more familiar with him. It was evident that both had, to varying degrees, lowered their previous lofty airs. The bridge effect aptly explained this situation. When a person crosses a suspension bridge, their heart races with fear. If they happen to encounter another person at that moment, they may mistakenly attribute the accelerated heartbeat to romantic feelings for that individual, thus fostering a sense of affection. Both the imperial princess Feng and Lu Qiushui were accustomed to being the center of attention, surrounded by followers. Now, severely injured and confined to a cave. Their only caretaker was a stranger from Shushan, naturally leading to a budding fondness. This phenomenon is why many cinematic narratives depict protagonists falling for one another under similar circumstances. After a few days of tranquil living, Xuanshao concluded his training. Although he had not fully digested his cultivation, he had reached a state of temporary saturation, allowing him to embark on his next plan. One day, as Xuanshao tended to Lu Qiushui and Appo's wounds, he carefully supported her arm and placed a clean cloth nearby. He then slowly unwrapped the bandages covering her injury, revealing a scar that had yet to fully heal. Lu Qiushui frowned slightly, a sharp pain coursing through her as the wound was disturbed. Yet, upon seeing the earnest concentration on the young man and Appo's face, the pain in her heart seemed to lessen somewhat. "The recovery is faster than I anticipated," Xuanshao remarked. Lu Qiushui nodded in agreement. "Then you should rest well." Xuanshao, as was his custom, ventured outside. Lu Qiushui had grown accustomed to his presence, and she inadvertently exclaimed, "Return soon." The moment the words escaped her lips, she felt an odd sensation. Xuanshao turned to glance at her, his expression unchanged, before departing the cave. After a brief interval, a figure stumbled back into the cave. "Run! It and Appo's the people from the Heavenly Slaughter Palace," he exclaimed, collapsing to the ground. The Heavenly Slaughter Palace. Lu Qiushui and Appo's expression shifted drastically as she hurried to support Xuanshao. He had already lost consciousness. Lu Qiushui stood frozen like a statue, stunned into silence for what felt like an eternity. Her once placid heart suddenly rippled with subtle unrest, followed by a gentle tremor. That young man, so vibrant and full of life, now lay lifeless in her embrace, as serene as if in slumber. His body grew increasingly cold, the breath of life gradually ebbing away. Reflecting on the brief time they had spent together, though it was not long, it was profoundly unique and irreplaceable for Lu Qiushui. Each day had been simple and pure, perhaps even monotonous, yet for reasons unknown, this unremarkable existence brought her an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. She recalled their initial meeting, where they had shared an awkward silence, neither willing to break the tranquility that enveloped them. As time progressed, the two gradually became acquainted, quietly gazing upon the distant, resplendent sunset, sharing the myriad emotions that resided within their hearts, engaging in laughter and conversation. Suddenly, with a clatter, the sword was drawn, and a fierce determination coursed through Lu Qiushui. Her silver teeth clenched tightly. At that moment, yet another figure intruded upon their reverie. Chapter 18. Has your sanity been usurped? Empress Phoenix stared, momentarily stunned, at Xuanshao, who had collapsed in a Lu Qiushui and Appo's embrace. Her eyes then widened in furious disbelief. "Vile woman, it and Appo's you again." Xuanshao was already lifeless, undoubtedly a victim of Lu Qiushui and Appo's treachery. Empress Phoenix had vowed to ensure the boy and Appo's prosperity, promising him the finest wines, the most captivating women, and the swiftest steeds. Her word was her bond, particularly as she held the youth in considerable regard. Lu Qiushui glared back with equal vehemence. "Perish, harlot!" The two women clashed outside the cavern. Lu Qiushui gripped her shimmering blade, its keen edge reflecting the light, quivering as if attuned to her very thoughts. With a sudden, incandescent burst, the sword erupted in a fiery blaze, illuminating the battlefield. The conflagration radiated intense heat and raw power, searing the senses. From the heart of the flames, a dragon materialized, roaring its defiance. Jaws agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, it lunged at Empress Phoenix with earth-shattering force, its massive claws tearing through the air. The dragon, wreathed in flames, exuded an aura of invincibility, distorting the atmosphere in its wake. Unfazed, Empress Phoenix responded with a graceful flourish of her ornate wings, ascending like a celestial dancer. In her grasp, she held a lotus lantern, its gentle light casting a radiant glow. The lantern shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, enhancing her ethereal beauty and otherworldly grace. This was not their first confrontation. Past grievances resurfaced, intensifying the battle. Each combatant fought with unrestrained ferocity, determined to secure victory or meet their end. Mount Wuong shuddered violently, as if a drunken giant had lost its footing. Boulders cascaded down the steep slopes, colliding with deafening roars, creating a maelstrom of dust and debris. Birds, insects, and beasts fled in terror, seeking refuge from the cataclysm. Amidst the escalating chaos, unnoticed, the seemingly deceased Li Xuanshao vanished, employing a clandestine earth escape technique. He swiftly retreated into the distance. Let them fight, he thought, preferably to their mutual detriment. Li Xuanshao scurried toward their designated rendezvous point, fleeing for 3 days and nights until he had escaped the confines of Mount Wuong. It has begun again. Suwan gazed anxiously at Mount Wuong in the distance. The other disciples of Mount Shu exchanged worried glances. Would the battle spill over, engulfing them as well? Had Li Xuanshao and senior brother Murong perished in the fray? No, do not speak such ill omens. Jiang Luo Shui retorted, her cheeks puffed with indignation. The disciple who had spoken amiss slapped himself, muttering, my apologies. Senior brother Murong and junior brother Li are blessed. They will surely prevail. As he spoke, a figure emerged from the earth nearby. Junior brother Li, Suwan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Elder Feng Yun breathed a sigh of relief, but her joy was tempered by the absence of Murong. Mo, was Murong, Mo not with you? Li Xuanshao shook his head. I did not see senior brother Murong. Empress Phoenix and Lucio Shui were there. What? The disciples, including Elder Feng Yun, were visibly shaken by the names. Empress Phoenix of the Sky Fiend Hall and Lucio Shui of the Azura Hall were notorious figures, renowned throughout the Central Province and beyond. Elder Feng Yun acted decisively, sending a message via flying sword to Mount Shu, requesting reinforcements to subdue the two fiends. 3 days later, the chief elders of the 3 peaks of Mount Shu, along with 5 other elders and 36 disciples, arrived at Mount Wuong. However, by the time they reached their destination, the battle between Empress Phoenix and Lucio Shui had concluded. The victor remained unknown, as both had vanished into the depths of Mount Wuong. Unyielding, the chief elders scoured the southern border, though they hesitated to venture too far into its uncharted depths. Ultimately, their efforts proved futile. As for Murong Mo, he was nowhere to be found within Mount Wuong. It was presumed, perhaps, that he had met his end there, likely at the hands of Empress Phoenix or Lucio Shui. Given Murong Mo and Appo's strength, his possession of a distressed talisman, and the fact that they were on the edge of the southern border, it was unlikely he would have been silently killed. Mount Shu recorded the dead, adding another death to the ledger attributed to the two villainesses. Appos et Lalentisung. The group concluded their expedition to Mount Wuong and returned to Mount Shu. Throughout the journey, Jiang Luo Shui wept inconsolably. Suwan gazed into the distance, her heart a tempest of emotions. The man had once been the object of her affection, though they were now estranged. Nevertheless, the news of his demise stirred a pang of sorrow. Memories flooded her mind, recalling their shared moments of joy and intimacy. But now everything had changed, irretrievably lost. Suwan sighed, her breath laden with regret. Perhaps fate had decreed their separation, relegating their relationship to a mere interlude in their lives. Despite the lingering embers of love, she could only bury them deep within her heart, allowing time to heal the wounds of the past. Suwan approached Li Xuanshao. Grant me some time, she pleaded. Li Xuanshao turned, regarding her with bewilderment. Give me some time. After all, he and I, though it is all in the past, I'm still deeply saddened. Grant me time to heal, and then I will consider the possibility of a relationship between us. Li Xuanshao. Oh, fourth senior sister. Might I inquire if your sanity has been usurped by a donkey in Appos? As flatulence? Chapter 19. You made me a little afraid, senior sister. Have you misunderstood something? Li Xuanshao could no longer restrain himself from asking. Suwan looked at him in confusion. Could it be? Exactly. Li Xuanshao believed that Suwan comprehended his meaning. Senior sister, You are a bit too narcissistic. Did you kill senior brother Morong just to possess me? Xuan exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing this, Xuanshao and Appo's expression shifted to one of utter astonishment. Although all of Xuan and Appo's deductions were erroneous, the conclusion was disturbingly accurate. Why did she presume that he would kill Morong Mo for her? Yet, she had indeed guessed correctly. He had killed Morong Mo. Xuanshao felt a sense of inner turmoil. This was utterly insane. If others were to discover this and believe it, he would be unable to explain himself. Senior sister, how could you entertain such thoughts? Xuan took a step back, seizing the moment of confusion to suggest that he had killed Morong Mo and placed the blame on the Imperial Maiden Feng and Lu Qiushui. With my strength, how could I possibly be a match for senior brother Morong? Realizing the absurdity of her own words, Xuan continued. Could it be that you lured the Imperial Maiden Feng and Lu Qiushui into killing Morong Mo, using others as your instruments? Xuanshao replied, Senior sister, you are being abstract. You are making me a little afraid. How could you entertain such wild notions? As Xuan recalled Xuanshao's earlier actions of secretly watching over her to protect her, it began to make sense if he had killed Morong Mo for her sake. Senior sister, what I meant to convey is that it seems you have misunderstood. I do not harbor feelings for you. What? Xuan stood frozen in place, as though she had heard something unfathomable. What did you just say? At that moment, Jiang Luoshui, who had been quietly weeping, lifted her head and perked up her ears, eavesdropping intently. Xuanshao continued, Senior sister, I hold no ulterior motives towards you. My intention in placing the twin reflection stone in your cave was solely to protect you. To be candid, you possess a natural disposition for being bullied. As we say back home, you wouldn't amp oppos to even make a sound if beaten 3 times. When others slander you, you remain silent, merely brooding and shedding tears. Even when accused of colluding with the demonic sect, you dare not explain yourself. Thus, I step forward to protect you, having seen through this aspect of you, to prevent you from falling victim to further slander. As for matters of the heart, I, as your junior, am wholly focused on cultivation and have no such intentions. Furthermore, I am well aware of my own mediocrity in talent and appearance, while you, senior sister, are exceptionally gifted and breathtakingly beautiful. It is not someone like me who could ever be worthy of you, and thus I can only admire you from afar, never daring to overstep. If one day you ascend to the celestial platform and attain immortality, remembering me would be my blessing. Xuanshao performed a respectful bow. After his lengthy declaration, he left Xuan standing there, utterly dumbfounded. In just a few days, she had endured 2 devastating blows. The first being the death of the beloved Morong Mo, whom they had admired from afar but never crossed boundaries with, and the second, the revelation that her junior, whom she believed had deep feelings for her and had been guarding her from behind, merely wished to assist her without any romantic inclinations. A few days later, the group returned to Shushan. After completing their mission, Xuanshao returned to Silver Sword Peak, allowing Shushan to manage the aftermath of Morong Mo's demise. Upon reaching Silver Sword Peak and reflecting on the experiences of the past few days, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. First, there was the assassination attempt by Morong Mo, which, while anticipated, had been easily countered. However, encountering the likes of the Imperial Maiden Feng and Lu Qiushui had completely surpassed his expectations. Thankfully, he had emerged without serious harm. The cultivation world is excessively cruel. Striving to enhance one and Appo's abilities is the only righteous path. Senior brother, as soon as Xuanshao arrived at the hut, he heard a melodious voice. Senior brother, you have finally returned. Oh dear. Zhao Lu clutched her head and plopped down onto the ground. Senior brother, you bullied me again. Did you practice diligently during my absence? Of course I did. I sense a distinct aroma of idleness about you. How could that be? I have indeed been working hard. Zhao Lu protested. Xuanshao swiftly placed a pill into Zhao Lu and Appo's mouth, declaring, This is a new concocted elixir of mine. If you tell lies, you shall be cursed with foot odor for life. Zhao Lu's expression changed dramatically. A little fairy with foot odor. I can't go on living. Have you truly been practicing diligently? Forgive me, senior brother, I was wrong. Zhao Lu sat on the ground, unwilling to rise. Please, don't let me have foot odor. I beg you shall not leave your room for half a month. After dealing with his junior sister, Xuanshao returned to the hut. He sat in meditation, striving to digest the cultivation he had acquired without wasting a single moment. His thoughts drifted to the imperial maiden Feng and Lu Qiushui. Despite the brevity of their encounters, the experiences were etched deeply into his memory. He vowed to remember this humiliation. Xuanshao shook his head, muttering to himself, I wonder if they have perished together? Are they dead? If they're not dead, will they seek revenge on me? Xuanshao was not concerned about them targeting Shushan, but he could not remain there indefinitely. The thought of it made him uneasy. Ultimately, it was his own weakness that left him vulnerable. If he were sufficiently powerful, he would not need to fear such matters. Half a month later, as Xuanshao concluded his brief retreat, he noticed a graceful figure standing quietly beneath a willow tree outside the hut, delicately tending to her cascading black hair. She wore an exquisite long dress adorned with fringes that fluttered gently in the breeze, accentuating her enchanting silhouette. It was neither Su Wan nor his junior sister Zhao Lu, but Jiang Luoshui. Why is she here? Chapter 20. Of verdant affection brotherly, you have finally emerged. I have been awaiting your presence with bated breath. Jiang Luoshui approached with ebullient enthusiasm, attempting to seize Xuanshao and Appo's arm in a display of affectionate intimacy. However, Xuanshao deftly evaded her grasp. Junior sister Jiang? To what do I owe the pleasure? Jiang Luoshui, undeterred by the rebuff, merely broadened her radiant smile. Is it forbidden for me to seek the company of Brother Li, even in the absence of a specific matter? To be candid, Jiang Luoshui possessed an undeniable allure. Her delicate countenance, reminiscent of a porcelain doll, exuded a refined and polished charm. One could almost perceive the velvety softness of her skin, akin to the tender touch of egg whites. Her exquisite features were harmoniously arranged upon her face. Her eyebrows, like distant, verdant peaks, arched gracefully, resembling twin crescents. Her limpid eyes sparkled with vivacity and an inner light, while beneath her elegantly sculpted nose, her cherry-red lips beckoned. With her hands clasped demurely behind her back, she leaned forward slightly. Brotherly. Ordinarily, such an entreaty might compel one to relinquish their most cherished possessions. Xuanshao and Appo's mental alarms blared, as he pondered the nature of this capricious enigma. Could it be that she sought retribution for the demise of Murong Mo? Jiang Luoshui harbored a deep affection for Murong Mo. Upon learning of his death, she had been profoundly stricken. Could she now be embarking on a quest for vengeance? And if so, who would be her target? Su Wan? Himself? Or perhaps others? Anyone was a potential victim. Such amorous minds defied the logic of ordinary mortals. In an instant, Xuanshao conjured a myriad of possibilities. While her cultivation might be inferior to his own, she could potentially wield some arcane artifact. However, this seemed improbable. Moreover, at this proximity, even with an artifact, she would lack the time to deploy it. Unless, of course, she employed poison. Yes, poison. Xuanshao's eyes narrowed imperceptibly, his expression hardening with solemnity as he held his breath. His hands, concealed within the ample sleeves of his robe, began to move with cautious and stealthy precision. His fingers danced nimbly, like a nimble creature exploring its surroundings, until they successfully retrieved a faintly luminescent talisman from his sleeve, a poison ward. This seemingly unremarkable charm, once activated, could swiftly erect a transient yet formidable defensive barrier within a 3-foot radius around him. This barrier, specifically designed to counter toxic fumes, would effectively repel deadly gases, affording him precious time and a secure sanctuary. Junior sister, what is the true nature of your visit? Xuanxiao's voice was laced with added emphasis. Merely a desire to engage in conversation. Nothing more, Jiang Luoshui replied, batting her alluring eyelashes. Conversation? Was she planning to strike while they conversed? Xuanshao retreated half a step. Perhaps you would care to dine with me, brotherly? Jiang Luoshui's eyes twinkled playfully. Was she planning to poison his repast, thereby avenging Murong Mo? Xuanshao took another imperceptible step backward. The serpent and Oppos, S. Fong, the hornet and Oppos, S. Sting, both inflict their venom. But the heart of a woman is the deadliest thing. Brotherly, with Murong and Amp. Oppos, S. departure, I am left without a soul to confide in. Was she suggesting that he accompany Murong M.O. to the netherworld? Xuanshao and Oppos, S. eyes widen like saucers, poised to strike at a moment into Oppos, S. notice. Then, Jiang Luoshui whispered, brotherly, if I may be so bold, what is the nature of your relationship with Sister Suwan? Xuanshao and Amp. Oppos, S. inner thoughts raced. Did she suspect that he and Suwan had conspired to murder Murong M.O.? The logic seemed plausible enough. Jiang Luoshui had interfered in the relationship between Murong M.O. and Suwan. From an outsider's perspective, he had stepped forward to defend Suwan, implying an affection for her, perhaps even a secret devotion. Thus, to punish Murong M.O., he and Suwan had joined forces to end his life. As Xuanshao and Oppos, S. mind raced. He became increasingly convinced of her intentions. Is there anything of particular significance between you and Sister Suwan? The question momentarily stunned Xuanshao, but he quickly regained his composure and responded resolutely, no. I see, Jiang Luoshui said with a light-hearted smile. That puts my mind at ease. I had begun to suspect that you harbored feelings for Sister Suwan. Jiang Luoshui chuckled mischievously. That would be ideal. Suwan has been telling us that you have always been enamored with her. It appears that she has been mistaken. I must clarify this matter, lest Brotherly be unduly troubled. In truth, Brotherly holds no affection for Sister Suwan, does he? Oh dear, I must inform everyone that Suwan has been claiming that you were smitten with her. How conceited of her. This must be quite vexing for you, ISN and Amp. Amp? Oppos Tiet? Xuanshao was speechless. Brotherly, I shall seek your company another day. We are, after all, fellow disciples. Henceforth, you may address me as Luoshui. To foster a sense of camaraderie, refrain from calling me Junior Sister Jiang. With that, Jiang Luoshui departed from Silver Sword Peak with buoyant alacrity, leaving Xuanshao in a state of utter bewilderment. Xuanshao swiftly analyzed the situation. It seemed that Jiang Luoshui had not come to avenge Murong M.O. Or rather, she had already cast Murong M.O. from her thoughts. Her motive for seeking him out today stemmed from her suspicion that Suwan harbored feelings for him, and so she had come to seduce him. Xuanshao furrowed his brow in consternation. Suwan was infatuated with Murong M.O., and Jiang Luoshui had attempted to seduce Murong M.O. to provoke Suwan. Now, suspecting that Suwan was enamored with him, Jiang Luoshui was attempting to seduce him to provoke Suwan. Could it be that Jiang Luoshui harbored feelings for Suwan? I suspect your true affection lies with Suwan. Are Murong M.O. and I'm merely pawns in your game? This world was utterly topsy-turvy. Xuanshao resolved to return to seclusion for another fortnight. However, the matter was far from concluded. Upon her return, Jiang Luoshui disseminated her embellished narrative. Indeed, Sister Suwan is merely indulging in wishful thinking. Yes, she is clinging to Brotherly relentlessly. Indeed, Suwan is enamored with Brotherly. But Brotherly and Amp, Oppos, S. heart belongs to Junior Sister Luoshui. Ah, I see. No wonder Sister Suwan regards Jiang Luoshui with such disdain. It is jealousy, plain and simple. These were the utterances of passers-by. Then there were the staunch supporters of Jiang Luoshui and Suwan. Xuanshao, reveal yourself. Death to Xuanshao. Xuanshao is unworthy of Junior Sister Luoshui. Xuanshao is unworthy of Sister Suwan. Who is this Xuanshao? I demand a duel. We are both disciples of Mount Shu. Why should he be allowed to have his pick of the beauties? It is unjust. Let us seek out Xuanshao. May never cross my path. Meanwhile, at Silver Sword Peak, Xuanshao was utterly perplexed. I cannot fathom it. Where did I go wrong? He had heard that the rumors had escalated to the point where he was said to have fathered a child with Suwan and an illegitimate offspring with Jiang Luoshui. I cannot afford to provoke them. I can only flee. Thus, Xuanshao abandoned his humble abode and temporarily retreated to the rear mountains of Silver Sword Peak. He intended to remain there until the storm had passed and the matter had faded from memory. And so, for over 3 months, Xuanshao secluded himself in the rear mountains, cultivating his skills and utilizing the materials he had gathered from Mount Wuwang to fortify his scorpion puppet. Chapter 21. Mount Wei, who, 3 months later, Silver Sword Peak, within a cavern nestled in the rear mountains. Xuanshao inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed upon the 3 puppet scorpions before him. Animated by his mana, the puppet scorpions swiftly commenced their maneuvers. The primary deficiency in the scorpion automatons lay in their sluggish agility and inadequate velocity. Xuanshao had concocted a venom capable of incapacitating even a consummate foundation establishment cultivator. The crux of the matter resided in how to administer this toxin to such an individual, considering the rarity of encountering someone as imprudent as Murong Mo. Xuanshao inscribed a prominent question mark on his agenda. Regarding his swordsmanship, he had only mastered the 4th stratum of the Shu Mountain Sword Sutra, a stagnation that had persisted for half a year. Despite his efforts, no discernible progress had been achieved. Have I truly become so remiss? He mused. His peers would undoubtedly express, the pressure is immense. If attaining the 4th stratum of the Sword Sutra is considered negligence, what then? Are they to be labeled mere hedonists indulging in incessant revelry? Suddenly, Xuanshao perceived an intrusion into the concealed array he had established. In an instant, he vanished from the cave, reappearing outside the array and amp, oppos, as perimeter. Potato, this is Sweet Potato. His junior sister and amp, oppos, S voice echoed from within the array. Xuanshao deactivated the formation. Senior brother, as you instructed, I have procured the assignment for you. Zhao Lu exclaimed, brandishing a jade tablet in her palm. Xuanshao nodded, accepting the token. Upon the tablet, a line of text materialized. Assignment: eradicate the tiger demons of Mount Wei, who, accompanied by a comprehensive route map. Very well, I comprehend. Apprise me of the recent occurrences within the sect, Xuanshao instructed. Zhao Lu pursed her lips and produced her notebook. Latest news from the sect. Eldest brother, Shui Yun, has been located. He was reportedly sighted in Yunzhou, indulging in solitary libations. Recent discourse regarding you within the sect has diminished somewhat, since senior sister Su Wan and amp, oppos, S seclusion, Jiang Luoshui has ceased her pursuit of you. Xuanshao nodded, further convinced that Jiang Luoshui harbored affections for Su Wan, resenting anyone Su Wan favored. However, having clarified matters with Su Wan, Jiang Luoshui should no longer pursue him, and the rumors would eventually dissipate. Zhao Lu continued, there is one additional matter. 3rd senior sister has returned from her sojourn, accompanied by an individual. An individual? Xuanshao inquired. Unknown. Even 3rd senior sister is unaware of his true identity. He is reportedly amnesiac. Amnesiac? A man? Zhao Lu affirmed, indeed, and a man of considerable comeliness, though, of course, not as handsome as senior brother. Xuanshao disregarded her latter remark. An amnesiac stranger. This sounds somewhat problematic. He purportedly lost his memory in connection with 3rd senior sister, hence her decision to bring him back to Shu Mountain. Xuanxiao's eyes flickered as he instructed Zhao Lu further before departing from the rear mountains of Silver Sword Peak. He immediately sought out 3rd senior sister, intending to personally assess the so-called amnesiac man. An amnesiac, unidentified, handsome man. This combination instilled unease in Xuanshao. Upon arriving at 3rd senior sister and oppos, S abode on Silver Sword Peak, he learned that she had been summoned by the sect leader. Xuanshao waited until nightfall, but 3rd senior sister did not return. Unwilling to venture to Tongtian Peak and incite further gossip among the disciples, he resolved to postpone his inquiry until after completing his current assignment. Subsequently, Xuanshao departed from Silver Sword Peak alone. Mount Wei, who loomed, majestic and treacherous, shrouded in ethereal mists. Legend held that 2 formidable tiger demons, having attained sentience through cultivation, dwelled within its confines. In bygone days, these tigers were mere beasts of the wilderness. Yet, by fortuitous happenstance, they encountered a passing immortal. Perceiving their latent spirituality, the immortal bestowed upon them the means of cultivation and the awakening of intellect. Initially, the tigers exhibited gratitude, diligently adhering to the immortal and oppos' teachings, striving to suppress their feral instincts and desires, aspiring solely to attain enlightenment. However, as their power burgeoned, so too did their ambition and avarice, proliferating like unchecked weeds. Gradually, they grew increasingly audacious. Presently, Mount Wei, who had become a forbidden zone, merchants and travelers who inadvertently trespassed upon its domain were invariably met with a gruesome fate. Mercilessly devoured by the tiger demons, who reveled in the exhilaration of slaughter. Thunder reverberated through the heavens, and torrential rain cascaded from the overcast sky, rendering the already arduous mountain paths even more treacherous. Water coursed down the slopes, coalescing into turbulent streams that battered the legs of those who dared to traverse them. "Senior brother, let us seek refuge in yonder mountain shrine. The path is exceedingly difficult," the woman in verdant attire implored. The towering man was named Zhou Yan, and the woman by Shui. Both were disciples of the Xian Tian sword sect. While the Xian Tian sword sect could not rival Shu Mountain in terms of heritage, its strength was considerable. The two had come to slay the tiger demons. The siblings entered the dilapidated shrine, discovering that others had already sought shelter within. Two young monks. Xian Tian sword sect, Zhou Yan by Shui, Zhou Yan announced. The monks reciprocated, identifying themselves as Qing Feng and Qing Ming of the Fahua Temple. Given the remote wilderness and the lore of demons and spirits, their presence at this late hour could scarcely be attributed to sightseeing. After a brief exchange, they discerned that they shared a common objective. Since their purpose was aligned, the extermination of the malevolent tiger demons, there was no need for contention. Indeed, strength in numbers would offer greater assurance. Thus, the four settled down, engaging in amiable conversation. The moon was at its zenith, and a tempest raged outside. Unbeknownst to them, within the decrepit shrine, the lifeless clay idol surreptitiously observed them. Xuanshao, disguised as the clay idol, stirred inwardly. Through their discourse, he had ascertained their identities and their purpose. As for Xuanshao and Amp, Oppos, as presents, he had been the first to arrive at the shrine, intending to patiently await the emergence of the tiger demons. However, instead of the demons, he had encountered four fellow cultivators. Yet, this was neither entirely detrimental nor advantageous. Xuanshao preferred not to collaborate with others. Moreover, the four possessed considerable strength, sufficient to contend with the tiger demons. With this in mind, Xuanshao resolved to observe further. Should they successfully vanquish the demons, he would depart discreetly. Conversely, he could launch a surprise attack from the shadows. Chapter 22. A Bold Ambush. At this moment, the door of the mountain god temple was pushed open once more. This time, a group of traveling merchants entered. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be from distant lands. Otherwise, they would not dare to venture into the treacherous Mount Wei, even if it meant taking a detour. Zhou Yan took the initiative to engage them in conversation, inquiring if they were unaware of the monsters that haunted Weihu Mountain. The leader of the merchants wiped the rain from his face and replied, "There's no choice if we don't quicken our pace. We want to be able to sell our goods, and our families will be left to suffer." Dressed in green, Bai Shui curiously asked, "If you can't sell your wares, why not pursue a different trade?" "Alas, we lack the capital," he replied. "Can't you borrow a few hundred taels from relatives or friends? That should be easy enough, right?" The merchants exchanged glances, taken aback by the beauty of the young girl. Xuanshao, hidden within the shrine, glanced at Bai Shui, who had just made a rather naive suggestion. Zhou Yan shot her an apologetic look, smiling at the merchants. "Forgive my junior sister. She is inexperienced in the ways of the world." The merchant waved his hand dismissively. Zhou Yan continued, "A few hundred taels 1T suffice. If you're going to borrow, you should aim for several thousand to truly establish a business. Otherwise, you might consider renting out your home and fields to others for cultivation. That is how my family operates." The merchants were left speechless. Xuanshao remarked, "You shouldn't address your junior brother as second brother either." The merchant chuckled awkwardly, about to respond when a low roar suddenly erupted from outside. The sound seemed to originate from ancient times, piercing through the layers of wind and rain, directly into the ears of those present. Amidst the violent storm, this roar resonated with eerie clarity, like a sword slicing through the heavens. The merchants were alarmed. What bad luck! Have we truly encountered the tiger demon? Zhou Yan, Bai Shui, Qing Feng and Qing Ming remained calm, even somewhat delighted, for they had come precisely to confront the tiger demon. They had expected a prolonged effort. Yet the tiger demon had presented itself so readily. The already dilapidated doors of the mountain god temple were torn apart by the fierce winds. A gust of cold air, mingled with rain and the scent of earth, surged into the temple, causing everyone present to shiver involuntarily. Their gazes were drawn outside, where in the torrential downpour, a colossal tiger head emerged from the shadows. Its massive form was reminiscent of a moving hill, with eyes like bronze bells glinting ominously. Above this fearsome creature, bolts of lightning cleaved through the pitch-black sky, illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. Each flash of lightning reflected off the tiger's fur, making it appear even more terrifying. The merchants turned pale, unaccustomed to such a gigantic beast. Suddenly, the tiger paused, its eyes gleaming with disdain. Another group of overconfident cultivators. Zhou Yin snorted lightly, stepping forward to shield the merchants. Why not test your limits? Qing Feng clasped his hands together and intoned, "O noble tiger spirit, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Lay down your blade and become a Buddha." Umipa. The white tiger roared in response. "Enough with your prattle. Prepare to pay with your lives." For figures surged forth from the temple, engaging the tiger demon in a fierce battle. Their sword techniques appeared strikingly fierce at first glance. Yet upon closer inspection, numerous flaws were evident. Though their movements were swift, the transitions between their techniques appeared rushed and lacked stability, particularly when executing more complex sword forms. Their inexperience and unsteady foundations became glaringly apparent. The essence of the Xiantian sword sect and Oppos' techniques lay in their fluidity and stability. However, the swordplay displayed by the individuals before them, while somewhat resembling the style, failed to grasp its true intricacies. As Li Xuanshao observed the battle, he noted the prowess of Zhou Yin and Oppos' sword technique, affirming the reputation of Fahua Temple's martial arts. Under the righteous assault of the four, the white tiger began to retreat. With a furious roar, it declared, "Clouds follow the dragon. Winds follow the tiger." The raging winds swept through the area. Li Xuanshao Sansa shift. Another tiger demon from Wei, whose mountain had made its presence known. This second demon exuded an undeniable aura of power, astonishing those present. Its fur was pure white, as if draped in a thick layer of snow, devoid of any impurities and radiating a faint chill. Compared to the previous tiger, this one was significantly larger, easily exceeding it in size. "Who dares to harm my husband?" The scene shifted to a 2 versus 4 confrontation. Zhou Yin and Oppos' expression subtly shifted. The situation felt amiss. Reports indicated that both tiger demons were at the mid-foundation stage. Yet this female tiger had evidently reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, a half step into the golden core stage. This fierce female tiger, relying on her formidable physique, attacked recklessly, and her battle intellect surpassed that of the male tiger by a considerable margin. Feigning a strike, she lunged toward Bai Shui, the weakest among the four. "Junior sister, be careful," Zhou Yin cried, but it was too late. Bai Shui brandished her sword, thrusting fiercely at the ferocious female tiger. However, the tiger reacted with astonishing agility, swatting the sword aside as if it were a mere feather. In that critical moment, a brilliant white sword light shot forth like lightning. This swift blade, imbued with an overwhelming force, surged towards the female tiger. Li Xuanshao burst forth from the shrine. The sword light arrived in an instant, leaving the female tiger no time to evade, piercing through her chest and sending her reeling. Li Xuanshao's strike was decisive, precise, and lethal. A bold ambush, executed flawlessly. With one successful thrust, he wasted no breath. A prepared talisman soared forth, forming a cage that ensnared the female tiger, followed by another swift strike. Just then, a thunderous voice roared, "Do not harm my lady." A figure interposed itself before Li Xuanshao and Oppos' sword tip. It was the male tiger, and Li Xuanshao and Oppos' blade pierced through its body. Chapter 23. Why are you so indifferent? Li Xuanshao was taken aback by the unexpected loyalty of the male tiger. Yet, his actions remained unperturbed as he forcefully kicked the male tiger aside. The strength of the female tiger far surpassed that of the male. Kill the female tiger first. Do not harm my wife. Take my life instead. The male tiger roared. Rest assured, this is but a trifling task. None shall escape. Li Xuanshao turned a deaf ear, forming a hand gesture with his sword. The sword into amp, oppose. S-tip pointed directly at the trapped female tiger in the cage. At that moment, another sword lunged from the side, intercepting Li Xuanshao's blade. Wait, Li Xuanshao frowned slightly. The figure before him was Zhou Yin. Spare the female tiger's life. I implore you to listen to me. Li Xuanshao assumed the other wished to personally slay the female tiger for ease of accountability. He was indifferent to this, so long as the female tiger perished. He would consider his mission accomplished. Thus, he promptly replied, then do proceed. At this juncture, the male tiger had lunged towards the cage. However, with its current prowess, it cannot break through. Meanwhile, the female tiger within the cage was grievously wounded from Li Xuanshao and oppose as ambush. Wife, how are you? Are you all right, my love? My husband, run. These people are formidable. You must flee and leave me behind. No, wife, I refuse to abandon you. It turned, glaring furiously at Li Xuanshao and the others. If you wish to slay me, then release my wife. Ba, the heavens have their laws, and immortals have their rules. Though the universe may be indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder, little do they know that even demons possess genuine emotions. Qing Feng clasped his hands together in prayer. Beside him, his junior brother, Qing Ming, also recited Ba. Witnessing this scene, Bai Shui could not help but feel moved. Pray tell, what sect do you belong to? Zhou Yin inquired with a polite bow. I am Li Xuanshao, a disciple of Mount Shu. Ah, so you hail from Mount Shu. I extend my gratitude for rescuing my junior sister. No need for formalities. This is not the time for idle chatter. We shall discuss it further after vanquishing the demons. Zhou Yin glanced at the pair of tiger demons with a deep sigh. Li Daoyu, do you not feel a pang of compassion upon witnessing this? Compassion? Such a niche term. Please spare my wife. I beseech you. The male tiger knelt in a human-like posture, bowing its head in despair. My husband, no. You must flee. Ensure your survival and care for our children. Wife, without you, my existence in this world would be sheer torment. Fear not. I shall ensure that you and your children depart this world without suffering. Benefactor, Li Daoyu, please cease. How can you be so indifferent? Li Xuanshao blinked in surprise. Indifferent? Me? He turned to the one who spoke, Bai Shui. She wiped away the tears that had trickled down her cheeks from her emotions. Do you not find them pitiable? Seeing this, can you still strike? Grant them a chance, Zhou Yin advised. You two must remember this day. Never again should you engage in malevolence. In light of your deep affection for one another, I shall spare you today. Thank you, esteemed immortal. We vow to repent and never again commit acts of violence. The pair of tigers bowed repeatedly, their faces filled with sincerity. Zhou Yin then addressed Li Xuanshao. Li Daoyu, while eradicating evil is indeed commendable, sometimes one must consider the means. Slaughter does not resolve everything. See, is this not a joyous conclusion? Li Xuanshao surveyed the two tiger demons, then the four individuals standing in front of him, and reluctantly sheathed his sword. At that moment, the female tiger spoke, Esteemed immortals, I previously received a secret letter from a cultist inviting me to join their ranks. Now that my husband and I have decided to forsake evil and embrace righteousness, we wish to hand this letter to you. You may use it to infiltrate the cult and aid in its eradication. Is this true? Zhou Yin raised an eyebrow. Indeed. How splendid. Zhou Yin exclaimed with delight. This task not only concluded successfully, but also unveiled leads to the cult, marking a significant achievement. However, Li Xuanshao interjected, be wary. We cannot trust everything the tiger demon says. I have already investigated. This tiger demon has caused havoc for years, slaughtering over 300 innocent lives. If a mere utterance can absolve them, what are those lost lives? The male tiger immediately responded, Esteemed immortal, I had no choice. My wife was with child and gravely injured. I resorted to bloodshed solely to sustain her life. If you must punish someone, let me pay for those lives. But spare my wife and children. No, my husband. It is all my fault. You are blameless. Zhou Yin sighed, recognizing the plight of these two unfortunate demons. Yet, since the deceased could not be revived, they should descend the mountain to apologize to the families of the wronged. Qing Feng quickly concurred. Revenge begets revenge. Zhou Daoshi understands the greater good, and I have no objections. Li Daoshi, what say you? Li Xuanshao understood his objection would likely be in vain. Observing that the others intended to accompany the tiger demons to retrieve the letter, he chose to take his leave instead. Watching his retreating figure, Bai Shui inwardly lamented. Senior brother, I have long heard that disciples of Mount Shu practice an emotionless path. It seems they truly possess hearts of stone. Zhou Yin shook his head. If he had slain the tiger demon, we would have lost the opportunity to learn about the letter and trace the cult's whereabouts. Thus, one must perform good deeds to reap good rewards. Indeed, I comprehend, senior brother. Esteemed immortals, please follow me, the male tiger said, assisting the injured female tiger and leading the way. Chapter 24. The cruelty of the cultivation world. They cautiously followed the two imposing tiger demons as they traversed the dense and shadowy forest. The surroundings were so tranquil that only the sound of their own footsteps and the occasional chirping of birds could be heard. After an indeterminate duration, a colossal cave entrance finally loomed before them. The tiger demons led the way into the cavern, with the others closely in tow. Upon stepping into the cave, they were immediately awestruck by the opulence that surrounded them. The interior was adorned in resplendent grandeur, truly deserving of the term magnificent. Countless sparkling gems were embedded in the cave walls. A soft and luxurious carpet covered the floor, and exquisite crystal chandeliers hung from above, illuminating the space as brightly as day. Venturing deeper, they encountered an array of rare and exquisite treasures. Some radiated an otherworldly glow, while others bore unique and intricate designs. It was evident that this couple of tiger demons had amassed such remarkable wealth through years of plundering and looting. Zhou Yin raised an eyebrow, remarking on the abundance of treasures they possessed. The male tiger quickly responded, expressing their willingness to present all the treasures within the cave to the four cultivators as atonement for their previous transgressions. Zhou Yin nodded, finding the tiger's sense of propriety commendable. Please, this way. I have an unparalleled celestial treasure to show you, the tiger said, piquing the interest of the four. They followed the tiger demon to the end of the cave. Where's the celestial treasure? They inquired. The male tiger retreated a step, then another, before suddenly vanishing from sight. In an instant, a cage sprang up from the ground, ensnaring the four within its confines. Zhou Yin quickly realized their deception, exclaiming, "You two wretched fiends are resorting to trickery." "Amiba, I am quite incensed," he fumed. "You are truly despicable, and I regret placing my trust in you." Bai Shui, equally enraged, stomped her foot. "You are the foolish ones." The female tiger laughed heartily. "You cultivators are both naive and dim-witted. It is no injustice that you fall into our hands. Do you really think this will confine us?" Zhou Yin scoffed, coldly dismissing their arrogance as he unsheathed his sword. With a single stroke, he attempted to unleash a flurry of blades, a technique unique to the Xintian sword sect, capable of transforming one sword into a myriad. However, despite Zhou Yin and Appo's as formidable swordsmanship, the surrounding vines remained unscathed. The female tiger laughed again. "Do not waste your effort. These vines are a treasure formed from a seed left by the current two immortals. Not even a perfected golden core cultivator could break through them." Zhou Yin, undeterred, channeled his vital energy and swung his sword, joined by Qing Feng and Bai Shui. Yet, as the female tiger had claimed, their various spells and artifacts proved futile against the cage. In a moment of desperation, they even lowered their dignity, pleading for mercy. But the tiger demons had no intention of granting their enemies a second chance. Half an hour slipped by in an instant, and the four collapsed breathless. The cruelty of the cultivation world had never been more evident. The tiger demons swiftly gathered the treasures within the cave, knowing that the four would be tracked down by their sect through the unique marks on their bodies. They could not remain here any longer. "What a pity for this cave," the male tiger lamented. As long as we preserve our lives, it is worth more than anything else. The female tiger, still recovering from the wound inflicted by Li Xuandao's earlier ambush, added, "Rest assured, if we ever encounter that cultivator again, I shall flay him alive." "Enough chatter. Let us depart swiftly," the female tiger commanded as they hurried down the mountain. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the forest. The tiger demons raced down the mountain path when suddenly a silvery light pierced through the air, impaling the male tiger to an ancient tree. The female tiger gasped, letting out a fearsome roar, yet she could not discern the source of the attack amidst the overwhelming presence around her. There were at least a dozen individuals concealed nearby. A tempestuous wind surged forth. Unlike any ordinary gust, it was a violent hurricane. The female tiger and amp, Oppos, Esfer whipped wildly in the gale. Mastery over the wind was an essential skill for a tiger that had attained sentience. With a thunderous roar, the entire space trembled. The hurricane spiraled around the female tiger, sweeping in all directions like an unstoppable torrent. Where it passed, sand and stones were uprooted, and even the earth was turned over, leaving a barren wasteland devoid of life. In an instant, the area within a radius of 5 meters was rendered desolate, stripped of any vegetation, leaving only bare ground and swirling dust. Among the destruction lay the remnants of torn puppets. The female tiger and amp, Oppos, expression shifted in alarm, but it was too late. 2 beams of sword light struck her, and with a mournful cry, she collapsed. Li Xuandao emerged from the shadows. "Wait, immortal, you promised to spare our lives," the male tiger cried out in despair. "It was your promise to me, not mine," Li Xuandao replied calmly. "We have already conferred with those 4 cultivators and plan to leave the mountain to seek atonement. If you truly wish to kill us, please at least allow us to complete our penance first," the male tiger implored. "Your penance is to perish here," Li Xuandao declared, raising his sword. "Wait, wait." The female tiger panicked, realizing that the man before them was consumed by a singular desire to kill. There was no trace of mercy in his eyes. "There are countless treasures in our cave, as well as artifacts left by the immortals. If you spare us, we can offer them all to you." Li Xuandao's sword struck down. "Foolish. Killing you will still grant me those treasures. Is this the way of the righteous sect?" The female tiger gasped, her breath fading. The male tiger and Oppos, fury boiled over. "You vile creature, I shall kill you. Do not be hasty. Your turn will come soon enough," Li Xuandao replied, delivering a swift strike that pierced the male tiger and amp, Oppos' skull. As the male tiger and amp, Oppos' head slumped, his life extinguished, Li Xuandao collected the storage rings from the tiger demons and retraced their path, seeking the way they had come. Chapter 25. No more tiger demons on Weihu Mountain. Following the trail left by the 2 tiger demons, Li Xuanshao discovered the cave of a tiger. As he entered, he noted the abundance of treasures that the 2 demons had been unable to carry away. After a cursory glance, he ventured to the back of the cave, his brow furrowing slightly. There, lying before him, were 4 skeletal remains, devoid of flesh and blood, as if they had succumbed to the ravages of time and ultimately transformed into mere bones. These were Zhou Yin, Bai Shui, Qing Feng, and Qing Ming. Li Xuanshao was perplexed. He had believed that they had long departed. How could it be that the 2 tiger demons had succeeded in slaying them here? Logically, even at their peak, those 2 demons would have struggled against these 4 individuals, let alone in their current state of injury. There were mechanisms and magical formations. With caution, Li Xuanshao began to search, soon discovering a hidden vine-based magical artifact. This artifact possessed its own array of enchantments. Li Xuanshao Lespat, realizing that even cultivators at the Golden Core stage would find it impossible to breach the defenses. No wonder these 4 had met their demise. He shook his head, feeling a pang of sorrow for them, for they were all righteous individuals who likely fell victim to their naivety, having read too many books. They were oblivious to the treachery of the human heart and the even darker nature of demons. This was yet another stark reminder of the harsh realities in the world of cultivation, where a moment in Oppos' carelessness could lead to irretrievable ruin, offering no room for regret. The vine artifact was left behind by the tiger demons, perhaps because it could only be wielded by those with lofty righteous spirits. The two demons, being steeped in bloodshed, were naturally unfit to possess it. Xuanshao carefully collected the vine seed artifact, laying a trap that would serve as an additional means of self-defense. As he glanced once more at the skeletal remains, he shook his head again. It was likely that soon, the members of Fahua Temple and Xuanshan's word sect would come to retrieve the bodies, and in an effort to prevent the remains from being devoured by wild beasts, he sprinkled a powder to ward off predators outside the cave. In contrast, Taiping County, a name that evokes images of tranquility and harmony, stood in stark opposition to its true nature. This place was fraught with danger and instability, primarily due to its proximity to the infamous Weihu Mountain. Each year, no fewer than 100 lives were mercilessly claimed, victims of the tiger plague. These unfortunate souls often encountered fierce tigers while laboring in the woods, or faced calamity while hunting or gathering firewood. Some women, tending to their children at home, would find only their remains upon the return of their husbands. A truly devastating scenario. What was particularly terrifying was that the legendary Weihu Mountain was rumored to harbor not just ordinary tigers, but two enormous and exceptionally ferocious tiger demons. Their size purportedly exceeded that of an average horse, conjuring a horrific image of such monstrous beings roaming the forest. On this particular day, as dawn broke, the town crier, yawning, stepped out of the county office with a gong in hand. Squinting ahead, he thought he saw something unusual. Oh my! With a gasp, he collapsed to the ground, horrified by the sight before him. It was the skins of two tigers. News spread rapidly, and soon the citizens from nearby counties flocked to see the terrifying spectacle. However, thereafter, Weihu Mountain was devoid of tiger demons. The mystery of who had vanquished the demons and left their skins behind remained unsolved. Taiping County had finally become a true Taiping County. Years later, as time transformed the landscape, a peasant uprising from this county would rise to seize the throne. But that was a tale for another day. Upon returning to Silver Sword Peak, Xuanshao entrusted his mission jade slip to his junior sister, Zhao Lu, asking her to report to the sword-holding pavilion on his behalf. As it was prudent for him to remain discreet and avoid encounters with fourth senior sister Su Wan and Jiang Luoshui. Is third senior sister here? Li Xuanshao inquired. Yes, Zhao Lu replied with a nod. After giving Zhao Lu further instructions, he set out to find third senior sister. Her name was Lin Wanqing. Though her family background was unremarkable, Xuanshao sensed from his master and Oppos, as casual remarks that she was anything but ordinary. He surmised she might be the reincarnation of an ancient celestial being, though this remained mere speculation without concrete evidence. Soon, he located third senior sister Lin Wanqing, who was playing the guqin in a bamboo grove. Instead of approaching directly, he observed her from a distance. Before long, a striking young man appeared, his appearance captivating, with an almost enchanting aura that seemed to draw one in. His skin was as pale as snow, smooth as jade, and glimmered subtly in the sunlight. Clad in a deep indigo robe adorned with silver-threaded cloud patterns, he was further accentuated by a wide azure belt embroidered with exquisite designs, complementing his regal attire. His lustrous, dark hair was tied back, crowned with a small silver tiara embedded with jade, enhancing his already striking features. What a handsome man! Xuanshao frowned. Sister, the young man exclaimed, bounding toward Lin Wanqing. I caught a butterfly. Lin Wanqing smiled warmly. Yes, the butterfly is lovely. Shall we let it go? The young man blinked playfully. Lin Wanqing gently stroked his head. Dear, butterflies are living beings too. They feel pain. While we admire their beauty, they may be terrified. Perhaps someone is waiting for them. So, shall we let it go? Okay. The young man nodded obediently, releasing the butterfly. I will listen to my sister. Xuanshao, Kuden, and Oppos, helped but shudder, a chill running down his spine. Who is there? Lin Wanqing suddenly called out. Regaining his composure, Xuanshao stepped forward with a smile. Third senior sister, you have returned. Ah, it's junior brother. Lin Wanqing's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Xuanshao. Chapter 26. The Mysterious Individual Sister. Who is he? The man noticed Xuanshao and Oppos' wary expression, even retreating behind Lin Wanqing. He is my little junior brother. Junior brother? What does that mean? Well, he's like a brother to me, Lin Wanqing explained. The man pouted. He is your brother? How can you have another brother? Lin Wanqing affectionately replied, Dear, he is your sister and Amp, Oppo's, junior brother, while you are her brother. They are not the same. Then who is closer to you? With a hint of helplessness. Lin Wanqing pinched his cheek. Of course, you're the closest to your sister. The man smiled genuinely. It was then that Lin Wanqing recalled, Junior brother, what brings you here? Xuanshao clutched his chest, lowering his head, his expression grim. Junior brother, what is wrong? Nothing, I just feel a bit nauseous. Nauseous? Did you eat something bad? It seems so. Xuanshao brushed past the topic. Sister, he is. Oh, you could just call him Fanhua. Fanhua? Xuanshao searched his mind for the name, but found no relevant information. Lin Wanqing elaborated, I met him 6 months ago by the riverbank. He had lost his memory and kept calling me sister. I had no choice but to bring him along, hoping to help him recover his memories in Shushan. Is he also a cultivator? Xuanshao posed a crucial question. Lin Wanqing shook her head, then nodded. He is a cultivator, but his cultivation level is very low. It is nearly undetectable, and his meridians seem blocked, likely due to some sealing technique. Oh, Xuanshao raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress his inner skepticism. A person of unknown identity and origin, certainly not an ordinary character, and possessing a sealing technique. How could one casually bring such a person into the sect? What does our master say? The master is in seclusion. I didn't see him when I visited yesterday. How unfortunate that he chose this moment to seclude himself. What about the other elders? Most of them are also preoccupied. How coincidental. After a moment in Oppo's hesitation, Xuanshao declared, Sister, I happen to know a bit about mental spells. Perhaps I could attempt to help him recover his memories. Lin Wanqing nodded, not surprised that her little junior brother possessed such knowledge. Having practiced since childhood and traveled extensively with the sect leader, he had acquired a broad range of skills. It was said he could even channel divine spirits. Muttering about the setting sun and the darkening sky, Xuanshao clasped his hands in respect. Allow me to prepare. All right, Lin Wanqing readily agreed. Fanhua, thank you, brother. Oh, thank you, brother, Fanhua said timidly. Xuanshao offered a warm smile. By the way, sister, did you name Fanhua? Or did he tell you himself? He told me himself. He said he only remembers that name. Xuanshao nodded again, retrieving a wooden eagle from his storage ring. He then spoke in a tone suited for a child. Big brother has a toy for you, all right? What is this? Xuanshao activated the wooden eagle and Oppo's switch, and without needing any magical energy, the eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky, circling once before returning to Xuanshao and Oppo's shoulder. Fanhua and Oppo's eyes brightened. Do you want it? Yes. Come take it. It and Oppo's a gift from Big Brother. Fanhua hesitated, glancing at Lin Wanqing and then Xuanshao. Seeing Lin Wanqing nod with a smile, he ran over to receive the wooden eagle. Thank you, brother. Xuanshao grinned and ruffled his hair before taking his leave. Upon returning to his humble abode on Silver Sword Peak, the smile on Xuanshao and Oppo's face finally faded. He raised his hand, revealing 2 strands of Fanhua and Oppo's hair. Fanhua. Xuanshao murmured the name. With a flick of his wrist, the shelves inside the cottage materialized before him. He opened a book and wrote down the 2 characters. After finishing, he continued to write swiftly. Moments later, he sketched Fanhua's appearance on the paper. He then sealed the 2 strands of hair within the book. As a spell flowed from his lips, the page ignited spontaneously without fire. This spell connected to Shushan and Oppo's vast repository of knowledge, akin to an encyclopedia encompassing a plethora of information and records within a realm. As long as Shushan had recorded any individual, this marvelous spell could effortlessly retrieve such details. The depth of Shushan and Oppo's heritage was profound. It was nearly impossible to find someone or something that could not be traced. Xuanshao furrowed his brow, his eyes twitching slightly, as he immersed his consciousness into this vast, magical realm. Instantly, a torrent of thick tomes surged forth in his mind, piling up like mountains. Some were ancient and yellowed, exuding an aura of antiquity, while others appeared as new as ever, shimmering with faint spiritual light. The books began to flip rapidly, as if a vast database was being searched. However, as time ticked by, he had perused countless dense volumes, yet found not even a trace of information pertaining to the individual. The absence of any findings was even more disconcerting. Xuanshao feeling as though he were facing a formidable enemy. Why on earth has the third sister brought back? Yet, curiously, no one else appeared to care. Xuanshao prepared for two contingencies. First, he utilized a wooden cicada crafted through the mechanisms of the Mahe school to monitor Fanhua. The advantage of this technique was that it did not require spiritual energy, making it difficult for cultivators to detect. Secondly, he penned anonymous letters to the law elder and the deputy sect leader, cautioning them to be wary of the individual brought back by third sister Lin Wanqing. The choice of these two was deliberate. Although there were 7 peak masters, none wished to meddle in the affairs of disciples from other peaks, as it was a thankless endeavor. The original peak master, Xuanshao and Appo's master, had become the new sect leader, leaving Silver Sword Peak temporarily without a leader. The law elder managed the laws of Shushan, while the deputy sect leader acted on behalf of the sect leader during his seclusion. Thus, writing to the two was undoubtedly the best course of action. After completing these tasks, Xuanshao sought out his junior sister Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu was busy counting the treasures Xuanshao had brought back from the Tiger Demon Cave, as per Shushan and Appo's regulations. The spoils belonged to the one who executed the task. Xuanshao had selected some suitable supplements and 2 magical treasures for Zhao Lu. He entrusted her with a key mission, to feign an accidental encounter with third sister and subtly inquire about where and when she met Fanhua. If Xuanshao were to investigate too thoroughly, it would raise suspicion. However, entrusting Zhao Lu with the task would be different, as conversations between girls flowed more easily. Zhao Lu accepted the task, having grown accustomed to her brother's peculiar behaviors over the years. She even willingly joined her brother's endeavors. Chapter 27. Zhang Tianxin Law Enforcement Hall. The disciples of law enforcement retrieved letters from the mailbox. These letters were submitted anonymously by disciples from various peaks, allowing them to freely express their grievances regarding the misdeeds of others in Shushan. However, anonymity often served merely as a guise for idle chatter. Each day, the law enforcement disciples would present these letters to the elder of law enforcement. Today was no exception. After enjoying a cup of morning tea, the elder opened the reports of the day. One letter detailed an incident where someone defecated behind the small Cheong Peak, only for a passing disciple to step in it. The elder set down his pastry and continued reading. Another report accused a disciple of flying at excessive speeds on their sword within Shushan. Others complained about a disciple intentionally damaging their own planted flowers, while yet another letter divulged inappropriate relationships between certain individuals and even gossip about someone and Appo's character. Most of these matters were trivial. As he perused further, he found a report concerning Lin Wanqing from Silver Sword Peak, who had brought an unidentified individual back to Shushan, urging the law enforcement hall to conduct a thorough investigation. The elder had previously encountered this person, Fanhua. Could there be trouble? He appeared remarkably handsome, stirring a flicker of intrigue within him. The elder coughed lightly and patted his fair cheek. Was it love at first sight? Perhaps not. Yet there was undeniably something captivating about him, particularly those soulful peach blossom eyes. The way he addressed others as sister sent ripples through one's heart. Fanhua. What a melodious name. Alas, it was not he who encountered such a figure, but rather Lin Wanqing's disciple. Indeed, seclusion within the sect does not lead to love. He mused upon his own age. The elder took out a small mirror to inspect himself. Thus, he unwittingly overlooked the anonymous letter provided by Xuanshao. As he observed the elder of law enforcement and the deputy sect leader remain unresponsive, Xuanshao realized he needed to take the next step. He checked the wooden cicada he had set to surveil Fanhua. The cicada was intact and had not been discovered. There was nothing amiss with Fanhua either. When Zhao Lu returned, he effortlessly extracted information about where Fanhua had crossed paths with the third senior sister, Lin Wanqing. Zhao Lu, brimming with pride, asked, "Senior brother, how do you plan to reward me?" "Shut the door, and I shall reward you properly," he replied. Zhao Lu was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing red. After spending so long with her senior brother, he had finally acted like a man. She waved her hand, using magic to close the door. Bang! Moments later, Zhao Lu's voice emerged from the hut. Senior brother. No, absolutely not. Senior brother, I can't take it anymore. Senior brother. Zhao Lu collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, her entire body flushed as if her meridians were about to burst, her chi flowing like a raging river. For these days, just digest this tiger demon pill, he instructed. The tiger demon pill was crafted by Xuanshao from the remains of 2 deceased tiger demons. A total of 4 pills existed, and he had just given one to his junior sister, Zhao Lu, to enhance her vitality. Subsequently, Xuanshao departed from Shushan, soaring on his sword towards the location where Lin Wanqing and Fan Yu had met. As he journeyed, silence enveloped him, and he encountered no injured women. However, he did rescue a merchant convoy that was being robbed by mountain bandits. Days later, Xuanshao arrived at the riverside where the two had encountered one another. He employed the water avoidance technique, submerging himself in the river, attempting to locate the river deity. Yet, he soon discovered that not only was there no river deity present, but even the slightest trace of spiritual beings within the water was absent. He then sought the mountain deity or the land spirit, but they too were nowhere to be found. Xuanshao stomped his foot, preparing to summon local spiritual beings within a radius of several dozen miles to inquire. At that moment, 3 figures abruptly entered his perception. One was at the early golden core stage, while the other 2 had reached full foundation establishment. Evil cultists. The 3 were well concealed, yet the sword box at Xuanshao's back, left by the former sect leader, vibrated ominously, sensing the demonic aura. Facing 3 opponents, including a golden core cultivator, a direct confrontation was ill-advised. Xuanshao quickly concealed himself. He did not flee immediately, sensing that these sudden appearances of the 3 malevolent cultivators were not as simple as they seemed. This is the place. The golden core cultivator surveyed the area. The sign pointed directly here, also the last location of the monarch and Apos' lingering aura. How could this be? The Lord commanded us to search for the monarch. Yet the aura dissipates here. The monarch? Could it possibly be Fan Yu? Xuanshao immediately linked Fan Yu to the situation. Who goes there? The golden core cultivator suddenly called out. Show yourself. Xuanshao remained still as a figure suddenly leapt forth from a distance. Trying to escape? Not so easily, the golden core cultivator declared, gesturing with his hand. The figure fell from the air, spitting blood. The 2 foundation establishment cultists swiftly subdued the individual, dragging them forward. A monk? No, merely a bald man. Who are you? Zhang Tianxin from the Golden Thunder sect. The 3 malevolent cultivators, including the hidden Xuanshao, fell silent. What a shameful name, tracking me, overestimating their capabilities. Zhang Tianxin and Amp, Apos' lips curled into a slight smirk. How do you know this ISN and Amp, Apos, my scheme, including being brought before you? Oh, bang. Zhang Tianxin suddenly sprang into action, delivering a punch. Golden lightning flickered around her. Despite being at the foundation establishment stage, she unleashed a force rivaling that of a golden core cultivator in an instant. Even Xuanshao was taken aback. Zhang Tianxin repelled the golden core cultivator with a single blow and swiftly engaged the 2 foundation establishment cultivators in combat. Golden Thunder sect practitioners excelled in the golden thunder body refinement technique. Though few in number, it was said that each disciple possessed extraordinary talent. Mastery of the technique rendered them nearly impervious to harm, proving its reputation well-deserved. At present, it seemed that the golden thunder body refinement technique indeed lived up to its name. A foundation establishment cultivator was managing to push back a golden core cultivator, along with 2 foundation establishment evil cultivators. However, a golden core cultivator remained a golden core cultivator. No matter how valiant Zhang Tianxin was, she was still merely at the foundation establishment stage. As the golden core cultivator regained his composure, he quickly stabilized the battle and Apos' dynamics. Xuanshao pressed down on the eager sword box, preparing to seize the opportune moment for a bold ambush. observing the current skirmish. It seemed Zhang Tianxin from the Golden Thunder sect could hold on for a while longer. However, at that very moment, Li Xuanshao's expression suddenly shifted. The other sword hilts within the sword box began to tremble violently. This was not a disturbance caused by a mere golden core cultivator. Chapter 28. The Descent of Calamity? 3 perfected golden core cultivators and an ancient nascent soul demon emerged before Li Xuanshao, causing a cold sweat to cascade down his back. If there were merely 1 golden core and 2 foundation establishment practitioners, Li Xuanshao, although in the foundation establishment stage himself, would possess ample confidence to retreat unscathed, perhaps even eliminating one of the foundation establishment cultivators. However, with the addition of the 3 perfected golden core cultivators and the nascent soul demon, his chances of survival were utterly non-existent. His shielding talisman would only prove effective against golden core cultivators. The nascent soul demon could effortlessly detect his presence with a mere flicker of consciousness. Zhang Tianxin, too, sensed the overwhelming aura, and his expression shifted dramatically. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a golden pill from his storage ring and consumed it. This was a life-saving elixir bestowed upon him by his master before descending the mountain, capable of forcibly elevating his cultivation to the golden core stage for a brief period, albeit with significant side effects. For an ordinary cultivator, consuming it could jeopardize their foundation, potentially causing their progress to stagnate for eternity. After taking the pill, Zhang Tianxin and Amp, Oppos, as cultivation surged. The ancient nascent soul demon, an elder with white hair, merely glanced at Zhang Tianxin. With that single gaze, the once confident Zhang Tianxin found himself rendered utterly incapable of resistance. The chasm between the golden core and the nascent soul stages, though only 1 realm apart, was an insurmountable divide. Have you located the master and Amp, Oppos, aura? The nascent soul demon disregarded him further. The master's presence has vanished from this location. Why are these 2 here? He inquired again. The golden core heretic cultivator paused. 2. The nascent soul demon snorted derisively. After all these years of cultivation, have you truly wasted your efforts? He turned to address another perfected golden core practitioner. Inform him of the whereabouts of the other individual. The perfected cultivator blinked, pointing at Zhang Tianxin. I see now. He is pregnant, hence 2 individuals. The golden core cultivator was struck with sudden clarity. You must have lost your mind. The nascent soul demon struck him with a backhand. Are you coming out? Or shall I assist you? No sooner had he spoken than Li Xuanshao emerged from the ground, promptly taking flight on his sword without uttering a word. Tried to escape. The golden core cultivator, still fuming from the slap, gave chase. He was swift, but Li Xuanshao was not slow either. Do not flee. The golden core cultivator and Oppos' expression darkened as he raised a hand and gently clenched it. In an instant, the previously still trees on either side sprang to life, twisting violently. Their branches elongated and thickened, resembling serpents as they lunged towards Li Xuanshao at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, the robust branches ensnared Li Xuanshao, binding him tightly and rendering him immobile. The immense force threatened to crush him, making even breathing a laborious task. The golden core cultivator approached the nascent soul demon triumphantly. I have captured him. Slap. The nascent soul demon responded with another slap. Why are you hitting me again? The golden core cultivator exclaimed, bewildered. I brought back a fake? The nascent soul demon waved his hand, causing the captured Li Xuanshao to transform into a paper figure, which subsequently erupted in a cloud of toxic mist. Be careful. Li Xuanshao, concealed in the shadows, fled desperately. Had only these 4 golden core cultivators been present, he might have escaped. However, the presence of the nascent soul demon rendered his efforts futile. Thus, Li Xuanshao was effortlessly pulled from the ground and joined with Zhang Tianxin in captivity. With the master's aura inexplicably vanishing here, these 2 might possess some knowledge worth reporting to the Lord. The golden core cultivator queried. This minor matter can be handled by us. Why trouble the Lord? Fool! If you fail to extract information and lose the master and Oppos' trail, the Lord will deem us incompetent. Hand these 2 over to the Lord. If they have any leads, it will be a boon. If not, it will be of no consequence to us. In the workplace, one must discern what is to be done and what is not. The golden core cultivator finally understood. Uncle, what exactly should we do and what should we avoid? How many times must I remind you? Conduct yourself properly while at work. The other 4 golden core cultivators gazed expectantly at the nascent soul demon. With eloquence, the nascent soul demon expounded. In the demonic sect, one must refrain from actions that yield no learning, and those that are urgent must not be rushed. For haste leads to mistakes. As for the trivial matters, they too must be approached with patience. Xuanshao could not help but applaud. Oh no, he has gleaned something valuable. On the path of capture, Zhang Tianxin and Xuanshao, these unfortunate companions, began to converse. Brother, it appears our situation is dire, Zhang Tianxin remarked. Xuanshao sighed in resignation. Encountering a nascent soul cultivator, particularly one from the demonic sect, was rarer than being struck by lightning. May I ask, what led you to follow these demonic practitioners? After a moment and Oppo's hesitation, Zhang Tianxin replied, I descended the mountain for exploration and encountered an old fortune-teller who spoke of a calamity descending upon the world, leading me here, where I fortuitously met them. A calamity descending? Xuanshao raised an eyebrow, about to inquire further, when suddenly, light returned to their surroundings. They found themselves within a palace, bound to pillars. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Tianxin declared, Though this is our first encounter, I can see your righteous spirit, not one to fear death. Regardless of the torment we face at the hands of these wicked beings, we must endure with unwavering resolve, for only then can we demonstrate the integrity of righteous individuals. Xuanshao was moved by his words and nodded solemnly. Indeed, at that moment, a dense wave of demonic energy surged around them, coalescing like a rolling black mist. In an instant, it rushed toward their position and coalesced above a chair before them. As the demonic energy swirled and solidified, a humanoid figure gradually emerged. She possessed an alluring figure, long and fair legs, and sat languidly with one leg crossed over the other, one delicate hand propping up her chin, exuding an aura of utter laziness. Finally, the figure fully materialized. She tilted her head slightly, her beautiful eyes slowly opening, revealing a hint of drowsiness and indifference. As if just awakening from slumber, her gaze falling upon the 2 captives. Mulong Montak, exclaimed the imperial daughter Feng in surprise. You are still alive. Xuanshao could hardly believe his eyes. The worst-case scenario had materialized. They had fallen into the hands of the demonic sect and Oppo's leader, a leader he had once schemed against. Chapter 29. Inhumane Murong Mo, you are still alive? The imperial daughter Feng gazed incredulously at Xuanshao before her. Xuanshao blinked, utterly astonished to encounter the imperial daughter Feng in such a manner. Indeed, she had not perished alongside Lu Qiushui on that fateful day at Wuwang Mountain. After witnessing Li Xuanshao's demise at Lu Qiushui's hands, the imperial daughter Feng engaged in a fierce skirmish with Lu Qiushui, exacerbating their already fragile injuries. Subsequently, a third party intervened, compelling both to retreat in tacit agreement to avoid being exploited by others. Upon her return, the imperial daughter Feng even erected a ceremonial tomb for Li Xuanshao, vowing before his grave that she would one day bring Lu Qiushui and Oppo's head to pay homage to him. Little did she expect to encounter Li Xuanshao once more today. Li Xuanshao forced a smile. In truth, I am still alive. The imperial daughter Feng raised an eyebrow, glancing at the Yuaning old demon who had brought Li Xuanshao and Zhang Tianxin back. The Yuaning old demon hurriedly explained, Your Excellency, these 2 are related to the disappearance of His Majesty. I suspect they have captured him. The imperial daughter Feng nodded thoughtfully, then turned her gaze back to Li Xuanshao. You are alive, yet why did you not seek me out? Oh, you have returned to Shushan and reneged on your promise to become my little brother. I despise those who go back on their word. The imperial daughter Feng placed her hands on her hips, rising from her seat and pacing. How could I have erected a ceremonial tomb for you and honored you with offerings, only for you to act so heartlessly? Are you in league with Shushan, or where have you taken our emperor? Speak, or face the consequences. Li Xuanshao managed a weak smile. May I inquire who this emperor is? Feigning ignorance. The imperial daughter Feng retorted coldly, brandishing a red whip. Crack! The whip lashed out, eliciting a piercing scream. Will you speak? Will you speak? I shall make you regret your silence. Ah! Xuanshao blinked, casting a glance at the brutally beaten Zhang Tianxin, whose lips twitched in disbelief. ISN and oppos. This a case of mistaken identity? Why strike me? If he refuses to speak, punish him instead. The red whip seemed imbued with magical energy, as evidenced by Zhang Tianxin and oppos' increasingly anguished cries. The pain intensified. Xuanshao swallowed hard. This was inhumane. He feared that if this continued, Zhang Tianxin would perish from the beating. Old master, I truly do not know who this emperor is. I merely passed through. It has nothing to do with me. Zhang Tianxin and oppos' wails grew more desperate, while the imperial daughter Feng, seemingly fatigued from her exertions, stretched and commanded, "Take them away and confine them. After I rest, I shall interrogate them thoroughly." Understood. Zhang Tianxin and Xuanshao were each locked in separate cells. Zhang Tianxin was thrown onto the damp ground, gasping in pain. Taoist Zhang, are you all right? Xuanshao's voice resonated from the adjacent cell. Zhang Tianxin replied, "Do you believe me when I say I am fine?" Xuanshao admired Taoist Zhang. "You are indeed a true disciple of a righteous sect. Even in such a state, you utter not a word of complaint. I am in awe." Zhang Tianxin and oppos' lips twitched. She never asked me anything. All she did was hit me. I would speak if she questioned me. She just kept striking me. Zhang Tianxin shot Xuanshao a resentful glance. "Who is that woman?" Xuanshao replied slowly, "The imperial daughter Feng." "The imperial daughter Feng?" Zhang Tianxin and oppos' countenance changed dramatically. "Is it the one from the heavenly calamity hall?" "Indeed, it is she." Xuanshao nodded. "It seems we are doomed. I have heard that the imperial daughter Feng takes pleasure in slaughter, delighting in torturing righteous disciples to death while relishing their pleas for mercy, only to grant them hope before plunging them into despair." Zhang Tianxin glanced at her wounds, realizing today was merely an appetizer. "By the way, you seem to have some acquaintance with the imperial daughter Feng." "One might say so. We have a history." "A history? No wonder she only targeted you today." "It must be a psychological tactic to instill fear and dread, making one constantly ponder when their turn will come, a far more terrifying prospect than physical pain. It is akin to a slap delivered to your face versus one that you cannot foresee. The terror of the latter is far greater." Having reached this conclusion, Zhang Tianxin turned to Xuanshao, intending to offer some words of comfort, but was taken aback. The cell where Xuanshao was confined was spacious and well-lit, furnished with a plush, comfortable bed draped in a thick velvet blanket. Nearby stood an exquisitely crafted table, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen, with intricately carved legs resembling fine art. A magnificent chandelier hung overhead, sparkling with dazzling crystal pendants. To her astonishment, there was even a vanity in the corner. Zhang Tianxin glanced back at her own cell, where the only amenity was a bucket for her waist. Zhang Tianxin exclaimed, "You must be a spy for the demon sect." Xuanshao calmly clarified, "Taoist Zhang, this is merely a ploy by the demon sect to sow discord between us. Do not fall for their tricks." Zhang Tianxin nodded thoughtfully, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, the demon sect was insidious. Mealtime. At that moment, a demon sect disciple approached, casually tossing a bowl of food into Zhang Tianxin's cell. Foundation-building cultivators did not fast and still required sustenance. Zhang Tianxin examined her meal. It was a modest mix of meat and vegetables, neither too good nor too bad. She then glanced at Xuanshao, who had no food. The demon disciple walked away without offering him anything. This further solidified Zhang Tianxin's belief in Xuanshao's earlier assertion. They were indeed attempting to drive a wedge between them. Taoistly, you should eat as well. Zhang Tianxin attempted to offer her food to Xuanshao, but the distance was too great to reach him. Xuanshao shook his head. "Taoist Zhang, you have sustained severe injuries today. Replenish your strength first. I can endure hunger for a while." Zhang Tianxin nodded, no longer protesting, and began to eat heartily. The food did provide some relief. Just then, the demon disciple returned, pushing a small dining cart. Here, this is your food. Chapter 30. Vow to follow the chief to death on the dining car. A dazzling array of food overwhelmed the senses. Various bizarre and distinct beast meats, either roasted to a golden crisp, exuding an irresistible aroma, or meticulously stewed to a tender and juicy perfection, adorned the table. There were also glistening, crystal-clear jade liquids contained in exquisite glass cups, shimmering alluringly as they swayed gently. In addition, vibrant vegetables complemented the delectable meats, such as crunchy cucumbers and spicy bean curds. At the forefront was a steaming pot of rich soup, its milky broth thick and hearty, floating with an assortment of ingredients, releasing an enticing fragrance. A concoction blended with rare, medicinal herbs. Zhang Tianxin inhaled deeply. The disciples of the demonic sect cast a puzzled glance at Li Xiankong, seemingly bewildered as to why such delicacies were offered to a captured disciple of the righteous path. Suddenly, Zhang Tianxin found the grains of rice at her lips unappetizing, her eyes fixed intently on Li Xiankong. Li Xiankong remained silent for a moment, then remarked, "You see, my dear, the intentions of these demonic sect members are indeed insidious. They employ such tactics to sow discord between us." Zhang Tianxin retorted, "Then let us refrain from eating as a form of resistance against them." Li Xiankong fell silent once more before stating, "Why forego what is offered? Consuming their provisions enables us to resist them, and furthermore, by feasting upon their resources, we deplete their reserves. Why not relish in that? Your reasoning is sound, but why do I feel so uneasy?" Zhang replied, "Be cautious, my friend. They may have poisoned your food." She gripped the prison bars tightly. "Do not fret for me. If she wished to eliminate us, why resort to such convoluted methods as poisoning?" Li Xiankong began to eat quietly. This is delightful. This one is quite good as well." Before long, he realized that the food before him equated to the resources he had gathered over 6 months at Shushan. Was the treatment in the demonic sect truly this generous? Li Xiankong could not help but slap himself, reciting the Shushan Heart Sutra 100 times. As a disciple of Shushan, how could he harbor such thoughts? He was merely critically consuming their provisions. Once he had devoured all the food, a satisfying burp escaped him. He slowly settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes to cultivate his energy and calm the tumultuous waves within. From the very first bite, he had sensed the harmonious pairing of the ingredients. Logically, as a cultivator, ingesting such a copious amount of restorative substances in a short time would typically yield adverse effects. After all, overindulgence could potentially harm one in Appo's body. However, the ingredients before him had been meticulously selected, each possessing a remarkable synergy with the others. Each ingredient could find a complementary partner among the rest, creating a balance that mitigated any potential negative impacts. Such a combination, while not flawless, was undoubtedly costly. In any case, Li Xiankong lacked the resources to procure such a feast. Observing this scene, Zhang Tianxin muttered, "Aren't an amp? Appos, to you supposed to be cultivating?" The following day, Zhang Tianxin and Li Xiankong found themselves once again before the imperial princess Feng. "Speak, or not. Where has my lord been taken?" Li Xiankong glanced at Zhang Tianxin and then at Princess Feng. "Chief, I truly do not know who this lord is. Perhaps you could enlighten me? You're like a stone in a latrine, both foul and hard." Princess Feng retorted, brandishing her whip. Thus the day passed. Princess Feng exhaled slowly, casting aside her whip. "Even after such treatment, you remain silent. It seems you genuinely do not know." Zhang Tianxin exclaimed, Oh, I must inquire. You have beaten me so." And he would not divulge any information. Princess Feng explained, "The Lord is the first master of the Xuanshao Hall, a hall he personally established. However, he has been dead for millennia, and this time has reincarnated, only to mysteriously vanish." Li Xuankong's small eyes widened with confusion. Could such confidential information truly be disclosed? It appeared that this missing lord was none other than the vanished Joy, taken back to Shushan by the third senior sister, Lin Wanxing. Li Xiankong pondered quietly, astonished to discover that he was the inaugural master of the Xuanshao Hall, a being from the previous epoch. A sense of urgency washed over him. Yet, the more pressing issue lay in the current predicament. Princess Feng scrutinized Li Xiankong and Amp, oppose, his eyes, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. You truly do not know my lord's whereabouts? Chief, I am completely unaware, Li Xiankong replied. Princess Feng pointed her finger, releasing Li Xiankong from his bindings. She then approached Zhang Tianxin. And you? Do you know my lord? I do not know. Zhang Tianxin exclaimed in a frenzy, genuinely perplexed. He had been inexplicably captured and found himself entangled with the Xuanshao Hall, even encountering a legendary female demon. Even his ancestor would likely be unable to contend with this formidable figure. Princess Feng scoffed. You think to deceive me? Do you believe I am so easily fooled? Drag him away and continue the beating. Zhang Tianxin struggled desperately. I truly do not know. Li Xiankong cast a sympathetic glance at Zhang Tianxin as he was taken away, silently praying for him. As for rescuing him in front of Princess Feng, he felt confident that his master could manage that. Since the chief has no further use for me, may I take my leave? Li Xuankong Dimitri inquired. Leave? Princess Feng shot him a sidelong glance. You have saved me and witnessed my most disgraceful moments. You have but two paths before you. One is to follow me, and the other is also to follow me. Li Xiankong interjected. Chief, combining these options still yields but one path. Princess Feng fell silent. Li Xiankong remained silent as well. Then Princess Feng added, I shall add one more option, death. I vow to follow the chief to death. Li Xiankong declared immediately. Zhang Tianxin was once again tossed back into the cell. The physical torment was far less brutal than he had anticipated. It was merely a matter of being whipped. However, the emotional toll stemmed from the demonic sect's blatant double standards. Zhang Dao, Chapter 31. This is my escape plan. Li Xuanshao has become a guardian of the demon sect. He never anticipated that the story would unfold in such a manner. As a distinguished disciple of the righteous Shushan sect, he found himself unexpectedly in the role of a protector for the demon sect. Li Xuanshao reassured himself that this was merely a temporary measure for survival. As a guardian, his primary responsibility was not to protect the imperial Princess Feng, but rather to serve her well. Who has ever seen an ant defending an elephant? His main duties revolved around pouring tea and serving her needs. Thankfully, the imperial Princess Feng had no appetite for pure yang essence. After several days of observation, Li Xuanshao discovered that the injuries previously sustained by the imperial Princess Feng had not fully healed. Consequently, she spent most of her time resting within her chamber. The esteemed leader of the demon sect found her sole amusement in playing chess with Li Xuanshao, and she had a penchant for being quite mischievous. She would frequently retract her moves, surreptitiously shifting pieces with her magical powers. To these antics, Li Xuanshao could only feign ignorance. After all, he understood all too well that should he take the game seriously, the imperial Princess Feng might very well retaliate by appending the chessboard, achieving victory in a manner wholly outside the realm of the game. He would not let himself be swayed by the imperial Princess Feng and Oppo's attitude towards him, nor would he allow himself to feel as if he held any special significance in her eyes. Was he to believe they were engaged in a romantic game? The world is vast and tumultuous. Enduring humiliation and maintaining composure is a wise strategy. Rigid bows snap first, and steel blades are prone to injury. One who is greedy for wealth often meets an early demise, and birds that covet food may lose their lives prematurely, no matter how cunningly one schemes. The end shall be fraught with peril. Li Xuanshao clapped a wooden board and spoke aloud. The tale he was about to share transcended the present moment and the specific dynasty. It transpired long ago, and it was titled Political Struggles. Opposite him, the imperial Princess Feng nibbled on a fragrant fruit, enraptured by the story. She lounged comfortably, her legs crossed, reclined lazily against a splendid soft seat that seemed woven from clouds. Her eyes, clear and bright like autumn waters, sparkled with vivacity. Nearby, the guards cast envious glances at Li Xuanshao. His arrival had captured the entirety of the leader and Oppo's attention, and they were no longer summoned to partake in games. Naturally, this meant no rewards for them, as it was well known that entertaining the imperial Princess Feng was a delightful endeavor. All one had to do was to please her and cater to her whims, ensuring her happiness. The Imperial Princess Feng was exceedingly generous. A mere gesture from her could bestow upon them boundless benefits. The Imperial Princess Feng held Xuanshao in high regard, taking him along wherever she went. However, this attitude resembled that of a mistress towards her pet, or rather, all the disciples in the demon cave were akin to her pets. The Imperial Princess Feng even kept several human dogs. Were human dogs, you ask? They are, in fact, individuals who once wielded great power but have now been stripped of their cultivation by the Imperial Princess Feng, reduced to mere pets within the demon cave. They were chained at the entrance, and whenever she passed by, these human dogs would bark eagerly and wag their tongues in a display of subservience. The Imperial Princess Feng treated them well, tossing them fruits or pastries when she was pleased, watching them scramble for food with a smile of delight. Of course, the Imperial Princess Feng had her moments of displeasure. For instance, one day when her injuries were healing, she winced in pain. Upon exiting her chamber, she inadvertently stepped in the saliva of one of the human dogs. With an impassive expression, she crushed the creature's head underfoot. Xuanshao, serving her closely, witnessed all these events. The following day, Xuanshao discovered that the deceased human dog at the entrance had been replaced with a new one. The Imperial Princess Feng reclined lazily on the soft couch, one delicate foot raised high while the other gently swayed. Adorned in a splendid brocade gown, the hem flowed like drifting clouds, accentuating her graceful figure. Once the skirmish subsided, Xuanshao interceded. A golden core disciple exclaimed irately, "Take him away. Confine him to the celestial dungeon. Let him experience its torments for daring to flee." "Yes, sir." Immediately, disciples of the demonic sect dragged the unrecognizable Zhang Tianxin toward the celestial dungeon. Zhang Tianxin, barely conscious, gazed at Xuanshao, his lips moving inaudibly, muffled sobs expressing anguish. Xuanshao wiped a droplet of blood from his brow. Did I just faintly perceive someone invoking my maternal figure? Inside the celestial dungeon, Zhang Tianxin lay prostrate, teetering on the brink of oblivion. The tortures he had previously endured paled in comparison to the horrors of the celestial dungeon. Here, he could experience the most ruthless torments imaginable, enough to potentially unearth memories from a past life. Despite her seemingly naive demeanor, the Phoenix Empress showed no leniency toward her enemies, a key factor in the Sky Fiend Hall and Amp. Oppo's reputation as the most brutally infamous demonic sect in the Central Province. At that moment, Xuanshao reappeared. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, are you unharmed?" Zhang Tianxin, an unspoken retort dripping with sarcasm. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, our scheme has achieved half its objective," Xuanshao declared. Chapter 32. Overwhelmed, startled, Zhang Tianxin scrambled to his feet. His face a swollen mess as he glared at Xuanshao. "Wow, what?" Xuanshao revealed, "This is my true plan. While the secret passage has many entrances, the one in the end, Oppo's, Heaven and Oppo's, prison cell is our best bet for escape." He unlocked the cell, pulled Zhang Tianxin out, and led him to a corner. He recited the passphrase. "The Phoenix Empress is the fairest in the land, with the most ample bosom. Lu Qiushui of the Azura Hall is a contemptible cur, a son of a." As the last word faded, the entrance to the secret passage creaked open. Zhang Tianxin stared blankly. Xuanshao offered him a spiritual fruit. Without hesitation, Zhang Tianxin snatched the fruit and sunk his teeth into it. The succulent nectar flooded his palate. In moments, the fruit was devoured. Not even the pit remained. As he swallowed the last morsel, a wave of invigorating coolness surged from his core, coursing through his meridians. His depleted spiritual energy, like parched earth meeting rain, began to surge anew. As the energy flowed, Zhang Tianxin felt his strength returning. "Follow me." Zhang Tianxin nodded vigorously, his trust in Xuanshao absolute. He trailed Xuanshao through the winding passage, his heart pounding. Without knowing the secret, even a nascent soul cultivator would perish here. After what seemed like an eternity, Zhang Tianxin detected the sound of crashing waves. They pressed onward, and the passage opened into a breathtaking vista. Before them lay the ocean, the cavernous opening framing the vast expanse. Fellow Taoistly, let an amp, Oppose, hurry, Zhang Tianxin urged, eager to escape this demonic lair. Xuanshao halted him. This is the legendary Dead Sea. The Dead Sea. Zhang Tianxin gazed at the ominous waters. Legend held that not even birds could cross it. Tales of its terrors have been whispered for ages. Cultivators who dare to fly near would be ensnared by its strange power, losing control and plummeting into its depths. Their magic and skills rendered useless against its pull. Xuanshao retrieved his sword case. I will unleash a flying sword to carry us away, but be warned, it is difficult to control. Brace yourself. Zhang Tianxin nodded. Xuanshao rapidly formed a sword incantation. An immense, mystical force resonated with the gesture, and the sword case thundered to life. A piercing shriek tore through the air, and countless blades of sword energy erupted from the case, forming a dazzling vortex. Zhang Tianxin recoiled. Even Xuanshao was wounded by the unleashed energy. A particularly brilliant beam of sword energy pierced the sky like a white comet, leaving trails in its wake. A gleaming sword shot forth, a flash of lightning. Xuanshao coughed up blood. His time in the demon sect had unexpectedly fortified his body. He seized the flying sword, its energy assaulting his meridians. Refusing to release his grip, he grabbed Zhang Tianxin with his other hand. The sword shot towards the horizon, defying the Dead Sea and Oppo's influence. They escaped? The Phoenix Empress, roused by the commotion, initially thought righteous cultivators had stormed her gates. Her subordinate informed her that it was her protector, Xuanshao, who had fled with Zhang Tianxin. Her face impassive, she clenched her fist, the veins on her hand bulging. Her subordinate presented a letter. This is from the traitor. The Phoenix Empress snatched the letter. From a young age, my master taught me to aid the world, to vanquish evil. Right and wrong cannot coexist. Farewell. May we never meet again. One last thing. Lu Qiushui is far more beautiful than you. Phoenix Empress, WW. Li Xuanshao's final words shattered her composure. Bastard, I will kill you. Lu Qiushui, you will pay. The Phoenix Empress stormed out, placing the blame squarely on Lu Qiushui. I will tear your face to shreds. Chapter 33. The Plan with a Resounding Bang. The flying sword was finally and laboriously retrieved by Xuanshao into its sheath. After this encounter, Xuanshao realized that he bore significant injuries, and Zhang Tianxin was no better off. The two confirmed their location and bid each other farewell, with Xuanshao returning to Mount Shu. Despite the perilous descent, he had determined one crucial fact. Fanyue was actually the inaugural master of the Heavenly Evil Hall, the very creator of that sect, and a being resurrected from the previous epoch. This revelation needed to be reported to his master immediately. Report to his master? Xuanshao felt a pang of doubt within. At Mount Shu, on Silver Sword Peak, his junior sister Zhao Lu exclaimed, "Brother, why did you return so late? You frightened me to death." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she saw him. "You've been missing for days. I thought you had perished." Xuanshao offered her some comforting words, merely mentioning a minor mishap without divulging specifics. "And what of the third sister? What about that man named Fanyue?" Zhao Lu inquired. "Everything is normal," she replied. "He seems to be almost inseparable from the third sister, and he is quite handsome. It appears she doesn't team-mind him much." At this juncture, Zhao Lu hastily added, "Of course, he cannot compare to my brother as handsomeness." Xuanshao chose to disregard his junior sister and amp, Oppo's, as flattery. "Is there any other intelligence?" he asked. Zhao Lu shook her head and curiously queried, "Brother, does the person the third sister brought back have any problems?" "There are no issues, but I feel uneasy without clarifying everything." Xuanshao did not disclose the truth to Zhao Lu. Her innocent nature meant that in her interactions with the third sister, she might inadvertently reveal something or provoke unnecessary complications. Turning away, Xuanshao made his way to the main peak, Tongtian Peak. His master was in seclusion, yet if an important matter arose, he could directly approach the sect leader. Xuanshao wandered on Tongtian Peak, contemplating how he would explain to his master. He envisioned the potential outcomes of his explanation. His master would likely believe him. Even if skepticism lingered, he would investigate Fanyue and Oppo's identity. This scenario could unfold in two ways. First, his master might possess the means to uncover Fanyue and Amp, Oppo's true identity and take action to eliminate him. Would Fanyue, as a reincarnate, awaken peculiar powers? Unknown 1. Would the third sister, Lin Wanqing, harbor resentment towards him? Unknown 2. If Fanyue were to be slain, would there be another cycle of reincarnation specifically aimed at his destruction? Unknown 3. Would Lin Wanqing succumb to darkness due to Fanyue and Oppo's demise? Unknown 4. Secondly, if his master could not ascertain Fanyue's identity and could not accept Li Xianshao's word, he might expel Fanyue, leading to Lin Wanqing and Amp, Oppo's emotional turmoil and potentially her departure from the sect. Regardless, Fanyue would undoubtedly resent being separated from the third sister and would seek vengeance. Li Xianshao rested his chin on his hands, his brow furrowed in deep thought. The uncertainties loomed large. He tossed down 3 copper coins, declaring them ominous. Just then, Li Xuanshao's gaze was drawn to the distant approach of Fanyue and Lin Wanqing. Upon Fanyue's arrival, he instantly attracted numerous glances. If Li Xianshao blended into the crowd like a solitary being among many, Fanyue was akin to a watermelon suddenly appearing amidst a sea of beans. There was no contest. Fanyue and Oppo's extraordinary beauty was breathtaking, a visage that seemed to transcend the boundaries of reality, as if he had stepped out from an exquisite painting. Every line and contour perfectly defined his captivating face, appearing flawless from every angle, compelling all to fall under his spell. Fanyue timidly followed Lin Wanqing. Suddenly, the guardian beast of Mount Shu, the water Qilin, leaped forward. The water Qilin had journeyed with the founder of Mount Shu and remained there due to its longevity, serving as the mountain and Oppo's protective spirit. Known for its gentle nature, the Qilin unexpectedly approached, positioning itself before Lin Wanqing. Li Xianshao felt a surge of tension. Could the water Qilin sense something amiss? As a divine beast, it would be logical for it to discern Fanyue's true nature. If such a scenario unfolded, Li Xianshao frowned. Lin Wanqing reached out to stroke the water Qilin and Oppo's large nose. It was widely known that the Qilin was docile. Even when disciples rode upon it for photographs, it remained unperturbed. However, at that moment, the water Qilin displayed a grave demeanor. Circling Fanyue twice before scratching its head with its paw, its long whiskers twitching. Then, it returned to its spot and resumed its slumber. To onlookers, this indicated the Qilin and Oppo's vigilance towards outsiders. The absence of any further anomaly suggested that Fanyue harbored no ill intentions. Lin Wanqing turned to Fanyue with a smile, her lingering doubts dissipating. Fanyue reciprocated with a radiant grin. "Sister," he said. Lin Wanqing reached up on tiptoe and affectionately ruffled his hair. Fanyue lowered his head, beaming with delight. "Sister, play with me. Be good. Wait until I finish my tasks first." Witnessing this scene, Li Xianshao abandoned the notion of reporting to the sect. The unmistakable affection in Lin Wanqing's eyes was evident. It was clear she had fallen in love. It seemed a new strategy was required. Fanyue, the reincarnated master of the heavenly evil hall, an ancient being who had lived for countless millennia, would undoubtedly prove formidable. The only force capable of suppressing all malevolence within Mount Shu was the renowned Shu Mountain Sword Array. Centered around the Shu Mountain Sword, the array was constructed using the 7 peaks of Shu Mountain as its foundation, forming an immense sword formation. The outer layers of the array might lack sufficient power. It would be necessary to invoke the innermost core of the sword formation. "Junior sister," he transmitted silently, noticing Zhao Lu peering curiously from outside his chamber. Clutching a newly acquired charm powder, she intended to sprinkle it beneath his pillow, hoping it would ensnare him while he slept. However, just then his voice startled her, causing her to quickly hide her hands behind her back and straighten her posture. "Brother, I was just going to help you arrange your bedding. I had no other intentions." Li Xianshao disregarded her explanation. "I will be entering seclusion for a while. During this time, focus on your cultivation. Do not wander or stir up trouble, understood? Brother, are you going into seclusion again?" Zhao Lu and Oppo's brows knitted slightly. "Yes, if anyone inquires, simply state that I am in seclusion." Understood, brother. Please return from your seclusion soon. Chapter 34. Even if the whole world is against you, time swiftly passed, and 2 months had already elapsed. Fan Yu had adapted to life on Mount Shu. For wherever his sister was, there he would be. In this world, only his sister treated him kindly. He recalled how every winter was bitterly cold. Yet as long as he was by his sister and Appo's side, he feared nothing. As long as his sister was present. Fan Yu clutched his head, awakening from a nightmare. The pain. It was excruciating. It felt as if something within him had awakened. I shall annihilate everyone. I shall bring ruin to the 9 provinces. This is my path to immortality. The scenes unfolding before him were horrifying, as though the entire world had plunged into an abyss of doom. The earth was utterly shattered, with enormous fissures resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, mercilessly consuming everything in their path. Fiery flames surged forth, engulfing all in their wake, painting the sky a deep crimson. Amidst this land, now cloaked in flames and ruins, mountains of corpses lay scattered. Some bodies were dismembered, others bore grotesque expressions, and blood stained the ground, forming pools of horror. Countless lives had perished in this catastrophe, their cries and wails intertwining like a mournful elegy echoing through the desolate space. Yet, amidst this hellish scene, one figure stood out sharply. Fan Yu laughed maniacally in the center of the inferno, his laughter akin to the shriek of a night owl, sharp, piercing, filled with madness and delirium. His eyes were hollow, as if he had lost his very soul, leaving only an obsession and ecstasy for destruction. No. Fan Yu opened his eyes once more, gasping for breath. He found himself back on Mount Shu, by his sister and Appo's side. He wept as he ran into her embrace. Lin Wanqing and Appo's cheeks flushed slightly, but the moment passed quickly, seemingly accustomed to such physical closeness. What's wrong? Did you have another nightmare? Fan Yu nodded through his tears. In an Appo's. It's all right, I and Appo's. Here, Lin Wanqing comforted. Sister, I dreamed I killed many people. What should I do? Am I a bad person? Not at all. You are the kindest person in the world. If you truly harmed anyone, they must have been the wicked ones. But what if I harm the good? What if I hurt the innocent? What if they seek vengeance against me? Everyone would bully me. Everyone would despise me. Would you still love me, sister? Lin Wanqing was silent for a moment, tenderly pinching Fan Yu and Appo's nose. Even if the whole world turns against you, your sister will always stand by your side. I love you the most, sister. Fan Yu hugged Lin Wanqing tighter. Sister will protect you with her life, she assured. As long as you are here, no one shall harm me. If anyone dares to lay a finger on me, I will eradicate the world to avenge you. Lin Wanqing chuckled softly. Your sister has not spoiled you for nothing. Now, let an Appo's get some rest. Lin Wanqing and Fan Yu and Appo's bond grew increasingly intimate. Concerned that he might feel bored while she practiced, Lin Wanqing often brought small toys for him from Mount Shu. On this occasion, she had procured a mechanical puppy crafted by the Mo family. The market at Mount Shu, where disciples gathered to sell assorted trinkets, offered many such delights. Many disciples enjoyed selling items they no longer needed. And this mechanical puppy was created by a disciple from the Little Cheong Peak who had taken up the study of Mo family mechanisms years ago. Over the years, he had produced numerous gadgets, often selling them at his stall. The most popular item was undoubtedly this little puppy, of which he had made many. Unbeknownst to him, however, one of the mechanical puppies had been subtly swapped with another, indistinguishable from his creations. One sunny day, Fan Yu played with the mechanical puppy on Silver Sword Peak when it suddenly dashed uncontrollably away. Fan Yu hurried after it, but the puppy only grew faster. As the distance between them widened, he quickened his pace. Don and Appo's, T-Run, stop. Suddenly, the puppy unfurled a pair of wooden wings and took to the air. It was the first time Fan Yu had seen a flying puppy, and he gasped in delight. He attempted to chase it, but alas, he could not fly. Just then, he noticed a flock of celestial cranes passing nearby. These cranes, raised on Mount Shu, often circled the mountain at this time. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, he seized the opportunity and leapt onto the back of Crane. The crane did not resist, disciples in the chi refinement stage often did this. If some accidentally fell, the crane would retrieve them. Fan Yu had seen an older brother, namely Xuanshao, do this before, and now he mimicked the act. The white crane soared with Fan Yu, ascending through the ethereal mists. Standing on its back, he watched the peaks glide past him. Today marked the annual day of quiet cultivation on Mount Shu, a tradition passed down through the years. Although few adhered to it now, most refrained from wandering away from their mountain gates to avoid attracting the attention of the law enforcement hall disciples. Thus, Fan Yu saw no other disciples or the puppy along the way, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. Just then, a glimmer caught his eye. He leapt off the crane and landed atop a peak. "Thank you," he called out to the crane, which responded with a resounding call. The mechanical puppy seemed to have lost all its energy upon landing, collapsing to the ground. Fan Yu hurried to pick it up, checking for any damage. Satisfied that the puppy was unharmed, he smiled. Raising his gaze, he finally took in his surroundings. Where am I? The area was shrouded in mist, rendering it impossible to distinguish one spot from another. The back mountain of Tongtian Peak, during certain seasons, became enveloped in thick fog. This mist rose from deep within the earth, enveloping the entire back mountain. Within this dense fog, all sensations appeared to be completely obscured. The gentle mountain breeze, the rustle of trees, and the traces of birds and beasts all vanished without a trace. Many disciples had previously lost their way in the back mountain, unable to find an exit, and were forced to wait until the fog dispersed months later. Each year during this season, guardians were stationed to prevent disciples from wandering in. Guarding the mountain was an exceedingly dull task, leading many guardians to sneak off for a drink. Fan Yu scratched his head. At that moment, a flute melody suddenly echoed, as if guiding lost souls toward the right path. Following the sound of the flute, Fan Yu ventured forth. Chapter 35. What drove the call of entangled love? The sound of the flute resonated, seemingly imbued with a magical power that penetrated the heart. Fan Yu followed the enchanting melody and soon found the source of the flute and amp, Appo's song. However, it was not a person, but rather an ethereal spirit. Who are you? Fan Yu inquired cautiously. The spirit beckoned. Follow me. Your sister Lin Wanqing sent me to find you. At the mention of Lin Wanqing, Fan Yu and Appo's eyes sparkled, and he stepped forward eagerly. Did my sister send you to find me? Suddenly, he misstepped and fell into an abyss he had not noticed, enveloped by a thick mist that obscured his path. Believing there was still a way forward, he descended into darkness. After an indeterminate time, he landed heavily on the ground. Taking a moment to regain his bearings, he looked around. Where's this place? Before him stood an enormous jade gate, now ajar. Only the current master of Mount Shu could open such a gate, as only they possessed the knowledge to manipulate the Shu Mountain Sword Array and Appo's incantations. Of course, this knowledge was beyond anyone but the deceased former master. Xuanshao, who had traveled with the former master across the realms, had also been entrusted with this knowledge, but such matters remained unknown to others. Intrigued, Fan Yu ventured inside. In the center of an expansive clearing, an immense sword stood like a towering peak, its blade shimmering with a chilling light, as if it could cleave the very fabric of reality. Surrounding this colossal sword were countless others, each emanating a unique aura and power. This place resembled a sacred repository for swords, where every blade radiated distinct energy. Since the establishment of Mount Shu, all renowned swords and those belonging to the deceased had been gathered here, forming a magnificent spectacle through the accumulation of countless ages. The air was thick with the intertwining energies of swords, exuding a formidable presence akin to an endless galaxy. Suddenly, a memory surged within him, causing him to clutch his head in agony and collapse to the ground. A blurred figure materialized before him, stepping forth as if traversing the river of time, shimmering in golden light. Why? Why must you tear us apart? Fan Yu cried out. I had resolved to retreat into the depths of the forest, to live a simple life of toil alongside her. Indeed, he had decided to renounce the demonic sect, to abandon violence for peace, and to turn back from a path of darkness. The righteous had promised to forgive his past transgressions, Yet this relentless sword cultivator had pursued him for 3 days and nights. Fan Yu, your sins are profound. In your quest for power, you slaughtered thousands and sacrificed countless innocents. Did you ever consider that they were someone's father, mother, wife, or child? Now you dare to speak so brazenly. Prepare to meet your end. The golden sword light severed all. As he gazed upon the Shu Mountain sword, memories flooded back. Mushan. No, it is Zhao Shui. It is Lin Wanqing across 3 lifetimes. I have come for you. It is all you, they are all you. He grasped his head, yearning to escape this place. Confronted by the sword that had once claimed his life, he felt an overwhelming dread. The jade gate slammed shut. The formation that had ensnared the sword pool began to show signs of instability. No, no. At Silver Sword Peak and Amp, Oppos, S rear mountain, Xuanshao and Amp, Oppos, S lips began to move rapidly. As he did, an array of obscure words flowed from his mouth, resembling fireflies flickering in the night. Despite being atop Silver Sword Peak, this did not hinder him from activating the deepest sword array of Mount Shu. Old man, grant me your aid one last time. Xuanshao produced a talisman. Its potent magic clearly beyond the capabilities of a cultivator of his level. With a single strike, vanquished the myriad demons. The Shu Mountain sword array activated. Fan Yu attempted to flee, to burst through the jade gate, but his current strength was insufficient. What is happening? Who is plotting against me? That old coot should have been long dead. Good news. He had regained his memories. Bad news. He had inexplicably found himself within the sword array of Mount Shu. In the tranquil sword pool, the sharp, glimmering swords seemed to awaken, trembling as if they sensed Fan Yu and Amp, Oppos, S presence like sharks detecting blood in the water. They became wildly agitated. In an instant, the swords surged toward Fan Yu like wild stallions breaking free. The space around him seemed to split under the intensity of their assault. Faced with such ferocity, Fan Yu and Oppos, S expression changed dramatically. He swung his right hand, and a dense black aura surged forth from his palm. This darkness, like a ferocious dragon, lunged at the oncoming swords. With a resounding crash, the first wave of swords, akin to kites severed from their strings, were sent flying by the overwhelming black energy. Yet more powerful swords followed in relentless succession. Fan Yu struggled desperately. Mushan, Zhao Shui, in this lifetime, you're Lin Wanqing. I cannot perish here. I have yet to introduce myself to you. Yes, you do not know me. You have forgotten me. I cannot die here. The bond between us cannot be severed, not even by the sharpest of blades. In his soliloquy, Fan Yu and Oppos, S power surged, the demonic energy intensifying as it repelled the onslaught of swords. Xuanshao furrowed his brow. What is this? Shouting about entangled love and suddenly gaining strength? Are you the main character from spirited anime? Without hesitation, Xuanshao pressed the talisman to his forehead, executing his unique dance, shouting. As the sun sets behind the western mountains and darkness falls, families close their doors. The noble traveler heads to the inn, while birds flee to the mountains and tigers return to their dens. The birds find refuge, while the tigers must return safely. With the 7-star glazed tiles above and the 8-edged golden bricks below, I tread the earth and reach for the heavens, striding forth in rhythm. Chapter 36. Not for one, but for all standing firmly on both feet beside the camp, an altar was set up to invite the deities. First, the fox spirit was summoned, followed by the yellow spirit, then the long python and the sorrowful king. The fox family served as the commander, the yellow family as the vanguard, the long python as the anchor, and the sorrowful king as the foundation. Xuanshao was perplexed as to why the venerable elder, a dignified master of Mount Shu, would teach him such a ritual of summoning spirits, especially one of his own making. Soon, Xuanshao felt another force entering his body, and his movements became uncontrollable. Only through the pure, unyielding path could the sword of Shu Mountain be wielded. Should one and Oppos, S heart lack purity, the sword would inflict harm. The elder's words echoed in his mind. Xuanshao opened his eyes, which now gleamed with a brilliant golden light. His right hand formed a sword gesture. Raised above his head, and then fell cleanly, as if severing something, accompanied by a fierce shout die. Simultaneously, within the sword formation, sword energy intertwined like a tempest, rushing towards Fanhua. Fanhua repelled the countless sword rains. However, amidst this fierce clash, the sword of Shu Mountain suddenly erupted with immense power, humming loudly, transforming into a dazzling beam of golden light. "No, please don't kill me, I beg you." Fanhua, realizing his helplessness, was in tears. "All I ask is to see Lin Wanqing once. I have never asked anything of anyone else. Will you not spare me? I have already paid the price. Even if I have committed wrongs, why can't I be granted another chance? You claim I have slaughtered the innocent, yet they have merely lost their lives. What I have lost is love. I have atoned for my sins. Why can't you let me go? Grant me this opportunity." With no further ado, a muffled sound echoed as the golden light pierced through Fanhua's body without resistance. No blood flowed from his form. Rather, golden threads slowly emerged from the wound. These golden threads seemed to possess life, rapidly spreading and entwining Fanhua's body. As the threads multiplied, Fanhua's once solid form began to disintegrate like shattered porcelain, pieces falling away. Each fragment shimmered with a faint glow, gradually dissipating into the air, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. Xuanshao removed the talisman and made a decisive gesture. The specter from the back mountain of Tongtian Peak vanished without a trace. This specter was the ghost he had previously captured, a pawn of the tiger demon, who had been killed and turned into a ghost to lure more innocents. The mechanical hound had also been reduced to dust in the explosion, its corrosive liquid flowing out, leaving no trace behind. After erasing all remnants, Xuanshao finally spat out a mouthful of blood. The sword of Shu Mountain was indeed formidable. Had it not been for the Elder and Appo's possession and Xuanshao and Appo's unwavering and pure path, even knowing the incantation of the sword formation would have led to his demise. He ingested the prepared elixir, taking his time before leaving. Instead, he continued to replay the sequence of events in his mind, scrutinizing it around 70 or 80 times. There shouldn't be any issues. The success of this plan exceeded Xuanshao and Appo's expectations. Initially, he had devised 5 backup plans and simulated hundreds of unexpected scenarios. After all, not everything unfolds as anticipated. What if Fanhua encountered a disciple of Shu Mountain along the way and casually captured the mechanical hound? What if he reached the back of Tongtian Peak without diligently searching for it? What if he ignored the sound of the flute? The effectiveness of the sword of Shu Mountain in killing Fanhua remained uncertain. In summary, there were many unforeseen variables. Yet, the execution had been remarkably smooth. Throughout the entire ordeal, Xuanshao had never revealed himself, not even a hint of his presence. Would there be a 4th reincarnation after the 3rd? Do what one can and leave the rest to fate. The sword of Shu Mountain trembled, startling the higher-ups of the sect. When the Vice Master and his entourage arrived, they were completely unaware of what had transpired, assuming the Master had entered the sword formation. After all, only the Master knew the incantations of the formation. Reluctantly, they summoned the Master Lingshu, who was in seclusion. Upon opening the jade door, he quickly discerned the anomalies within the formation. Clear signs of battle were evident, yet no other traces remained. Lingshu thoroughly inspected both inside and outside, confirming that someone had infiltrated the formation. But aside from the Master of Shu Mountain, who else could breach such defenses? Who could even invoke the sword of Shu Mountain? Lingshu was filled with questions. To uncover the truth, Shu Mountain was placed under strict surveillance for over 3 months. While they could not say they had found nothing, they indeed discovered no useful leads. The man named Fanhua, brought back by Lin Wanqing from Silver Sword Peak, had vanished without a trace. Some disciples claimed the last they saw of him was seemingly on the back of a white crane, after which they paid little attention. The sword of Shu Mountain had sustained no damage, and no abnormalities were noted within the sect. Thus, the matter ended without resolution. However, following this event, dedicated disciples were stationed outside the sword of Shu Mountain. On the day Xuanshao concluded his seclusion, he coincidentally encountered his 3rd senior sister, Lin Wanqing. preparing to descend the mountain. Lin Wanqing believed Fanue must have left the mountain. What if he's so naive and simple that he fell victim to someone else's deceit? I must find him, she said. Li Xuanshao consoled her. Sister, perhaps he suddenly regained his memory and forgot why he was in Shu Mountain during your amnesia. That's why he hurried down the mountain. ISN and oppose. T that the nature of life? Some come, some go. Each person has their unique mission and journey. Some encounter each other, perhaps merely a gentle pluck of fate's strings at a moment in time. And when they turn away, it is but a small interlude in this grand symphony. If destiny brought us together, then even in parting, why should one cling too tightly, pining desperately? After all, life is inherently filled with countless variables and uncertainties. Let things unfold naturally. Believe that what is meant to come will surely arrive, and what is meant to leave cannot be retained. In response to Li Xuanshao's comforting words, Lin Wanqing merely shook her head. You do not understand. Since we met, he has become my only hope. Li Xuanshao remained silent for a moment. Sister, did you endure countless hardships and travel thousands of miles to join the immortal sect merely to find someone to whom you can entrust your life? The disciples of Shu Mountain do not serve one, but the greater good. Lin Wanqing smiled sadly. I lack your resolute spirit. Perhaps I am truly unfit for cultivation. To live a life according to one and oppose, as heart, even if short, is quite remarkable. Li Xuanshao chose not to say more, simply wishing her well. Chapter 37. The Gold and Silver Blood Serpent. In the Shushan Mountains, within the library, Li Xuanshao diligently searched through texts concerning reincarnation. Only after overcoming tribulations and attaining the Mahayana stage could a practitioner possess such divine abilities. Recalling the words spoken by Fanue at the moment of her demise, he pondered the implications of searching for Lin Wanqing across 3 lifetimes. Could it be that his third senior sister was also a reincarnation of a celestial being? This thought left him bewildered. Li Xuanshao meticulously reviewed his actions from start to finish, deeming them commendable. Even if Fanue were to reincarnate, she would likely not deduce that he had orchestrated her demise. Yet, one could never predict the capabilities of a Mahayana practitioner. Would his modest strategies suffice to deceive them? As Li Xuanshao immersed himself in contemplation, he suddenly felt a stir from the jade pendant at his waist. Departing the library, he sought a concealed spot to unveil the pendant. Upon opening it, he discovered a secret compartment containing a pair of twin goo insects, one of which resided with Lin Wanqing. This twin goo was obtained during his travels in the southern regions. Originally, the twin goo was a bond of life and death. When one partner perished, the other would suffer a fatal wound to the heart. However, those were tales from a bygone era. In the present day, the twin goo had been refined to function more like a remote sensing device, capable of perceiving the state of its counterpart at any moment. At that moment, Li Xuanshao received alarming news from the goo insect. Lin Wanqing was in peril. After a brief hesitation, he hastily departed the mountain gate. With the presence of the twin goo, he was not concerned about locating Lin Wanqing. It had only been a little over half a month since she had descended the mountain. In the desolate forest, Li Xuanshao concealed himself within the embrace of an ancient tree, observing Lin Wanqing not far ahead. She was still alive, but her aura was faint. While her body bore no visible injuries, it seemed she had succumbed to poisoning. Had she been attacked? Or had she discovered the presence of the goo insect and been betrayed? Rather than rushing to her aid, Li Xuanshao and oppose, his mind raced with possibilities. Had the sorrow of Fanue and oppose, as death awakened memories of 3 lifetimes? He released a puppet scorpion, having crafted 3 such creatures, one of which had attained the first level of qi refining. The scorpion crept toward Lin Wanqing for confirmation. Indeed, she had been poisoned, the wound on her ankle indicating venom from a snake. In the next instant, a shadow darted past with astonishing speed, so swift that Li Xuanshao could scarcely perceive its presence. It was a snake the length of an arm, yet as slender as an earthworm. It struck the puppet scorpion with a bite. Fortunately, the puppet scorpion was immune to toxins. The gold and silver blood serpent. Li Xuanshao immediately recognized this venomous creature. It was said to thrive amidst rare treasures, making it a coveted prize among practitioners in the previous era. To possess one was to find riches. But the gold and silver blood serpent could not be tamed. It would perish shortly after capture, leading to its extinction. This serpent had an exceptionally long lifespan, its venom potent enough to slay a golden core practitioner after a century of cultivation. The one before him likely had lived for over 100 years. Xuanshao felt a surge of relief at his restraint. Had he acted impulsively, he would surely have met his demise. Skilled in stealth, the gold and silver blood serpent was nearly undetectable. A single bite would spell certain death. Xuanshao commanded the puppet scorpion to attack, but the serpent swiftly evaded capture. Lacking combat prowess, it relied on its ability to conceal itself and its venom. Xuanshao maneuvered his 3 puppets to block its escape route, capturing the serpent before it could flee. Yet, he remained cautious. Where there was one serpent, there could easily be another. Suddenly, a tempest arose, sweeping through the area like a wild stallion unleashed. The fierce winds lifted fallen leaves and uprooted soil, creating waves of yellow dust that surged forward. Even the stoutest trees succumbed to the force, collapsing under the onslaught. The chaos enveloped the surrounding area, rendering it unrecognizable. Eventually, all traces vanished into the distant horizon, leaving behind a barren expanse, ravaged by the storm. In such turmoil, the gold and silver blood serpent found itself with no refuge. Xuanshao remained poised upon his flying sword, prepared for any emergence from the earth. He compelled the serpent to expel its venom, collecting it in a specialized vial before dispatching the creature. Although the serpent was rare, it bore little intrinsic value compared to more evolved creatures. He set the serpent ablaze, then turned his attention to Lin Wanqing and Appo's condition. To his surprise, Lin Wanqing's state was far more stable than he had anticipated. Despite being poisoned and weakened, her breath did not resemble that of a flickering candle in the rain. Rather, it bore signs of potential recovery. All is well, he murmured. Lin Wanqing had fallen unconscious, and he gently moved her aside. But why had she come here? Xuanshao examined the contents of Lin Wanqing's storage ring, overlooking various magical artifacts and elixirs. Among them, he discovered an incongruous item, a crudely drawn map bearing Fanyue's handwriting. Xuanshao recognized her script. Sister, here. Fanyue had once sketched a map by the riverside with a branch. Lin Wanqing glanced at it, noting Fanyue and Appo's depiction of what seemed to be a map. Where is this? She casually inquired. Fanyue shook her head, uncertain, only recalling that it appeared to be a place of significance. A place of importance? What might that be? Lin Wanqing mused, her brow furrowing. I cannot remember, she admitted with a smile, seemingly unconcerned. All right, once we return to Shushan, I shall take you there when I have the time, shall I? Fanyue nodded, adding, in truth, it matters not whether it is important. Being together with you is what holds the utmost significance. Lin Wanqing reached out, playfully ruffling Fanyue and Appo's hair. Chapter 38. 3 lifetimes and 3 worlds before Xuanshao. The sealed door gradually opened. The unlocking of this door required blood, and specifically that of a certain individual, Lin Wanqing. Indeed, as Xuanshao had anticipated, he found himself in an expansive space. Initially, he suspected the presence of traps within, but he soon realized his misjudgment. This place appeared to have been inhabited by someone. A subtle fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air, enveloping him in a serene and mysterious ambience. As he surveyed his surroundings, he beheld exquisite, intricately carved lattice windows. Inside the room stood a soft and comfortable wooden bed, adorned with intricately embroidered satin bedding, while both the headboard and footboard were embellished with delicate patterns. In one corner of the room, an ancient and elegant guqin silently stood. A brass mirror rested upon a finely crafted wooden vanity, which was equally ornate. Suddenly, Xuanshao clutched his head, an overwhelming surge of memories flooding his mind. These were not his own memories, but rather those belonging to Fanyue and Lin Wanqing. More accurately, they were the memories from their distant past lives. In an instant, Xuanshao understood. This was why Fanyue had created the map. It was part of a premeditated plan. By bringing Lin Wanqing here, She would regain her memories and recall everything that had transpired. Yet, he had underestimated the situation. He had not anticipated his own unexpected amnesia, nor the fact that he would be outwitted by Xuanshao and Shushan. Ultimately, Lin Wanqing was attacked by the hidden golden and silver blood serpents. And through a twist of fate, it was Xuanshao who entered this realm. Xuanshao witnessed the memories left behind by Fan Yu. One was the master of the Heavenly Evil Hall, a notorious fiend known to all. The other was the foremost female sword cultivator in the world, a paragon of the sword path. In a relentless ambush, Fan Yu killed everyone except Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing pursued Fan Yu for 3 months. Originally resolute in her sword heart, she gradually discovered a unique affection for Fan Yu. Ultimately, she resolved to sacrifice herself to redeem him, hoping he would abandon the path of slaughter. In a desperate bid to save Lin Wanqing, Fan Yu had to cast her back into the cycle of reincarnation, seeking her rebirth. In her second life, Lin Wanqing joined Shushan, achieving fame at a young age and dazzling all. However, she was ensnared by Fan Yu, and together they faced numerous life and death trials. Lin Wanqing eventually regained her memories. In her anguish, she relinquished all her cultivation, becoming immortal and leaving Shushan. Fan Yu promised her he would cease his malevolence, and together they retreated into the depths of the forest. Yet, the first master of Shushan, wielding the Shushan sword, relentlessly pursued them. In the end, to protect Fan Yu, Lin Wanqing perished beneath the Shushan sword. Witnessing the death of his most exceptional disciple at his own hands, the master hesitated not and immediately executed Fan Yu. Subsequently, to preserve Shushan's reputation, he erased all records concerning Fan Yu and Lin Wanqing. After absorbing all the memories, Xuanshao paused for a moment and gently exhaled. So, this was the entirety of the tale. It was incomprehensible why such a prodigy, the pinnacle of the sword path, would fall in love with a bloodthirsty demon. Xuanshao shook his head. In addition to leaving behind memories, Fan Yu had also entrusted 3 magical treasures. This was the reason why the golden and silver blood serpents were drawn here. Everything seemed to be fated. There were inferior, middle, superior, and extraordinary spiritual artifacts, as well as magical treasures of various grades. Spiritual treasures could be categorized into acquired and innate. Acquired treasures could be imbued with specific attributes and functions based on the Creator's intentions. However, due to their artificial nature, acquired treasures often required continuous nurturing and upgrading to unleash their full potential. In contrast, innate treasures were unparalleled relics that had existed since the dawn of creation. They possessed inherent spirituality and power, needing no human intervention to evolve and reveal extraordinary effects. The 3 magical treasures left by Fan Yu were all intended for Lin Wanqing. One was the acquired spiritual armor, the dragon armor, a silver-white suit of armor that could be donned regardless of cultivation level. Even Xuanshao had to commend its thoughtfulness. It was incredibly considerate. Wearing this armor would significantly enhance the absorption of spiritual energy and restore true essence within. Its formidable defensive capabilities ensured survival in combat, provided one's head remained intact. The second treasure was the Wind Chaser, a small object that could be retrieved from a storage ring. It transformed into a vehicle with an axle as its base, upon which the carriage was mounted. Complete with wheels, with astonishing speed, it served as a means of escape and travel. The third treasure was the Celestial Restoration Pill. Upon ingestion, it would gradually improve the practitioner's physique, leading to remarkable progress in cultivation. It could rectify impure spiritual roots and refine innate roots, without any restrictions on cultivation level. Those in the nascent soul stage could consume it, as could those in the foundation establishment stage. The potency of the pill during its creation demanded greater requirements from the user. Therefore, it was crucial to avoid indiscriminate consumption, as it could lead to bodily harm or even death. Mortals, in particular, were advised to refrain from such endeavors. Yet, this celestial restoration pill bore no restrictions. Mere mortals consuming it would greatly extend their lifespan, akin to that of someone in the golden core stage. It appeared that Fan Yu had prepared this pill with Lin Wanqing and Apos as potential rebirth as a mortal in mind. From these 3 treasures, It was evident that Fan Yu had meticulously selected them for his beloved. Such warmth. How profoundly heartwarming. Thus, Xuanshao took all three treasures, thoroughly inspecting them inside and out. These treasures could not be left for Lin Wanqing, nor could she be allowed to see them. Who knew what memories might resurface? Moments later, the cavern damp, Oppo's space collapsed, buried beneath the ruins. The seemingly impervious exterior was easily shattered from within. The blazing true fire consumed everything. Xuanshao felt it was insufficient and employed an earth escape technique to dig a deep hole beneath, burrowing into the depths, then using an earth technique to bury everything. He even moved large stones to cover it all. Having completed these tasks, Xuanshao carried the still unconscious third senior sister Lin Wanqing to a safe location. Ensuring that Fan Yu had left no further remnants, he erased his own presence and quietly departed. Had he not encountered Fan Yu, had his third senior sister not developed feelings for this demon, even to the absurd extent of sacrificing her life and cultivation for him. Third senior sister. Perhaps being an ordinary person would be better than being a cultivator. May you never cross paths with Fan Yu again. After Xuanshao and Oppo's departure, Lin Wanqing gradually regained consciousness. The lingering toxins left her head spinning. She was unaware of how she ended up in this cave, having rested there for several days. As she stepped outside, she followed the map to the location Fan Yu had designated for her. However, there was nothing left. With a soft sigh, Lin Wanqing set off alone into the distance. Chapter 39. The preparation for the tribulation. After experiencing a series of events, tranquility has finally returned. For Xuanshao, a joyful, ordinary, and fulfilling cultivation life is already sufficient. 3 months later, he resolved to break through to the foundation establishment stage. He had previously suppressed his own realm twice. Once, twice, but not thrice. Initially, it began with the 2 poisonous pills ingested from the Imperial Princess Feng and Lu Qiushui. Subsequently, he consumed numerous nourishing substances from the Imperial Princess Feng. Now, he had taken the Heavenly Restoration Pill, meticulously prepared for Lin Wanqing by Fan Yu. Having supplemented himself so thoroughly, Xuanshao found it impossible not to advance. Naturally, the breakthrough could not occur within the sect. He had long since identified a safe location for his tribulation. Before departing, he reminded his junior sister one last time. Brother, are you finally becoming a foundation establishment cultivator? In the eyes of Zhao Lu and the other disciples, Xuanshao had always been a perfected qi refining stage cultivator. Brother, I can protect you. Xuanshao declined without hesitation, stating, your current task is to cultivate diligently and strive to become a 7th-layer qi refining cultivator this year. Do not cause trouble while I am in seclusion, do not leave Mount Shu, and certainly do not bring strangers back, especially men. Understood, brother. Zhao Lu blinked playfully. Brother, are you worried I might be taken away by another man? After advising his junior sister, Xuanshao went to see his second senior brother. Currently, Silver Sword Peak lacked a peak master. The eldest brother had left the sect and remained missing. Thus, the second senior brother was temporarily in charge of affairs at Silver Sword Peak. Ouch! It hurts too much. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you a joke. I once believed in love. The second senior brother was intoxicated and alone in his room. Seeing him in such a state, Xuanshao quietly withdrew, leaving a message for Zhao Lu to inform the second senior brother that he was descending the mountain to undergo tribulation. The second senior brother had experienced yet another breakup. This had already become the norm. It would pass in time. In Li Xuanshao's view, the second senior brother posed the least danger, for his loves came swiftly and departed just as quickly. New flames and old loves always coexisted. It was said that wherever he went within a 50-mile radius, he would surely encounter an ex-girlfriend, yet he still claimed to be a pure-hearted lover. Return, O soul, return. In the heavenly Calamity Palace, Imperial Princess Feng was fervently calling for Fan Yu once more. Beneath the 9 heavens, I chant your true name. The Imperial Princess had sensed that Fan Yu had died, yet remained oblivious to the circumstances of his demise. Would Fan Yu undergo a 4th reincarnation? This thought greatly troubled her, prompting her to eliminate him swiftly to spare her true self from constant anxiety. Come back, my lord. I shall continue to follow you." The imperial princess seemed to engage in a devout conversation with Fanue across an endless river of time. Fanue remained silent, merely fleeing. "First, put down the soul-extinguishing artifact in your hand." Fanue severed the connection with the imperial princess. With a soft sigh, she lamented, "Alas, remnants of the old era remained so obstinate." Fanue reconstituted his soul, wandering the world like a lost spirit. His true essence was no longer permitted to reincarnate. The third time had resulted in the loss of all memories, serving as the best testament. By the fourth time, he could only manifest as a spirit once more in the world. His cultivation had been entirely exhausted. "Curse it! Who plotted against me?" Fanue could not comprehend who was scheming against him. The third reincarnation had been on the verge of success, yet he was betrayed at the last moment. However, upon reflection, Fanue could not fathom who had struck such a deadly blow from behind. Souls cannot linger long in the mortal realm. The great Tao was rejecting him. He needed to find a suitable body, but where could he search at this time? Xuanshao departed from Mount Shu, swiftly traversing the terrain. He did not head directly to his tribulation site, but deliberately took a few detours to ensure he was not being followed. Only then did he plunge into the mountains, heading straight for the location he had previously prepared for his tribulation. In the vast cavern, the first layer appeared as an ordinary cave dwelling. Surrounding it were various spiritual herbs and elixirs. However, those who dared to touch these items would face dire consequences, for they concealed hidden mechanisms. For instance, a pill that seemed to be a foundation pill would explode upon contact, releasing a dense cloud of toxic mist. Similarly, a piece of spirit stone was connected to the mechanisms of the MO family. A mere touch would trigger poisonous needles. Xuanshao descended to the second layer of the cavern. There, he encountered a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. This was a paper effigy he had crafted. The material used for the paper effigy was a treasure nurtured by a Confucianist Taoist master, inherently imbued with laws. However, there was only one, and Xuanshao possessed many such treasures. Some were acquired during his travels with the Elder, while others were collected over the years. The third layer was Xuanshao and Appo's true tribulation site. Additionally, there were formations above. The first was to prevent others from probing his aura. The next was a great formation specifically designed to annihilate the souls of others. This was to prevent anyone from seizing his body during his weakest moment in the tribulation. Finally, there was the golden core stage. The spiritual energy within his body would coalesce into a golden core, the quality of which would determine a cultivator's future potential. Any issue with the golden core could lead to serious injuries, a fallen realm, or even a complete loss of cultivation, endangering life itself. Golden cores were classified from 5 to 1 grade, with the first grade golden core being the most desirable. Originally, Xuanshao intended to form a second grade golden core. He had accumulated materials for a long time. However, since obtaining the treasures left behind by Fanue, Xuanshao and Appo's, as thoughts had shifted, a first grade golden core was worth a try. Below is a brief lesson on tribulation. Please take notes. Those who have undergone tribulation know that the timing is crucial. It must not coincide with your birth date or your parents' birth dates. Avoid the 1st and 15th days of the month, and steer clear of the birthdays of various deities. Once those dates are cleared, consult the omens. Identify the position of the life gate based on the time, and that will be the moment to undergo tribulation. The power of the lightning within the heavenly tribulation should not be underestimated. However, the more troublesome adversary is the heart demon. Under the influence of the heart demon, cultivators may descend into their deepest fears and vulnerabilities. Many highly skilled cultivators have failed their tribulation due to the heart demon and Appo's interference, as visions of past failure surfaced, leading to a state of unrest during the tribulation. Mental state is paramount. Maintaining emotional tranquility is essential to remain composed amidst the thunderous storm and the rampaging heart demon. As the thunderclouds gathered, Xuanshao resolutely raised his head. Chapter 40. The Tao's Recompense. The blessing of fortune. My heart and actions are as clear as a bright mirror. This heart is like a sword, severing all misfortunes. This heart is like a mirror, reflecting the sun and moon. My heart and actions embody righteousness. I remain loyal to my own sense of justice, dedicating myself to it fervently until death. I shall advance towards my path, and I shall not relent until I reach the pinnacle." Xuanshao shook his robe and exhaled a breath of foul air. The wind swirled around him. The sky seemed to be shrouded by an enormous black curtain, heavy enough to suffocate. Layers of dark clouds piled up like towering mountains, pressing against the horizon. Brilliant flashes of lightning flickered within the thunderclouds, dancing like silver serpents across the dark sky. Each bolt of lightning appeared as if it sought to tear apart this oppressive world, accompanied by deafening roars as rolling thunder echoed between the clouds. The thunder grew louder, resembling a stampede of 1,000 horses, akin to mountains collapsing and earth splitting, resonating through the heavens. Who among mortals does not strive to cross the river? Even the ordinary can contend for immortality. Xuanshao, brimming with preparation, was cautious, yet at the critical moment, he adopted an open-minded demeanor, swallowing a golden core. Realizing that my fate is not dictated by heaven. Boom! In that instant, the first bolt of thunder plunged down from the inky clouds. Xuanshao's expression turned grave. He dared not show even a hint of carelessness, as the abundant magical energy within him surged like a raging river. As the first bolt struck, the second and third followed closely behind, almost simultaneously. After the thunder tribulations, Xuanshao's eyes shone brightly. He felt the fierce clash and confrontation between every fiber of his power and the recently descended lightning. The sensation was akin to tumultuous waves crashing against rocks or a blazing inferno scorching steel. After enduring this baptism of thunder, the feeling intensified. He understood that the 3 bolts of lightning were merely an appetizer. The true test was yet to come. Xuanshao formed hand seals and proclaimed with a resonant voice, "With my true energy, I merge with the creation of heaven and earth. May the thunder god assist me. Who among you is crossing the tribulation?" Someone called out, yet there was no response. The speaker did not expect an answer. He was merely curious. Passers-by paused, gazing at the distant scene. Such thunder tribulations were naturally not to be approached. Of course, there were some with ulterior motives, bold adventurers, such as the current Fan Yu. Approaching the thunder tribulation indeed stirred Fan Yu and damp Appo's soul. However, he quickly realized this was an opportunity. During tribulation, a cultivator is at their weakest, making it the perfect moment for seizing a body. Is this a first-grade golden cores thunder tribulation? Is this not a perfectly prepared vessel for myself? The 4th, 5th, and 6th bolts of lightning struck in succession. Fan Yu and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the one undergoing the tribulation. He was not astonished by the person's strength. To Fan Yu, there seemed to be no one worthy of the title strong, especially not a foundation-building cultivator. To him, foundation building and golden core were merely distinctions between slightly larger and slightly smaller ants. Yet, Fan Yu had never seen anyone refine their cultivation foundation to such perfection. This body seemed not forged by a mortal, but crafted into an exquisite masterpiece by countless masters. Fan Yu smiled. "The heavens favor me. This body is now mine. Heaven aids me. During the tribulation, there is not even a protective guardian nearby. If someone were to guard him, with Fan Yu's current soul, he truly had no means to resist." Overjoyed, Fan Yu charged towards the one undergoing the tribulation. He silently chanted incantations, exerting his last strength. He passed through layers of thunder tribulation and plunged headlong into the soul destruction array. "Huh," Fan Yu scoffed. "Not foolish, understanding to set up a soul destruction array. Unfortunately, just mere sand." Fan Yu dismantled the soul destruction array, then faced the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th layers. Fan Yu was taken aback. Oh, is this right? Even with Fan Yu and Appo's might, he momentarily struggled against such a formation. Determined, he gritted his teeth, refusing to believe there was more. And indeed, there was. With gritted teeth, Fan Yu utilized all his strength, finally breaking through a full 12 layers of the soul destruction array. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he was met with blazing, true fire. The scorching flames enveloped him. This was the true fire from the Shu Mountain Alchemy Room. He felt as if he were trapped within a massive furnace. He barely broke through the furnace when the temperature plummeted and exquisite, translucent ice lotuses slowly bloomed around him. These ice lotuses emanated a piercing chill, like countless cold arrows, stabbing directly at Fanyu. In an instant, he felt as if he had fallen into an abyss of ice, the cold penetrating to his bones. Thus, Fanyu oscillated between the inferno of true fire and the depths of ice, enduring the torment of extreme heat and cold, feeling as if life was worse than death. Yet he did not surrender. One belief resided in his heart: love. Yes, love. The visage of Lin Wanqing appeared before him, memories flooding back, each moment cherished. In this life, I have yet to tell you that I love you. Fanyu roared. At last, the figure he sought emerged. Your body shall be mine. Chanting incantations, Fanyu dashed towards Li Xiandao. In the blink of an eye, the power of his soul surged like a tidal wave, flooding into Li Xiandao and Appo's body. However, just as Fanyu believed he had everything under control, an unforeseen twist occurred. Almost simultaneously, he sensed an unprecedented anomaly. Oh no! Fanyu silently exclaimed. But it was too late to escape. The body tightly bound his soul within. No matter how he struggled or resisted, he could not break free from the confines of this body. Simultaneously, Fanyu horrifiedly discovered a colossal figure materializing before him, the golden body of a Confucian sage. This figure radiated a dazzling golden light, and those brilliant rays shot towards Fanyu's form like merciless arrows. Amidst the piercing shrieks, Fanyu's soul became riddled with wounds. Suffering immensely, he desperately sought to withstand this terrifying assault, yet the disparity in strength rendered his efforts futile. Li Xiandao sensed an intrusion. Though he was unaware it was Fanyu, he remained focused, confident in his own defenses. All he needed to do was face the thunder tribulation with unwavering resolve. Li Xiandao shook his robe. A first-grade golden core, the fourth 9 small heavenly tribulations. Each bolt of lightning bore different powers, yet they seemed less formidable than he initially anticipated. Has it succeeded? Li Xiandao felt the strength within him, then paused. Wait, it seems I have triggered a hidden mechanism. Unbeknownst to him, as he had just thoroughly vanquished Fanyu, the cycle of cause and effect returned to him. The Tao rewards and fortune blesses. Thus, the generous Tao of heaven decided to conceive something grand for Li Xianshao. Chapter 41. The Great Heavenly Tribulation of 69, Li Xianshao severed Fanyu's last chance for reincarnation, bearing the weight of karmic consequences and gaining immeasurable merit. At this critical and sensitive moment of crossing the tribulation, the originally concluding 69 minor heavenly tribulation underwent a transformation. The colors of the lightning shifted, heralding the onset of the 69 major heavenly tribulation, a trial that cultivators encounter when their nascent soul separates from their body. Comprised of 6 distinct thunder tribulations. Each thunder tribulation bore a might surpassing that of the minor heavenly tribulation. Li Xianshao observed this unfolding scene, his brow furrowed tightly. The situation appeared to be growing increasingly intriguing, justifying his extensive preparations. The resources he had compiled for this tribulation could fill several volumes, including 5 years to foundation establishment, 3 years to golden core, essential cold knowledge for golden cores, and the art of excessive minor questions. Though today's events stemmed from a multitude of coincidences, Li Xianshao had already anticipated the worst outcomes. Thus, everything remained within his control. He consumed a pill, revealing another robe beneath his tattered Taoist garment. 3 robes in total. His undergarment was woven from rubber tree fibers, infused with spiritual energy and aged over 2 centuries, effectively shielding him against the thunder tribulations. Beneath this garment lay a vest of celestial origin, and beneath that, another vest, ultimately leading to the dragon armor. Li Xianshao arranged his treasures methodically, caressing a jade pendant rumored to enhance fortune, and squeezing a peace talisman from the Taoist sect. He then picked up a spray bottle, misting the air around him. Do not mistake it for perfume. It was a powdered medicine designed to accelerate the gathering of spiritual energy in the vicinity. With a resounding crash, the world seemed to tremble as the long-anticipated thunder tribulation descended like an enraged purple dragon, roaring downwards towards Xuanshao. In an instant, a blinding purple lightning engulfed him entirely. The ferocious power of the thunder surged like a torrential flood, wreaking havoc upon everything nearby. The very fabric of space appeared distorted by this overwhelming energy, resonating with a disquieting hum. Alas! Get away quickly! What was happening? Was the thunder tribulation not yet finished? The distant cultivators, initially drawn by mere curiosity, now stood frozen in shock, their expressions painted with disbelief as they gazed skyward. They could not fathom that the thunder tribulation, which should have dissipated without a trace, would undergo such a remarkable transformation at this moment. The lightning in the sky, which had begun to wane, suddenly surged with renewed vigor, as if infused with an incomprehensible power, becoming wildly tempestuous. Foundation establishment leads to golden core, with the possible golden cores categorized from 1 to 5 ranks. Those with extraordinary talent aspired to attain a rank 1 golden core. Yet few were aware of what lay beyond, a transcendent golden core. At this moment, an elderly man murmured to himself, drawing the attention of nearby cultivators. Upon seeing him, they recoiled in shock. The old man hobbled on one leg, supported by a cane, with only a few strands of hair fluttering in the breeze. The surrounding cultivators bore visible scars, some missing an arm, others devoid of eyes. They were remnants of the notorious evil cultivators from the northern region, rumored to be pursued by the Northern Alliance. To their astonishment, they have fled all the way here. "Let us distance ourselves," one cultivator urged, but before he could finish, he screamed in horror as someone snatched away his eyes. Feng Sanyang flashed a seductive smile at her companion, who hesitated momentarily before fleeing in panic. With a disdainful click of her tongue, she lamented the fickleness of human hearts, questioning the loyalty of supposed brothers in times of crisis. The hobbled elder spoke solemnly. "It is a transcendent golden core. This individual possesses no protective guardians. When the tribulation concludes, he will be at his weakest, an opportune moment to seize his life and core." "Indeed," echoed his subordinates in unison. As the thunder tribulation raged on, Li Xuanshao's robes and inner garments were reduced to ashes. Yet the dragon armor remained steadfast in its protection. This postnatal spiritual treasure proved invaluable. Fan Yu had indeed played his cards right, sacrificing himself to empower Li Xuanshao during this tribulation, thereby aiding him in acquiring immeasurable merit. He mused that this should be the final trial. Li Xuanshao lifted his gaze to the heavens, inhaling deeply as he raised his hands. As they moved, they traced graceful arcs in the air, weaving together to form a perfect circular trajectory. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from his palms, coalescing into a distinct golden character, Dao. It hovered around him, resonating with the surrounding atmosphere. Cough, cough. As Li Xuanshao expelled a copious amount of blood, the scorpion puppet behind him launched silver needles into his acupoints, each needle pre-soaked in medicinal herbs. Again, he sensed that his golden core was on the verge of perfection, requiring just one final push. The last thunder tribulation plummeted from the heavens, enveloping everything in a suffocating radiance. Mountains, rivers, forests, and all living beings vanished under the terrifying glow of the lightning. The intense currents intertwined in the air, forming a dense web of electricity, triggering landslides and upheavals. "This is not good," Li Xuanshao thought to himself. He had meticulously chosen a secluded location for his tribulation to avoid endangering others and entangling himself in karmic repercussions. However, the current situation indicated countless spirits and flora in the mountains would suffer collateral damage. He would still be implicated in the ensuing consequences. With this realization, Li Xuanshao swiftly vacated his tribulation site, redirecting the lightning into the open sky. "What is he doing?" Charging into the thunder tribulation, Feng Sanyang questioned, perplexed. The hobbled elder scoffed, recognizing that these righteous cultivators, driven by compassion, could not bear the thought of others suffering due to their tribulation, even at the risk of their own failure. Feng Sanyang raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this noble idealist, for she was adept at dealing with such individuals. "Brother, I have a brilliant plan." Chapter 42. Supreme quality golden pill, the hobbled old Taoist calculated with his fingers, his face brimming with joy. It's done. The supreme quality golden pill. Congratulations, my brother, on obtaining the supreme quality golden pill today. The one-armed man beside him immediately flattered in agreement. Take heed. Do not let the duck that's already in your grasp fly away. The hobbled old Taoist suppressed his excitement and solemnly cautioned. Yes, the supreme quality golden pill was currently suspended quietly within Xuanshao's dantian. After enduring the thunder tribulation, he finally emerged slowly from the tumultuous dark clouds. Although his garments were tattered and torn by the lightning, Xuanshao held his head high. Yet, only he himself comprehended the excruciating pain his body was enduring at this moment. Every inch of skin felt as if it was being scorched by fierce flames. A torment that pierced to the bone. A wave of metallic sweetness surged up his throat, causing him to involuntarily spew forth mouthfuls of blood. This was the most vulnerable state following the successful crossing of tribulation. Nevertheless, possessing this rare and unparalleled supreme quality golden pill made it all worthwhile. Xuanshao did not allow the fleeting victory to cloud his judgment. He sensed a myriad of auras surrounding him, unable to ascertain which might pose a threat. The original foundation building and golden pill would not attract such a multitude of cultivators. However, the commotion caused by Xuanshao and Apos, as supreme quality golden pill was simply too great. Even the city lord of the nearby town had swiftly dispatched individuals to this location. When faced with uncertainty, retreat was the wisest course. At this moment, Xuanshao's figure suddenly halted. Feng Sanyang appeared not far away. With a smile on her face, she held a cultivator in each hand, a man and a woman, presumably a couple. Both had been blinded by Feng Sanyang and stripped of their cultivation. Little Taoist, look at how pitiful they are. They have become this way because of you. I'm going to throw them down now. To her left was a green python, and to her right was a black python. Should she throw them down, they would be devoured by their respective serpents. Feng Sanyang exhibited a delicate and pitiful expression, asking, as a disciple of a prestigious sect, you act in accordance with righteousness. So whom will you save in such a situation? After emphasizing her point, Feng Sanyang added, they are so innocent. Who knows if this woman is already with child? What shall we do? If it were not for you undergoing tribulation here, we would not have been drawn in. Had we not been drawn in, this couple would not have met us and faced such a fate. You must seize this last opportunity to atone for your mistake. Xuanshao glanced at the couple in her grip. My spirit snake's venom will kill them with a single bite. I hope the little Taoist can act swiftly enough to save them. With that, Feng Sanyang exerted a gentle force, throwing the two in different directions. Simultaneously, the black and green pythons launched into action, their speed astonishingly swift. Feng Sanyang narrowed her eyes, fixating on Xuanshao. Her left sleeve concealed an enchanted binding rope, while her right sleeve held a hairpin, both formidable weapons. Should he attempt to save the female cultivator, the binding rope would launch a surprise attack from behind. Conversely, if he sought to rescue the male, the hairpin would strike. Regardless, he would have to contend with both the serpents and her magical artifacts while trying to save someone. Feng Sanyang's tactics were well known. They lacked the moral constraints of righteous cultivators, making it challenging for them to counter such schemes. Though simple, this strategy was invariably effective, relying on overt manipulation. Countless righteous cultivators had fallen victim to her ploys. Xuanshao's figure flickered. Feng Sanyang and Apos' eyebrows twitched. As expected, most would choose to save the female cultivator. Her earlier insinuation that the woman might be pregnant had likely tugged at his heartstrings. A slight smile graced Feng Sanyang's lips as she activated her magical artifact with a flick of her wrist. You shall regret your choice. In the next instant, Feng Sanyang spat blood as Xuanshao pierced her skull with a single finger. How swift! How could you appear here? Feng Sanyang had not yet regained her sins. Chapter 43. The rule's 5 puppets scurried in different directions, while the true Xuanshao employed the earth escape technique, burrowing swiftly beneath the ground like a small mole. He needed to find a place to rest as soon as possible. This perfected golden core would undoubtedly attract considerable attention, and he feared he had already become a target. Li Xuanshao continued to dig at a diagonal angle, ensuring both forward movement and depth. Two puppets frantically worked, while he nestled between them, closing his eyes in a deep slumber. His exhaustion was overwhelming. Before drifting off, he commanded the puppets to slow their digging speed without halting their efforts, allowing them to alternate tasks. Subsequently, Li Xuanshao adjusted his breathing rhythm, gradually relaxing until he seemed to enter a serene world, isolated from reality. He sat quietly, resembling a sleeping sculpture. However, beneath his seemingly tranquil exterior, extraordinary events were unfolding. Li Xuanshao's consciousness gradually delved into his body, meticulously exploring and mending the meridians and acupoints that had been damaged during his prior tribulation. Simultaneously, he remained attuned to subtle shifts in his surroundings, ever vigilant of the external world. The insights gained from his tribulation wafted through his mind like a gentle breeze, evoking ripples of contemplation. Drawn by this newfound power, Li Xuanshao inevitably sank into deeper reflections, recalling the myriad hardships and serendipitous encounters he had faced since embarking on his path of cultivation. He pondered the cyclical nature of life and death, the impermanence of existence, and the true meaning and value of his own existence within this vast universe. 3 months later, Li Xuanshao finally awoke. Having reached the golden core stage, he no longer required sustenance from grains. Thus, even after 3 months without food or water, he felt utterly invigorated. This sensation was exquisite. After savoring this feeling, he suddenly remembered his current predicament. The two puppets, noticing his awakening, turned to regard him. For some inexplicable reason, at that moment, Li Xuanshao sensed an air of resentment emanating from the puppets. Indeed, it seemed that even puppets could not endure prolonged labor. He promptly summoned them back into his palm, transforming them once again into wooden figures. Like a mole, he emerged from the earth. As soon as his head broke the surface, he sensed something amiss. He was unable to channel his spiritual energy. What could be the cause? He hastily attempted to burrow back into the ground, but found it impossible. Even extricating his body from the earth proved to be an arduous task. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he exerted tremendous effort to free himself. Gazing around, he prepared for an ambush, yet after a prolonged wait, no adversary appeared. It seemed he was situated in a small town. As Li Xuanshao pondered this, a series of lines materialized before him. Rules of Luoshui Town. Rule 1. Entry is permitted, but exit is forbidden. One may not leave the town at will. Rule 2. A candle must be kept at hand during the night, and it must not be extinguished. Rule 3. Wearing red garments is prohibited within Luoshui Town. Rule 4. Within 7 days, a suitable partner must be found, and a wedding must be conducted in the presence of witnesses. Rule 5. New residents must report to the government office within 3 days. Rule 6. Anyone entering the government office will permanently lose their 5 senses. Rule 7. The mountain god temple is a sanctuary. Rule 8. Dangerous beasts reside within the mountain god temple. Rule 9. There are no constables in the town. Rule 10. Individuals dressed in black are constables, and their words must be heeded. Rule 11. Town residents are forbidden from disclosing any information about the town. After lingering for a moment, the rules vanished from sight. What is the purpose of this? Is this still Xuanshao? Li Xuanshao sat cross-legged on the spot, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. It appeared he had inadvertently stumbled into a hidden paradise. In truth, such paradises are often the resting places of powerful beings who have passed beyond the merging stage. These beings possess the ability to alter the fabric of reality through their will. However, the rules they establish cannot stray too far from reason or reality. After their demise, their essence becomes nourishment for the heavenly path, ultimately dissipating in this world. Many powerful beings, unwilling to succumb to death, create rules to seal off a space, preventing their spiritual essence from leaking. The more beings they ensnare, the stronger they become, potentially achieving resurrection. Yet, such places, being rich in spiritual energy, are also referred to as hidden paradises, attracting audacious cultivators who seek to exploit the power contained within. Unfortunately, the outcome is often their demise, reduced to mere dust. If every powerful cultivator were to pursue this path, relying on the strength of their sect, countless innocent lives would be lost in the process. Consequently, this practice is strictly prohibited by all major sects. Any discovery would lead to the immediate dismantling of the rules and the obliteration of the cultivator and amp. Oppos, soul. I am indeed fortunate, blessed with extraordinary luck. Xuanshao reflected upon the aforementioned rules, noting their numerous contradictions. For instance, Rule 5 required new residents to report to the government office within 3 days, yet Rule 6 stated that anyone entering would permanently lose their senses. Rule 9 claimed there were no constables, while Rule 10 asserted that individuals in black were constables. As dusk approached, Xuanshao recalled Rule 2, which stipulated that he must have a candle beside him when night fell. He walked along the cobblestone street, noting the unusual silence that enveloped the town. As if no traces of human life existed, the inability to wield his powers left him feeling uneasy. Soon, he spotted an inn, its lights aglow. The innkeeper, noticing the unfamiliar face, lazily lifted his gaze. "Guest, would you like a room?" Chapter 44. Breaking the rules, check-in. Xuanshao rummaged through his pocket for some coins. Just then, a few more cultivators entered from outside. "Senior brother, what on earth is happening here? We cannot use our powers, and we cannot leave. I have never encountered such a bizarre situation. I am a loss as well. Let us find someone to inquire." The waiter had just handed Xuanshao the key to his room. One of the three, senior brother Wenqi, approached with a respectful bow. "I am Wenqi, a disciple of Qingmen Mountain. May I ask what is going on here?" "Qingmen Mountain?" Xuanshao searched his mind, but found no recollection of this sect. It was likely a small and obscure sect. The most powerful among them, Wenqi, was merely at the 4th level of qi refinement. They were probably unaware that those in the integration stage could establish rules. There was no way for them to know. Xuanshao explained the situation to the trio. They reacted with astonishment, as if they had heard something unbelievable. He cautioned them to proceed with care in this peculiar place. Wenqi quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the information, fellow Taoist. Since we have all unwittingly entered here, we can look out for each other moving forward." Xuanshao nodded, not declining the offer. He did not believe that strength in numbers would be of much use in this situation. However, seeing that they were naive newcomers, he felt inclined to lend a helping hand. It was a fundamental principle for righteous individuals to assist one another, unless extraordinary circumstances dictated otherwise. Xuanshao entered his room. Upon checking into the inn, he received 2 candles complimentary. The candles were shielded by a lantern to protect them from the wind. He lit the candles and quickly began to devise a strategy. The urgency of the other rules was minor, but Rule 5 mandated that new residents of the town must report to the authorities within 3 days. Rule 6 stated that anyone entering the authorities would permanently lose all 5 senses. If he failed to report, he would violate Rule 5 and likely be obliterated on the spot. While he had refined a superior-grade golden elixir, he was still far from the integration stage. If he reported to the authorities, he would permanently lose his sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. At that moment, he suddenly heard familiar voices coming from the next room. Zhang Tianxin exclaimed, "My pure young body is about to be compromised today. This is unavoidable. After all, we have come to this place and must fall in love. It must be fate. Then I shall not hold back. Please, ravage me." 5 seconds later, Zhang Tianxin asked, "What do you think is the meaning of life?" Confirming that it was indeed Zhang Tianxin, Xuanshao knocked on the door. After a moment, Zhang Tianxin reluctantly opened it, and upon seeing Xuanshao, he beamed with joy. Without further ado, the 3 gathered around the candle in Xuanshao and Oppo's room. According to Zhang Tianxin, after escaping from the hands of the imperial girl Feng of the Shura Palace with Xuanshao, he intended to return to his sect. However, fearing retaliation from Feng, as he lacked the formidable backing that Xuanshao had, he decided to hide. He had heard of many people disappearing in this area and came to investigate, only to find himself trapped here. The female cultivator accompanying him was a disciple of the Xiantian sword sect who had come with him. Recalling the rules, they realized they must find a partner and complete a marriage within 7 days. Xuanshao discerned Zhang Tianxin's flaw he was overly theoretical and enjoyed training matches, making him ineffective in real combat. However, it was not the time for such discussions. Have you not reported to the authorities? Not yet. Zhang Tianxin and Han Yao replied in unison. Han Yao remarked, that rule is exceedingly inhumane. Zhang Tianxin continued, many in this town have already lost their senses. Yet there are still many who have not. It seems there are ways to cope, but when I inquire, they refuse to tell me. Li Xuanshao nodded. Rule 11 prohibited residents from disclosing information about the town, especially concerning the rules. Thus, they had to devise their own strategies. Han Yao sighed, expressing her despondency. Tomorrow is the last day. I wonder how many have stumbled into this place and perished here. The graves in this town are countless, and only a few have managed to understand the rules. The night passed in silence. The next day, Li Xuanshao, Zhang Tianxin, Han Yao, and when Qi arrived at the authorities' entrance, they were not alone. More than 10 others, who had also mistakenly entered, accompanied them. As they walked, they saw many people lined along the streets, hopelessly awaiting death. Stripped of their senses, they could feel nothing, touch nothing, and hear nothing. They could only let time slip away. Throughout the town, the number of normal individuals was scant. Witnessing this scene, the thought of becoming like them was more tormenting than death itself. The group stood before the authorities, exchanging glances, none daring to step inside. As time continued to pass, Zhang Tianxin could no longer contain himself. I must see what is inside. I will lead the way. Li Xuanshao glanced at him, having recognized from their previous interactions that, aside from his lack of intelligence, Zhang Tianxin had many commendable qualities. Li Xuanshao reached out to stop him. In truth, he had already conceived a method to cope with the situation last night. What he needed to think about now was how to convey this idea to the others. Residents were not permitted to disclose information about the town. They were now considered residents, and even if they understood the solution, they could not share it with one another, as that would breach the rules. A gentleman does not save himself at the expense of another. If one sees others suffering and wishes to help, it is only natural to extend a hand if the cost is not too great. However, if the cost of aiding another is too high, even to the point of risking one's life, one is not obliged to intervene. At such times, there is no need for guilt. One must love oneself first before loving others. Li Xuanshao would not hesitate if faced with such a situation. Yet at this moment, he had devised a method that would not violate the rules. Indeed, all solutions lay within the confines of the rules. He stepped forward, addressing the gathered crowd, who looked at him in confusion. Li Xuanshao pressed a finger to his forehead. I will forfeit my sense of touch, he declared, then proceeded to blind himself, followed by depriving himself of hearing and smell. This shocking display caused everyone present to recoil instinctively, thinking he had lost his sanity. Why would he deprive himself of his senses before even reporting to the authorities? Without uttering a word, Li Xuanshao turned and walked towards the authorities. A voice echoed within his mind. Who goes there? Li Xuanshao replied. Li Xuanshao, a new resident of Luoshui town. Good. As Li Xuanshao exited the authorities, the crowd was astonished to find that all his senses had been fully restored. Since those who enter the government will permanently lose their 5 senses, it follows that individuals who have already lost their senses will not lose them again upon entering the government. Chapter 45. The merging stage. Has the Empress Feng recently entered menopause? Why does she constantly seek to provoke me? Lu Qiushui had just concluded a fierce confrontation with Empress Feng and returned to her dwelling. She exhaled softly. I must rid myself of this nuisance. I still have yet to settle the score for the last incident. Lu Qiushui couldn't help but recall the youth named Murong Mo. She reached for her shoulder, contemplating. That young man was not entirely detestable. Memories of their encounters flooded back to her. Throughout her life, she had never experienced anything akin to it. After all, she was born a saint with a transcendent status. No one dared to challenge her, and even making eye contact was considered a grave offense. Yet in that cave, there she was, appearing so ethereally before that young man. At that time, Lu Qiushui was exceptionally weak, a state she had never known before. Nor had she ever met a boy like him. What a pity that he perished so abruptly. No, the thought ignited a fierce anger in Lu Qiushui and Appo's eyes once more. That wretched Empress Feng had always been at odds with her since childhood, and now she had even slain her benefactor. Just as Lu Qiushui was about to stride out, a subordinate arrived with news. In the heavenly fiend palace, another former elder of the merging stage was about to be resurrected. Lu Qiushui glanced at the name on the token. Elder Sikong. She recalled that Elder Sikong had likely died 500 years ago. After his demise, he had set up prohibitions in the vicinity, hidden away by the people of the heavenly fiend palace to prevent the righteous from discovering it. Now, so many years later, it seemed he was finally able to return. Lu Qiushui nodded. It appeared that the combat strength of the merging stage would increase by one more. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to visit Elder Sikong first. Where is Elder Sikong? Luoshui Town. In Luoshui Town, Li Xiankong had just severed his 5 senses and entered the government office. The onlookers were momentarily bewildered, but when they saw him emerge from the office, senses restored. They quickly comprehended his actions. A loophole in the rules. They swiftly imitated Li Xuankong's approach, abandoning their own senses. Truth be told, few possessed the resolve to undertake such drastic measures. However, with their lives hanging by a thread, they had no choice but to act decisively. At the entrance of the government office, wails echoed incessantly. Brother, I can't end amp. Oppos, I don't end amp. Oppos, do you want to live anymore? Just endure for a moment. Back at the inn, Lu Jing pondered Rule 4. Within 7 days, one must find a suitable partner and marry under the witness of others. Why must others be compelled to find partners? What peculiar proclivity does this merging stage power possess? Zhang Tianxin reassured Lu Jing not to worry about this matter. He would take care of it. He would find a female cultivator outside. Li Xiankong did not refuse, though he was not particularly enthusiastic about it. Yet, securing a suitable candidate seemed a prudent precaution. However, Li Xiankong had never considered marriage. Doing so would entangle him in cause and effect, potentially disrupting his cultivation. Should he ascend in the future, earthly ties might shatter his dreams of immortality. In truth, if he could resolve the restrictive rules left by the merging stage within 7 days, he could exploit the loophole. Li Xiankong silently contemplated that if he could not devise an escape plan within the week, marrying could be postponed. Zhang Tianxin was indeed efficient. Soon, he found a female cultivator. The girl appeared young and timid. I am Li Mingyun. Without a sect, I ran away from home. Li Mingyun cautiously glanced at her fiancé, who was to be wed in 7 days. Ordinary, truly unremarkable, lacking any noteworthy traits. Am I to marry such a person? Li Mingyun felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. This was nothing like the heroic tale she had envisioned. She had hoped to meet a super cool, aloof master with immense power, who, despite his cold demeanor, would harbor affection for her. But now, Li Mingyun sniffled, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Li Xiankong failed to perceive her emotions, merely introduced himself, and sank back into his thoughts. He had another matter to verify. His gaze drifted downward, spotting 2 black-clad constables appearing in the street. Their eyes roamed over the group. Suddenly, one constable pointed at them and declared, "You lot must kill each other. The last one standing shall survive." The group was momentarily stunned. Rule 10. Those in black are constables, and their words must be heeded. They exchanged glances, uncertainty hanging in the air. The duo of constables crossed their arms. Warning, time is running out. Under the looming threat of death, someone finally took action. One person struck, prompting the others to join in simultaneously. Unable to use spells, they resorted to their weapons for a brutal melee. Blood stained the ground. Ultimately, the one who survived gasped for breath, standing amidst the crimson puddle. The 2 constables nodded in satisfaction and sauntered into the inn. Witnessing this scene, the townsfolk kept their distance, while newcomers were left in shock. Li Mingyun felt a surge of fear. This was nothing like the world she had dreamt of. It was entirely wrong, and she longed to return home. She no longer wished to meet a cold and aloof master. "We in Oppos." Relieving, Li Xiankong declared, rising to descend the stairs. Zhang Tianxin, noticing this, hurriedly grasped his arm, urging him not to go down with the constables still present. "It's precisely because the constables are there that we should go," Li Xiankong replied. Zhang Tianxin was confused. Li Xiankong shook off his grip and made his way downstairs alone. At that moment, All the guests who had been in the inn earlier had fled far away, unwilling to be seen in the presence of the two constables. Those constables indulged themselves, casually eating and drinking. We need someone to sing. The rotund constable wiped grease from his mouth, his gaze falling on Li Mingyun, who peeked down from the stairs. You, come here and sing a song. Li Mingyun froze, her face turning pale, yet she dared not refuse. Trembling, she descended the stairs. The rotund constable squinted at her. New here? Just listen to us, understand? Li Mingyun nudda. The rotund constable continued. You seem obedient. Take off your clothes and sing. Li Mingyun shuddered. Chapter 46. Weighing pros and cons, the slender constable chuckled. Time is of the essence, my little beauty, hurry and undress. Or it would be a pity if you were to perish later. Suddenly, a flash of silver streaked through the inn, cold and blinding. Li Xiandao wielded his sword. The crimson line of blood, transforming into droplets that cascaded down. Along with the blood droplets fell the head of the slender constable. The rotund constable was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for someone to dare strike against them. In her tear-filled eyes, Li Mingyun beheld the unremarkable figure charging forward. He was not particularly handsome, nor was he the dashing hero depicted in romantic novels, but there was an inexplicable aura about him, although he was unable to utilize magical powers in this place. His martial arts foundation remained intact. Li Xiandao unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the rotund constable and Oppo's teeth. If one must heed the constable's words, then silence would negate that obligation. Just as the rotund constable attempted to speak, blood gushed forth from his mouth, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. Li Xiandao offered him no chance to recover, seizing his plump head and slamming it onto the wooden floor, creating a deep dent. With one hand gripping the sword, he thrust towards the constable's neck. A muffled sound echoed as he mercilessly tore open the throat, blood splattering and flesh parting, ultimately severing the head entirely. Hot blood sprayed forth, staining Li Xiandao's face. It was the first time Li Mingyun witnessed such a gruesome scene. She gazed at Li Xiandao, curiously unafraid. In fact, that otherwise unremarkable face, now smeared with blood, appeared to her with an added aura of bravery and allure. Li Xiandao turned, the tip of his sword directed at Li Mingyun. Undress. Li Mingyun was taken aback. As Li Xiandao swung his sword, the tip precisely carved through the air, causing her upper garments to slip away. She gasped in shock. Li Xiandao tossed his own clothes to her, then ignored her, turning to unfasten the rotund constable in damp Oppo's black attire. Rule 9. There are no constables in the town. Rule 10. Those clad in black are constables, and their words must be heeded. In this town, anyone donning black garments could assume the role of a constable. What the constables decreed must be obeyed. Therefore, it was only natural that constables could be slain. They were not invincible. Rule 12. Constables may freely enter and exit Luoshui town. If the population exceeds 1,000, they can obtain the opportunity to leave, afterward losing all memories of Luoshui town. At the moment Li Xiandao donned the black attire, an additional Rule 12 appeared before him, applicable only to constables. To have free passage in and out of Luoshui town, if he became a constable, he could leave this place and report back to his sect, which seemed advantageous. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. Adhering to the rules to exit would likely mean he could not divulge any information about the town. Outside Luoshui town, Lu Qiushui fixed her gaze intently upon it, or rather, on Li Xiandao within. Still alive? Murong Mo was still alive, having inadvertently entered the restriction left by Elder Sikong. Lu Qiushui had not anticipated encountering Li Xiandao, who was masquerading as Murong Mo. In her mind, he should have perished at the hands of the imperial daughter Feng. Afterward, she had even learned news from Shushan, confirming Murong Mo's demise. This revelation had left Lu Qiushui somewhat melancholy. Such individuals capable of evoking such emotions in Lu Qiushui were rare in this world. Thus, when she next encountered Li Xiandao, she hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene and rescue him. Yet, she soon abandoned the idea. Should she forcibly extricate someone from the restriction, it would disrupt Elder Sikong's enchantment. With her own strength, disrupting the enchantment would prevent it from ever awakening again. To endanger a formidable being of the Azura Hall for the sake of a Shushan disciple she had once saved? Lu Qiushui found herself in a quandary. This was reality. It was neither a female-centric cultivation novel nor a male-centric tale of triumph. As the leader of a demonic sect, Lu Qiushui occasionally grew weary of her current life. Perhaps it was due to a momentary interest in Li Xiandao, a youth who had, to some extent, saved her. But that was as far as it went. Lu Qiushui could choose to save Li Xiandao, bestow treasures upon him, or grant him status, provided such actions bore no burden on her conscience. It was akin to a person offering treats to their beloved pet. Yet, when it came to sacrificing something that could harm her, Lu Qiushui had to reconsider. The value of a being in the integration phase paled in comparison to that of Li Xiandao. While she could choose to save him for her own satisfaction, the Azura Hall was not hers to jeopardize. Forcing her way through the restriction equated to killing Elder Seacombe. How could she explain that to the higher-ups? All for the sake of rescuing a Shushan disciple. It was not worth it. After a brief contemplation of the pros and cons, Lu Qiushui made her choice. I will consider you dead and compensate your family, she resolved inwardly. This individual seemed to have grasped the loopholes in Elder Seacombe's rules. Surely, no unforeseen incidents would arise. Nearby, a disciple of the Heavenly Fiend Hall observed anxiously as Li Xiandao donned the black constable's garb. What is there to worry about? Elder Seacombe is a powerful being in the integration phase. Lu Qiushui raised an eyebrow, dismissing such fears as overly pessimistic. Within Luoshui Town, in the Mountain Deity Temple. Rule 7. The Mountain Deity Temple is a safe haven. Rule 8. There may be dangerous beasts within the Mountain Deity Temple. Li Xiandao, holding candle, ventured alone into the darkness of the Mountain Deity Temple. From the outside, the temple appeared modest, but upon entering, he discovered a vast expanse within. A colossal azure dragon coiled inside, its immense form nearly occupying half the temple's space. Each scale shimmered with a chilling light, exuding an ancient and formidable aura, while its sharp fangs resembled swords, instilling fear in the beholder, as if it might unleash a thunderous roar at any moment. Standing before the azure dragon, an unparalleled pressure enveloped him, making it difficult to breathe. This fear did not stem from physical threats, but rather from the soul and Appo's innate reverence for the unknown power. The azure dragon regarded Li Xiandao with a mocking gaze. Li Xiandao met its stare unwaveringly. Suddenly, the dragon opened its enormous mouth, lunging to engulf him. Li Xiandao remained still. The dragon roared, extinguishing the candle's flame. Rule 2. A candle must be present at night, and it must not be extinguished. At that moment, the only candle beside Li Xiandao was snuffed out. Yet, he stood resolute, allowing the azure dragon to roar before him, baring its fangs and claws. The Mountain Deity Temple is safe. Chapter 47. Life at Dawn. Death at Dusk. Lu Qiushui gazed at Li Xuanshao, who had bravely entered the mountain god temple alone, and sighed softly. The crux of the restriction lay within the temple, and indeed, Li Xuanshao was quite astute. Alas, he had only guessed half the truth. I shall remember you. You saved my little one, yet that is all there is to it. It seems you are destined to face this calamity. Having attained his current position, Lu Qiushui naturally understood the importance of choices and sacrifices. He cast one last glance at the figure of the youth within the restriction before turning to depart. You lot remain here to await Elder Seacombe and Appo's revival. Understood. The power of the restriction was already sufficient. It was likely that in a day or two, Elder Seacombe would awaken, and at that moment, everyone bound by the restriction would perish. Lu Qiushui could not bear to witness the young man and Appo's untimely demise. So be it. In Luoshui Town, Li Xianshao stood within the mountain god temple, seemingly unperturbed by the lurking azure dragon. Hurry up, cried the black-clad constables as they rushed to the temple's entrance. Those inside were urged to come out quickly. The rules of Luoshui Town demanded compliance with the constables, yet he himself was now a constable. Li Xianshao glanced at his own attire. Just as the constables outside were shouting, Zhang Tianxin appeared suddenly, striking down one constable with a single blow to the throat. Although her cultivation was diminished, Her physical prowess remained intact. "Stop!" shouted one constable. But Zhang Tianxin did not relent, unleashing punches and kicks. Under the night sky, clad in black, she seemed to meld into the darkness, swiftly dispatching all the constables outside the mountain god temple. Witnessing this scene, Xuanshao began to contemplate his next move. He removed the black clothing, shedding his constable's guise to reveal a crimson garment beneath. Upon closer inspection, it was not truly red. Rather, it was his white undergarment, now vividly stained crimson with blood. Rule 3. Red garments are forbidden in Luoshui Town. Luoshui Town had no place for red attire. Rule 7. The mountain god temple is a place of safety. Xuanshao pointed his sword at the mountain god statue. At the moment he donned a red garment, a new rule materialized before him. Rule 13. Destroying the mountain god allows one to leave Luoshui Town. The 13th rule manifested, and the shrine appeared before Xuanshao. He was enveloped in a murderous aura, prepared for battle. Before him stood a middle-aged man, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, imbued with an aura of righteousness, reminiscent of a Confucian practitioner. "What's the matter, young friend? Please hear me out," the middle-aged man implored urgently. Stalling for time, Xuanshao sank to his knees, poised to erupt at any moment. The middle-aged man gestured with one hand, and memories that did not belong to Xuanshao flooded into his mind. Zhang Haoran, the Haoran sword. He was somewhat renowned, having single-handedly upheld a sect. However, his sword bore a flaw, and in a bid to compensate for it, he had secretly joined the Heavenly Evil Hall. During a breakthrough, he inadvertently went berserk, slaying all the disciples of his sect. Zhang Haoran then lost all meaning in living, consumed by a desire for death. Yet, on his path to self-destruction, he encountered a mayfly transformed into a little demon. The mayfly maiden proposed, "Since you wish for death, why not accompany me for a day?" That day, Zhang Haoran felt as if he had lived an entire lifetime. The maiden bestowed upon him a reason to live. Yet, the mayfly and Appo's existence was fleeting, able to assume human form and experience a lifetime in a single day, a privilege beyond measure. Zhang Haoran declared, "We have done much together, worshipped heaven and earth. She is now my wife. Yet even so, I cannot save her. I have never seen a mayfly. By the time I realized, my wife had departed this world. That was her lifetime. I could not save her, and even as a mighty being in the fusion stage, I cannot resurrect the dead. But once I have perished, I could achieve that. With this binding, I can use all my strength to grant her another life. As a normal person, she could live the life she desires." Tears welled in Zhang Haoran's eyes as he gazed at Xuanshao, his voice choked with emotion. "Thus, my friend, this is not for myself. I'm already a doomed man. I merely wish to fulfill her dream. Please, she is innocent. Success is imminent. It is just around the corner. Can you wait a moment longer? This binding will soon dissipate. She has yet to see the ocean, to witness the splendor of the capital, to ride in a carriage, to savor sugar figurines. She deserves all of this." As he spoke, the shrine, a manifestation of the fusion stage adept, knelt before Xuanshao. "Whatever you desire, I can provide. After my death, I shall repay your kindness. I plead with you to give her a chance. If I must descend to the depths of hell, and let it be so, I demand your life." Xuanshao plunged his sword through the shrine's head. Zhang Haoran was taken aback, fury igniting in his gaze. Why? Xuanshao offered no explanation, severing the shrine's head and adhering to the principle of act first, speak later. She granted you an opportunity. Her fate of life at dawn and death at dusk is her destiny. Why must you impo chapter 48? Girl, you are playing with fire. Outside the town of Luoshui, it has vanished. It appears that Lord Sikong is preparing to revive. The disciples of the Heavenly Evil Hall, stationed at the perimeter, have evidently sensed the changes in Luoshui Town. This has occurred sooner than the Hall Master anticipated. Does this imply that we may have a few days of freedom? Ha! Are you thinking of picking flowers again? I advise you not to act recklessly. Let us wait until we see Lord Sikong. The group exchanged banter, completely oblivious to a figure swiftly approaching them. Xuanshao descended, yet he did not unleash a fierce sword aura. The surroundings were untouched by even a whisper of wind. However, before anyone could react, the sword moved through the crowd with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Each stroke of the blade precisely claimed the life of an adversary. The blood only erupted after Xuanshao sheathed his sword. He quickly vanished, ensuring that no hidden toxins capable of exploding upon death lurked within the bodies of the evil cultivators. Subsequently, he ignited a blaze to cleanse the area. Xuanshao expanded his consciousness, confirming that no one was nearby, and he let out a small sigh of relief. Has it already been 2 days? He examined his own condition. Although trapped in this cave of fortune, the spiritual energy contained within greatly benefited him, despite only 2 brief days. As the restrictions faded, all rules naturally dissolved. Those ensnared in this place did not flee. Instead, they stood numbly in the town, exchanging glances with one another. It seemed they had grown accustomed to life here. As for those who had lost their 5 senses, they remained huddled in corners, completely oblivious to their surroundings. The rules had vanished, yet their senses remained sealed. Zhang Tianxin placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. It's merely the integration stage. With my brother Li, we are invincible. She then mumbled to herself, what a profound connection we share, to meet twice in such vastness, both times in peril. Could this be fate? Perhaps I should swear brotherhood with brother Li. Abandon that dangerous notion. Xuanshao thought silently from the shadows. Li Mengyun had prepared a farewell letter. But now that she had survived, a sense of weakness enveloped her, leaving her with an unreal feeling. Is it over? These few days felt interminable. She recalled Xuanshao, who had saved her twice, and looked around. Where is he? Why has he vanished? Li Mengyun couldn't help but reminisce about the scene not long ago. Just as she was about to be humiliated, that figure appeared, his blood-streaked face so imposing. Her cheeks flushed slightly. It seemed she had found the protagonist of a romantic tale. Just as she was lost in thought, Zhang Tianxin inadvertently discovered a note left by Xuanshao. He had already departed. What? Li Mengyun tested. She explained that she had a command from her master and needed to return to recuperate due to her injuries. Disappointment washed over her face, and she softly murmured, he must be a disciple of Shushan. I should express my gratitude for such a significant favor. In the shadows, Xuanshao was taken aback. Girl, you are playing with fire. Zhang Tianxin unfolded the note, which bore 6 large characters. Fate will bring us together again. Li Mengyun's lips puffed slightly. In the letter, Xuanshao had also requested Zhang Tianxin to assist those in the town who had their senses sealed, if possible. Zhang Tianxin did not refuse and led these individuals back to their sect. As for Xuanshao, once everyone had left, he set up a simple lard array around Luoshui town and recited the rebirth mantra, allowing those who perished there to return to dust. He then discovered numerous letters among the corpses. Some were from wayward souls who had received news from home, having been away for 10 years, with family longing for their return, only to stumble into this place on their journey home. Others carried marriage contracts, likely with a beloved waiting somewhere. Some letters expressed hopelessness, written by those who knew they would not escape, asking their younger siblings to care for their parents, while their wives could remarry. Some were addressed to unborn children, wishing for their safety. Each letter concluded with the writer's address and names of their family members, hoping that if someone came across these letters, they would deliver them home to spare their families from endless worry. Xuanshao sat on the grass, methodically opening each letter. After collecting them all, he swiftly departed. Months later, the morning sun bathed the village, and a couple, rising early to attend to their farm work, discovered a letter and 5 taels of silver placed by their door. As they were illiterate, they brought it to their eldest daughter-in-law, who had read a bit. After some time, she could no longer contain herself and burst into tears, her sobs echoing as the child in her arms, oblivious, patted her cheek. From a distance, Xuanshao sighed softly. Indeed, Zhang Haoran's mayfly maiden lived and died in a fleeting moment. He would willingly exchange his life for the hope she had given him. But how many families were left shattered in the wake of such decisions? What have the common people done to deserve this? After delivering the last letter, Xuanshao hurried back to Shushan. The path of indifference is never truly without feeling. It is one of compassion for all beings. Having embarked on the journey of cultivation, why cling to the affairs of the mortal world? In confusion, one suffers through reincarnation. In enlightenment, the world opens wide. The myriad beings are bound by the cycle of cause and effect. If the world is full of discontent, the more one clings, the more one suffers. Xuanshao stands as a prime example. Are you telling me that while I was away, the restrictions were broken? Elder Sikong is dead. The disciples on the periphery are missing. In the Shura Hall, Lu Qiushui slightly arched her elegant willow leaf brows. The disciple reporting the news dared not move an inch. Lu Qiushui suddenly laughed, causing the disciple to turn pale with fright, trembling uncontrollably. The hall master was laughing in anger. I underestimated him. You may leave now. Lu Qiushui waved her hand dismissively. The disciple, as if granted amnesty, hurried away. Lu Qiushui's slender fingers lightly tapped the armrest of her chair. To break the integration stage's restrictions and produce a perfect golden core, he is indeed not an ordinary individual. What a pity, if he did not die. Why did he not come to the Shura Hall to seek me? Lu Qiushui mused softly to herself. With a casual wave, a round mirror appeared before her. A gentle tap revealed a face within the mirror. Subordinate pays respects to the hallmaster. How are you managing your undercover mission in Shushan? Did you not tell me that Murong Mo was dead? How is he still alive and well? What? Murong Mo is alive? He was indeed dead. You fool. Lu Qiushui clenched her fist in the air. The undercover agent clutched their heart, wailing in agony. Chapter 49. The undercover in Mount Shu. The undercover agent lamented, you should have returned to Mount Shu by now. We must locate him. Lu Qiushui spoke coldly. The agent nodded repeatedly. Understood. I will find Murong Mo. Should I eliminate him? No, just lure him out of Mount Shu. Yes. After ending the communication, the agent rose from the ground. Murong Mo. Wasn't he already dead? The Murong family held a funeral for him. I even attended the banquet and contributed 5,000 spirit stones. Could that have been a pretense? This is sheer deception regarding the banquet. My 5,000 spirit stones. The agent, Song Qizai, a disciple of Xiaoqiangfeng, had a convoluted history as an undercover operative for the Shura Palace. Years ago, he ventured down the mountain and met Lu Qiushui, who was also wandering below. At that time, Lu Qiushui was healing from an injury, disguised as a wandering cultivator residing in a small town. Song Qizai was immediately captivated by her beauty, naively believing it to be love at first sight. Upon discovering her true identity, he could not help but shout to the heavens, Why? Why? Is it fate that we cannot be together? Lu Qiushui initially wished to ignore Song Qizai, not wanting to offend Mount Shu. However, she soon realized that he could be of use to her. Thus, Song Qizai was deceived into joining the Shura Palace, where he was coerced and enticed, ultimately becoming an undercover agent. Clutching his pained heart, he murmured, Qiushui seems even more beautiful now. Did she send me to find Murong Mo? Could it be that she wishes to see me, perhaps longing for me? Departing from Xiaoqiangfeng, Song Qizai exchanged pleasantries with Xuanshao, a disciple from Yingjian Peak. As he headed towards the Murong family, Xuanshao turned to glance curiously at Song Qizai. Had he just heard the name Murong Mo? Instantly, alarm bells rang in his mind. Xuanshao had spent nearly half a year descending the mountain to undergo tribulation. Upon his return, he exchanged the Mount Shu command token, explaining that he had failed his tribulation and returned to heal. Upon reaching Yingjian Peak, he encountered his junior sister, Zhao Lu, who was strutting about. Brother, you're finally back. Zhao Lu exclaimed, leaping 3 feet into the air, arms outstretched for a hug. Xuanshao deftly dodged, gently tapping her forehead with his finger. Have you been practicing diligently? Of course, of course. Zhao Lu nodded vigorously, her bright eyes fixed on her elder brother. Did you succeed in your tribulation? No, Xuanshao, utterly unconcerned about his cultivation being exposed. He wore a spirit-concealing cloak and a spirit-concealing lining, both gifts from his mentor. The cloak allowed him to control his spiritual energy, effectively concealing his true cultivation. However, against beings of the caliber of the Imperial Daughter Feng and Lu Qiushui, any concealment proved futile. Zhao Lu nodded, muttering softly, no success? Given your character, that likely means you succeeded. You claim to be at the peak of chi refining, but you should be at the foundation stage. This breakthrough would mean you and Appos, VE reach the golden core stage. Xuanshao thought to himself, Junior sister, you are already on the path to self-destruction. Any news within the sect recently? Xuanshao inquired. Zhao Lu skillfully pulled out her notebook and recounted the latest gossip from the sect. Xuanshao listened with half an ear, preoccupied with thoughts of the Mount Shu disciple he had encountered earlier, Song Chizai. With thousands of disciples in the Mount Shu sect, including those from the miscellaneous peak, it was improbable that any disciple would know every individual within the sect. However, Xuanshao was an exception. He even recognized the janitor from the miscellaneous peak. In his mind, he fantasized that the janitor was an esteemed recluse, especially after witnessing how the cafeteria lady was looked down upon and mistreated by disciples, leading to her demise. Subsequently, the janitor unleashed his wrath, avenging her by obliterating the entire Mount Shu sect. Thus, Xuanshao often made an effort to befriend the cafeteria lady and had once intervened in a conflict when a disciple was slapped thrice by a still-alive spirit fish while eating. As tensions escalated, Xuanshao happened to pass by and quickly diffused the situation, even compensating the disciple with some spirit stones. Yet, he could not fathom why the cafeteria lady looked at him with such peculiar eyes afterward, nor could he understand the janitor and Appos' gaze, which seemed to harbor a hint of animosity. After reviewing his junior sister and Appos' studies, Xuanshao greeted a few senior brothers and sisters, who offered their condolences upon hearing of his failed breakthrough. Junior brother, you are still young. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead, they reassured him. Subsequently, Xuanshao began investigating the relationship between Song Chizai and Murong Mo. They had completed missions together on more than one occasion. And when the Murong family held a memorial for Murong Mo, Song Chizai had attended, contributing 5,000 spirit stones. Could it be that they were close friends? He sought to uncover the truth behind Murong Mo's death. Although Xuanshao was confident that he had executed the deed flawlessly, the presence of Su Wan, a being of an extraordinary caliber, posed a challenge. She had inferred that he had killed Murong Mo out of affection for her, a notion so absurd it left Xuanshao astounded. Indeed, he realized that his diligent efforts could not compare to Su Wan's abstract level of understanding. With minimal effort, she reached heights beyond his imagination. Xuanshao probed into Song Chizai and Appos' whereabouts, learning that he had indeed gone to the Murong family. Could it be that Song Chizai had heard some earth-shattering revelations from Su Wan and was foolish enough to believe them, subsequently informing the Murong family? Xuanshao paced restlessly in his room. Days later, Song Chizai returned to Mount Shu. He had visited the Murong family, where they had erected a symbolic grave for Murong Mo, as no body had been found at the time of his death. Song Chizai then sought out others who had been with Murong Mo during that fateful mission. However, senior sister Su Wan was in seclusion, and junior sister Jiang Luo Shui displayed little concern for Murong Mo and Appos' fate. In fact, when Song Chizai mentioned Murong Mo, she appeared momentarily puzzled, as if trying to remember who he was. She then dragged Song Chizai off to gossip about Su Wan for quite some time. Song Chizai found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he did acquire a crucial piece of information. Xuanshao had also gone missing during the same incident. Thus, he made his way to Yinjian Peak to find Xuanshao. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Xuanshao's gaze towards him felt somewhat off. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Song Chizai mused. Chapter 50. The difficulty of undercover work. Senior brother Xuanshao, were you present at the scene when Murong Mo was killed? Song Chizai inquired. I was not. Then where were you at that time? How can you be certain that senior brother Murong is deceased? Did you see his body? Xuanshao's expression remained unchanged. Yet turmoil surged within him. This was a trap laden with perilous questions. During the fierce battle between the two formidable beings, Wuang Mountain was engulfed in chaos. I hid away and only managed to escape afterward. I did not encounter senior brother Murong. With a sigh, Xuanshao clenched his fist, seething. It's a pity that the strongest among us was senior brother Murong. Who would have thought he would cross paths with the imperial princess Feng and Lu Qiushui. Those vile scoundrels must have been the ones to slay him. Song Chi Zai and Appo's gaze sharpened. So you did not see senior brother Murong and Appo's body? You cannot confirm whether he is truly dead? Indeed. However, we searched Wang Mountain thoroughly afterward and found no trace of senior brother Murong. Song Chi Zai pondered for a moment before suggesting, do you think it is possible that Murong Mo is still alive? Impossible. That is sheer rumor. I personally burned his soul and recited the rebirth incantation. Yet he could not voice this outright. Instead, he asked, Senior Brother Song, what do you mean by that? Have you discovered something? Song Chizai would not disclose to Li Xuanshao that he had received information from the demonic sect indicating that Murong Mo was not dead. A possibility suddenly struck him. Could it be that Lu Qiushui had mistaken Murong Mo for Li Xuanshao? Perhaps Lu Qiushui was actually seeking Li Xuanshao, but mistakenly believed she encountered Murong Mo. This revelation made perfect sense. Junior Brother Xuanshao, did you not recently return to the sect? Yes, with the affirmative response. Song Chizai felt a surge of delight, further convinced of his theory. He quickly took his leave from Li Xuanshao to contact Lu Qiushui. After he departed, Li Xuanshao and Appo's expression turned grave. Ah, Master, please spare me. I am dying. Please show mercy. Song Chizai writhed in agony due to the life and death talisman. Lu Qiushui and Appo's eyes were icy as she glared at him. Do you think I would confuse names? He is not deceiving me. His name is Murong Mo. Master, I acknowledge my mistake. TH Chapter 51. Azure Lotus Precious Light Banner. From the day Song Chiza became an undercover agent, he had foreseen this day might arrive. Being captured by the law enforcement hall disciples, he feared he had reached a dead end. Song Chiza and Appo's. It's not too late to confess now. I will not say anything. Don and Appo's. He even dreamed that I would betray the Palace Master. Palace Master? That title sounds so familiar. Song Chiza sneered. Let me tell you, since I met the Palace Master, I joined the Azura Palace. Have you heard of Lu Qiushui of the Azura Palace? We have developed affections for each other. If you release me now, I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, affections for each other? Lu Qiushui? Li Xuanshao shook his head. Lu Qiushui is definitely not that kind of person. Although she may not appear as mad as the Phoenix Empress, in reality, she possesses a deep-seated cruelty surpassing even hers. Lu Qiushui would be moved by his Song Chiza, a pipe dream. He and Appo's, as probably just fantasizing. Li Xuanshao and Appo's eyes slightly shifted. Lu Qiushui has a mole 3 inches to the lower left of the nape of her neck. How do you know? Song Chiza was shocked. His expression suddenly changed. This should be a secret only he knew. Stop dreaming. Lu Qiushui doesn't like you at all. Let me tell you. She also has a red spider lily on her back. Have you ever seen it? Oh, and she and Appo's accustomed to using her left hand to hold chopsticks when eating. Shut up. Who exactly are you? Didn't an Appo's say? You and Appo's. We're just a fish in her pond. Don and Appo's. Take it too seriously. After a moment, the desperate Song Chiza confessed the truth like a torrent. I was instructed by Lu Qiushui to lure Li Xuanshao, a disciple of Silver Sword Peak, out of the mountain gate. She forced me to do this, placing a life-death talisman on me to be an undercover agent in Mount Shu. Li Xuanshao and Appo's silence was deafening. Not about Murong Mo and Appo's matter? Undercover agent. Li Xuanshao and Appo's heart churned. Now, Lu Qiushui of the Azura Palace and the Phoenix Empress of the Celestial Fiend Palace. The 2 great demon sect leaders were both trying to harm him. Li Xuanshao suddenly felt a headache. However, this seemed to be an excellent opportunity. Wasn't it Appo's it's supposed to be today? Why hasn't it Appo's anyone arrived yet? It was originally the day before yesterday, and it was postponed for 2 days. Could something have happened? We are only responsible for the reception. Don and Appo's. Worry about other things. After all, this is Mount Shu and Appo's territory. The Mount Shu sword formation is not a joke. I heard that the Mount Shu sword formation can now sense nascent soul cultivators. 2 demons were talking in hushed voices. Suddenly, one of the demons said, "Here they come." Remember, The palace master personally instructed us to bring him back alive. Understood. On a desolate path, the undercover Song Chiza walked in front, followed by a young man. The two nascent soul cultivators immediately jumped out, giving the young man a severe beating. After the beating, they tied him up with ropes, hoisted him up, and ran away. They acted swiftly, without any unnecessary words. Capturing someone in Mount Shu and Amp, Appo's territory required extreme caution. The two nascent soul cultivators dared not linger for even a moment, constantly worrying about their aura leaking, and dared not ride flying boats or float ostentatiously. They could only choose deep mountains and forests, running continuously for days and nights. As for the person they were capturing, they had fed him a hypnotic pill, and he wouldn't wake up for at least 10 days or half a month. Inside the Azura Palace, in the Sacred Hall, Lu Qiushui stood by the lotus pond, watching the spiritual fish inside. From the reflection on the lake's surface, she seemed to vaguely see the figure of that young man. Interesting. Lu Qiushui had no interest in the weak. If that young man was only SOSO, she wouldn't have any thoughts. But the other party's actions exceeded her expectations. He was a good seed. Given time, he would definitely become a backbone of the orthodox sections. If this person could join my sect. However, he dared to deceive her, saying his name was Murong Immo. Thinking of this, Lu Qiushui couldn't and Appo's help but feel a bit angry. With Lu Qiushui and Appo's status, she had seen countless talented young men, but she had never shown much attention to them. The only one who could make her like this seemed to be this Mount Shu disciple who saved her and deceived her. Intriguing. Why was Song Chiza so slow in handling matters? Why hadn't he brought the person over yet? Lu Qiushui fiercely squeezed the life-death talisman, causing Song Chiza even more excruciating pain. Just as she was thinking, a servant finally came to report that the person had been brought over. Lu Qiushui restrained her expression and walked out. Xuanshao stood before the massive plaque in the hall, his hands bound. He looked around the Azura Palace. After a moment, a figure appeared silently like a ghost. A bright and dazzling red dress fluttered in the wind. The red dress seemed to be dyed by the sunset glow, emitting a captivating light that made people unable to help but look. Looking at her stunning face, her skin was like congealed fat, her eyebrows resembled distant mountains, and her eyes were like deep lakes, with a hint of coldness in their shimmering light. Beneath her straight nose, her vermilion lips slightly parted, curving upward in a smile that was not quite a smile. At this moment, she raised her beautiful eyes, her gaze like a torch, carefully examining Li Xuanshao standing before her. Mulong Montak, we meet again. She already knew Li Xuanshao's real name, so she spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Li Xuanshao remained silent. Lu Qiushui and Appo's expression suddenly changed, a trace of cold light flashing in her beautiful eyes, and she raised her white jade-like arm. In an instant, a deafening roar resounded, and two enormous fire dragons, burning with raging flames, emerged from the ground like awakened ancient beasts, with boundless power and scorching heat. The two fire dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws, their bodies twisting, and the surrounding air seemed to be ignited, forming a sea of fire. They spewed out billowing smoke and scorching flames, sweeping directly toward Li Xuanshao, as if to swallow him in one gulp and burn him to ashes. Faced with the full-force strike of this renowned Azura Palace Master, Li Xuanshao was not flustered at all. Magical treasures protected his body, preventing the flames from getting close. Li Xuanshao and Appo's lips curled into a slight smile. Lu Qiushui snorted coldly. The Shu Mountain Spirit Concealment Art is indeed powerful. The Spirit Concealment Art was a unique technique created by the previous sect leader of Mount Shu. Its greatest effect was to conceal one and Appo's cultivation. Although this kind of supernatural power was not uncommon, the Shu Mountain Spirit Concealment Art could be considered one of the best. Li Xuanshao's body began to change, and he soon transformed into a white-browed Taoist, holding a whisk and wearing a brocade cloud robe. Spiritual Void Taoist, the current sect leader of Mount Shu. He raised his head and said softly, "That's about enough." At this moment, 10,000 feet outside the Azura Palace, a shocking scene was unfolding. A dazzling white light streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed and the snow-white rainbow light left behind seemed to illuminate the entire sky. This was caused by the powerful sword energy released by a flying sword. The power of that sword was earth-shattering, splitting the thick clouds above the sky and easily breaking the restrictions that had always existed here. And this sharp sword energy did not dissipate quickly over time. Lu Qiushui, standing in the hall, witnessed this scene and naturally knew the terrifying power contained in this sword. In an instant, the entire palace began to shake violently, and the surrounding aura became unusually turbulent. Had she not promptly activated the protective array of the Grand Hall, this magnificent edifice would likely have been reduced to mere rubble in an instant. The flying sword returned to the hands of Taoist Lingshu, its immense and overwhelming sword aura swirling around him with an almost sentient grace. As the tainted energies within the hall attempted to encroach, they scarcely had the chance to brush against the hem of Taoist Lingshu's robe before they were instantaneously reduced to nothingness, vanishing without a trace. It was akin to fragile droplets of water falling upon a searing iron, evaporating in an instant. Lu Qiushui, brimming with murderous intent, declared, "Lingshu, do you truly believe that you alone dare to invade my sacred hall?" With a sweeping motion of his grand sleeves, he suppressed the aura of the cave dwelling. Taoist Lingshu responded with a serene smile. What is there to fear from a solitary individual? Nevertheless, he added with a hint of mirth, yet, I must confess, I do relish the prospect of righteous collective combat. With that, he summoned from his sleeves a grand banner, which unfurled without the need of wind. It was the innate spiritual treasure, the azure lotus banner. At that very moment, the numerous elders and disciples of Shushan, who were on high alert within the Shushan formation, sensed the power of the array. In the blink of an eye, they were collectively transported to the Azura Hall. Chapter 52. Fortifying foundations and striving for perfection, this battle reverberated with thunderous intensity. On the battlefield, the clamor of war cries and the clashing of weapons rose and fell in a deafening cacophony. Within an 800-mile radius, the heavens turned tumultuous. Just moments ago, the sky was clear and serene. Now, dark clouds loomed ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Lightning streaked across the sky, followed by torrential rain that pounded the ground, splashing droplets everywhere. The mingling of rainwater and blood formed a crimson stream, flowing languidly. The gains for Mount Shu were substantial. The demonic sect was never a formidable opponent in a righteous path. Although the four major demonic sects could potentially contend with Mount Shu, this time, Mount Shu caught Lu Qiushui completely off guard, penetrating deep into the enemy's sanctum. The Azura Hall suffered grievously, with most of its disciples either captured or killed on the spot. Many classified documents and spiritual treasures within the sanctum were left behind in the chaos. Lu Qiushui, gravely injured, managed to break through the encirclement. The news spread like wildfire, bringing a wave of satisfaction to all. The reason the demonic sect could not be entirely eradicated was not due to their overwhelming power, but rather because they operated from the shadows, making it difficult to mobilize sufficient forces for a thorough purge. This time, however, Mount Shu delivered a significant lesson to all righteous factions. Lu Qiushui never anticipated that she would falter, nearly losing her life in the process. To her, Li Xiandao was merely an intriguing toy or delectable morsel, an entity that piqued her interest, which was already a stroke of fortune for him. Thus, she never considered him capable of posing a genuine threat, let alone nearly costing her life. Weakness and ignorance may not claim your life, but arrogance certainly might. The news reached Mount Shu. At Silver Sword Peak, Li Xiandao did not feel elated by the tidings. Among the numerous accolades, one phrase stood out. Lu Qiushui fled gravely injured. Nevertheless, Li Xiandao did not harbor high hopes of directly eliminating Lu Qiushui this time. After all, she had dominated the Central Plains for many years and must possess some means of self-preservation. However, following this setback, the Azura Hall would likely remain quiet for a while. Although the various sub-halls had not faced direct assaults, the destruction of the Azura Hall and Amp Oppo's sanctum was akin to the enemy razing a city that had been heavily fortified. This was not merely a matter of significant losses. Undoubtedly, the Imperial Princess Feng would seize this opportunity. Li Xiandao nodded, acknowledging that he could afford to rest for a while. In the ensuing period, Mount Shu was bustling with activity. The fruits of their assault on the Azura Hall and Appos' sanctum were bountiful. Numerous captives were taken, and the locations of many sub-halls were uncovered. Consequently, the remaining 4 great sects of Mount Shu united to take action against the sub-halls of the Azura Hall. As for Li Xiandao, he refrained from participating in the battles, choosing instead to cultivate diligently within his thatched cottage, enhancing his own abilities. By sheer luck, he had obtained a superior-grade golden pill. His original goal had merely been a second-grade golden pill, with a first grade being ideal and third grade acceptable, while fourth grade would suffice and fifth grade would not be a loss. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, he acquired a superior-grade golden pill. Reflecting on this, Li Xiandao, finding himself alone, could not help but smile slyly before whispering to himself, I possess a superior-grade golden pill." Immediately after, he slapped himself solemnly, admonishing, "Do not become complacent. Quickly fortify your foundation. Strive for perfection and establish a solid base. Haste makes waste. At my age, achieving a golden pill is already several times, even dozens of times, more than ordinary." Thus, he felt no urgency. Li Xiandao sensed that since he had condensed the superior-grade golden pill, the power it bestowed had the potential to enable him to break through to a minor realm. Yet, he firmly suppressed this power, for breaking through the golden pill realm meant an irreversible commitment. It was akin to a blank canvas awaiting the strokes of an artist. Hence, the concept of a golden pill determining one's path emerged. Cultivators must inscribe their true intentions upon the golden pill, a process known as pill composition. Therefore, the golden pill realm places immense importance on one and Appos' Dao heart, while the qi refining and foundation establishment stages largely overlook it. Each stroke in pill composition is irrevocable, refining the golden pill into a more perfect and solid form. Consequently, Li Xiandao devised a 5-year plan for himself. Year 1. Identify and address deficiencies. Fortify the foundation. Year 2. Identify and address deficiencies. Fortify the foundation. Year 3. Repeat the above. Year 4. Repeat the above. Year 5. Review from the beginning. Strive for perfection. A good book is not afraid of being revisited. There is no harm in reviewing before an examination. After 2 months of seclusion, on this day, Li Xiandao, as usual, began his daily divination. Li Xiandao's expression immediately soured. The divination indicated that he was afflicted by romantic entanglements. Romantic entanglements imply ulterior motives, potential malice, threats to safety, and perhaps even attempts on his life. An enemy. Li Xiandao sprang to his feet. Soon, he deduced the source of this trouble with surprising ease. For his opponent had not even entered the qi refinement stage. It was none other than Li Mengyun, whom he encountered in Luoshui town. "Old man, is this Mount Shu ahead?" she inquired. "Just a bit further," replied the old man riding a donkey, cracking his whip. "Little girl, Mount Shu isn and Appos, accepting disciples at this time. You and Appos, LL have to wait a few years." Clearly, the old man had encountered too many seekers of immortality. Li Mengyun smiled. She was not there to seek immortality, but to find the one who had saved her. Her thoughts had been consumed by him, as if her soul had been drawn away. Just to see him would suffice. With her belongings in tow and leading a fine steed, she walked along the official road. She had secretly slipped away from home, journeying for 2 months to finally arrive. Unable to resist, she stretched and beamed with joy. In the next moment, she knew nothing more, collapsing into unconsciousness. A figure swiftly hoisted her and darted off into the distance. Li Mengyun gradually regained consciousness, blinking her eyes, recognizing the familiar surroundings. She glanced at the sullen-faced figures of her father and mother standing by her bedside, holding a bamboo stick. Suddenly she smiled, realizing she had frightened herself. She had merely been dreaming. Her father, standing by the bed, raised the bamboo stick with a grin. "Moments latte." The room reverberated with Li Mengyun's screams. "I told you not to sneak away. Do you know how dangerous it is outside? Li Mengyun felt as if she had encountered some malevolent force. Undeterred, she attempted to escape once more 6 months later. This time, she found herself once again at the foot of Mount Shu, only to faint and later awaken back home. On her third attempt, she had climbed halfway up Mount Shu, yet once more, she was rendered unconscious and found herself back in her home. With each subsequent attempt, she grew increasingly resolute. Gradually, as she matured, she shed the naivety of her youth. She had no innate talent for cultivation. Even if she joined an immortal sect, she would likely only become a low-ranking disciple. Eventually, she forgot the disciple of Mount Shu named Li Xiandao, marrying her ideal husband and bearing children. Unintentionally, one day, she found herself at the foot of Mount Shu with her child. Li Mengyun cradled her child in her arms, a skewer of candied hawthorn in hand. At that moment, a familiar figure brushed past her. She turned to look, but the person had already merged into the crowd and disappeared from sight. Memories of her youthful indiscretions flooded her mind, prompting a soft smile to grace her lips. She finally comprehended the reason behind her earlier fainting spell upon arriving at Shushan and her subsequent return home. "Thank you," she suddenly exclaimed. Amidst the cacophony, her voice was swallowed by the throng. Li Xuanshao strode past, a gentle breeze caressing her face. Chapter 53. The ephemeral passage of time, touching and profound. Li Xiandao recently found himself entangled in financial difficulties. The reason was simple. He had been diligently honing his skills at the mountain gate. During this period, he refrained from leaving the mountain, fearing encounters with the imperial princess Feng and Lu Qiushui, who were searching for him everywhere. By the time he regained his senses, he discovered that his resources were nearly depleted. This was one of the drawbacks of concealing his cultivation level. Each month, the sect distributed resources, but due to their belief that he was merely at the qi refinement stage, he was allocated only the resources suitable for that level, which held little value for him as a golden core cultivator. Consequently, Li Xiandao devised a dual plan. On one hand, he sought suitable tasks to undertake. On the other, he turned to alchemy. As an alchemist, he was quite competent. He borrowed a modest sum from the sect, which he used to purchase herbs for refining pills. This endeavor significantly increased the value of the pills he produced. Unable to sell them within the sect, Li Xiandao decided to venture down the mountain to various markets and sell his elixirs. He concocted a story about visiting his parents, as he had received a letter from his elder brother stating that their parents had passed away. Although there exists a distinction between the immortal and mortal realms, he felt compelled to pay his respects at their graves. His memories of his parents were faint. He only recalled the softness of his mother's hand. Upon leaving Mount Shu, Li Xiandao did not venture far. After 2 days, he arrived at a market called Qingshui, where he disguised himself and sold the elixirs in batches. He then moved to another market to continue his sales. Alongside the elixirs, he also sold the magical artifacts he had crafted. Now a golden core cultivator, he had little use for the artifacts made during his foundation establishment period. He gifted some to his junior sister Zhao Lu and sold the remainder in batches. After visiting 4 markets in total, he finally sold all his elixirs, even turning down offers from others who wished to buy more, leading them to suspect him of selling stolen goods. The markets were protected by various sects, yet outside their boundaries lay an expanse of freedom, where ill intentions could arise. Fortunately, his journey was uneventful. Subsequently, Li Xiandao headed straight for his former hometown, Songyang Town. The prominently family had recently lost its elder couple. The family had kept the coffin for 7 days, and today was the final day of mourning before the burial. The elders had passed away peacefully in their sleep, and people remarked on their good fortune in having raised a son and a daughter. The elder son prospered in the restaurant business, while the daughter married a local scholar. However, what others did not know was that the Li family had a younger son, who was the family's true support. When Li Xiandao first traversed this realm, he felt grateful to fate for granting him a second chance at life. In his previous existence, he had suffered from a debilitating illness, enduring great torment. In this life, he similarly encountered hardships, often starving and nearly freezing to death. Fortunately, he met an old master wandering the world, and he followed the master, which ultimately brought his family wealth and spared them from destruction. Though Li Xiandao had spent years cultivating within the sect, the care provided to his family by the sect was not insignificant. Yet, he understood the divide between the immortal and mortal realms. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, he had definitively bid farewell to his secular life. Moreover, should enemies one day come seeking vengeance against him, they might take their anger out on his blood relatives, inadvertently bringing disaster upon his family. Thus, apart from writing letters, he had not returned home in years. Concealed within the willow trees at the sect's entrance, Li Xiandao observed the steady stream of mourners arriving to pay their respects. The Li family was well regarded in the town for their generosity. Those who heard the news arrived in tears. His younger sister, now grown, welcomed guests at the door, accompanied by a child who appeared to be his nephew. Watching this scene, Li Xiandao felt an indescribable mix of emotions. Memories of his sister following him as a child, eager to climb trees for bird eggs, flooded back, and he could only reflect on the passage of time. As he paid his respects at his parents' and Appo's graves, he offered 3 sticks of incense and bowed several times before departing. He had intended to return directly to Mount Shu, but nostalgia for the place of his childhood caused him to slow his pace. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a desolate well within a courtyard. In broad daylight, it exuded a chilling aura. With his keen perception, he discerned the flow of energy beneath the surface. Silently, Li Xiandao appeared before the well, stamping one foot. "Come forth." Instantly, it seemed as though countless black serpents writhed within the well, their hair surging forth like a tide. A figure clad in white robes gradually emerged, her pallid face devoid of color, her eyes hollow and void of life. She was not a malevolent spirit, having never taken a life. Confronted with this pitiful ghost, Li Xiandao formed a hand seal and began to chant a rebirth incantation to guide her to the afterlife. "Ah!" The female ghost uttered a sound of struggle. "Having passed on, you should swiftly enter the cycle of reincarnation. The longer you linger in the mortal realm, the deeper your suffering will be. Please know." Li Xiandao remained silent, completing the incantation. He observed that the female ghost, despite her weakened state, was clinging to life with her willpower. "What unfulfilled wish do you harbor?" "I await my husband." Li Xiandao paused, sensing the melodrama of her tale. He prepared to forcibly disperse the ghost, aware of her inability to resist. The ghost had already exhausted her strength in breaking free from the incantation. Li Xiandao hesitated, then suddenly inquired, "Your attachment is profound. You have transformed from a mortal into a ghost. Why not seek power through the act of killing?" The ghost replied weakly, "I cannot. I have never harmed even a chicken in my life." "And how did you meet your demise?" The story was straightforward. The ghost, named Xuanshao, was a performer in a brothel who had fallen in love at first sight with a scholar. She left the brothel to accompany him, only to find that he was headed to the capital for examinations, promising to return for her. Alas, he never returned. After waiting 2 years during a heavy snowfall, she slipped while drawing water and fell into the well, thus meeting her end. Due to the well's unique location, it gathered negative energy, transforming her into a ghost, where she continued to wait for her beloved. The tale was somewhat cliché. Li Xiandao had heard variations of such stories countless times before. He set up a formation around the well and addressed the ghost. "Within a month, if your attachment remains unfulfilled, this formation will forcibly send you into reincarnation. Remaining in this state, you will eventually dissipate into nothingness. Take heed." With that, Li Xiandao vanished from the scene. Chapter 54. All is Fate. None is in control. Li Xianyun departed from Sanyang town. As he traversed a rushing river, he witnessed a child struggling in the water, while bystanders cried out in despair. Just as Li Xianyun was about to secretly cast a spell to rescue the child, he noticed a force in the river lifting the child and casting him back to the shore. Intriguingly, it was a water ghost that had performed rescue. Water ghosts are malevolent spirits that have died unexpectedly in water or committed suicide in rivers, lakes, or seas, unable to reincarnate. They lurk beneath the surface, luring or dragging the living to their watery demise, so they may take their place in the cycle of rebirth. Yet, this particular water ghost was remarkably different. Rather than causing harm, it had chosen to save a life. Li Xianyun sensed the aura of virtue surrounding it. Having arrived at the riverbank, he gently touched the water's surface, invoking a spell to summon the water ghost. The spirit, startled, hurriedly bowed and addressed him as master. "How peculiar you are. Dear water ghost," Li Xianyun remarked. "Instead of seeking a replacement for your own reincarnation, you have chosen to rescue a living soul." The water ghost managed a weak smile, confessing, "Initially, I too sought to claim a life for my rebirth. I had my sights set on a hapless soul who fell into the river. I believed it was fate that would allow me to reincarnate. However, upon hearing his daughter's cries from the shore, I could not bring myself to push him under." Li Xianyun nodded, inquiring, "How did you meet your demise?" The ghost replied earnestly, "Years ago, while passing through this area, a great flood struck. Unable to cross, I joined the villagers in their rescue efforts, only to be swept away by the torrent." After asking for the ghost's birth details and calculating the fortune, Li Xianyun stated, "You possess a hidden virtue. Upon my return to Mount Shu, I shall endeavor to grant you the title of River God, hoping you remain true to your noble heart." Upon hearing this, the water ghost bowed profusely in gratitude, then hesitantly added, "There is one more request I wish to make, master." "What is it?" Li Xianyun inquired. "I was orphaned at a young age, with no kin left. Years ago, I intended to travel to the capital for the imperial examination, leaving behind a fiancée waiting for my return. I had hoped to achieve fame and return to marry her. Alas, I perished here and cannot leave this river. I only wish to know how my beloved fares now. Is she happy? I beseech you to grant me this wish." Li Xianyun pauza, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. "Huh? This tale sounds all too familiar. Is your wife named Xuanshao, residing in Sanyang town?" "You have met my wife," the water ghost exclaimed. Li Xianyun replied solemnly, "Your wife has passed, bound to the desolate well at your home. Even if you become a river god, you cannot escape this domain. Moreover, it is uncertain when Mount Shu will fulfill this matter. Your wife may not survive the wait. Remaining in the mortal realm will scatter her soul." The water ghost sighed deeply. "So it is. There is nothing I can do. I have wronged her in this life. Had I not been a poor scholar, she would not have suffered such a fate. All is fate, and not a shred is within our control." In Sanyang town, rain began to fall. A hurried footstep echoed, each step leaving a damp imprint. A figure pushed open the door, and Xuanshao, trapped in the desolate well, glanced at the overcast sky. Just as she prepared to retreat back into the well, her expression froze. She burst into tears, exclaiming, "You have finally returned." Her first words were not of reproach, but a heartfelt relief. "I thought you had abandoned me. I could not reach the capital and drowned, becoming a water ghost. Unable to return." Xuanshao cried, "How foolish we both are. I fell into the well and perished too." Her form began to dissipate. "I must go now," she said. "If you reach the underworld and meet the king of hell, tell him your husband wishes to become a river god. Let him grant me this favor." "I understand. Take care of yourself. I must depart." "In this life, I am sorry for you," the water ghost choked out. "Do not say such things," Xuanshao replied, her obsession fading as she re-entered the cycle of reincarnation. Li Xianyun exhaled softly, observing a fragment of his magical artifact shatter in his hand. He murmured to himself, "What a loss. This meager virtue hardly compensates for the value of my treasure." With an umbrella in hand, he walked away, lost in thought. Suddenly, a memory surfaced of a niche game he had played in a past life, created by a producer notorious for his propensity for crafting brutal scenarios. The game featured two endings. The first was the simplest, where the protagonist saved the world but lost everyone dear to him, ending up a broken husk. The second was a hidden conclusion, where the hero triumphantly saved both the world and all his loved ones. Li Xianyun had tirelessly replayed the game, starting anew countless times. After 3 months of relentless effort, he finally devised a flawless strategy. As he watched the protagonist achieve a blissful resolution on the screen, a smile crept onto Li Xianyun and Appo's face, as if those 3 months of toil had not been in vain. Reflecting on this, Li Xianyun could not help but smile. After over 20 years of cultivation, he had not changed, nor did he wish to. After concluding this journey, Li Xianyun returned to Silver Sword Peak. After deducting the small loan and interest owed to the sect, he had managed to retain about 40% of his earnings. However, he did not keep this sum for himself. Instead, he purchased spiritual herbs and precious materials in preparation for further alchemical endeavors. After refining the herbs into elixirs, he would sell them, using the proceeds to acquire more ingredients, creating a cycle of increasing profit and capital. Of course, all of this depended on his abilities as an alchemist. The thought of his days of cultivation continuing in such a tranquil manner filled Li Xianyun's dreams with sweetness. Soon, the decade-long disciple selection at Mount Shu would commence, and he wondered what new disciples would join Silver Sword Peak. That night, Li Xianyun fell into a nightmarish reverie. Should you dare harm a single hair on my disciple, I shall annihilate your entire lineage. Should you dare to bring any harm to her for the sake of the world, I shall eradicate all of humanity. Chapter 55. I shall strike with full force every decade. Shushan recruits disciples anew. In comparison to other sects, this 10-year interval is relatively brief, reflecting the profound heritage of Shushan, which possesses ample resources and manpower to nurture a multitude of new disciples. Thus far, Li Xiankong has only experienced one such recruitment event at Shushan. In retrospect, it was merely a strenuous endeavor. Fearing the admission of eccentric individuals into Shushan, he meticulously investigated the backgrounds and temperaments of all new disciples. However, at that time, Li Xiankong was still youthful, his methods and abilities rather immature, resulting in the infiltration of numerous potential threats into Shushan, leaving behind hidden dangers. This time, I shall strike with full force. With some time remaining before the Shushan recruitment event, Li Xiankong resolved to enter seclusion, confining himself to the alchemical chamber to wholeheartedly refine medicinal pills, thereby securing the resources necessary for his cultivation. After all, the future was uncertain, and possessing a reserve of resources would bring him peace of mind. Before entering seclusion, Li Xiankong conducted his usual inspection of Shushan. Although it appeared he was merely enjoying the scenery during his arduous training, he was actually keenly observing for any latent dangers. No issues at Zhaoqiangfeng. Li Xiankong noted his observations in a small notebook. On Longzhou Peak, there was a couple embroiled in a breakup. The woman had discovered that her partner harbored affections for her brother instead. Li Xiankong found this perplexing. At Dezhu Peak, a senior brother had failed to break through and was often seen descending the mountain in a gloomy mood. Note, is there a possibility of him turning dark? Meanwhile, at Shaozhu Peak, a junior sister was being isolated by her peers out of jealousy for her beauty. This situation required urgent attention. In Shushan, the nominal leader, Taoist Lingxiu. The true leader, Li Xiankong. In a remarkably brief period, Li Xiankong managed to resolve these trivial matters. He then proceeded to Zai Peak. Upon seeing Li Xiankong, the matron of the cafeteria hurriedly took out a small mirror to touch up her makeup. The janitor, who was conversing with her, cast a glance at Li Xiankong, his face filled with melancholy. Li Xiankong discerned that the janitor harbored affections for the cafeteria matron. However, the matron was somewhat simple-minded, perhaps even a bit foolish, with an intelligence level akin to that of a teenager, making her a target for bullying. Aside from the janitor, Li Xiankong was the only one who treated her kindly. The reasoning behind this was somewhat absurd. In Li Xiankong and Appo's imagination, the janitor was, in fact, a hidden master of Shushan, known only to a select few, who had grown weary of conflict and chose to sweep the floors. He had fallen for the innocent matron, yet due to her naivety, she was bullied and even met with dire consequences. Enraged, the janitor might unleash a massacre upon Shushan. This narrative was entirely plausible. After conversing with the matron for a while to ensure no one was mistreating her, Li Xiankong departed with a sense of reassurance, proceeding to check on another critical individual of concern. The matron smiled shyly, sending a heart gesture. The janitor, in frustration, overturned a table in anger. How infuriating! Do disciples of Shushan now possess such peculiar tastes? Competing with me for a woman. Beasts, scoundrels, shameless rascals. Within a concealed cave of Shushan, the janitor was exerting his strength, effortlessly leveling a mountain before him. Only those at the integration stage could possess their own space. And judging by the scope of the janitor and oppos, as surroundings, his power far exceeded that level. After venting his frustration, he returned to his cave, sitting despondently. Was he the one who was unwell? This disciple, namely Xiankong, was undoubtedly afflicted, and severely so. With so many beautiful female cultivators within the sect, young, vibrant junior sisters, cool yet warm senior sisters, and alluring young aunties, he disregarded them all, fixating instead on the cafeteria matron. He expressed concern for her daily. What kind of forbidden romance was this? Initially, he was the only one kind to her, and now there was another contender. This youth was younger and more handsome than he, a disciple of Shushan, while he remained merely an inconspicuous janitor. No, he could not allow this young man to remain idle. He must find him some tasks to occupy his time. That night, Li Xiankong once again experienced a haunting nightmare. This dream was a continuation of the previous one. Everything remained shrouded in obscurity, yet he could faintly hear a voice resonating from the heavens. If you dare harm her in any way for your disciples, I shall annihilate your entire sect. If you dare to harm the world for her, I shall eradicate all of humanity. Li Xiankong awoke, seated upon his meditation mat, his expression grave. It was inconceivable that he would dream the same dream twice without reason. Contemplating where the issue lay, he could only attribute it to the upcoming recruitment event. Perhaps he should pack his belongings and leave Shushan under the cover of night. Li Xiankong thought with a hint of resignation. This was, of course, a jest. The outside world was far more perilous, and, as one of the 5 great sects, Shushan boasted a commendable safety record. Moreover, the elder had saved his life in the past. During his time at Shushan, his master had been a devoted mentor. One must not forget the kindness of being raised. Now that he had inadvertently caused the elder's demise, he could not allow any calamity to befall Shushan. More crucially, without Shushan and oppos, as protection, he could only imagine the fates that awaited him at the hands of Lu Qiushui and the Empress phone. Very well, he could only adapt as circumstances unfolded during the recruitment. He must enter seclusion to refine pills, without allowing his focus to waver. Li Xiankong swiftly quelled his unease, silently reciting the pure heart mantra 3 times. Supreme Star of Taishang, ever adapting, dispelling evil and binding spirits, safeguarding life, wisdom and clarity, tranquility of the heart. 2 months later, Li Xiankong emerged from the alchemical chamber, his expression vigilant. In light of special circumstances, he had treated this round of alchemical refinement with utmost seriousness. It is well known that the act of alchemy is fraught with peril for alchemists. How many alchemists have been betrayed and fatally wounded, or have overexerted themselves during the process, resulting in catastrophic explosions that endanger their lives? Typically, Li Xiankong would employ only 30% of his strength, concealing 70%. Should an explosion occur during his alchemical endeavors, coupled with an invasion from demonic sects, leading to a zombie crisis within Shushan, chaos would ensue, catastrophes that occur once every 100,000 years, or earthquakes every 200,000 years. What would he do then? Yet this time he had exerted a full 50% of his strength, concealing merely 50%. Time was of the essence, leaving him no choice but to take this risk. No one could fathom the determination Li Xiankong had mustered to increase his efforts by this margin. Next, he would need to sell these medicinal pills in batches at various markets. Another challenging task lay ahead. Chapter 56. The mantis stalks the cicada. While the yellow bird awaits in foaming market, an unremarkable loose cultivator was peddling his wares. His elixirs were honest and fairly priced, plentiful enough to satisfy all who sought them. Before long, his stall was surrounded by eager practitioners. The first avatar of Li Xuanshao wore a smile. While 500 meters below ground, the second avatar lay concealed. 3 miles away, amidst the locust trees, the third avatar was hidden. Clearly, these two were also his manifestations. 10 miles away, Li Xuanshao sat by the river, engaged in fishing. Evidently, all 3 figures were merely his avatars. This time, Li Xuanshao had merely shifted locations thrice, managing to sell out his concocted elixirs. Yet, despite his caution, he found himself targeted upon leaving the market. A sigh escaped his lips. The world of cultivation was indeed ruthless. This was no territory of the Shushan sect. The market was a mingling of various sects, a veritable den of intrigue. For practitioners at the peak of foundation establishment, accompanied by one in the early stages of Golden Core, Xuanshao swiftly gauged the number and strength of his pursuers. He had already noted their presence while in the market, and they had discreetly followed him once he departed. He refrained from acting immediately, feigning ignorance as he maintained his pace. Although the first avatar was merely at the chi refinement stage, it was not difficult to eliminate foundation establishment cultivators with the poison he carried. The key, however, lay with the Golden Core practitioner. The poison brewed from the silver-blooded serpent was with the second avatar. Thus, to confront these five, both the first and second avatars would need to strike together. The first avatar continued on his path, while the second quietly trailed the five. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird waits in the shadows. The first avatar arrived at a prearranged escape route. At this moment, the Golden Core practitioner quickened his pace. The first avatar abruptly halted, turning to face the Golden Core cultivator who stood upon a magical artifact. "Why do you follow me here, senior? An innocent man bears the weight of his treasures." The Golden Core cultivator sneered. "A mere chi refiner possesses such an abundance of elixirs. Who else should perish but you?" With that, he fell silent, his body plummeting from the air, a silver needle embedded in his neck. It had effortlessly pierced through his protective aura, evading his spiritual awareness, while the silver-blooded serpent's venom swiftly spread through his system. Xuanshao possessed two personal magical artifacts. One, a sword box left by his master, remained only partially refined. The other was the crane-top silver needle, of which he had refined 3. Delicate as a strand of hair, it could dispatch foes unseen. It was swift and lethal, forged from the red ore of a demonic cultivator. The 4 foundation establishment practitioners were momentarily stunned, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. How could a mere chi refiner annihilate them all? In that instant, the meticulously arranged 4 symbols formation activated. Flames roared as if summoned from the depths of hell, clawing at the trapped practitioners. Just as they barely evaded the inferno, a fierce, blade-like wind howled forth. Thunder crashed like silver serpents in chaotic dance, deafening in its intensity. A torrent of water surged, roaring as it swept forward. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the 5 were reduced to nothingness. The first and second avatars swiftly scavenged the remains, scattering bone-eating powder to hasten their dissolution. As they methodically executed their plan, a figure silently descended 100 miles away before Xuanshao. "I must admit, your caution is commendable, but alas, you have encountered me." Xuanshao lifted his gaze to meet that of a bald cultivator, whose strength surpassed that of the early Golden Core practitioner. More alarmingly, he had already slain Xuanshao and Amp, Appos, as third avatar. The bald cultivator smugly proclaimed, "I noticed you in a market where you divided your essence. One avatar sold elixirs, another hid underground, and the last concealed itself in the trees, while your true self fished from a distance. Each avatar was stronger than the last, leading others to mistake them for your true form. If they discovered the second was merely an avatar, they would assume the third was genuine. In reality, you possessed 4. The bald cultivator clapped his hands in delight. "Alas, such a clumsy ruse can only deceive those weaker than you. Against me, you stand exposed. Moreover, your avatars severely diminish your true strength. The strongest of your avatars has already fallen to me. Once an avatar is slain, the caster sustains harm. I have seen through your scheme." With a flourish of his sleeve, the bald cultivator unfurled a magical umbrella. "This artifact is specifically designed to counter your silver needles. Now, how will you respond? Let me impart a lesson, boy. Those who scheme against others will ultimately find themselves ensnared." Below, Xuanshao and Appos' expression darkened. While his crane-top silver needle was formidable, it was precisely countered by this magical umbrella. The needle in Amp, Appos' power was limited, suitable only for surprise attacks. The umbrella created a chaotic aura around its wielder, disrupting the trajectory of the silver needles. The umbrella enveloped him. Xuanshao drew forth his sword. The first and second avatars were inadequate, making little impact on the battle and amp. Oppos. As outcome, the third avatar was already deceased. He pointed his sword, and suddenly, four golden chains shot forth from behind the bald cultivator, ensnaring him unexpectedly. The sword was a feint. Its true purpose was to control the chains. However, the chains could not contain the opponent for long. Xuanshao produced another item, a dazzling staff. The bald cultivator dodged, only to see the glimmering hook behind the staff. What treachery is this? Xuanshao and amp. Oppos. S true aim was the magical umbrella under the bald cultivator and amp. Oppos. As control. As the hook seized its target, two crane-top silver needles launched an assault from either side. The true Xuanshao, hidden within the underground chamber, realized that the bald cultivator had erred. He possessed not 3, but 4 avatars. The adversary had never laid eyes on Xuanshao's true form. From the first market to the last, the genuine Xuanshao had remained concealed. Ever since the bald cultivator had targeted him in the first market, Xuanshao had devised an ambush plan. Yet, even in victory, Xuanshao felt no joy. The adversary had come alarmingly close to discovering his true essence, having already identified 3 of his avatars. Such a close call was terrifying. It forced him to expend a significant portion of his strength, relieved that no unforeseen complications had arisen. The drawbacks of this avatar technique were substantial. As the bald cultivator rightly noted, the power of each avatar was drawn from the true body. While it might deceive those of lesser cultivation, it faltered against stronger opponents. Moreover, should an avatar fall, the true body would suffer a corresponding loss of strength, resulting in injury. If the enemy were to locate the true body at that moment, the danger would be dire. Chapter 57. Bionic Techniques. Xuanshao gathered all his external selves and returned to the mountain gate, bearing the fruits of his recent endeavors. Instead of heading directly back to Shushan, he took a detour. This time, he had been discovered with 3 of his avatars, which made him realize the shortcomings of the external self technique. It was far too easy to be detected. Furthermore, the speed at which he could contend with golden core cultivators was woefully inadequate. When the bald monk appeared before his 4th avatar, he was already poisoned. Yet, the battle dragged on for a full 15 seconds. Suddenly, Xuanshao halted, sensing fluctuations in spiritual energy from a distance. Someone was engaging in a magical duel. No, it was a spiritual beast in combat. The waterfall cascaded down, and below, an octopus was being besieged by 5 cultivators. Master, this octopus is quite troublesome. This creature possessed an ancient bloodline and had already evolved into an octopus of 8 tentacles, extremely rare. It could not escape today. With that, the 5 cultivators unleashed their respective powers. Ultimately, the octopus was struck by a seal and fell unconscious. The 5 were overjoyed, quickly ensnaring the creature with a magical rope and hastily departing. This place was not suitable for lingering. However, once they left, the true body of the octopus surfaced from the water, revealing that the 5 had merely taken a part of its tail. Its camouflage was so sophisticated that even 2 cultivators, whose prowess surpassed that of the octopus, failed to detect it. The octopus chuckled softly, preparing to swim away swiftly. Suddenly, it felt an uncontrollable sensation wash over it and promptly fainted. A shadow swiftly dragged the octopus beneath the waves, retreating into the distance. It was none other than Li Laolu. Li Laolu had witnessed the entire scene and was on the verge of leaving. He had not realized that the octopus had employed a substitute. Yet, being the cautious Li Laolu, he habitually waited on the battlefield for a while. This wait yielded unexpected gains. It is said that in ancient times, there were no so-called techniques. Everything was learned by humanity from the myriad races. For instance, techniques like the tiger demon fist, dragon elephant bone tempering, and eagle claw continuous drilling were all imitations. This was referred to as bionic techniques. Perhaps he could draw inspiration from the octopus to remedy the flaws in his external self technique. Xuanshao quickened his pace, arriving at his pre-planned escape route, dismantling the formations and various traps. He then proceeded to his secondary escape route, disassembling the formations and traps there as well. These formations and traps required his activation to trigger, so he had no fear of anyone inadvertently stumbling into them. After a considerable detour, Xuanshao returned to Shushan, only to vanish abruptly once more. He dared to reveal himself only after a familiar figure had passed by, his senior sister, the abstractly talented Xuan. In the presence of such abstract-level existence, it was best to avoid confrontation. Ever since Xuanshao had clarified matters with Xuan, she had not sought him out again, and he had intentionally kept his distance. As a result, their interactions had been minimal, which greatly pleased Xuanshao. After walking for a while, he vanished again. The second gifted individual, Jiang Luo Shui, bounced by, presumably on her way to find Xuan. Their relationship was indeed intricate, Xuanshao mused. Returning safely to Silver Sword Peak and entering his humble abode, he then retreated into a secret chamber, sitting on the cushion within. He exhaled deeply. Each time he returned from an outing to his little sanctuary, the feeling was indescribably comforting. This sense of safety and comfort was sublime. After resting for a brief moment, Xuanshao laid out all his gains from the excursion. First were the various materials, herbs, treasures, and crystals he had obtained in exchange for refining pills. Then, there were the treasures he had plundered from the attackers. These artifacts could not be utilized as they were and needed dissolution to return to their primal state. Lastly, he discovered a technique book. Upon opening it, he found the God-Elephant Suppression Technique, a physical cultivation method. Upon mastering this technique, one would be left entirely bald. Xuanshao promptly abandoned the idea of practicing it, not out of concern for his appearance, but because a bald head was far too distinctive and would attract undue attention. He resolved to sell it at an opportune moment. His final acquisition, which he deemed the greatest reward of this venture, was the 8-tentacled octopus, currently ensnared in a cage. Xuanshao turned it over, and the octopus gazed up at him in fear. Although it bore the blood of an ancient spiritual beast, its innate talents did not lend themselves to combat, and it was timid. Alas, I am surely destined to become its supplement. The creature in Appo's blood and body were treasures. Xuanshao sulam libua. Pardon my intrusion. I am Xuanshao, seeking to learn from you. 2 months later, Zhao Lu arrived at the humble abode. Finding her senior brother absent, she retrieved her charm powder, preparing to sprinkle it on his pillow. This time, having learned from previous experiences, she carefully measured a small dose. Intending to influence him gradually, there was no helping it. Her brother was exceedingly sensitive to toxins. Just as she was about to lift his blanket, her gaze fell upon a sticky object. What is this? As she revealed the blanket, a small octopus appeared before her. Zhao Lu exclaimed, "The sky is falling." At that moment, Xuanshao entered. Wiping her tears, she said plaintively, "Brother, you are actually with an octopus. I misjudged you." Xuanshao gently tapped her head. "Clear your mind of such impure thoughts. This is my spiritual pet." "Ah." Zhao Lu laughed through her tears. "I knew it. How could my brother possibly like an octopus? It seems I misunderstood. Aren't and amp. Oppos, do you suppose to be in seclusion for 3 months? Why are you looking for me after only 2? Only then did Zhao Lu recall the matter at hand. "Brother, I heard that enrollment is to be advanced by a month. Preparations are already underway at the mountain gate." "Oh." Xuanshao raised an eyebrow. "The road ahead is long and arduous. Also, Silver Sword Peak will soon have a new peak master." Xuanshao fell silent, sensing an ominous chill at the convergence of these two matters. Chapter 58. Huangkai and Fugui's Silver Sword Peak was formerly led by Taoist Lingshu. After the old headmaster was righteously eliminated by Xuanshao, Lingshu assumed the position of new headmaster. Logically, Shuiyun, the senior disciple of Silver Sword Peak, should have been the popular choice to inherit the position. However, Shuiyun chose to pursue love and departed from Shushan, leaving Silver Sword Peak without a suitable candidate for a time. Now, that candidate has finally emerged. Lu Ziyin, originally the youngest Yuaning and then the youngest transformation god in Shushan, had his record later surpassed by Shuiyun. Lu Ziyin had secluded himself 15 years prior and has now emerged, immediately assuming the position of Silver Sword Peak's headmaster. "Greetings, headmaster." Lu Ziyin nodded, casting a glance around. Excluding the miscellaneous disciples, Silver Sword Peak currently has 18 direct disciples. Henceforth, we must strive together to strengthen Silver Sword Peak and indeed Shushan. The disciples responded in unison. We will wholeheartedly assist senior brother. Lu Xin, their peer, is the first among the younger generation to assume the position of headmaster. He proceeded to impart some instructions. With the sect's recruitment imminent, Lu Xin, having just taken over Silver Sword Peak, naturally intends to make his mark. He plans to seize this opportunity to descend the mountain and seek out promising seedlings, hoping for a stroke of luck. The remaining disciples will stay within the sect, searching for usable individuals among the new recruits. Although Shushan attracts individuals from all corners, some potential seedlings may inevitably miss the opportunity due to various reasons. Therefore, the headmaster and Appo's journey down the mountain also serves to seek out exceptional disciples. Junior brother Xuanshao, junior sister Zhaolu, as your cultivation remains in the qi refining stage. Focus on diligent cultivation within your abodes. These matters shall be entrusted to the other senior brothers and sisters. Lu Xin and Appo's consideration is comprehensive. On one hand, the qi refining stage should prioritize cultivation. On the other hand, sending 2 qi refining disciples for recruitment would be somewhat undignified. Zhao Lu had no objections. However, Li Xuanshao stated, "Thank you for your concern, headmaster senior brother. However, Xuanshao has recently broken through qi refining and entered foundation establishment. Recruitment is crucial to Silver Sword Peak's future, and this junior brother wishes to contribute his meager strength." The other disciples turned their gazes, scanning him with their divine sense. Indeed, junior brother's aura had reached foundation establishment. Junior brother, you've finally broken through qi refining. Congratulations. Junior brother, keep striving, but don't be complacent. After all, you and Appo's still far from your senior brother and Appo's golden core stage. Pay him no mind, junior brother. Don and Appo's rush things. Their words revealed their genuine joy at Li Xuanshao and Appo's breakthrough. Lu Xin said, "It and Appo's good that you have the will." Li Xuanshao continued, "Senior brother, as you descend the mountain to seek out seedlings, this junior brother wishes to accompany you." Fearing Lu Xin and Appo's refusal, he added, "Having successfully broken through, I intended to descend the mountain to temper my state of mind. Coincidentally, Shushan is conducting a major recruitment, which I thought I would miss. Fortunately, senior brother is descending the mountain, allowing me to learn from you." As expected, upon hearing these words, Lu Xin swallowed the refusal he was about to utter, instead saying, "In that case, Xuanshao shall accompany me." Li Xuanshao's purpose in accompanying Lu Xin is simple. He doesn't know much about Lu Xin, who has been in seclusion for 15 years. He only knows that Lu Xin is of a detached disposition, focused solely on cultivation, and has achieved mastery in the Tao of emotionlessness. He wears a long robe as white as snow, and his appearance is impeccably handsome. His brow exudes a faint scholarly air, as pure and aloof as one who does not partake of mortal affairs. His every gesture exudes an extraordinary aura, possessing both the gentle refinement of jade and the carefree ease of drifting clouds. Such a graceful individual is truly unparalleled. This type of person is extremely dangerous and prone to corruption. The next day, Li Xuanshao departed with Lu Xin. They headed west from Shushan, traveling for several days. Lu Xin controlled his sword with great speed, freely maneuvering it. They landed on an official road and had some tea, admiring the scenery as they slowly walked. After several days, they had passed through several towns without finding a suitable candidate, just when Lu Xin was losing hope. As they passed through a village one evening, they saw flames soaring into the sky as a ferocious beast wreaked havoc. "Help!" A fair maiden clung to a tree branch, crying out in panic. The black wolf leisurely opened its jaws, waiting for her to fall. At that critical moment, a figure flashed past, catching the girl. The girl stared blankly at the man who had caught her, his exquisite face deeply etched in her mind. Lu Xin held the girl as they descended in a swirl, cherry blossoms falling from the tree. Li Xuanshao watched this scene, blinking. His head felt itchy. This scene felt strangely familiar. Careful. The girl and Appo's pupils reflected the wolf demon. In the next second, the wolf demon knelt smoothly on the ground. Woof, woof, woof. Lu Xin casually waved his hand, killing the wolf demon, and set the girl down. The girl stared intently at Lu Ziyin. At this moment, two young boys ran over, crying and calling for their sister. The girl embraced the two boys. "These are my younger brothers, Fugue and Wankai. Are you immortals? Thank you for saving me. It is the duty of cultivators to slay demons." The girl and Apos, as bright pupils lit up slightly. "My name is Feng Lioli. May I know your name?" Xuanshao. "Oh, your two younger brothers are named Fugue and Wankai, and you and Amp, Apos, renamed Feng Lioli? How selfish are you? Kuden and Amp, Apos, do you have just named yourself Zuehua? With a name like Feng Lioli, no one would believe you and Apos, a minor character. Are you even in the same layer as the villagers? May I ask if you are disciples of Shushan?" Feng Lioli asked curiously. "Indeed. My grandfather told me before he passed away that I must join Shushan when I turn 16. Who was your grandfather?" "My grandfather was Taiju, the blacksmith in the village." As he spoke, a group of villagers armed with various farm tools surrounded them. "Kill this jinx. It and Apos. Because of her that our village has suffered disasters. Jinx, it wasn't enough that you killed your own family. Now you want to kill us too." Chapter 59. Ordinary Fate. Kill her. Kill her. Lu Ziyin shielded Feng Lioli with her body. Li Xianshao furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, and quietly retreated behind Lu Ziyin. "Who are you? Step aside. Today we must slay this Calamity Star," the leading man declared. "Calamity Star?" Lu Ziyin and Apos' expression remained impassive. From the moment of her birth, a meteor had fallen, followed shortly by her grandfather and Apos' demise. Since then, fierce beasts had occasionally visited the village. Who else could be the Calamity Star if not her? The notion of a Calamity Star was utter nonsense. Such a thing simply did not exist in this world. Pure fabrication. "Who are you? How do you know this?" "I am Lu Ziyin, the master of Silver Sword Peak in Mount Shu." Mount Shu? Although he was merely a country bumpkin, he was familiar with the name. Observing Lu Ziyin's appearance and attire, it was evident she was no ordinary person. Lu Ziyin continued, "If you do not believe me, I can discern it." She then inquired about Feng Lioli and Apos' birth date and, with a flick of her fingers, began to calculate. Splutter. Lu Ziyin discreetly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "See? I told you, her fate is ordinary." Li Xianshao remarked, "It does not seem particularly ordinary." The villagers, intimidated by Lu Ziyin and Apos' status as a disciple of Mount Shu, began to disperse. Lu Ziyin scrutinized Feng Lioli once more. Her aptitude and roots appeared quite mundane. Yet, what made her fate so peculiar? At that moment, Li Xianshao suggested, could she be the reincarnation of a powerful being? Lu Ziyin nodded thoughtfully. "I examined the corpse of that fierce beast earlier. It should not inhabit this area, and it is not migration season. It would not have come here for no reason. This girl may possess a unique bloodline that attracts such beasts." Lu Ziyin cast a surprised glance at Li Xianshao. She did not expect this junior disciple, whose cultivation and talent were mediocre, to observe so keenly. Some powerful beings, at the moment of death, could obscure the heavenly secrets to complete their reincarnation, arranging a lineage and talent for their next life. This was not uncommon. However, why did this girl possess only a bloodline without any talent or roots? Feng Lioli then said, "My grandfather told me to go to Mount Shu when I turned 16. Joining Mount Shu is no trivial matter, with your aptitude and roots." "Do not harbor such hopes," Lu Ziyin replied. "No, I must join Mount Shu." "Why? To become stronger? Or to take revenge on those villagers who wish to kill you?" Lu Ziyin inquired. Feng Lioli shook her head. "No, it is to protect more people. My grandfather said a true strong person is willing to consider the freedom of the weak as their boundary. He also said to never lose hope in this world, no matter what happens." Lu Ziyin nodded in approval. "The journey to Mount Shu is not so easy. I'm not afraid." Lu Ziyin glanced at the burnt straw hut that the villagers had set ablaze behind the girl. There was still time before the sect recruited disciples. It would be wise to teach her a few techniques to prevent her from encountering trouble along the way. Just as she was about to speak, Li Xianshao interrupted. "Senior brother, the sect is currently very busy. Although there are a few senior brothers and sisters at Silver Sword Peak, we cannot be without a leader. As the master of Silver Sword Peak, since you have not found the immortal seed, it is best to return to the mountain soon. Lu Xing hesitated this. Leave this matter to me, Xuanshao insisted. Having reached this point, Lu Xing had no reason to refuse, and she nodded. Since she had just assumed the position of master of Silver Sword Peak and was in the midst of recruiting disciples, she could not afford to waste too much time. Thus, she reluctantly abandoned the thought, briefly instructed Xuanshao, and departed. Feng Liuli watched Lu Xing's retreating figure for a long time before turning her gaze to the unremarkable Xuanshao. Compared to Lu Xing, he seemed as inconspicuous as any passerby. Are you also a disciple of Mount Shu? Feng Liuli had hesitated to ask earlier, thinking Xuanshao was merely an attendant. I am Xuanshao, a disciple of Mount Shu, he replied, performing a respectful gesture. The distance to Mount Shu was not short, and dangers were inevitable along the way. I will teach you a few self-defense techniques, he offered. Thank you. Earlier, when Lu Xing calculated Feng Liuli's birth chart, she had coughed up blood. Xuanshao dared not attempt such a thing himself. Thus, in the following days, he helped Feng Liuli rebuild the straw hut. They foraged for materials, caught fish from the river, and hunted wild beasts on the mountain, allowing Feng Liuli and her two younger brothers to enjoy delicious meat. Coincidentally, one day was Feng Liuli and Appo's birthday. Xuanshao prepared a more sumptuous dinner that included a bowl of longevity noodles and continued patiently explaining sword techniques to her. This was all quite ordinary, right? Yet, why did Feng Liuli feel that his gaze toward her had changed? It must be an illusion. Surely, if there were any feelings, he would be enamored with senior brother Lu Xing. I humbly request that if you ever decide to eradicate Mount Shu, you might spare me for the sake of today's kindness. Mount Shu practices the path of detachment. One who enters this path must take upon themselves the duty of safeguarding all sentient beings and must not misuse emotions. Do you understand? Xuanshao emphasized the principles of Mount Shu and Appo's path of detachment to her. Feng Liuli nodded. Great love is devoid of emotion. My grandfather taught me. When Feng Liuli and Appo's father returned, Xuanshao planned to take his leave as well. This Feng Liuli must be carefully documented. In truth, it would be far simpler for Xuanshao to eliminate any danger. He could have discreetly disposed of Feng Liuli en route, unnoticed by anyone. However, such an action would be akin to that of a demonic sect. To suspect a person and eradicate them without discernment would only make him more abstract. Of course, the most critical factor was that he did not know whether she was the reincarnation of a ruthless demon lord with countless murders or a being of immense virtue. To kill the former, akin to slaying Fan Yue, would grant Xuanshao the blessing of the heavenly Tao, achieving a superior golden elixir during tribulation. Yet, to kill the latter, a reincarnated being of great virtue, would place him in peril. One would only need to wait for the next tribulation to witness the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Thus, during such times, one must not act recklessly. It is wise to establish contact first. Could it be that the dream he had was a prophecy about Feng Liuli? He hoped that this time, the selection of disciples for Mount Shu would not attract any bizarre individuals. Xuanshao noted in his little book, a girl named Feng Liuli, suspected to be the reincarnation of a powerful being, possessing a unique bloodline, innocent and naive, likely to become entangled with Lu Xing. She exhibited characteristics of a typical fantasy romance heroine, accused by petty figures around her, targeted by a nefarious uncle, and criticized by others. Ultimately, she would become a supreme figure of the demonic sect. Chapter 60. The inability to remain in Mount Shu as Xuanshao returned. He fortuitously coincided with the grand selection of disciples at Mount Shu. He hurried back to the Silver Sword Peak, tidied up, and promptly made his way to the Tongtian Peak. At this moment, the main peak was bustling with activity, a cacophony of voices resonating throughout. Disciples from the 7 peaks were gathering here, preparing to welcome the newly admitted disciples of Mount Shu. Xuanshao discreetly arrived at the location of his fellow disciples at Silver Sword Peak. He kindly took his senior brother's pen, assisting in recording the names, origins, ages, and addresses of the assessment group members. However, his inquiries tended to be somewhat detailed, often incorporating a touch of personal curiosity. Envision the current scenario. You are tasked with forging a magical artifact, one that demands the sacrifice of 100,000 lives. Once forged, this treasure would sweep across the world. What would be your choice? A gentle reminder, please answer with sincerity as the heartstone before you can discern falsehoods. What do you believe is the essence of cultivating immortality? Why do you aspire to become a cultivator? How well do you comprehend the path of cultivation? What are your thoughts on the ethical standards of cultivators? What are your future aspirations and developmental goals? What is your perspective on love? Other disciples swiftly reported their information. When it came to Xuanshao, he had just recorded the third entry. He held no authority to select or dismiss any disciple. His role was merely to note down those deserving of attention. Xuanshao possessed a list, categorizing risk levels into 4 tiers: low risk, moderate risk, considerable risk, and significant risk. As for safety levels, there were none to be found. No one was ever entirely safe, including himself, as darkness could lurk within anyone. Xuanshao Nudda, feeling pleased with the disciples' responses, he exhibited a smile of satisfaction, realizing that the addition of a competent cultivator to Mount Shu would benefit all. By the way, what is your name? Yifan came to reply. Xuanshao thought to himself, what an imposing name. He cast another glance at the youth, offering a subtle nod. Young man, strive diligently in your cultivation. Next, please state your name. I am Han Li. Xuanshao's expression turned to one of astonishment. He coughed lightly, realizing his reaction was uncharacteristic. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence of names. With such a vast world, many share similar names. Why had he become so unsteady? He needed to be cautious, lest others glean any insight into his thoughts. What if this inadvertently left a negative impression on a future protagonist, particularly one who is even more meticulous than himself, harboring a silent grudge? Name, Wang Teng. Li Xuanshao Musa Silanli. Imagining his son Wang Teng possessing the stature of the earth. You are acquainted with the previous Yifan, are you not? He thought. Yet, this Wang Teng possessed a mixed spiritual root, and why was his head so pointed? Moreover, among the trio of Yifan, Han Li, and Wang Teng, only the young man named Han Li exhibited decent qualifications, though they barely met the average standard. He had even witnessed Han Li arguing with others over their position in line. Such behavior would be unbecoming of the authentic Han Laoma. It appeared he had overthought the situation. They merely shared similar names. Xuanshao chuckled lightly to himself. Sometimes, it is acceptable to relax one and oppose. Escard. The world is not fraught with peril. After all, it is just a name. With this thought, Xuanshao exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. Next, your name, please. Guyu Fanyuan. With that, Xuanshao tumbled from his seat. Supporting himself against the table, his legs trembled slightly as he struggled to regain his composure. What was this? Guyu Fanyuan? What brings him here? He resumed his seat. From the southern wilderness? The southern wilderness? Worms? Great love immortal. Ironically, this young man, named Guyu Fanyuan, possessed considerable cultivation talent, making it highly likely that he would become a disciple of Mount Shu. Brother Xuanshao, you do not seem well. Perhaps it is due to the fatigue of your journey back. Why not rest? Suggested a senior sister nearby. Xuanshao waved his hand dismissively. It an amp, oppose, nothing, just an old ailment acting up. He retrieved his notebook, marking Guyu Fanyuan as a significant risk, alongside 3 quotation marks. Brother Xuanshao, we meet again. A familiar face appeared. Xuanshao looked at Feng Liuli before him, forcing a smile and expertly recording her details. When everything concluded, the sun had set. All registered disciples were assigned to the miscellaneous peak, with the official assessment commencing the next day. What is happening? Why do I feel such unease? Within the cave dwelling, Lu Zine, the master of Silver Sword Peak, concluded his meditation. He had emerged from seclusion due to sensing the impending arrival of his life and death tribulation. Yet, the nature of this calamity remained unknown to him. Lu Zine produced a luminous pearl, a gift from the sect leader Lingshu Daoist, not long ago. An innate spiritual treasure capable of guiding him to his life and death tribulation. At this moment, the pearl began to glow brighter as he approached. Ultimately, he arrived at the miscellaneous peak, drawn to a room where 3 yet-to-be-initiated disciples resided. His gaze was immediately captivated by the sleeping Feng Liuli, the pearl swirling in response. So, it is, my life and death tribulation is linked to her. The life and death tribulation is a calamity that cultivators may face as a consequence of the heavenly Tao and Oppos, as retribution. If one successfully navigates this tribulation, their path of cultivation shall thereafter be smooth. Yet, those entwined in mutual life and death tribulations bring misfortune upon each other. And if they cannot resolve this, they may become demons, neither living nor dead. Lu Ziyin sighed silently. Such is fate. What can be done? He turned to leave. He could easily eliminate Feng Liuli, yet he refrained, for as a cultivator of Mount Shu, it would be against his principles. Should he act upon such thoughts, he would surely fall into the abyss of inner demons, destabilizing his foundational cultivation. He recalled Feng Liuli's earlier words. True strength lies in respecting the freedom of the weaker. Since this is my tribulation, I shall embrace it with equanimity. Simultaneously, within his secluded chamber, Xuanshao observed the entire sequence through the twin-born reflecting stone. Mount Shu truly is a place where one cannot linger. He inhaled deeply, once, twice, thrice, before finally regaining his composure. The life and death tribulation. Such a calamity can either be weathered peacefully by both parties or result in mutual destruction, leading to a tragic tale. Ironically, neither of these individuals are malevolent. They are both sincere-hearted individuals, bearing heavenly opportunities and cannot be recklessly harmed. Xuanshao paced the room, pondering what to do. The assessment is tomorrow. If all follows course, Feng Liuli, despite her average talent, will undoubtedly be accepted into Mount Shu. Subsequently, she will be taken under Lu Ziyin and Oppos' wing as his newest disciple, becoming the most recent addition to Silver Sword Peak and Lu Ziyin and Oppos as primary disciple. Their paths will inevitably intersect. An idea suddenly struck him. Xuanshao snapped his fingers. Chapter 61. Suspected another transmigrator. The entrance examination of Shushan consists of 3 trials. The first trial assesses one and Oppos' aptitude. The second trial is the heart and Oppos' inquiry, which examines the purity of one and Oppos' intent to cultivate. The third trial involves a contest of martial skills among disciples on the combat stage. Xuanshao, amidst these trials, eliminated several candidates from his previous records, such as those named Yi Fan, Wang Teng, and Han Li. None of the 3 passed the heart and Oppos' inquiry. Subsequent investigations revealed that they lacked a resolute dedication to cultivation. They merely shared names and gender. Though the world may seem chaotic, it is not entirely disordered. Untarat, Einjuntering, Yifan, Han Li, or Wang Teng would not be alarming. The real concern lies with one individual, Gyfy. That name is utterly terrifying, an unspeakable entity, whose name cannot be uttered directly. Alas, he passed the first 2 trials and possesses considerable strength. What frightens Xuanshao the most is that during the assessment, while he recorded observations from the sidelines, the individual cast a glance in his direction. A glance equates to immense malice, a grave threat to his safety, and a desire to refine him to enhance his own aptitude, a foe that must be eliminated. Curiously, during the subsequent day and Oppos' examination, the individual ignored Xuanshao entirely. This only solidified Xuanshao's conviction. Not looking at me? Does he harbor guilty secrets? Guilty secrets imply a desire to ambush, to plot against me. A deep-seated grudge, an imminent threat that must be eradicated. Not a moment can be wasted. That night, Xuanshao stealthily infiltrated the servants in Oppos' peak. The vigilant elder, sweeping the grounds, pricked up his ears. What is this brat doing here at such an hour? Has he finally lost control and targeted my woman? Scoundrel! Emerging from the ground, Xuanshao beheld the still-sleeping Gyfy. A talisman was affixed to his forehead, followed by the casting of a spell. The slumbering figure remained completely unaware. Do you harbor malice towards a disciple named Xuanshao? He inquired. Xuanshao, I do not know him. The lips of the individual moved. Li Xuanshao exhaled in relief. You may refine your kin. Refine my kin? Am I a beast? My parents are well, and my family is harmonious. Li Xuanshao nodded, feeling a sense of ease, and continued his questioning. What would you sacrifice to become stronger? For instance, your family? Your parents? ISN and amp. Amp? Oppos. T that beastly? Li Xuanshao nodded again. He scrutinized the individual once more. No hidden powers, no special items. As for the goo worms, they were all quite common. Having once accompanied an elder to the southern frontier, Li Xuanshao was well versed in various goo techniques. Are you a reincarnato? No. Li Xuanshao nodded again. Thank goodness. I can finally relax. Now for the 456th question. In a town, there are 3 women, a mother and her 2 daughters. The mother passes away, and the sisters attend the funeral. At the funeral, the younger sister encounters a dashing young man and falls head over heels. Upon returning home, the younger sister murders her elder sister. Why? For the 459th question, there is a young man whose house is separated from that of a neighboring couple by a lawn. In the dead of night, he is awakened by a quarrel from next door, followed by the sounds of a cleaver and cattle grazing. After a while, he hears a loud banging at his door. The next day, he discovers the neighbor and Oppos' wife brutally slain at his doorstep. Deduce the sequence of events. Do you love your fellow disciples or your cultivation? I love my fellow disciples. Do you love your fellow disciples or your aptitude? I love my fellow disciples. Do you love your fellow disciples or your roots? I love my fellow disciples. Once all questions were completed, you are qualified. Very well. I shall take my leave, Li Xuanshao muttered to himself. He then vanished from the servants and Oppos' peak, restoring silence to the disciples and Oppos' quarters. The individual remained entirely oblivious to any changes. Moments later, Li Xuanshao and Oppos' face reappeared at the window, silently observing GYFY. If you feign being manipulated by me and deliberately answer my questions, I must ask if I were to suddenly strike you from behind, would you not explode? Li Xuanshao fixed his gaze upon him. After a pause, indeed, I truly am under your influence. It is time for me to depart. Li Xuanshao and Amp, Oppos' presence dissipated once more. A while later, his face emerged from the beam above, intently watching. There was no choice. The sheer terror of his name had rendered him an entity of taboo. Caution was imperative. All questions have been tested. Li Xuanshao finally exhaled deeply, confirming that they were merely namesakes, devoid of antisocial tendencies. The risk could now be mitigated to a lower level. This name of yours, Li Xuanshao Murmurat, is perilously dangerous. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard the individual say, I am not called GYFY, an unspeakable entity. Are you not called GYFY? Li Xuanshao Ukariya, Parplaksha. My surname is Gu, and my name is you. On my journey to Shushan, I encountered a senior cultivator who, upon learning my name, found it amusing. He advised me that when registering at Shushan, I should claim to be called GYFY. Li Xuanshao froze, cold sweat breaking out on his back. What did you say? Recall the circumstances clearly. Under Li Xuanshao and Amp, Oppos' guidance, the individual fell into a reverie. Haha, your name is truly amusing, quite intriguing. It is merely that I thought if you added a couple of characters, it would be even more interesting. Thus, when you go to Shushan, you should say your name is what I suggested. Haha, trust me, that way Shushan will surely accept you. Returning to Silver Sword Peak, Li Xuanshao burrowed into his humble abode. Fear, weakness, trembling, cold. This world is perilously dangerous. The good news, GYFY is not real. He bears no relation to familiar entities. The bad news, it seems I have discovered another transmigrator. He knows GYFY and is aware of the title of the Immortal Lord. Hence, there is a 90% chance he hails from the same world as I. However, Guy seems to have no recollection of that person's appearance or age. Logically, he should not be incapable of recalling any useful information. Therefore, there is but one possibility. He has deliberately erased his own visage and age, just as I have subtly altered my own appearance over the years to become an unremarkable figure. Li Xuanshao made a note with emphasis. Extremely formidable and exceedingly dangerous. This world may very well harbor another being akin to myself, a person from another realm. Name unknown, gender unknown, age unknown, cultivation unknown. The sense of an unknown entity lurking in the shadows is profoundly unsettling. Chapter 62, Covert Maneuvering, the third trial approaches. Disciples who had triumphed in the preceding 2 trials, their hearts brimming with a blend of trepidation and exhilaration, made their way towards the celestial peak. Gazing upon the resplendent celestial peak, Feng Liuli was akin to a country bumpkin beholding a grand spectacle. She ambled along with the throng, inadvertently bumping into someone ahead. "My apologies." The female disciple pivoted, scrutinizing Feng Liuli from head to toe before sneering. "Humph. What rustic riffraff dares to set foot on Mount Shu? You. And just what are you?" At that juncture, a maiden named Huang Peiying stepped forward to defend Feng Liuli. The two had become acquainted upon their induction. Huang Peiying and Amp, Oppos, Eskin held a position as an elder within Mount Shu, affording her influence and connections, and her cultivation ranked among the vanguard of the younger generation. The female disciple cast a furtive glance at Huang Peiying, reluctant to engage in a dispute. Feng Liuli regarded Huang Peiying with gratitude. "Thank you, elder sister Huang." Huang Peiying chuckled. "Fear not, I shall watch over you." These interactions did not escape Xuanshao and Amp, Oppos, as notice. He had also assessed Huang Peiying. Her danger quotient was relatively low, yet her disposition was prone to catalyzing the corruption of seemingly innocent characters, possessing a narrow-minded nature, inflated ego, and capricious temperament. Her current benevolence towards Feng Liuli was merely the condescension of an authority figure toward a subordinate. Should Huang Peiying ever perceive Feng Liuli surpassing her, it would likely transmute into resentment, akin to the bitterness of witnessing a former student outperforming their tutor or 2 individuals vying for the affection of the same suitor. This Huang Peiying possessed the potential to ignite Feng Liuli and Amp, Oppos' descent into darkness. Xuanshao meticulously analyzed, recorded, and extrapolated potential outcomes within his mental ledger. Soon, the assembly traversed the bridge, encountering the water Kirin. The water Kirin shuddered, rising to its feet. For Mount Shu's disciple recruitment, even the ants were meticulously groomed. All the more so for the water Kirin. The water Kirin and Amp, Oppos, first stood erect as if buffeted by gale-force winds, each strand glistening with crystalline luminosity. Robust jets of water erupted from beneath its hooves, interweaving and coalescing into a broad, sturdy causeway, resembling a bridge constructed of flowing water, extending into the distance. The water Kirin stood proudly upon this aqueous path, its stature imposing and exuding an aura of authority. A gentle breeze stirred, causing its fur to sway in unison with the water columns, forming a spectacle of magnificent grandeur. The assembled aspirants gawked at the divine beast, having only heard tales of Kirin but never witnessed one firsthand. Abruptly, the water Kirin strode towards the crowd. The prospective disciples instinctively recoiled. A Mount Shu disciple interjected, "Fear not, esteemed guests. The Kirin is of gentle disposition, and those it approaches are invariably blessed with celestial affinity." Upon hearing this, the initially hesitant throng ceased their retreat, each hoping for the Kirin and Amp, Oppos, favor. The Kirin moved through the throng. Huang Peiying and Amp, Oppos' eyes lit up. "Is it approaching me? My father said I was born with innate wisdom, and now even the water Kirin favors me." As she basked in self-satisfaction, the water Kirin bypassed her, instead making its way towards Feng Liuli. The water Kirin extended its tongue, licking Feng Liuli with evident delight. The Mount Shu disciples were taken aback by this display. Why does the water Kirin senior behave in such a manner? All eyes converged upon them. Feng Liuli, however, was perplexed, experiencing an inexplicable sense of kinship with the water Kirin. Huang Peiying and Oppos' gaze turned venomous, a stark contrast to her prior amiability. "Sister, your emotional volatility is astonishing." Amidst the throng, Xuanshao silently observed Feng Liuli and Huang Peiying. It appeared that Feng Liuli in her prior existence was not a heinous demon, but rather possessed innate celestial fortune, or the water Kirin would not be so affectionate. Should he directly or indirectly cause her demise, he would bear significant repercussions. Caution was paramount. This incident was but a minor interlude. Nonetheless, it solidified Xuanshao and Oppo's belief in the viability of his strategy. The third trial was a martial contest. Fearing oversight, Xuanshao enlisted his junior sister, Zhao Lu, from Silver Sword Peak to record observations on low-risk individuals, while he focused on several high-risk candidates. As Xuanshao anticipated, Feng Liuli, despite being outmatched in skill against her initial opponent, emerged victorious. The subsequent match mirrored this pattern, with Feng Liuli defying expectations and securing victory despite limited support. The ensuing days followed a similar trajectory. Feng Liuli faced adversity, made questionable decisions, struggled valiantly, narrowly escaped defeat, and delivered a triumphant speech. Thus, she advanced to the final four, poised to confront Huang Peiying. Huang Peiying and Oppo's gaze could have been lethal. Feng Liuli joyfully shared the news with Xuanshao. Senior brother Xuanshao, if I secure first place, will I become the disciple of the Venerable One? The Venerable One referred to Lu Ziyin. Xuanshao nodded. Theoretically, yes. However, do not overexert yourself. Having reached the final four, you can still become senior brother Lu and Oppo's disciple. Feng Liuli declared, nay, if I am to do it, I shall strive for first place and choose the Venerable One as my mentor. That is admirable. Press on. Thank you, senior brother Xuanshao. With our bond, there is no need for gratitude. From afar, Lu Ziyin cast a glance at Feng Liuli, marveling at her progression to the final four. Is this fate? What is destined shall come to pass. From the moment I encountered her, I was ensnared in the web of destiny. That evening, Lu Ziyin returned to his abode, his mind in turmoil, seeking solace in a cup of calming tea. To his dismay, he discovered that his supply had dwindled. Has it been depleted so quickly? I shall procure some from the Servitude Peak. As Lu Ziyin prepared to depart for Servitude Peak, he recalled a conversation with Xuanshao from days past. Calming tea could be found on the rear mountain of Silver Sword Peak. Thus, Lu Ziyin ventured to the rear mountain of Silver Sword Peak. Despite overseeing Silver Sword Peak for so long, he had never visited its rear mountain. Upon beholding it, he was struck by its breathtaking beauty, particularly the rear mountain. Arriving at the tea grove, Lu Ziyin casually plucked some leaves, brewing them with water from a nearby stream. Raising his gaze, he was drawn to a vibrant fruit hanging from a tree. Lu Ziyin plucked it, taking a bite. Quite delectable. Employing his arcane power to boil the water, he leisurely sipped a cup of tea. As Lu Ziyin prepared to return to his abode, he found himself unable to find his way out. Chapter 63. Do we still need the dumpling skin? What is happening? After circling around a few times, Lu Ziyin finally confirmed that he was ensnared in a labyrinthine formation. It was likely a unique array of the Silver Sword Peak's rear mountain, inadvertently triggered. A mere minor formation. I shall dismantle it. Intrigued, Lu Ziyin found amusement in the predicament. He had studied formations since childhood, understanding that although formations vary greatly, their essence remains unchanged. Once, an elder from Shushan had categorized all formations into a singular array, aptly named the world's array. The disciples of Shushan, eager to prove their mettle, sought to unravel this formation. Mastering a single method of resolution signified an entry into the realm of formations. Possessing two methods indicated a modest level of achievement. Thus, the more methods one possessed, the higher their proficiency in formations. Prior to his seclusion, Lu Ziyin had set a record of 9 methods, a feat that had yet to be surpassed, even by the esteemed elders and peak masters. Of course, this was under the condition that one did not disregard their cultivation level and resort to brute force. Unbeknownst to Lu Ziyin, however, there was an elder lurking in the shadows who had already discovered 11 methods, surpassing him by 2. As Lu Ziyin wandered within the formation, time slipped by steadily. He felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. This has returned. Things are becoming rather interesting. Lu Ziyin cast 3 coins. Now I shall focus seriously. After a considerable time, Lu Ziyin surveyed his surroundings, fingers deftly calculating, muttering incantations under his breath. He had fallen from a simpler maze into a far more intricate one. With no exits in sight, he realized he could not afford to squander time. Lu Ziyin prepared to forcibly dismantle the formation. Though he had to concede the formation and Oppo's sophistication, the strength of its creator was no match for his own. By exerting his power, he could surely resolve it. Yet, he quickly abandoned this notion upon realizing that this formation was interconnected with the medicinal herb forest and tea gardens of the rear mountain. Should he forcefully disrupt the array, these areas would suffer destruction. If word got out that the peak master of Silver Sword Peak had become ensnared in his own formation, ultimately resorting to brute force and endangering the herb forest and tea gardens, what would become of his reputation? The sky was still early. He was certain he could discover a weakness in the formation. From Lu Ziyin and Oppo's perspective, it was indeed early. However, at that very moment, the competition among the 4 strongest disciples of Shushan had commenced. The tea and fruits he consumed were, in fact, integral components of the grand array. These were not poisons, but rather subtle influences that affected his perception of the external passage of time. Moreover, the layout within the grand formation was deliberately orchestrated by Li Xiankong to ensure Lu Ziyin would miss the final disciple selection assessment. The contest of the 4 strongest disciples began. Feng Liuli faced off against Huang Peiying. Huang Peiying stared incredulously at Feng Liuli, astonished by her rapid progress in such a short span. How infuriating! Huang Peiying gritted her silver teeth, recalling her arduous training since childhood and her exceptional talent. How could she possibly lose to a mere village girl? With this thought, Huang Peiying intensified her assault. Once again, Li Xiankong bore witness to the empowerment of the Chosen One. He could hardly fathom how Feng Liuli would emerge victorious. Yet time and again, she managed to deftly counter Huang Peiying's moves. Though she was gradually forced to retreat, her spiritual energy restored swiftly. In contrast, Huang Peiying found herself increasingly fatigued. Ultimately, Huang Peiying secured a hard-fought victory, relying on the treasure bestowed by her father. The disciples among the top 8 possessed the privilege of being preferentially selected. The top 2 could actively choose which peak to join. Even in defeat, Feng Liuli and Oppo's potential had not gone unnoticed by many peak masters, who extended olive branches to her. Nevertheless, Feng Liuli and Oppo's gaze remained steadfastly fixed in the direction of Silver Sword Peak. However, the person she sought was absent. Where is Peak Master Lu? Why is Senior Brother Lu missing? Who knows where he has gone? This disciple, named Feng Liuli, is an exceptional talent. She must not be allowed to be claimed by another peak. Time was of the essence. How could this Senior Brother Lu falter at such a critical moment? Feng Liuli, to which peak do you wish to join? The disciple expressed her desire to apprentice under Peak Master Lu of Silver Sword Peak. Lu Ziyin? The gaze of Taoist Lingshu fell upon the empty seat of Silver Sword Peak and Oppo's leader. How could Lu Ziyin be absent from such a momentous occasion? According to the rules, since Lu Ziyin is not present, can we not seize this opportunity to take in the disciple? The leader of Xiaoqiong Peak remarked. It was evident they were reluctant to let this disciple slip away. Indeed, we must not allow ourselves to be seen as bullying the younger generation. Yet it is rather concerning that our dear disciple Lu is absent from such an important event. The leader of Xiaozhu Peak was the first to extend an olive branch. Feng Liuli, all our disciples are female, what do you think? We shall ignore those insufferable men. Feng Liuli respectfully replied, I am deeply grateful to all the Peak Masters for their kind offers, yet I have long admired Peak Master Lu and wish only to join Silver Sword Peak. Should you defeat Huang Peiying, you would indeed have the right to choose. However, you have yet to overcome her. Now that Lu Ziyin is absent, missing this apprenticeship conference means you can only become an outer disciple and await the next decade. The leader of Xiaozhu Peak cautioned. Feng Liuli and Oppo's expression grew anxious as she frequently glanced towards Silver Sword Peak. Hurry, make a decision, or you shall truly become an outer disciple. I. Feng Liuli found herself at a loss. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed. Feng Liuli, would you be willing to join me under Silver Sword Peak as I take you in on behalf of my master? The moment those words left his mouth, not only the Peak Masters but even Taoist Lingshu, seated at the head, were momentarily taken aback, turning in surprise to gaze at Li Xiankong. Old man, are you not my master? taking in disciples on behalf of your master? Have you sought my consent? Li Xiankong raised the jade slip in his hand. Ling Shu suddenly recalled that before becoming the head, he had lost a game of chess to this young man, resulting in the loss of 2 jade slips. According to their wager, Li Xiankong could use this jade slip to request Ling Shu perform a deed that did not contravene righteousness. However, Ling Shu had not anticipated that Li Xiankong would choose this moment to present the jade slip. He cast a glance at the disciple named Feng Liuli. Her aptitude was average, yet she had managed to advance to the top 4. Perhaps she reminded him of himself, mediocre talent, yet unwavering persistence. The peak masters simultaneously turned their attention to Headmaster Ling Shu. With no other choice, Ling Shu could only nod in acquiescence. The crowd assumed this was Ling Shu and Appo's as silent endorsement. Feng Liuli stared blankly at Li Xiankong. A faint smile graced his lips as he prepared to personally mentor Feng Liuli, transforming her into the ideal disciple of Shushan. After all, placing her at any other peak seemed unsafe. It was far better to keep her close, where he could maintain control. What? Are you stunned? Li Xiankong arched an eyebrow. Just a reminder, the headmaster is busy with many affairs. I take you in on behalf of my master, and I will personally instruct you. Will you join me at Silver Sword Peak? Liuli is willing. I greet senior brother Li. Feng Liuli then turned to Taoist Ling Shu and bowed. I greet master. Taoist Ling Shu waved his hand, closing his eyes once more. It was of no consequence. Chapter 64. When humanity's stars shone brightest, a Qi refining stage cultivator accepting a disciple on behalf of their master. Nay, Li Xuanshao is already at the foundation establishment stage. This does indeed sound preposterous. Yet, upon further contemplation, it becomes comprehensible. Among the 7 peaks, Silver Sword Peak has always had the fewest disciples. After Ling Shu and Appo's ascension to the position of sect leader, Lu Zine succeeded him. Coincidentally, Lu Zine was absent at this time, allowing the sect leader to plot for Silver Sword Peak, tasking the disciple Li Xuanshao with accepting a disciple on behalf of his master, thereby counting them as a disciple of Silver Sword Peak. This falls within the realm of reason. At this very moment, within the grand formation, Lu Zine's rage caused him to strike the ground with his head. Impossible. How could this be? How could I be so foolish as to fall into yet another labyrinthine trap? The design of this maze is exceedingly ingenious, with small circles within larger ones, each ring interlocked, seemingly impossible to escape. Lu Zine lamented his lack of skill, having fallen for trick after trick. His once immaculate, snow-white Taoist robe was now stained with withered leaves and sullied mud, clinging damply to his garments, making him appear increasingly disheveled. Moreover, the aura surrounding him had become chaotic. Lu Zine had long forgotten about the Shu Mountain disciple recruitment. He gazed at the formation before him, vowing not to return until he had broken it, for his dignity was at stake. Lu Zine muttered incantations, continuing his deductions. Logically, entering through the eastern life gate and exiting through the southwestern rest gate, then re-entering through the northern open gate, would break the formation. Indeed, this is the most basic of formations. Yet, upon entering through the life gate, Lu Zine found no rest gate, instead falling into another grand formation. Lu Zine composed himself. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Zine paused in his steps. Finally, he had found the location of the formation and Appo's core. Lu Zine exhaled a long breath, feeling as though the world had broadened before him, as if he had accomplished something extraordinary. Suddenly, Lu Zine and Appo's gaze fell upon a blue-covered book on a stone. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it contained the 10th method for solving all formations in the world. How can this be? Has my record been broken? Only then did Lu Zine realize that he was not in the true core of the formation, but rather in a false core deliberately set up by someone. Furthermore, this person had intentionally placed the 10th solution within the false core, aiding him in breaking the current predicament. Silver Sword Peak. Feng Liuli followed Li Xuanshao to Silver Sword Peak. Standing atop a massive sword several meters long, Feng Liuli blinked, staring blankly at the back of her senior brother Xuanshao. Li Xuanshao inhaled and exhaled deeply. This was perhaps the most daring decision he had ever made in his life. However, It was the best method he could think of to seize the initiative. Upon returning to Silver Sword Peak, he was surprised to find Su Wan and Jiang Luo Shui already there. He learned that they had been called to help due to the scarcity of disciples on Silver Sword Peak. Su Wan's gaze towards Xuanshao was somewhat unnatural. Since returning from Mount Wuwang, the two had barely seen each other. Su Wan had also guessed that Xuanshao might be deliberately avoiding her. To Xuanshao's further surprise, his third senior sister, Lin Wanqing, had also returned. She had failed to find Fan Yu and Appo's whereabouts down the mountain. Now that Shu Mountain was recruiting disciples, she had returned to assist. Xuanshao glanced at Feng Liuli behind him and nodded. Indeed, this is when humanity and Appo's stars shine brightest. What virtue or ability does Shu Mountain possess to gather so many influential figures at the same time? Xuanshao looked up at the sky. My life has been like walking on thin ice. I wonder if I will ever reach the other shore. This is the Heartless Sutra. This is a record of love-addled follies. These are 100 tragic cases of love-addled individuals. This teaches you how to identify scumbags of both genders. This teaches you how to identify plastic besties. These are countermeasures to use after being schemed against. These are 1,000 retorts to use after being falsely accused. This is how to not give in to bullying. One book after another, compiled by Xuanshao, was stacked before Feng Liuli. Feng Liuli, oh. Senior brother, where are all these? This is all the material you will be learning next. Feng Liuli pursed her lips. Senior brother, is this a cultivation sect? Feng Liuli felt as if she had joined some strange organization. Of course, cultivation begins with the heart. Lay a solid foundation, or else your future advancements will be in vain. Do you understand? I understand. Very well. Now, I will tell you the first real-life case. Feng Liuli never expected that she would begin classes immediately upon arriving at Silver Sword Peak. The first case comes from Miao Lu of Great Bamboo Peak. She was originally an outstanding disciple of Great Bamboo Peak, but she chose to leave Shu Mountain for the sake of her childhood sweetheart, joining an insignificant sect and becoming an elder. However, she had to handle sect affairs and cope with the sect and Appo's shortage of resources. Later, the small sect joined another large sect. Because Miao Lu was focused on managing the sect, she missed the best opportunity for a breakthrough. In the end, she was abandoned by her fiancé, who married a senior sister from the large sect. Miao Lu was heartbroken, her Dao heart shattered, and she eventually became a nobody. Growing old and dying, Xuanshao paused and asked, "What do you feel after hearing this true story?" Feng Liuli blinked. That man is so heartless. Was Miao Lu not at fault? Was she not a victim? Her endless trust in her fiancé was her greatest mistake. It was her tolerance that allowed her fiancé to repeatedly challenge her bottom line, eventually draining her of all value and abandoning her. Remember, no one in this world is completely reliable except yourself. Feng Liuli bit her lip. Now let's talk about the second case. Lu Yun, a female disciple of Tongtian Peak in Shu Mountain. During a trip down the mountain, she fell in love with a disciple of the demonic sect. The demonic sect disciple claimed to need to enter Shu Mountain and Appo's sacred pool to treat his illness, and Lu Yun willingly brought him into Shu Mountain secretly. Unexpectedly, the demonic sect disciple and Appo's true purpose was to steal Shu Mountain and Appo's secret manuals. Fortunately, an unknown passerby stopped him, narrowly averting a disaster. Unknown passerby, Xuanshao. Then, when the demonic sect disciple saw that his plan had been exposed, he persuaded Lu Yun to defect from Shu Mountain with him. Lu Yun thought he was going to take her to live in seclusion in the mountains, but instead, he directly used the soul-searching technique to forcibly extract Lu Yun's memories, thereby obtaining much information about Shu Mountain. As for Lu Yun, her 3 souls and 6 spirits were damaged by the forced soul-searching, and she became an idiot. The girl frowned. Xuanshao nodded, seeing that it had had an effect. That and Appo's. That's all for today in Appo's cases. After returning, write a reflection on each of these 2 stories. No less than 2,000 words. Next, we will learn how to identify plastic besties and 1,000 retorts to use after being falsely accused. In the evening, I will teach you the Heartless Sutra. Chapter 65. A long-standing scheme, Lu Xing felt that he had truly encountered a life-and-death tribulation. Not to mention being trapped in the array of the back mountain of Shushan for a full half-month. He then spent another 2 months studying the 10th formation. When he finally grasped its intricacies, Lu Xing could not help but chastise himself. As the master of Silver Sword Peak, how could he be so neglectful of his duties? The recruitment of disciples by Shushan had already passed, and Silver Sword Peak had not gained a single disciple. According to the rules, the remaining disciples of Silver Sword Peak were not qualified to accept apprentices. Only he, the Peak Master, had that privilege. Yet, he had unfortunately missed the disciple recruitment conference. However, there was a silver lining. Xuanshao had accepted Feng Liuli as his disciple on behalf of their master. Was this fate? Even though he did not attend the conference, Feng Liuli still became a disciple of Silver Sword Peak. Lu Xing understood that this was his destiny, a life-and-death tribulation that could not be avoided. Since that was the case, he would face it head-on. Xuanshao was merely a foundation establishment cultivator. The responsibility of instructing disciples fell to him, the Peak Master. Lu Xing resolved to personally teach Feng Liuli. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the next day, Lu Xing found himself poisoned. To be frank, he initially did not realize he had been poisoned. He had been meditating and had dozed off, thinking he had comprehended some new realm. It was only later that he discovered the truth. However, once he realized it, he quickly dispelled the discomfort with his cultivation. Subsequently, Lu Xing inadvertently sustained injuries from the Shushan sword array. It was rather an accident. The core of the Silver Sword Peak and Appo's S-sword array was located within the Peak Master and Appo's S-cave. Perhaps due to the long-term disrepair of the Shushan sword array. Or perhaps because Lu Xing was still unfamiliar with the array after taking over Silver Sword Peak, the array was inadvertently triggered. In an instant, sword energy surged into the cave. To protect Silver Sword Peak from the sword array and Appo's S-harm, Lu Xing immediately used the Peak Master and Appo's S-jade token to shut down the array. However, he was still injured by the sword energy. The injury was not severe, but not light either. It would likely take a year and a half to heal completely. Lu Xing wondered if he was fated to clash with Silver Sword Peak. After assuming the position of Peak Master, he encountered his life-and-death tribulation, missed the disciple recruitment conference, and was then injured by the sword array. Moreover, he felt as if there were invisible hands controlling his actions and unseen eyes watching him. Perhaps it was just an illusion. Lu Xing entered seclusion to recuperate, which was unavoidable. The sword energy of the Shushan sword array was extraordinarily pure, and being injured by it required his utmost attention. This seclusion lasted for 6 months. A year later, Lu Xing emerged from his seclusion, and his injuries had healed. The reason he had remained in the cave for an additional 6 months was that during a conversation with disciple Xuanshao, an unintentional remark sparked a thought in him regarding the 11th method of array dismantling. What was once unintentional had become a long-standing scheme. Enlightened, Lu Xing dedicated 6 months to research, which delayed his exit by that long. After a year, he finally returned to the world outside. Silver Sword Peak had not changed significantly. Suddenly, Lu Xing halted, his gaze drawn to a figure in the distance. Feng Liuli. After a year apart, this young woman had grown even more exquisite. Dressed in a flowing aquamarine gown, she exuded an ethereal elegance, her silhouette graceful, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall. Her eyes were soulful, her lips like cherry petals, innocent and untainted. Lu Xing could not fathom why, despite this being his life-and-death tribulation. He felt an irresistible urge to draw closer. At that moment, several figures descended in front of Feng Liuli. Huang Peiying pointed accusingly. "It's her. She stole our 7 treasures gourd from the peak. I saw it with my own eyes." Lu Xing furrowed his brow slightly. He recalled that Huang Peiying had been on good terms with Feng Liuli. Huang Peiying declared triumphantly, "Feng Liuli, quickly return our 7 treasures gourd." "What gourd? I know nothing about it," Feng Liuli replied, bewildered, still pretending. One of Huang Peiying and Appo's S-lackeys, another female disciple, chimed in. "I saw her do it." Feng Liuli looked utterly confused. "Me? What gourd? What are you talking about?" Still playing innocent, Huang Linqing, Huang Peiying and Amp, Oppos, S father, interjected Feng Liuli. Did you just visit my Longzhou Peak? Feng Liuli nodded. Yes, I went to deliver medicine to the medicinal garden as my senior brother instructed. Huang Linqing continued. It was during that time that a 7 treasures gourd mysteriously vanished from our medicinal garden. What happened? I didn't take it. Feng Liuli protested. Oof. Huang Peiying scoffed. You say you didn't? Let us go to your cave. Yes. Make her hand over her storage ring. Perhaps she is hiding it in her clothes. Her accomplice echoed. I didn't steal it. You have no evidence. Why are you framing me? Feng Liuli protested, her face filled with grievance. Soon, the commotion attracted many disciples nearby, some there to collect medicine, others passing by, and some purely there for the spectacle. What is going on? I don't know, but it seems Feng Liuli from Silver Sword Peak has stolen something. How could that be? Stealing treasures is truly immoral. I heard someone witnessed it. That treasure, in fact, was hidden within Huang Peiying's sleeve. Next, in her attempt to prove her innocence, Feng Liuli would undoubtedly lead them to her cave for inspection. Huang Peiying planned to take advantage of this opportunity to discover the treasure herself. At that point, the rumor would solidify Feng Liuli's guilt in the eyes of others. Huang Peiying stood smugly, arms crossed, looking down on Feng Liuli. Competing with me? You, a mere country bumpkin, think you're worthy to enter Shushan? What do you even amount to, vie for the top 4? From a distance, Lu Xin furrowed his brow, observing Feng Liuli, who stood with clenched fists. Her face flushed from the crowd and damp. Oppos, as gossip. This kind-hearted and innocent girl, faced with such slander, must have felt utterly helpless. Indeed, how had she encountered the malice of humanity before? The young woman lowered her head, sniffing, seemingly on the verge of tears. Witnessing her plight, Lu Xin felt a tug at his heartstrings. Just as he was about to step forward to defend Feng Liuli, she suddenly lifted her head, pointed a finger, and exclaimed loudly, Huang Peiying, you sit bare-bottomed on a stool. How apt. I see you're like a pepper in a gutter, sneaky and venomous. Today, I'll show you my little blade. Let you see it with your own eyes. With that, everyone present fell silent. Lu Xin, who had been eager to step forward to defend the poor girl, was suddenly taken aback by her clever retort. Chapter 66. Examination of the Tao heart. Before anyone could react, Feng Liuli suddenly stepped forward, seizing Huang Peiying's wrist and raising her hand. As her sleeve fell, a precious item was revealed, causing Huang Peiying's complexion to change. With a smile, Feng Liuli remarked, Isn't this the 7 treasures gourd? It's been in your possession all along. Yet here you are, searching for it, as if you were riding a donkey to find a donkey. Oh, could it be that you intend to frame me deliberately? To visit my cave, feigning a search while secretly brandishing the treasure you claim to have found within my sanctuary? You. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Feng Liuli looked at Huang Peiying with pride, saying, Do you understand? The path you've newly paved at Longzhou Peak is utterly flat. Huang Peiying, bewildered, responded, There are no stones. How could your intellect conceive of a scheme? Perhaps you should return home and ask your father to procure some brain-enhancing medicine for you. You. Huang Peiying's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Feng Liuli. Was this truly the Feng Liuli she knew? Shouldn't she have been tongue-tied, leading everyone to her cave to prove her innocence? Or perhaps, upon being slandered, she would have simply insisted, It wasn't me, and then burst into tears. That was the Feng Liuli she recognized. Yet, looking at the Feng Liuli before her now, Huang Peiying couldn't help but slap her across the face. Smack! The sound echoed as the slap landed on Huang Peiying's cheek. Feng Liuli maintained her grip on Huang Peiying's wrist, retaliating with a swift blow. Oh, she's in quite a rush. Look how flustered she is, resorting to violence after failing to frame me. Have I been struck? It took Huang Peiying a moment to comprehend. Enraged, yet unable to escape, she found Feng Liuli and Oppos' grip to be painfully strong. At that moment, Huang Linqing, witnessing someone daring to strike his daughter, was instantly furious. He threw a punch, bellowing, Enough of this. Huang Linqing, being at the nascent soul stage, did not exert his full strength. Feng Liuli staggered back a few paces after receiving the blow. Do you take me for a fool? Huang lynching and amp, Appo's eyes bulged with rage. Feng Liuli glanced at him and suddenly smirked, then dramatically collapsed to the ground. Is anyone around? Silver Sword Peak, is there no one here? Hurry and summon the Elder of Law Enforcement. Help me. I cannot endure this any longer. This father-daughter duo is bullying me. Am I to perish? A nascent soul cultivator is oppressing a mere chi refining cultivator. Is there no shame? Huang lynching and amp, Appo's face turned purple with fury, his nostrils flaring as if about to erupt. Lu Ziyin pondered, is this truly Feng Liuli? I must have mistaken her for someone else. What has transpired during my year of seclusion? Soon, the matter escalated to the law enforcement hall. Huang Ping and her father were already in the wrong, having instigated trouble, compounded by Huang lynching and amp, Appo's aggression towards a fellow disciple. The verdict was swift. Huang lynching was stripped of his position as a Shushan elder and sentenced to 10 years of confinement. Huang Ping, found guilty of inciting discord, received a 3-year salary penalty and was assigned to toil at the miscellaneous peak for a year. Upon hearing the verdict, Huang Ping was left in shock. As Feng Liuli passed by her, she softly remarked, "Pomegranate without seeds, still lacking in strength, dear sister." With that, she skipped away, feeling invigorated by her taunt. By chance, she encountered Lu Ziyin, who had just emerged from his seclusion. Feng Liuli exclaimed. Disciple Feng Liuli of Silver Sword Peak pays her respects to the Peak Master. Brother Lu, you have returned. Lu Ziyin remained silent for a moment before inquiring. Have you heard that I have come out of seclusion? Indeed, I saw you not long ago. Feng Liuli replied. Lu Ziyin nodded, continuing, let us resume our lesson today, how the steel Dao heart is forged. Recite the 5th paragraph. Feng Liuli pressed her lips together and stated earnestly, the most precious possession of a cultivator is life, for it is singular. Thus, a cultivator and Appo's life ought to be spent in such a manner that, when reflecting on the past, they feel no regret for wasted years, nor shame for a life of mediocrity. Thus, at the moment of death, they can proclaim that they have dedicated their entire life and energy to the most valuable pursuits, striving for the peace and development of the 9 provinces, and laboring for the happiness of the people. The words echoed in the air, embodying a profound resolve. Chapter 67. Absolution, death to her. I demand her demise. My lady, compose yourself. She is now a disciple of the Shu Mountains. So what if she is a disciple of the Shu Mountains? This vile woman has caused me to lose all face and has caused my father to lose his position as an elder. I must extinguish her, bellowed Huang Ping. A handmaiden cautioned, my lady, she is a disciple of the Shu Mountains. According to the rules of the sect, you will be put to death and your entire family will suffer. Am I to simply swallow this affront? The handmaiden offered a cunning smile. My lady, have you forgotten her origins? A rustic peasant. Simply have someone impersonate bandits and slaughter her entire family. Would that not avenge my lady? Huang Ping experienced a revelation, her face brightening with delight. A splendid idea. Daifeng Village. It must be said that since the departure of Feng Liuli, the village has been considerably more tranquil. However, Feng Liuli's family still resided on the outskirts of the village. The family had long grown accustomed to it. Under the cloak of night, several figures swiftly made their way toward Daifeng Village. Slaughter. Spare none. Are there no relatives of theirs in the village? Eradicate the village. Understood. Before long, 5 figures descended upon Feng Liuli's home. At that moment, Feng Liuli's father, Erguzi, was forging iron. Her 2 younger brothers, Wang Kai and Fugui, were playing in the yard. Suddenly, they were startled by the 5 figures descending from the heavens. Before they could utter a word, numerous hands emerged from the ground, dragging all 5 figures into the depths. Subsequently, tranquility returned to the courtyard. The entire episode lasted but a moment, appearing and vanishing as if nothing had occurred. Erguzi and his 2 children were dumbfounded. Erguzi rubbed his eyes, wondering if his vision was failing him. Good heavens! Meanwhile, Xuanshao swiftly dealt with the 5 figures. He did not slay them, but instead bound them, preparing to hand them over to the sect. He had already gathered evidence of Huang Ping's solicitation of murder through a memory stone. With both testimonial and material evidence, Huang Peiying and the Huang family would face repercussions. How despicable. Fortunately, I prepared 21 backup plans. Family as sacrifice, boundless power. You wish to corrupt Feng Liuli? I shall not allow you to succeed. Subsequently, Xuanshao stomped his foot, invoking the art of divine restraint. Moments later, the local earth deity emerged. Greetings, immortal. Greetings, immortal. Earth deities, city gods, river gods, and the like are all appointed by the dynasty. Of course, many sects also possess this authority. Among them is the Shu Mountain sect. Upon seeing a disciple of the Shu Mountains, the humble earth deity naturally addressed him as immortal. Have you remembered the matters I entrusted to you? The earth deity nodded repeatedly. I have remembered. I have remembered. Immortal, rest assured, this humble deity will do everything in my power to protect this family from calamity. Xuanshao handed the deity a talisman. If anything occurs, contact me using this talisman. This is your reward. To serve the immortal is this humble deity and oppose, s honor. Let's assist each other. You may address me as Taoist. This humble deity dares not. The earth deity feigned reluctance as he accepted the pouch of spirit stones. He smiled as he reached into the pouch, retrieving a piece of paper from among the stones. Upon closer inspection, it was a questionnaire. Fill out this questionnaire while you are at it. Xuanshao's voice echoed from the side. The earth deity glanced at the first question. Your enemy is clinging to a branch on the edge of a cliff, desperately trying not to fall. How would you make him fall? 1. Trample on his hands. 2. Burn the branch. 3. Pry open his fingers one by one. The earth deity, Concurrently, within the alchemy chamber, Xuanshao, who was controlling his doppelganger, sipped his enlightenment tea. He had never left the Shu Mountains. Through contact with Little Octopus, who possessed the bloodline of an ancient spirit beast, Xuanshao had improved upon the art of the avatar. Furthermore, he had formed a contract with Little Octopus. When a spirit pet forms a contract with a cultivator, Xuanshao can use Little Octopus and Oppo's bloodline to perfect the art of the avatar. The current avatar is akin to one of Little Octopus's severed tentacles. In other words, the avatar has become a part of Xuanshao's body. This makes it even more difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake, or rather, the fake is actually the real. Moreover, the range of movement is even greater. Traveling in the future will be even safer. Xuanshao contentedly stroked Little Octopus's small head. Little Octopus was gnawing on a cabbage. Do not underestimate this cabbage. It is quite expensive. With Little Octopus present, Xuanshao and Oppo's consumption of precious materials has accelerated. The precious materials he had previously accumulated were almost depleted. It seems that after this period, he will have to prepare to initiate his wealth accumulation plan. Little Octopus, if you have time, let us complete the 12th edition of the questionnaire. Little Octopus's movements suddenly froze. Xuanshao had already handed over a questionnaire. Remember, you must answer with your true heart, or I will sense it. Do not worry. This is just an ordinary questionnaire. Even if you answer incorrectly, it does not matter. There is no need to be nervous. Xuanshao said with a benevolent smile. Little Octopus, there is always a feeling that if he answered incorrectly, he would die in the next second. Before long, the 4 assassins dispatched by Huang Peiying voluntarily surrendered to the Shu Mountain sect. As for why there were only 4, it was because one had already been poisoned to death. According to the mysterious person, they would be spared if they went to the Shu Mountain sect and confessed the mastermind. Otherwise, they would die without the antidote. Soon, Huang Peiying was summoned for a face-to-face confrontation. Huang Peiying was already feeling guilty, and when the other party produced the memory stone as evidence, she was immediately paralyzed on ground. The memory stone contained the entire process of Huang Peiying's conspiracy with her maidservant. This time, not only Huang Peiying, but the entire Huang family was implicated. Knowing that the situation was dire, Huang Peiying pleaded bitterly with Feng Liuli in the main hall. Please, spare me. I was deluded. We were once so close, and I even helped you. Do you remember? It was a moment of folly. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. The crowd watched the scene in silence. Feng Liuli looked at her and could not help but sigh and shake her head. Huang Peiying grabbed her hand, weeping bitterly. Liuli, my junior apprentice sister, one should be magnanimous. A prime minister and Oppo's belly can hold a boat. Learning to forgive is a compulsory course in life, an elder advised. The Huang family has worked hard, even if they have not made great contributions. Now that Huang Ping has done wrong, her merits and demerits offset each other. Liuli, give her a chance to turn over a new leaf. Yes, someone echoed. After a long while, Feng Liuli reopened her eyes. When will grievances be resolved, if repaid with grievances? I forgive you. Thank you, Liuli. We're still friends, right? Thank you. Huang Ping was overjoyed, grabbing Feng Liuli's hand and crying with grievance. I was truly confused. I was so foolish, really. Lu Ziyin smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, this was still the Feng Liuli he knew. He reached out and patted Feng Liuli's shoulder, saying softly, giving others a chance is also giving yourself a chance, Liuli. You have done well. In the ensuing instant, Feng Liuli's blade pierced Huang Peiyao's chest. I have absolved you of your transgressions. Ergo, you shall absolve me of mine. Shall you not? Chapter 68. Practical application. Huang Peiying spat blood, her expression momentarily frozen. Feng Liuli leaned close to her ear and softly murmured, I have forgiven you. I hope you can also be magnanimous and forgive me. One must possess a generous spirit in life. Pettiness serves no one. With that, Feng Liuli drew her sword. Huang Peiying clutched her wound, staggering before collapsing to the ground. After a brief struggle, her breath faded. Feng Liuli wiped the blade clean and sheathed it, her movements fluid and her gaze serene. In the face of humiliation, one must not merely endure. In the second subsection of the second chapter, it is stated that if someone has previously attempted to take your life and you are aware of it, do not be too quick to let them off the hook. For even if you extend your forgiveness, they may harbor thoughts of vengeance, questioning whether you will hold a grudge or seek the opportune moment to retaliate. Such considerations may lead one to ultimately contemplate eliminating you altogether. Feng Liuli's act of personally ending Huang Peiying's life was a shocking revelation to all present. According to the rules of their sect, Huang Peiying had indeed committed a capital offense. Thus, her death at the hands of Feng Liuli was entirely within reason. However, no one could have anticipated that the seemingly delicate Feng Liuli would execute her task with such swiftness and decisiveness, leaving no room for hesitation. Lu Ziyin silently withdrew his hand from Feng Liuli and Appo's shoulder, pondering what had transpired during the year of his absence. At Silver Sword Peak, within the humble abode, upon learning of Feng Liuli and Appo's actions, Xuanshao nodded in approval, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. It appeared that his efforts over the past year had not been in vain, allowing him a moment of respite. The financial reserve plan could no longer be delayed. Xuanshao calculated the tasks that lay ahead of him. The old man had left him a sword box containing 4 precious swords. He had fully refined the spring sword, yet he was currently stalled with the summer sword, needing more resources. The process of refining flying swords was perilous. A moment and Appo's carelessness could lead to self-injury and death. The crane-top silver needle was also due for an upgrade. Since attaining the golden core, he had not enhanced this vital artifact, and he felt that 3 needles were insufficient. The quantity he could currently command needed to be at least doubled. As for the remaining treasures, there was no rush for their upgrades. Although he had stabilized his realm after becoming a golden core, he had not effectively progressed or revised his own techniques and supernatural powers. In fact, he had only reviewed them a mere 300 times, which left him feeling quite anxious. Xuanshao specialized in the path of the Heartless Tao, with techniques such as the Eternal Spring Formula, which effectively increases longevity, the 5 Poisons Heart-Corroding Technique, a poison scripture that extends lifespan, the 7 Stars Soul-Returning Technique, another poison scripture that enhances longevity, the Great Compassion and Great Mercy Body Refinement Technique, a Buddhist practice capable of dispelling internal malevolence. As excessive killing leaves traces of dark energy, the Turtle Bodyguard Technique, which strengthens the physical body while prolonging life, the Flame Technique, a fire-based method that increases lifespan, the Shushan Sword Technique, a fundamental skill for disciples of Shushan, the Shushan Sword Formation, a necessity for Shushan disciples, and the Shushan Sword Formation 2.0, improved by Xuanshao to better suit his needs. His supernatural abilities included the Body Outside Body Technique, which creates a clone, significantly enhancing survival chances, and the spirit cultivation technique, an auxiliary ability focused on enhancing one's spiritual awareness, allowing control over oneself and surrounding entities, and the capability to manipulate spiritual energy, cast spells, and wield artifacts. There's a distinction between supernatural powers and techniques. The former is a manifestation of one and Apos, accomplishments through the continuous cultivation of spirit and form, while the latter is an integrated aspect of the individual. Xuanshao also pursued three paths: pill, formation, and artifact, without neglecting any. As a wielder of the five elements spiritual root, he was often referred to as a mixed spiritual root. This unique root encompassed all five elements, yet made it challenging to draw energy into the body, almost akin to a mere mortal. Years ago, the old man had opened the gates of heaven for Xuanshao, granting him the opportunity to seek enlightenment. Single spiritual roots, known as heavenly spiritual roots, allow for the swiftest cultivation of their respective attribute techniques, making it easier to break through bottlenecks. However, cultivating techniques of the other four attributes often yields minimal results. Individuals like Zhao Lu and Su Wan, for instance, possess single spiritual roots, some even being mutated roots, which are exceptionally powerful. Nonetheless, Xuanshao discovered his own path. The five elements spiritual root necessitates the simultaneous cultivation of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth energies. Each element interrelates, both constraining and complementing one another, making balance and integration a formidable challenge. In the early stages of cultivation, those with five-element spiritual roots often experience slow progress due to divided focus, lagging significantly behind other practitioners. Yet, once they surmount the myriad challenges and successfully break through their cultivation barriers, their mastery and application of spiritual energy far exceed that of ordinary individuals, enabling them to wield various spells and supernatural abilities with ease and adaptively switch their elemental attributes in combat to catch their foes off guard. Great accumulation leads to subtle release. As the old adage goes, practice makes perfect. Xuanshao stepped out of the humble abode, gazing up at the sky above Silver Sword Peak. There is no such thing as tranquil years. It is merely the present self bearing the burdens for the future self. The financial reserve plan is now officially underway, with the aim of amassing substantial wealth before retreating into seclusion for intensive cultivation. Chapter 69, The Secret Realm. Oh, my mischievous senior brother, how can you neglect me now that you have a new junior sister? Zhao Lu fumed by the riverbank, stamping her foot in frustration. Recently, Xuanshao had indeed been preoccupied with Feng Liuli, neglecting his care for junior sister Zhao Lu, which stirred a tinge of jealousy within her as she sulked alone. At this moment, within the thatched cottage, the entire Silver Sword Peak rested under Xuanshao and Apos' control, and Zhao Lu and Apos' grievances naturally reached his ears without a hitch. He felt compelled to strengthen emotional guidance for junior sister Zhao Lu to prevent her from turning dark. However, he was somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, after years of nurturing, Zhao Lu possessed commendable virtues, rendering her a low-risk concern. He simply needed to pay attention to her emotional guidance in daily interactions. A while later, Xuanshao conveyed a message to her. Upon returning, you must transcribe in Apos. If I had 3 days of Dao Heart in Apos, and in Apos, how the iron Dao Heart is forged in Apos, 10 times each. Zhao Lu shivered, revealing a pitiful expression. Senior brother, these books are too lengthy. You shall not eat until you finish. Such a bad senior brother. If I must copy, then I shall. Zhao Lu murmured softly. At this moment, Xuanshao added, Feng Liuli copied them 20 times. Then I shall copy 30 times. Zhao Lu declared without hesitation. Excellent. 30 it is. Zhao Lu blinked, feeling as though she had been ensnared in a clever trap. Thus began Xuanshao's resource acquisition plan. For cultivators, there were several avenues for earning money. One could either undertake tasks or sell pills and magical artifacts. However, the tasks from the sword-holding pavilion were cumbersome and inefficient. Most importantly, within the sect, he was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Undertaking tasks meant for golden core cultivators would easily raise suspicion among others. Selling pills and artifacts was feasible, but this required borrowing loans from the sect. If he constantly borrowed and swiftly repaid, others would inevitably question his motives, attracting undue attention. Thus, he found himself with only one viable path. Xuanshao had received news that the Shushan's secret realm was about to open. This realm was limited to cultivators of the golden core stage at most, and was a blessing bestowed upon numerous cultivators by the Tao of Heaven. It concealed many celestial and earthly treasures, yet opportunities came hand in hand with risks. The secret realm would only open for a limited period at specific times, after which all cultivators within would be forcibly expelled. For Xuanshao, the most significant advantage of the secret realm was that the highest cultivation level of those entering would be at the golden core stage, thus averting the possibility of battling opponents at higher levels. It is essential to remember that the entrance to the secret realm is not singular, but rather scattered across various locations, appearing in unexpected places. Before its emergence, there would be unusual fluctuations in spiritual energy. Xuanshao had previously dispatched a clone to locate a suitable and secure entrance. The journey could span from a month to several months, and he felt a twinge of concern, especially with Zane loitering around Silver Sword Peak daily. Consequently, before his departure, he intensified the lessons. Today, he recounted a true tale involving a disciple of the Xiantian sword sect. A decade ago, this disciple had witnessed a dying white snake. Unable to bear its plight, he caught a wild chicken and offered it to the snake. 10 years later, a graceful woman clad in white appeared before him, inquiring, "My friend, do you recall saving a white snake with a wild chicken 10 years ago?" The disciple, overjoyed, believed the snake had transformed and come to repay his kindness. He eagerly asked, "Are you that white snake?" To his surprise, the woman's countenance darkened with rage as she drew her sword and killed him, exclaiming, "I am the daughter of that wild chicken. After 10 years, I have avenged my father." As Xuanshao concluded the tale, he glanced at the only two students in the class, Zhao Lu and Feng Liuli, both wide-eyed in astonishment. That story. What an extraordinary twist. After class, each student was tasked with writing a reflection on the story, complete with examples, no less than 5,000 words, to be reviewed upon their return. Senior brother, Zhao Lu raised her hand. "Do you have a question?" "No. It's about senior brother Lu organizing the Qi refinement stage disciples of Silver Sword Peak for an excursion down the mountain." "Oh." Xuanshao raised an eyebrow. "When was this mentioned?" "This morning, I received the news." Xuanshao inwardly grumbled. Zane was always finding ways to keep him busy. "So, this means Feng Liuli and Zhao Lu will also participate. When do we set off?" "They say tomorrow." "Tomorrow, you say?" Xuanshao pondered. That evening, he equipped Zhao Lu and Feng Liuli with a complete set of protective gear. This appeared to be a storage ring, but it would automatically release poisonous mist upon sensing another amp, oppose, as presence. If ambushed, they could feign offering the ring. What looked like a garment would unleash poisoned silver needles if anyone attempted to undress them, a safeguard against assailants. This is an antidote, and this is a toxic powder effective against Foundation establishment cultivators. This one is for golden core stage foes. Exercise utmost caution in its use. Now, let us reiterate the guidelines for our descent. Zhao Lu and Feng Liuli exchanged glances and recited in unison. Safety first. Remember it well. Prevention is key. Avoid trouble and provoke no strife. The road of life is long. Companionship is paramount. Should you encounter false accusations, speak up promptly, preserve the scene, and stay vigilant. In the face of enemies, cooperate in battle. Control first, then rescue the priority, followed by the rest. If your heart stirs, remain calm, verify identities, and bring your sect. Appearances are deceiving. Kindness may conceal deceit. Do not trust strangers lightly. Guard against the wicked. Recite these principles often, for their significance is profound. Ensure safety for all families. Xuanshao nodded in satisfaction. By the way, who will lead this expedition? Senior brother Lu will personally oversee it, Feng Liuli replied. Xuanshao nodded again. Then I feel quite uneasy. That evening, the peak master Lu Ziyi's cave collapsed, leading to the destruction of his abode. Observing the ruins, a disciple suggested, Senior brother Lu, let me lead the expedition down the mountain this time. It's merely two Qi refinement disciples. No, I must lead personally, Lu Zine insisted. The disciple found it perplexing why the peak master would take two Qi refinement disciples down the mountain, reminiscent of the absurdity of using divine powers to swat a mosquito. The following day, a spirit monkey from the Silver Sword Peak Spirit Beast area infiltrated Lu Zine and Amp, Appo's temporary quarters, urinating on all his clothes. The odor would linger for months and could not be dispelled by spells. Now, Lu Zine lay in bed, fastening the only remaining belt around his waist. Thus, the task fell to others. Chapter 70. The malicious heart of the bear having determined the date, only a short time remained before the opening of the Shaohan realm. Xuanshao departed from the sect and boarded a trade association's flying vessel. The reason for his departure was that he had accepted a Foundation establishment task at the sword-holding pavilion. Xuanshao intended to swiftly complete this task and then head straight for the Shaohan realm. As for why he chose to take the trade association and Amp, Appo's vessel, it was because a recent transaction had just been concluded between the Golden Commerce Association and Shushan. Upon returning on the association and Amp, Appo's vessel, he could submit his expenses for reimbursement. The consumption of spiritual energy over 100 kilometers was negligible, and he had heard there were complimentary meal allowances. In the sect, Xuanshao had claimed to be at the Foundation establishment stage, but disguised himself as a Qi refinement stage cultivator when he ventured out. Practically, no expert would attack a mere Qi refinement cultivator without cause. Moreover, there were skilled individuals stationed aboard the flying vessel. Such an attack would only incur karmic debt, and even if a Qi refinement cultivator were killed, there would be little to gain from it. After inspecting each dish for poison, he began to eat slowly. At that moment, he sat comfortably in his own room. With his left hand, he delicately picked up a piece of exquisite pastry and savored its sweet flavor. His right hand held a steaming cup of fragrant tea, which he sipped occasionally, allowing the rich, pleasant liquid to flow gently over his tongue. His gaze drifted through the window, outside where clouds floated leisurely, at times spreading like cotton, at other times curling like waves. Xuanshao could not help but feel a sense of tranquility wash over him, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly and smile involuntarily, revealing a smile of utmost contentment. In the next moment, Xuanshao slapped himself. This was not Shushan. This was the outside world, always fraught with danger and treachery. How could he afford to be so careless? He punished himself by rewriting the steady life of an ordinary cultivator 10 times. Days later, Xuanshao arrived at the location of his task. The target, a Foundation establishment black bear that had been roaming and committing offenses with no confirmed reports of murder, primarily requiring education. If it resisted fiercely, it could be eliminated. Xuanshao quickly locked on his target. On a forest path, a large black bear ambled leisurely. Hif hif. Today is a bountiful day. My wife and child will not go hungry. Suddenly, an unyielding iron hand emerged from the ground and dragged it beneath. Such a large bear vanished into thin air. Underground, the black bear faced a brutal beating. Soon after, Xuanshao and Amp, Appo's voice, akin to that of a demon, echoed in its ears. You have committed a crime. Are you aware? Spare me, immortal. I have never killed anyone since I became sentient. The black bear begged, cradling its head. I have a wife and child at home. Please do not kill me. Xuanshao struck its head lightly. I know you haven't killed anyone. If you had bloodlust on you, I would have slain you with a single sword. The bear acknowledged its errors. I will certainly change, but there is little food in this forest. Would you not venture elsewhere? Other places are occupied by other monsters. This is and Appo's agricultural record in Appo's. The soil here is fertile. Cultivating something here to sustain your family is not an issue. Thank you, immortal teacher. The black bear bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Having swiftly resolved the issue with the bear demon, Xuanshao departed, heading directly for the Shaohan realm. After Xuanshao left, the beaten bear returned to its cave. Husband, why are you back so late? What happened to your face? Another black bear hurriedly approached. Do not mention it. I encountered a cultivator who gave me a beating. You met a righteous cultivator? How dangerous. We should leave this place. The black bear, filled with confidence, replied, What is there to fear? As long as I possess the 100 beasts fire, I can kill without being tainted by blood. The 100 beasts fire was an innate ability of the black bear, akin to how Xuanshao encountered the octopus Xiaoba. This black bear possessed a trace of ancient spirit beast bloodline within it, though a branch. It inadvertently mastered the 100 beasts fire, and thus began its cultivation journey. It was aware that as it killed more, it would inevitably attract the attention of various sects or the demon-hunting divisions of dynasties. Even though the 100 beasts fire could digest the blood energy it accumulated, it acted with great caution, often fleeing to another location after enough killings, leaving no survivors behind, and even erasing its tracks. Indeed, as the black bear anticipated, it encountered several attempts to capture it. However, upon realizing it bore no bloodlust, the pursuers believed they had mistaken their target. Moreover, its rapid submission allowed it to escape unscathed each time. Today was no different. Yet, the black bear felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Thus, it informed its mate tomorrow, "We shall leave this place for somewhere new." The black bear glanced around. "What is it, husband?" "I do not know. I just feel an unsettling anxiety. Since the blood feast is gone and everyone is left, why not eat a few more?" The black bear nodded well. At that moment, a pair of merciless iron hands dragged both black bears underground. "You dare deceive my feelings. I had only intended to monitor you for 3 months. How despicable. Do you have any idea how much my heart aches?" Xuanshao once more witnessed the treachery of the cultivation world. No, it was the malicious heart of the bear. In the Shushan realm, the entrance to this secret domain was about to open, drawing a multitude of cultivators. The location of the opening coincided with the intersection of 3 sections. Upon learning that the Shushan realm was soon to be unveiled, the 3 sects conferred to guard the area. Thus, the entrance here was devoid of chaotic battles, unlike other locations where chaos reigned before even entering the secret realm. Everyone anxiously watched ahead as the previously calm space began to tremble slightly, as if an invisible force was awakening. Soon after, a faint light gradually emerged from the void, intensifying into a brilliant glow. As the light grew stronger, a massive circular opening silently appeared before them, resembling a deep vortex spinning endlessly. The entrance to the Shushan realm had manifested. Instantly, someone charged forth into it, for the treasures within were claimed on a first-come, first-served basis. Those who entered first undoubtedly gained the most advantage, but also faced the greatest peril. Thus, a scramble ensued as people rushed toward the entrance, accompanied by shouts of frustration. After some time, the entrance to the Shushan realm fell silent once more. Occasionally, 1 or 2 latecomers hurriedly arrived. After a while, the entrance was entirely still. Just as it was about to close, a figure darted in at lightning speed. Chapter 71. Brotherly Xuanshao opened his eyes, sensing that his true self had entered the secret realm. He emerged from the ground and stealthily observed Feng Liuli and Zhao Lu, who were moving away. Still feeling uneasy, he decided to send a doppelganger to keep watch. There was nothing particularly perilous during the Qi refinement stage, but due to an unforeseen incident involving Lu Ziyin, the team was led by the 11th senior brother, a man of commendable integrity. The journey commenced unusually smoothly, but as they reached the latter half, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. They encountered a beast tide, a massive uprising of ferocious beasts. Fortunately, both Feng Liuli and Zhao Lu possessed the toxins that Xuanshao had provided them. "Take cover behind me," the 11th senior brother shouted. Feng Liuli and Zhao Lu promptly extracted their vials of poison. As they scattered the powder, the beasts fell one after another. The 11th senior brother cast a surprised glance at the two, but soon focused on their escape, fleeing with them in haste. Ultimately, they narrowly evaded danger, though they became separated in the chaos. Feng Liuli found herself walking alone along a mountain path, uncertain of her whereabouts. At that moment, a full moon hung in the sky, and she noticed flickering lights in a nearby village, seemingly full of life. Curiosity led her to approach. In the village, she witnessed numerous villagers prostrating themselves before a figure, repeatedly bowing their heads. Her gaze was drawn to the individual at the center, an extraordinarily beautiful person, whose gender was difficult to discern. If one were to claim this being was male, They would be too exquisite, if female, too flat-chested. The figure noticed Feng Liuli, smiling with a hint of mischief. "Sister?" she instinctively called out. "Sister? You call me sister?" The figure chuckled. "How amusing. It has been many years since someone referred to me as such." "You are very beautiful," Feng Liuli replied honestly. The figure stood gracefully, their movements fluid and poised, as if every gesture embodied a unique rhythm. They wore a striking red robe, crafted from fine material, its vibrant hue resembling flames, shimmering under the moonlight. Despite being male, the figure was adorned in feminine attire, with a face as delicate as porcelain, skin as white as snow, willow-like brows, and bright eyes akin to stars. Their lips were naturally crimson, and cascading locks of dark hair flowed down their shoulders, creating an enchanting visage that blurred the lines of gender. "Are you not afraid of me?" the figure inquired. "Why should I fear you?" Feng Liuli countered. "They all fear me," with a casual wave of their hand. A formidable and terrifying force surged forth, sweeping through the surroundings like a torrential flood. The villagers, who had been standing moments before, were engulfed before they could utter a single cry, their bodies exploding into countless fragments of ash, as if a cloud of darkness had consumed the air. In an instant, a raging fire erupted, spreading with a ferocity that reduced the entire village to smoldering ruins. The once tranquil hamlet was now a desolate wasteland, its streets, once filled with laughter, now silent and covered in debris. The ashes danced in the wind, reminiscent of a sorrowful and tragic funeral. In this eerie silence, no cries of anguish could be heard, nor any hint of life. Everything transpired so swiftly that Death Chapter 72, "Do not move from the spot, sister. Behold the rain that descends from the heavens to meet the earth. Each droplet witnesses a unique landscape. Is this not akin to the journey of life?" Feng Liuli observed with concern. "Brother, what troubles you? Why such sudden melancholy?" "It is nothing," Xuanshao sighed. "It is merely the impending separation that weighs heavily on my heart. Brother, why not come with me to my supreme city? There we could revel together, living freely and joyfully for all our days. But I am a disciple of Shushan, with family ties. I cannot abandon them. What does your allegiance to Shushan matter? Do you look down upon me, a practitioner of the so-called evil path?" Xuanshao demeanor darkened. "How could I? You are my brother. Yet, I cannot forsake those at Shushan. They have treated me kindly." "Huh, they are not but a pack of hypocrites, self-proclaiming as righteous. If you wish to go, then do so. I shall not hinder you." Xuanshao rose abruptly, turning away, akin to a petulant child. Feng Liuli tugged at his sleeve, exasperated. "You are an adult now. Why sulk like a child? I too wish not to part ways. Let me return briefly to bid farewell to my seniors and master." Xuanshao eyes brightened. "Truly? You would accompany me back to the supreme city?" "Indeed, as long as I am with you, brother." With that, Xuanshao embraced Feng Liuli. "My dear sister, your affection has not been in vain." As night fell, he watched over Feng Liuli as she slumbered peacefully, supported by one hand, gazing at her with tenderness. The scorching summer sun bore down, the temperature rising, creating an oppressive atmosphere akin to being trapped in a vast steamer. The air was thick with heat. Each breath felt scalding, threatening to scorch one into Appo's throat. With a gentle wave of his hand, a cool breeze soon enveloped them. Concerned that it might be too chilly for his beloved sister, he tenderly draped a blanket, an exquisite magical artifact, over her. Days passed, and soon they arrived at the outskirts of Shushan. "I cannot approach any closer," Xuanshao declared. "The Shushan sword formation detects those at the nascent soul stage. My presence would be immediately sensed." Feng Liuli nodded in agreement. "Very well. You must remain here. I shall return shortly." "Indeed," Xuanshao affirmed. "No matter what transpires, I shall await your return." As she took a few steps, she turned back to embrace him. "Oh, if only you were truly my brother. Why speak such foolishness?" "I am your brother," he replied, wiping away her tears. "Why do you cry?" "It is nothing," she said, dabbing her eyes before skipping away. Xuanshao settled into the designated pavilion, awaiting her return. "Brother, you must stay here and wait for me," she called. "Fear not, no matter the chaos that ensues. I shall remain here, steadfast. Whether the heavens collapse or the earth shifts, I shall await my sister. Suddenly, the Shushan sword formation activated. Shangguan Siyun's expression shifted as he noticed several figures materializing before him. Demons and malevolent spirits dare to invade my Shushan. Charge, he commanded, chanting incantations as a beam of light burst forth from his hands, transforming into a sinister artifact. The moment it appeared, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as dark energy surged forth, enveloping the skies. This overwhelming malevolence quickly swept over the surrounding Shushan disciples, who felt an unyielding force approach. The swift blades of flying swords were rendered as fragile as twigs, easily swept aside. Powerful talismans and magical artifacts lost their control, plummeting to the ground like kites severed from their strings. The scene erupted into chaos as fear gripped the hearts of the cultivators, none expecting Shangguan Siyun's artifact to wield such might. I await my sister here. Who dares obstruct me? Shangguan Siyun scoffed. The Shushan cultivators are hardly imposing. Arrogant. A voice of authority boomed from the heavens. Shangguan Siyun looked up to witness the once calm clouds being stirred by an unseen hand, scattering in all directions. In an instant, a radiant light burst forth from the depths of the sky, akin to the first light of dawn piercing through the fog. Following this, an immense sword emerged, its blade gleaming with a terrifying brilliance, aimed directly at Shangguan Siyun. He felt as though he stood beneath an erupting volcano, the searing force pressing down upon him, nearly rendering him breathless. Gathering all his magical energy, he declared, I await my sister. Those who obstruct me shall perish. A thunderous clash echoed as their powers collided. Shangguan Siyun clearly at a disadvantage. To dare venture alone into the territory of Shushan was indeed a display of audacity. Meanwhile, atop Tontian Peak, Feng Liuli peered through the divine mirror, her gaze fixated on the unfolding battle. Clenching her fists, she watched her brother struggle, her body trembling as she bit her lip. No, no, no. Do not resist any longer. Quickly, act now. In his life, if he survives, I shall find no peace in slumber. The words of Xuanshao echoed in her mind. Never allow emotions to cloud your judgment. Do not naively believe that a demon will love you alone. Do not aid in their tyranny. Once you discern their true nature, do not act impulsively. Strategize. Feng Liuli, lowering her head, murmured, Is this not a deception of feelings? Perhaps he has his own burdens. Xuanshao responded sternly. All burdens and tragic fates do not justify the harm inflicted upon the innocent. Should you show him pity, who will extend compassion to those he has wronged? He must be prepared to face the consequences of his choices. Feng Liuli nodded, somewhat understanding. Yet, I still struggle to empathize. One day, you shall comprehend, Xuanshao replied calmly. At that moment, witnessing the slaughter of an Int Chapter 73, the woolly capture of a sheep, splendid indeed. You are ready to embark on your journey. Within the confines of the little cold realm, having witnessed the actions of Feng Liuli, Li Xuanshao, the teacher, could not help but nod in approval, brimming with a sense of accomplishment. His year-long guidance had not been in vain, as the student remained untempted. At last, he could devote himself to his own pursuits without distraction. Meanwhile, Li Lao Lu concealed himself 500 meters underground, sensing the fierce skirmishes occurring not far above. Combat erupted in the southwest, while spells clashed in the northeast and northwest. One might mistakenly believe it a gladiatorial arena. Li Xuanshao focused his mind, his true self hidden a kilometer beneath the surface, manipulating his avatars until the battles concluded, emerging from the earth thereafter. Scattered across the ground lay 5 or 6 lifeless bodies. Li Xuanshao swiftly searched the corpses, discovering valuable items still clinging to them. Once he had finished his grim task, he fled without a trace of regret. His consciousness surveyed the surroundings. 2 avatars flanked him to the left and right, while 2 more safeguarded him from behind. Resembling a flock of geese migrating, with the robust figures forming a protective barrier around the frail and pitiable Li Xuanshao. He journeyed northward, deliberately steering clear of crowded areas. Although his bounty was modest, his caution had kept him from engaging in conflict. Spotting others, he prudently evaded them, thus missing numerous opportunities for treasure. Nevertheless, he felt no urgency. Haste might yield treasures beneficial to his cultivation, but could just as easily lead to his demise. The risk far outweighed the potential rewards. Days passed, and Xuanshao found himself squatting by a stream, observing the medicinal herbs flourishing along its banks. Among them was the fish-gourd herb, a crucial ingredient in the crafting of soul elixirs. He carefully excavated it, uprooting the plant with diligence. A glance at his storage ring revealed a considerable collection of precious materials. Indeed, the secret realm was unparalleled. Satisfied, he continued on his quest for valuable resources. As a competent alchemist, one must be well acquainted with raw materials. Under the gaze of his mystical eyes, treasures revealed themselves with ease. He plucked a spirit fruit, confirming its safety before savoring its sweetness. The exhilaration of gathering resources filled him with a profound sense of security, reminiscent of his previous life spent in online gaming. Xuanshao had never relished engaging in combat with others. Rather, he preferred to traverse desolate corners alone, eliminating harmless creatures and collecting their spoils, relishing the sight of them displayed in his repository. After traversing over 50 miles, he sensed a presence nearby and promptly concealed himself. "Help! Help me, please." Before him lay an enormous spider's web, upon which a strikingly beautiful woman lay bound. Her body trembled slightly, her once fair skin now pale from fear and cold. Her limbs were ensnared by resilient silk, rendering her utterly immobile. The strands seemed animated, tightening with every passing moment. A massive brown spider crawled menacingly toward her, its grotesque visage and glistening fangs instilling dread. As it approached, her breaths quickened, her eyes filled with despair and helplessness. The monstrous arachnid reached her side, wrapping her in more silk, layer upon layer, encasing her meticulously as if crafting a cocoon. "Help! Someone save me!" As her cries echoed, her voice grew weaker. "Please, I don't want to die. The washing bone flower I just collected cannot be wasted." Despite her dire circumstances, her hand clutched tightly onto the washing bone flower, an essential ingredient for crafting the washing marrow pill, its hue indicative of its high grade, even within this little cold realm. At that moment, a figure, long hidden in the shadows, finally made its move. Xuanshao emerged without hesitation. His speed was remarkable. He vanished in an instant, leaving the woman unable to discern his features. A subtle smile graced her lips. "Come save me, O gallant hero." Yet in an instant, the washing bone flower vanished from her grasp. "Mother!" Xuanshao, clutching the flower, swiftly retreated. The woman and Appo's expression twisted in rage, her eyes blazing with fury. Breaking free from her bindings, the spider, which had previously intended to ensnare her, halted its advance. "Chase him! Don't let him escape." The spider, her spirit companion, was intended to assist her in luring her would-be savior into a trap, only to ambush him later. However, she never anticipated that he would be so shameless. Not only did he stand idly by, but he also took advantage of her plight. The woman scanned her surroundings, but the intruder and Appo's presence had completely vanished. He ran swiftly. Fury coursed through her as she patted her chest, muttering to herself, "Stay calm, stay calm. There will always be missteps. Remain composed." Having regained her composure, she directed the spider to weave a new web and retrieved another treasure from her storage ring. "Oh no! Help! Someone save me!" The longevity fruit I just acquired can be used to concoct the longevity elixir to extend my life. It cannot be wasted. Her plaintive voice echoed through the air. In the next moment, a shadow flickered past. The woman blinked, and the longevity fruit had vanished from her hand. Her fury ignited. This is not over. Such audacity. Realizing the situation, she immediately sprang into action, pursuing the shadow. Summoning a magical artifact, she fixed her gaze intently on the figure ahead. A silver hairpin transformed into a streak of light, piercing the shadow. Feeling a sense of vengeance fulfilled, she unleashed a toxic strike, sending the figure sprawling to the ground. "Having endured my poison, you shan't return alive." The figure writhed on the ground, their complexion turning a shade of purple. "Where is my longevity fruit? He bears no storage ring." with a sudden end amp. Amp, oppos, pop, and amp. Amp, oppos. The figure transformed into the tail of an octopus. What a remarkable illusion. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the woman turned to see a figure swiftly incapacitating her spider companion, carrying its lifeless form away. Stop right there, you scoundrel. Chapter 74. The disappearance of a kind-hearted bystander. Did he vanish? He fled so swiftly. The female cultivator and oppos, S face flushed with anger, her eyes nearly bursting with rage. She had just lost 2 precious medicinal herbs in one breath, and even her tamed spirit beast had disappeared. Clenching her teeth, she pressed a hand against her aching chest, cursing under her breath, "Damn you, may you suffer a terrible fate." As she prepared to leave, a hand suddenly emerged from the ground, stealthily retrieving the silver hairpin from her tresses, sealing its aura immediately. Next, it took the small poison vials attached to her waist. Oblivious to this, the female cultivator continued her tirade. Xuanshao emerged from the earth, finding himself in a safe location. He swiftly dealt with the spider, its legs, eyes, and for all treasures in their own right. The task was completed in a matter of moments. Xuanshao invoked the Sanskrit incantation, releasing flames to reduce the creature to ashes, which he then collected in small vials, recognizing their value. The female cultivator possessed a certain level of expertise in poisons. After a brief examination of her concoctions, he deemed the sacrifice of a chi refinement clone to be worthwhile. After all, clones were merely substitutes meant to meet perilous fates. Xuanshao adhered to the principle of non-aggression. He sought to avoid bloodshed unless absolutely necessary, for killing begets karma, and one could never ascertain the extent of another and oppos' merits. Peace. Having meticulously erased all traces of his presence, he departed swiftly. In the following days, Xuanshao encountered no one, spending most of his time in solitary exploration. His current aim was to locate some refining stones to enhance his prized treasure, the crane-top silver needle. However, after searching for some time, he found no trace of such stones. The treasure pavilion of Mount Shu did sell refining stones, but purchasing them would leave a record, revealing the level of his treasure based on the quantity obtained. In the event of being targeted, this could prove troublesome, not to mention the exorbitant cost. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy pinpointed a specific location, refining stones, and in considerable quantity. Xuanshao halted, sensing something amiss. He could only detect the refining stones, while the surrounding circumstances were obscured. Moments later, a puppet squeezed through a crevice in the rocks. Within the cavern, numerous corpses lay strewn about, some victims of poison, others succumbing to grievous injuries. The puppet searched thoroughly, eventually uncovering hidden mechanisms within the cave, presumed to be traps left by a certain mechanist of the MO family. The puppet swiftly dismantled these traps, ultimately perishing alongside them. 2 additional scorpion puppets ventured further in to inspect for any oversights. At that moment, a snake puppet stealthily ambushed one of the scorpion puppets. This snake puppet, infused with potent venom, caused Xuanshao to lose another scorpion puppet. Frowning slightly, he utilized hand seals to command the scorpion puppets to engage the snake puppet in combat. This was a battle between mechanists of the MO family. Although the opponent's snake puppet was formidable, it could not withstand the numerical advantage of Xuanshao's scorpion puppets. Seizing an opportunity, 3 scorpion puppets managed to sever the snake puppet's body. In the forest, a figure darted swiftly, wielding a magical brick, a slight smile playing on their lips. "Today, I shall teach you what it truly means to be a puppeteer. Rather than engaging in puppet battles, I will simply vanquish the puppeteer, utilizing a reverse search technique." He was about to call out when suddenly, a cloud of toxic mist erupted at his feet, causing the puppeteer to stiffen and collapse. Upon regaining consciousness, he felt an icy chill. Looking down, he found a glimmer of good news. The enemy had spared his life. The bad news, he had been left with nothing but a pair of undergarments. The puppeteer adjusted his remaining garment, realizing his puppets, storage ring, clothing, and all the treasures within the cave were gone. This aura, it belongs to a disciple of Mount Shu? Xuanshao, with a nose pinched by a poison-blocking device, donned protective clothing and held an antidote pearl in his mouth. while talismans adorned his forehead and shoulders. He was traversing a toxic forest, the air thick with venomous mists. Each time the outermost protective barrier, marked by talismans, changed color, it indicated that over 10% had been compromised, prompting him to replace it immediately. As he navigated through the toxic thicket, Xuanshao was surprised to sense the presence of a Mount Shu disciple. Observing her features, he recalled the profiles he had compiled on the disciples. Shan Linqing, female, age 93, peak foundation establishment cultivator, low risk, ordinary temperament, average talent, plain appearance. Unremarkable background. 2 words summarized her existence. Ordinary. This time, due to certain circumstances, the disciples of Mount Shu had not participated in the minor cold realm, suggesting that Shan Linqing likely snuck out. Cultivators possess a lifespan of 200 years, yet after reaching the century mark, advancing to the core formation stage becomes increasingly challenging. It seems Shan Linqing sought to make a final effort. This scenario epitomizes the plight of most practitioners. Even after joining a sect, there exists a hierarchy among them. Xuanshao led her away from the toxic forest, not wishing to abandon a fellow sect member, and placed her in a safe location. Shortly thereafter, he returned, unable to shake off his concern for her. He left a twin-image stone with her, as their meeting was a rare occurrence. Conversely, she might soon encounter fortuitous events or inadvertently discover some sinister technique that could enhance her cultivation. Though these remained unlikely scenarios, it was prudent to prepare against them. With that, Xuanshao felt reassured to depart. Moments later, he returned once more, placing several surplus treasures beside her. Shan Linqing gradually awakened, pondering, am I still alive? Observing her surroundings and the treasures nearby, she noticed a message left on the ground. Cultivation should not be rushed. One must understand that cultivating great clumsiness leads to true skill. Only when one learns genuine foolishness can one comprehend wisdom. A kind-hearted passerby. P.S. Remember to follow the righteous path. Chapter 75. Encounter with a fellow villager. A month had swiftly passed, and the little cold realm was nearing its closure. Xuanshao concealed himself within a secluded cave, reaping an abundance of resources. These materials were yet to be refined, remaining in their primal state. Once transformed into elixirs, their value would undoubtedly double, akin to the distinction between a watermelon and watermelon juice. For 20 coins, one could purchase a watermelon, yet likely could not afford a mere cup of juice. He estimated that he would not need to leave Silver Sword Peak for several years. Sighing contentedly, Xuanshao felt a profound sense of fulfillment despite the arduous journey. Finally, he could truly relax. However, he reminded himself to remain calm. He was still within a secret realm. There would be time to exhale once he returned to Silver Sword Peak. Thus, he patiently awaited the closure of the little cold realm. At that moment, he utilized his avatar to remotely observe the combat situations of the other Golden Core cultivators. The more one learns and practices, the greater the chance of success in actual combat. Suddenly, all cultivators within the little cold realm sensed an overwhelming force, causing their bodies to momentarily stiffen, Xuanshao included. A chill ran down his spine as he instinctively employed the earth escape technique, burrowing underground. Before him appeared shimmering golden characters, welcoming him. Dear friends, welcome to the little cold realm. I have left behind a treasure site within this secret realm, containing various rare resources and techniques as a special reward for you. However, you must answer my questions. What is this? A treasure site? In all the secret realms he had entered, this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Could it possibly be a legacy left by a great being? The crowd buzzed with anticipation. Xuanshao quickly scanned the golden characters, his expression turning grave. Now, please listen carefully to the questions. First question, odd changes, even remains unchanged. Please respond with the next line. Second question, Palace liquid jade wine. Please respond with the next line. Third question, and Oppos. How are you? And Oppos. Please respond with the next line. Please read your answers aloud to qualify for entry into the treasure site. Xuanshao's heart raced. Initially, from the information he had gathered from Gyue and Shushan, he had speculated the presence of another transmigrator. Now, he was 100% certain. Besides himself, there was indeed another transmigrator. or perhaps more than one. From his extensive reading of hundreds of female-focused and countless male-focused novels, he noted a recurring theme in female narratives. Meeting a fellow villager brings tears, romance is sweeter, while in male narratives, transmigrators first eliminate fellow villagers. Moreover, this other transmigrator had intentionally left behind this treasure site, and these questions seemingly to seek out others like themselves. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Was this truly a treasure site, or rather a graveyard? Xuanshao disregarded the notion and began reciting the cleansing heart mantra to dispel his distracting thoughts. Otherwise, he might unwittingly reveal the answers. Odd changes, even remains unchanged. Symbols observe quadrants. Though the other party had explicitly instructed to read the answers aloud, one could never be too cautious. Who knew if they might have a hidden agenda to discern the answers silently pondered? Those who plot against others must always be vigilant against being plotted against themselves. After reciting the cleansing heart mantra several times, Xuanshao opened his eyes once more. The golden characters had vanished. It appeared he would need to be more cautious in the future, ensuring he did not divulge anything from his original world. As the little cold realm began to seal itself off, repelling outsiders, Xuanshao safely exited and returned to the sect. This time, he took advantage of the wind chariot gifted to him by Fan Yue, achieving remarkable speed. Originally intended for Lin Wanqing before Fan Yue and Appo's reincarnation, it had ultimately fallen into Xuanshao and Appo's hands. Riding the wind chariot, he reached Shushan in half the time it would normally take. After completing his tasks at the sword-holding pavilion and placing the jade slips, he swiftly turned to escape underground, perfectly evading the approach of Xuan, the progenitor of the abstract realm. Xuanshao sensed something was amiss with Xuan's aura. It felt restless. What could be the matter? Upon returning to his humble abode atop Silver Sword Peak, he was met by Zhao Lu, emerging from the warm spring water. She had deliberately draped a snow-white towel over her form, the fabric artfully wrapping around her curvaceous silhouette while subtly accentuating her delicate figure. Her long, damp hair clung to her fair shoulders, droplets cascading down like morning dew on a lotus leaf, glistening and translucent. Having bathed in the spring daily for this moment, she had eagerly awaited his return. As Zhao Lu spotted him, she hastily stripped off her clothing, pretending to just notice him after swimming a lap in a hot spring. Yet, none of this escaped Xuanshao's keen gaze. Rather than confront her, he tossed her the prepared materials. Have you made progress in your foundational cultivation? Yes. Zhao Lu exclaimed joyfully, acknowledging her advancement, though she was still far from his golden core level. Xuanshao's expression darkened. Who told her he was at golden core stage? Just a guess, Zhao Lu replied candidly, reasoning that with his cautious nature, it was normal for him to conceal 1 or 2 levels of cultivation. Xuanshao fell silent. Brother, tell me quietly, what grade of golden core have you achieved? 3rd grade? It wouldn't be 1st grade, would it? What golden core? Xuanshao waved his hand dismissively. This golden core is not that golden core. I am merely improving upon the foundational level. As he walked, he continued, it is not easy to cultivate a golden core. Others have spent decades achieving it. Am I expected to accomplish it with a mere breath? Such a thing is impossible. Upon returning to his humble abode, Xuanshao planned to review Feng Liuli and Appo's studies later that evening. However, he presumed he need not concern himself too much, as he could redirect most of his focus elsewhere, particularly to guard against the potential appearance of another transmigrator. He would need to enter seclusion for a period to digest the resources he had acquired. Yet before that, he needed to address a pressing matter. Noticing the fluctuations in Xuan and Appo's aura today, he opened the projection stone corresponding to her cave dwelling and began to replay the recorded images. During his absence from Shushan, he was unaware of the events that had transpired. Chapter 76. Unstable heart of Tao in the depths of the cave, Xuan took a deep breath. Once again, her attempt to break through had failed. It seemed that a mental block had formed within her, preventing her from successfully condensing her elixir. A rather delicate visage flashed before her mind, and Xuan shook her head, murmuring softly, Does Xuanshao really have no feelings for me? Then why has he treated me this way? Why did he hold me back then, when I was wrongfully accused and faced the scorn of many, with no one coming to my defense? Through the twin image stone, Xuanshao furrowed his brow. Could it be that Xuan had developed a demonic heart due to his rejection? That would be disastrous. An unstable heart of Tao could lead to demonic corruption. Xuanshao felt a surge of anxiety. Xuan and Amp, oppose. S temperament indeed made her prone to fixation. Reflecting on the words he had spoken to her, he realized that his rejection had been too blunt. With Murong Mo's death, he had turned her down, delivering a double blow to her spirit. Her confidence had plummeted to nothing. At that moment, Xuan mused aloud in the cave. Why did he go to such lengths to protect me? Even to the point of wanting to kill Brother Murong? He must be deliberately avoiding me, even saying those hurtful words to distance himself. Yes, that must be it. He is intentionally keeping his distance because he wishes to protect me from the hidden dangers of the Murong family's revenge and the sect and Amp, oppose, as punishment. That and Amp, oppose, that's why he remains silent when he sees me, quietly safeguarding me. Indeed, he feigned disinterest in me, but it signifies that he is willing to sacrifice everything for my sake. How foolish I have been. I thought he had no feelings for me. But now I realize he harbors his love deep within. Xuanshao, who had witnessed the entire exchange through the twin image stone, lay quietly on the ground. I want to die. Despite meticulously planning every detail and envisioning countless possibilities, none could withstand Xuan's sudden epiphany. The good news was that her heart of Tao had stabilized. The bad news was that Xuanshao was on the brink of collapse. At that moment, a woman clad in purple entered Xuan and Amp, oppose, cave. She was not from Shushan. The woman bowed to Xuan and said, Miss, regarding your engagement to young Master Shao, my lord has decreed that unless he dies, he must honor his word. Furious, Xuan retorted, that was a private engagement he unilaterally arranged. Why should I marry someone I don't even know just because he has to keep his promise? Tell that old man, I already have someone I care for deeply. Thinking of Xuanshao and how he had silently protected her, tears began to flow from Xuan's eyes. But the old master wanted Amp, oppose, agree, Mississippi. You must think this through, the woman cautioned. Give me 3 years. After I successfully condense my elixir, I will go to the Shao family to annul the engagement without needing that old man's consent. In the cottage, Xuanshao mused, choose a decent coffin. Perhaps fleeing Shushan under the cover of night was the best option. He had initially thought the situation was akin to a cliché narrative of a White Lotus heroine. It had turned out to be Nailin Yinran. Annul the engagement? The Shao family? Xuanshao recited the heart-purifying mantra several times to calm his agitated spirit. Composure was key. It was merely a matter of similar surnames. He had encountered Han Li and Yi Fan before. There was no need for alarm. Annulments were not rare occurrences. As long as he approached the situation carefully, nothing was insurmountable. 3 years, he still had that much time. The immediate priority was to process the precious materials he had acquired and refine magical tools, while also solidifying the foundation of his cultivation. With this in mind, Xuanshao sprang into action. Before that, he intended to pay a visit to Feng Luli. Lu Zine emerged from the cave clad in pristine garments, restoring his ethereal, immortal appearance. He found Feng Luli sitting alone in a pavilion atop Silver Sword Peak, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, tears streaming from her eyes. The wind tousled her hair. Exhaling deeply, she recalled the voice of Shangwan Suiyun's sister. Observing Feng Luli and Amp, oppose, as sorrowful silhouette, Lu Zine sighed softly. He had heard of her entanglement with Shangwan Suiyun. Though he belonged to the demonic sect and everything about him was shrouded in deceit, his love was genuine. He gently patted Feng Luli on the shoulder, offering solace. We cannot conspire with those of opposing paths. Do not grieve too deeply. I know that what you have accomplished is no small feat. You have worked hard enough. Feng Luli shook her head through tears. I am still too young. Do not regret the choices you have made. Lu Zine spoke softly. Life offers 3 keys: acceptance, change, or departure. If you cannot accept, then change. If you cannot change, then leave. He reached out to stroke the young woman and Amp, oppose's head. Let your tears flow. It will be all right. Though I am part of the demonic sect, and have wronged the world, I alone owe you no debt. Feng Luli lifted her tear-filled gaze to Lu Ziyin and lamented, Senior brother Lu, I have failed Master Xuanshao and Amp. Appo's teachings. It is all right. If you feel unhappy, I can personally guide you, Lu Ziyin replied. He believed that since this was his trial, he should face it himself rather than burden Li Xuanshao. Feng Luli shook her head. No, I simply failed. I should have led Shangwan Suiyun deeper into the trap, ensnaring him instead of striking at the outskirts of Shushan, which allowed him to escape with grave injuries. Am I truly that useless? Will he seek revenge on me in the future? The thought brought forth more tears. Lu Ziyin remained silent, gazing skyward, nearly shedding tears himself. Where had the innocent and kind-hearted Feng Luli gone? Hidden in the shadows. Li Xuanshao nodded approvingly and gave Feng Luli a thumbs up. There was potential for growth. Although there had been a misstep this time, and Shangwan Suiyun had not been eradicated, he had suffered, and it would be a long time before he dared to show his face again. Chapter 77. Who can foresee as Feng Luli returned to her secluded abode? She discovered a trove of precious materials left by her senior brother, Xuanshao. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she hurried over to inspect each item. Indeed, her brother cherished her above all. Beneath the pile of treasures, she found a note penned by Li Xuanshao himself. In the note, he prompted her to compose a 10,000-word essay on the recent events, allowing her to choose her own themes and styles, as long as they remained original, healthy, and resonant with positive societal values. In the alchemy chamber, Li Xuanshao affixed a sign stating no entry for the uninvited at the door. Upon entering, he activated the surrounding formations. At the center of the chamber lay a dilapidated cauldron, battered and patched, its colors mismatched. With a press of a mechanism, a brand new, higher-grade cauldron emerged, greater, larger, and stronger. Li Xuanshao settled into a meditative position, ready to commence his alchemical endeavors. Adorned in the heavenly spirit dragon armor, he offered a respectful bow to the three pure ones, praying for protection against any mishaps during the process. In truth, alchemy is not an overly complex undertaking. The primary goal is to purify the medicinal components within the raw materials while maximizing their fusion with the newly infused spiritual energy, thus generating a greater quantity of high-value medicinal spiritual energy. The second crucial objective is to eliminate harmful substances from a mix. The challenges at hand were twofold. Firstly, to ensure that the medicinal components within the herbs fully integrated with the spiritual energy, transforming into medicinal spiritual energy to the greatest extent possible. And secondly, to maintain the balance so that the cauldron could withstand the increasing pressure of the growing medicinal spiritual energy without exploding. With that understanding, you are now equipped to begin your alchemical practice. The process consists of 3 phases. This time, the undertaking will be different, likely requiring 6 months to fulfill the material storage plan. The second phase involves refining one and Amp, Appo's innate magical artifact using the gathered materials. The final phase is to enhance one's cultivation and solidify one's foundation before emerging from seclusion. As soon as her brother returned, he entered seclusion, leaving a note for Lioli. Although he had also left a note for Zhao Lu, it was 5 words shorter than Lioli's. Zhao Lu slumped over the table, her expression one of despair. Indeed, love can fade, can it not? At that moment, Zhao Lu and Amp, Appo's gaze caught sight of a figure soaring through the sky. Initially indifferent, she soon recognized the approaching silhouette, her heart racing. Could it be Sister Suwan? Zhao Lu sprang to her feet, apprehensive. Surely, she was not here to seek her brother? As anticipated, Suwan and Amp, Appo's first inquiry was about Xuanshao and Amp, Appo's whereabouts. Zhao Lu replied, My brother is in seclusion and has instructed that no outsiders disturb him. Oh, Suwan Nadith. And Zhao Lu felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that Suwan understood the situation and was not overly forward. Suwan then said, In that case, Zhao Lu, you should leave and not disturb your brother. I will go check on him. Zhao Lu, bewildered, reiterated, Sister, my brother is in seclusion, and he has requested not to be disturbed. She thought perhaps Suwan had misheard. With a knowing smile, Suwan mused, How could I be considered an outsider? I am his beloved. Zhao Lu presented a cup of freshly brewed tea to Xuan, glancing at her companion, Jiang Luoshui. She couldn't an amp, oppose, to understand why Jiang Luoshui always accompanied Xuan. Feng Liuli and Zhao Lu sat across from each other, the four most beautiful maidens of Mount Shu exchanging glances, creating an awkward atmosphere. Zhao Lu remained vigilant, mindful of Xuan, the rumored romantic interest of her brother. Jiang Luoshui was lively and charming, but had a cunning streak, having previously sought out her brother at Silver Sword Peak. As for Feng Liuli, she was her fiercest rival. The competition was overwhelming, both in number and caliber. Unable to endure the tension any longer, Zhao Lu broke the silence. Sister Xuan, Sister Luoshui, may I inquire what brings you to seek my brother? Xuan's expression shifted slightly as she softly replied, there are matters I wish to discuss with him in person. Then why not share them with me? I can relay your message once he emerges from seclusion. Xuan shook her head, indicating it was not convenient, and insisted on speaking with him directly. But my brother may be in seclusion for quite some time. Xuan calmly replied, it matters not. Seclusion? Zhao Lu speculated whether it was merely a means for him to avoid confrontation with Xuan. The four lapsed into silence once more. Feng Liuli remained unaware of the nature of the relationship between Xuan and her brother, lost in thought about the task bestowed upon her. In the alchemy chamber, Xuanshao paused his work. What are you four doing huddled together? Brewing poison? Who among you is the most toxic shall survive. To dispel the awkwardness, Zhao Lu suggested they share a drink, offering to prepare some snacks. Xuanshao deemed there was no pressing issue and resumed his alchemical work while simultaneously monitoring the refining process. Days passed, and as dawn broke, the room was filled with the scent of alcohol, clothes strewn about haphazardly. Zhao Lu lay sprawled on the floor in a starfish position, while Jiang Luoshui clung to Xuan's feet. Xuan hung awkwardly from the beam, and Feng Liuli's head was buried in the ground. An absurd sight. It was merely a few drinks, after all. Xuanshao, dividing his attention, glanced outside and chuckled at the spectacle. Before long, the four women began to stir. Since it is so, I shall not see you off, Sister, Zhao Lu stated. Xuan nodded. No need, next time. I will return with Sister Luoshui to drink with you and Sister Liuli. Feng Liuli chimed in. Next time we shall drink together. This time was truly enjoyable. Jiang Luoshui embraced the others, declaring, we are the best of sisters. Xuanshao thought to himself, what a peculiar bond they formed. Who could have foreseen such an outcome? Chapter 78. Mount Shu still thrives by the grace of heaven. The alchemical process was remarkably smooth this time. After completing the elixirs, Xuanshao ventured outside, spending over a month selling the pills he had crafted in exchange for cultivation resources. To his surprise, the process went exceptionally well. He had anticipated it would take much longer. Upon returning to the sect, Xuanshao entered seclusion once more. The alchemical chamber transformed into a forging room, intermittently filled with the resonant clang of metalwork. The crane-top silver needle was a high-grade spiritual artifact. Artifacts are categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and supreme grades. Beyond spiritual artifacts lie treasures, which are similarly classified. The innate and acquired spiritual treasures do not fall into these categories. The levels correspond to the cultivator and amp, oppos, S-realm, ascending from chi refinement to higher stages. Artifacts of a level exceeding the cultivator and oppos, S capability necessitate a more potent and precise divine sense. Thus, the superiority of an artifact is not solely based on its grade, but rather on its suitability for the user. Originally, Xuanshao was at the foundation establishment stage. Hence, he should only be able to wield mid-grade spiritual artifacts. However, due to his mastery of divine techniques and the cultivation of his divine sense, he managed to operate at a higher level. With his recent advancement to the golden core stage, it was only natural for his artifacts to elevate as well. Yet, the resources consumed had depleted his savings amassed over the years. Thus, 3 years hastily slipped by, an insignificant span for a cultivator. At Mount Shu, in the hall of discussion atop Tontian Peak, the Peak Masters and the sect leader, Taoist Lingshu, gathered. They deliberated on the business of the Mount Shu flying vessels. Once the discussions neared conclusion, the master of Xiaoqiong Peak suddenly raised a concern. 5 disciples from Xiaoqiong Peak had mysteriously vanished within the Dashia dynasty. Had they been slain? Their jade tokens would have shattered, alerting Mount Shu. Yet, the tokens remained intact, devoid of any trace. Was it possible they had been deliberately concealed? Such a possibility existed. It was likely an unforeseen incident had occurred. As for the Dashia dynasty, they claimed to be searching fervently for answers. By the time they find them, it will be too late. Someone scoffed. At that moment, a timid voice broke through. If the elders agree, I shall undertake this mission. All eyes turned to the speaker. Lu Ziyin, the master of Silver Sword Peak. Since assuming his role, he had been inadvertently harmed by the Mount Shu sword formation 3 times. Had his garments soiled by a spirit monkey, gotten lost in the back mountains, suffered from poisoning twice, and had his orchard destroyed by cave collapses. It could be said he had accomplished nothing for Silver Sword Peak. The silver lining was that Lu Ziyin and Oppos, as cultivation had improved. Consequently, many disciples regarded him with peculiar expressions, prompting Lu Ziyin to feel a pressing need to prove himself. Grant me this opportunity, he implored earnestly. The Peak Masters exchanged contemplative glances and nodded in agreement. After departing from Tongtian Peak, Lu Ziyin brimmed with determination. This time, success was imperative. He must execute the task impeccably. He could not embark on this journey alone. Since arriving at Silver Sword Peak, every endeavor he attempted had been thwarted by myriad unforeseen events, as if a hidden adversary were conspiring against him. This time, he resolved to bring an accomplice, Li Xiandao. Suddenly, Lu Ziyin recalled his junior brother. During their descent from the mountain, he had observed that although Li Xuandao's cultivation was modest, his meticulous approach to tasks was commendable. However, it seemed Li Xiandao had been in seclusion for an extended period. Just as he pondered this, he returned to Silver Sword Peak and spotted that familiar figure. Li Xiandao had emerged from seclusion. By the grace of heaven, everything had proceeded smoothly. Alchemy, sales, and forging were all successful. The crane-top silver needle had transformed into a supreme spiritual artifact. His cultivation had progressed seamlessly, with nothing overlooked. Mount Shu continued to thrive. How splendid! As Li Xiandao prepared to relax, a figure descended before him. Senior brother Lu, he greeted respectfully. Lu Ziyin nodded. Junior brother Xiandao, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Is all well? Thank you for your concern, senior brother. All is well, Li Xiandao replied. Do you have time recently? Oh, do you have something to discuss? Lu Ziyin then explained the situation, emphasizing that all reward from this mission would belong to Li Xiandao. Li Xiandao and Oppos, his expression remained unchanged, though his mind stirred with intrigue. He contemplated concocting a little surprise for senior brother Lu. However, it dawned on him that this endeavor seemed unrelated to Feng Liuli. As Lu Ziyin had not prepared to involve her in the mission, Li Xiandao silently apologized to Lu Ziyin. It had become a subconscious habit to ensnare his senior brother. After rapid contemplation, Li Xiandao realized that accompanying Lu Ziyin on this mission was an excellent excuse. After all, 3 years had elapsed, and Sister Su Wan had successfully reached the golden core stage. She intended to annul her engagement, and the Xia family, with whom she was to break the engagement, was situated within the Dashia dynasty. Hence, he had no need to fabricate a reason. Moreover, embarking on this task with Lu Ziyin ensured his safety, as he held great confidence in Lu Ziyin and Oppos' abilities. Thus, he consented. Lu Ziyin nodded in satisfaction, and they set a departure date. Li Xiandao returned to make preparations. Although he had just concluded his seclusion, there were no pressing matters to attend to within Silver Sword Peak. While he had been in isolation, he had not entirely detached himself. His clones and puppets had diligently managed various tasks. Furthermore, his junior sister, Zhao Lu, an adept gossip-monger, frequently brewed tea and engaged in idle chatter with others. She would then relay any intriguing tidbits to Li Xiandao, ensuring he did not miss significant events. Of utmost importance, he possessed a meticulous surveillance system for Mount Shu. Observing the critical disciples through the twin spirit stones, he meticulously recorded their progress. For instance, If a disciple from a particular peak faced a breakthrough failure, he would scrutinize the cultivation method they practiced, delving into its intricacies and essence. He would analyze the disciples' daily training habits, considering their potential weaknesses and strengths. Other noteworthy matters would also be taken into account. Ultimately, through his precise grasp of various factors, he would skillfully guide the disciple towards uncovering the key to overcoming their challenges, achieving success while remaining inconspicuous. For instance, if a disciple suffered a series of unfortunate events leading to a sour mood, Xuanshao would deliberately orchestrate fortuitous occurrences in the following days to mitigate their descent into negativity. On one occasion, a disciple from Tongtian Peak experienced a severe allergic reaction after consuming seafood at a celebration feast. Upon taking an antidote, they inadvertently encountered counterfeit products, resulting in a month-long recovery. Just as they began to recuperate, they sought to save money by dining at the miscellaneous peak, only to accidentally topple an entire shelf of vegetables, losing a month into Oppo's earnings. Finally, while embarking on a mission, they fell prey to ambush by malevolent cultivators. Fortunately, after enduring such a string of misfortunes, Xuanshao took notice of them. Thus, when he was besieged and nearly met his demise, it was Xuanshao who intervened to save him. One cannot help but reflect on the whims of fate. Had it not been for those unfortunate events, Xuanshao would not have paid him particular heed. Consequently, this disciple would likely have perished at the hands of the malevolent cultivators. Chapter 79. The city of Panlong. The following day, a small flying vessel departed from Mount Shu, heading towards the Daxia dynasty. On board were 4 individuals: Lu Ziyin, Xuanshao, Su Wan, and Zhao Lu. Su Wan was preparing to cancel her engagement with the Shao family of the Daxia dynasty. Upon learning that Xuanshao was also bound for the Daxia dynasty, she decided to accompany him. As for Zhao Lu, her family was part of the royal lineage of the Daxia dynasty. With 5 disciples from Mount Shu having gone missing in the territory of the Daxia dynasty, it was inevitable that they would need to make contact with the dynasty, and Zhao Lu and Oppo's royal status would facilitate their endeavors. Zhao Lu also wished to return home for a visit. Standing on the flying vessel, Lu Ziyin observed Xuanshao nearby, who was quietly meditating. Despite appearing relaxed, his body remained tense, sensing Su Wan and Oppo's gaze fixed upon him. To avoid eye contact, he chose to close his eyes. Su Wan and Oppo's decision to act was within his expectations. Rather than allow her to proceed alone, it was preferable to accompany her. The betrothed of Su Wan was none other than Shao Ran, the son of the current patriarch of the Shao family in Panlong City, a once prominent power in the Daxia dynasty that had fallen into decline following the demise of its ancestor in a great war, leading to the loss of its elite. Su Wan and Damp, Oppo's grandfather, had once been close friends with the ancestor of the Shao family, and they had arranged a betrothal between their grandchildren. Shao Ran, a prodigious talent in cultivation, had mysteriously returned from a forbidden place years ago, only to find his cultivation entirely destroyed, the reasons for which remained unknown. Xuanshao rubbed his brow, feeling as if he were immersed in the plot of an overly verbose novel. Based on the current speed of the flying vessel, it would take 2 days and nights to reach their destination. Coincidentally, the mission undertaken by the 5 disciples from Mount Shu was in the very vicinity of the Shao family in Panlong City. With little to say, their journey proceeded smoothly, and they arrived in Panlong City slightly ahead of schedule. At this time, another individual joined them on the vessel, a sword cultivator they had encountered along the way, returning to his home. According to the sword cultivator, he had left home for cultivation in his early years and, now nearing the end of his lifespan, sought to return to his roots. The aged sword cultivator, clutching a gourd of wine, exclaimed, "We've arrived. It is time for this old man to bid farewell to you. My friends, I am grateful for your company. Otherwise, this journey would have taken much longer." As he stood, he noticed the 4 passengers regarding him with peculiar expressions. Scratching his head, he jested, "What is this? Do you expect me to pay? I do possess a few valuable items, though I wonder if they would catch your fancy." The 4 remained silent, merely observing him. The old sword cultivator, bewildered, was soon enlightened by Lu Ziyin's words. "Senior, you cannot enter the city. It is time for you to depart." You have already passed on. When we saw you, there was scarcely any time left, Lu Zine reminded him. The old sword cultivator gradually comprehended the reality, glancing at his own corpse not far away, and suddenly smiled in acceptance. I must trouble you, then. If you have the time, could you check in on my family? Upon receiving Lu Zine and Appo's affirmative response, the old sword cultivator and Appo's spirit dissipated into the air. Upon entering Panlong City, the city lord was already waiting. Welcome, princess, he greeted, accompanied by various officials. Zhao Lu, hands on her hips, involuntarily lifted her chin. After spending so much time in Mount Shu, she had nearly forgotten her royal status. She looked with pride at her senior brother. What do you think? Marrying me means you are marrying a princess. Are you still reluctant? Xuanshao cast her a glance, urging her to understand the need for decorum in public, avoiding excessive familiarity and communication unless absolutely necessary. Zhao Lu sheepishly averted her gaze. The streets were lined with townsfolk offering their greetings as they made their way to the city lord's mansion. Xuanshao, however, informed his senior brother Lu that he would temporarily leave the group to investigate the home the old sword cultivator had mentioned. He intended to deliver a message, but found the place deserted. Unsettled, he sought to inquire with the neighbors, only to discover that none were present. After wandering for a while, he finally encountered a passerby. People? I'm not sure, the passerby replied, initially believing the residents had moved away. Xuanshao prepared to depart when the passerby added, strangely enough, many used to live here, but one by one, they disappeared. Have many people gone missing? Xuanshao inquired. Some had previously gone to the government to raise a fuss. There were many disappearances in the western part of the city, but the cases eventually fizzled out. Though this seemed a trivial matter, the casual remark triggered alarm bells in Xuanshao and Appo's mind. Exercising caution, Xuanshao conducted a brief investigation. To his dismay, he uncovered a troubling number of cases related to the disappearances in Panlong City. According to the townsfolk, numerous instances of large-scale disappearances had occurred, initially unnoticed due to the small scale, but the frequency had grown alarming. Both the government and the Demon Suppression Bureau had intervened, yet the cases remained unresolved. While the townsfolk in Appo's accounts might have been exaggerated, the numerous empty homes in the city were undeniable. This was merely the result of Xuanshao and Appo's inquiries within half a day. His brow furrowed as he connected the dots to the 5 missing disciples of Mount Shu. Could they, too, have vanished without a trace like the citizens of Panlong City? Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis enveloped him. Time was running short, and it was unwise to linger. He proceeded to the city lord's mansion, where a grand banquet awaited the visitors from Mount Shu. Xuanshao quietly took a seat at the end of the table, internally lamenting the convergence of so many issues. Suwan was preparing to cancel her engagement, and now he was aware that the disappearance of the Mount Shu disciples might be linked to the widespread vanishings within Panlong City. At that moment, a servant approached, announcing, Princess, the head of the Shao family, Shao Xuanshan, and his son, Shao Ran have arrived. Suwan set down her cup, her brows raised in surprise. Xuanshao asked, Senior sister, shall we proceed? Now, right here?